Chapter 831. Everyone, please leave. For words came out of the old woman's mouth, and there was a burst of scattered footsteps outside the door, and even the girl in the house walked out. But when she turned around, Chinyu saw the pistol on her waist. Heh. Chinyu reached out and touched his nose, thankful that he had made arrangements in advance, otherwise it would be difficult to leave here today. These people, last time, were probably half true and half false. Ningli also saw the man's gun and was stunned. She heard a lot of information about this place from Chinyu on the way, and thought it was really just some poor women who survived together. Chinyu said softly, I don't believe that he can lead a group of girls to live until now without a gun, but I am still a little surprised to see a pistol at this time. Hearing this, the old woman did not answer him directly, but said, You know there are tigers in the mountain, but you still go to the tiger mountain? I don't know. Chinyu looked at her with an indifferent expression, then followed her gaze, and curled his lips. Your details are too poor. As he said, Chinyu stood up and walked to the window and closed the curtains casually. When those people followed us out of the city, they checked the supplies, including this backpack. But just now outside the door, your people asked us to search our bodies and hand over our weapons. But there are guns in here, and if you are careful, you can find the barrels. After speaking, Chinyu leaned on the table and sneered. In the end, the woman just took a casual look and didn't take the gun. Guess why? Then Ningli took the shotgun and opened the magazine. Looking at the empty inside, the old woman immediately understood that it was not loaded. Then Chinyu continued, I showed them these hunting rifles in front of them. There were no bullets in them. I guess someone reported it later and exchanged information. Because they knew the guns were not a threat, they let us bring them in. The old woman hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and shouted, Shao Jia, come here. Half a minute later, the girl continued to walk into the house and glared at Chinyu fiercely. But Chinyu pretended not to see it and ignored her. Seeing this, Shao Jia followed the instructions, checked the hunting rifle, nodded and said, These are fine, and the bullets are normal. Sorry, I have to confirm it clearly. To prevent Chinyu from thinking too much, the old woman said to him, No problem. Chinyu shook his head and continued, Providing you with hunting rifles is indeed a loophole for me, but the problem is that the guns are too important, and I certainly can't provide them casually. Currently, Chinyu's camp also has good rifles and pistols. Although there are not many bullets, it would be fine even if a few guns were handed over, but he didn't know whether these people had bullets. It's like the big machine gun that was left to rot. It was captured before. Although I don't know where those people got these weapons from, the bullets are really few. But I don't need it, and I can't give it to others for the time being. What if the other party happens to use it? Wouldn't it be like shooting myself in the foot? As Chinyu finished speaking, the old woman also understood that it was useless to say more. Then she asked, Two friends, I don't know your names yet. Is this important? Chinyu pretended to look around the house, and took the opportunity to look back at the window, hoping that the laser would not shine through the curtains, because it was not time to break up. He then continued, Anyway, once we leave, we will not interfere with each other, and will not contact each other for a short time. You can take weapons and explosives to deal with the scavengers, and then wait for the letter to send support. Hey, do you have to be so arrogant? Shao Jia couldn't stand it anymore and yelled. Shut up. The old woman turned her head and shouted. Since we are friends, it should be polite to tell each other your name, right? The old woman did not get angry, and said calmly, Just because we are several dozen years apart in age, can we only be nodding acquaintances? Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a few seconds and whispered his name, and Ningli followed closely to introduce it. You means island. I like this name. The old woman smiled slightly. My name is Yi Shulan. Except for the dean, everyone calls me Aunt Lan. Sorry, I couldn't show my true face before. As she said this, in the shocked eyes of Chinyu and Ningli, she stretched out her hand and pulled at the back of her head, and actually tore off a piece of skin. At this moment, even Chinyu showed a solemn expression. What is this? He had seen this kind of thing on TV before, but Chinyu had never come into contact with it in real life, and was completely unfamiliar with it. Hearing this, Yi Shulan threw the item in her hand over and said, Simulated human skin. When the doomsday broke out, I happened to be a staff member in a crew. At that time, there was chaos everywhere, and I took a few of them by chance and escaped. I know very well that I can't live peacefully, so showing weakness is the best way. Feeling the cool touch in his hand, Chinyu reacted and looked at her word by word and said, So that's it? The reason why you chose to show up at that time was probably because you calculated that it would be noon when we returned to the hospital. Although the sun was not very strong at that time, there was still light. You were sitting by the window, and because of the backlight, Others couldn't see the details of your face at all. At this point, Chinyu walked towards her, looking at the young woman in front of him, who was probably in her 40s, and said in a deep voice, "But what's wrong with your voice? It sounds exactly like an old man." After saying this, Yishuan handed the headphones to Xiao Jia, then sat on the sofa and said, "If you want to learn to speak by clamping your throat, there may be flaws in the end, such as when you are frightened or emotional." She held the tube of dynamite, looked at Chinyu with a smile on her face and added, "But, if you just want to destroy the sound of your throat, there are many ways. In addition to my previous work experience, I can keep this voice for a long time after learning a little." After the words fell, Yishuan shook her hands. "What is this?" "Explosives, otherwise it can be edible?" After feeling that she was fooled, Chinyu did not have a good face for her. Looking at this scene, Yishuan laughed and said, "Little brother, you don't have to look so depressed. There are so many people around me who need to survive. If the boss is a woman, it will inevitably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Does it look like this?" Chinyu threw the simulated human face on the table. "Not very good." Yishuan shook her head, "But at least it will make us look weak." Chapter 832. The truth that a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit is something that many people will only understand before they die, but it is too late. Chinyu looked at her for a few seconds, then pointed at the coffee table and explained, "This is explosives. It is very powerful. Of course I know what it is, but where did you get it from? Did you make it yourself?" Chinyu was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and then replied, "Some time ago, I passed by a camp and found that they were attacked by someone, both sides were injured, and there were a lot of zombies around. Then I took people in, and found this box of explosives." At this point, he paused, to prevent Yishuan from not believing it, and then added, "Because we don't have a lot, we can only give you 10 at most, but don't underestimate it, this thing is very lethal." At this moment, Ningli was sitting on the sofa, and was very nervous. She knew very well that Chinyu was lying with his eyes open. Although there are not many explosives in the camp now, it is not comparable to a box. "Where is the evidence?" Yishuan sneered. Although she could smell the smell of gunpowder, no one could say for sure whether there was only gunpowder in it. "What if these are fake?" As she spoke, Yishuan began to take off the fake skin on her hands, and the wrinkles on her palms disappeared immediately. Chinyu glanced at his watch and whispered, "Wait 2 more minutes." Just when Yishuan and Xiao Jia had no patience to wait any longer, Chinyu smiled and said, "Now." The next second, a loud noise suddenly erupted in the area about a few hundred meters northwest of the group. Then, Xiao Jia rushed out of the room and ran to the rooftop with her friends. Chinyu just stood in front of Yishuan, looking at her calmly. About 3 minutes later, Xiao Jia ran down with her men, her face still pale. At this moment, she could no longer look down on Chinyu. "How is it?" Yishuan turned her head and asked. Such an explosion was indeed beyond her expectations. Xiao Jia took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice, "It's too dark to see clearly, but judging from the fire and dust, this guy blew up a roadside booth, which is much more powerful than ordinary grenades. Do you believe it now?" Chinyu picked up the explosives and handed them to Yishuan. "Aren't you afraid of exposing our position?" Yishuan didn't take it, but just looked at him, with a nameless anger in her eyes, and then she stood up and gritted her teeth and said, "With such a big noise, the zombies around will be attracted over, and the scavengers will definitely find us hiding in here. Look at what you have done now." At the end, Yishuan even pointed at Chinyu's face with her finger, wishing she could skin him alive. Unexpectedly, Chinyu said calmly, "I gave you so many weapons, and there are specially improved fire arrows. If you return and use them to attack my camp, won't it kill a lot of people? So you are forcing us to break up, right?" Yishuan waved her hand, and signaled others to leave. "After all, you said you needed weapons to attack the scavengers, that is, the Helmet Army, so I'm helping you now to avoid more trouble." Ningli also stood up because of the tense atmosphere in the room. She looked at Chinyu's calm appearance and admired him so much. On the way, she was thinking, if she gave these things to a group of strangers, what if they regretted it? But after listening to this, she understood why those people in the camp were willing to follow Chinyu, and they were so good at doing things. With this explosion, the wanderers were directly exposed. Even if these people wanted to hide weapons, they would have to fight. But Ningli was still worried about how she and Chinyu would leave the hospital later. At least for now, the woman looked a little angry. "What's tied to the arrow?" Yishuan knew that she was destined to have a restless night, so she looked at the backpack. Chinyu took it out and handed it to her, saying calmly, "There is pine resin and a small amount of charcoal in it. After the fuse is lit, it will burn violently within 2 seconds. Then Qin Yu pointed to the silver material wrapped around the arrow body. This is tin foil, which can prevent the flame from burning the arrow body in a short time. Because the weight has changed due to the addition of something, in order not to affect the range, they can only be fired with specific bows and arrows, and 7 can be fired at a time. After hearing this, Yi Shulan found that there were some grooves on the arrowhead, and then she wanted to reach out and touch it, but Qin Yu's words scared her. If you think your life is too long, just touch it. After saying this, Yi Shulan gritted her teeth and put down the arrow. The footsteps outside became more and more chaotic, and everyone took up their weapons and prepared to fight. They crowded in the corridor at the door, waiting for the dean to give orders. Yi Shulan stood up, and although there was still a smile on her face, it was a little colder than before. Two friends, since today is a foregone conclusion, please stay here for a while. Hearing this, Qin Yu, although he had prepared in advance, still felt disappointed. He whispered, the things have been delivered, the transaction is completed, why do you want to stay longer? I'm afraid you can't choose. Yi Shulan glanced at Ningli, snorted coldly and prepared to walk out. At this moment, a very cold and emotionless voice sounded behind her. Are you sure? Yi Shulan stopped after she finished speaking. Why do I feel that the air in the house is not very good? How about you open the window to ventilate? Qin Yu walked to the sofa and sat down, leaning on it with his hands crossed, with a playful smile on his face. Unless you grow wings out of thin air, I want to see how you leave here. Yi Shulan glanced at the watch of the person next to her. Anyway, those people couldn't come over in a short time, so she nodded to Xiao Jia. Seeing the instructions, Xiao Jia turned around, walked over, opened the curtains, pushed open the window, and then faced everyone. The people in the room looked at each other, confused. Nothing? Hee. Yi Shulan laughed. I visit your camp after I've dealt with the scavengers. After saying this, Ningli looked at her and gritted her teeth and said, you really have bad intentions. Pa! As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Shulan slapped Ningli in the face with her backhand, and a handprint appeared on her right cheek. Noisy! Then Yi Shulan raised her foot and wanted to kick Ningli, who was lying on the sofa, but the next second, the figure next to her quickly stood up and blocked it. With a muffled groan, Qin Yu punched Yi Shulan's feet with his left hand, and then said expressionlessly, let your people take the torches and retreat, turn off the flashlights, blow out the candles, and then weigh your identity. Chapter 833. After the punch, Yi Shulan couldn't help but take several steps back. Fortunately, she was supported by someone so that she didn't fall. At this moment, her heart seemed to be stirred by a huge wave. The punch from the man in front of her, even through the shoes, still made her feet numb, and even felt a faint pain. Qin Yu glanced at the faces in the room, who were staring at him angrily, and said calmly, in the doomsday, although I usually don't attack women, if I push you to the limit, I don't mind making you bleed like a river. As the last sentence was said, the room fell silent. Although Qin Yu looked very calm, his heart began to pound. At this moment, the roar of many motorcycles seemed to be heard on the street, and in the silent night, it seemed to be magnified several times. Do as he says? Yi Shulan was originally very confident, but she was frightened by Qin Yu's calmness. Adhering to the principle of just in case, she still couldn't ignore it. When the others left, the candles went out, and the room instantly returned to darkness. Almost instantly, 3 red laser lines hit Xiao Jia's front, which was particularly eye-catching. Then Qin Yu continued, unless you are confident that you can hide here for the rest of your life, I don't mind letting you taste the taste of a sniper rifle. Ningli was slapped in the face. She covered her right face, but she was unusually calm, because she knew that she must not do anything reckless at this time. Ningli was naturally unaware of Qin Yu's actions, and now she also understood the role of those laser toy pins. At this moment, she knew why she brought this thing out. In a way, the red laser is indeed like the infrared aiming in the movie. Of course, if you look closely, you may find some flaws. But Qin Yu is very clear about one fact, that is, most people are in contact with firearms for the first time in the doomsday, let alone sniper rifles. Sure enough, the girl named Xiao Jia subconsciously stood still and did not move, and her legs began to tremble. Having seen too much killing, she did not doubt the truth at all. Seeing that Yi Shulan didn't say anything, Qin Yu didn't have much confidence, and then he pulled Ningli and walked out. I'm leaving now, let's see who dares to stop me. When they reached the door, several women were still blocking outside. Just when Qin Yu was about to grab the weapon and hold Yi Shulan hostage behind him, she chose to step back. Let them go. As the people dispersed, Qin Yu stopped and turned his head to ask, where are our weapons? Hearing this, Yi Shulan took advantage of the night to look at him, then turned her head and gave a few instructions. Half a minute later, the woman from before appeared with a pistol and a dagger. Chinyu took it, checked it, and put it in his pocket, smiling. "It's a pleasure to cooperate, but it's blocked now. You have to take us out safely." 10 minutes later. On a deserted street, Chinyu and Ningli climbed out of the sewer. Xiaojia looked at them with extreme resentment, and then prepared to close the lid. "Wait. What else are you going to do?" Xiaojia wore a zombie mask and gritted her teeth. Chinyu ignored her and said 4 license plate numbers. "What the hell?" Xiaojia was slightly stunned. "The people on these 4 motorcycles killed 2 of your partners, and one of them had 2 moles on his right chest." Xiaojia's eyes were erratic, and she instantly thought that these were the 2 teammates who had been missing for a week. She looked up at Chinyu, said something in a low voice, and then closed the lid. "Thank you." Chinyu shook his head slightly, looked around, and took a look at the hand-drawn map given by those people. The zombies around were far away. In the moonlight, Chinyu found that they seemed to be blocked by the barbed wire, and could not come over here. So Chinyu took Ningli to the evacuation point. About a few dozen meters away, he whispered, "Sorry, I made you suffer." Ningli shook her head slightly. "It's okay, it's nothing." "Did you know that these people were problematic from the beginning?" Hearing this, Chinyu walked to a wall, his knees against the wall, his hands crossed, and motioned her to climb up first. After Ningli climbed over the wall, Chinyu took a running start and climbed over it just as neatly. Then Chinyu explained. He had revealed that the man was not a doctor before, so I guessed that they had never touched a sniper rifle. "Neither had I," Ningli whispered. After walking for a few more minutes, the 2 encountered a dozen zombies and hid behind a trash can. Then Ningli turned her head and looked behind her, and continued, "I think from the current point of view, we should be at a loss, because carrier pigeons are equivalent to disposable after all. But at a critical moment, they may be able to save lives." Chinyu pondered for a moment and gave an answer. Because this time Chinyu temporarily planned to let the wanderers fight with the scavengers, he did not confirm it until the truck was about to reach the county town, so the subsequent plan was temporarily changed. The tube of explosives was also prepared in advance. At first, he planned to hide it on his body, and fight to the death with those people when they fell out. From the beginning, Chinyu did think about taking the pigeon and not going back. After all, there was a trap buried outside the camp. Even if someone wanted to attack, it would definitely not be that easy. However, just as the woman said, Chinyu also knew that it was better to have more allies than more enemies in the apocalypse. And after what happened before, Chinyu didn't want to face those who secretly wanted to attack again. After all, no one was a very powerful person, they just survived together in the apocalypse. The previous community was broken up, and everyone finally gathered together again, but even so, some people died. Chinyu paused, patiently waiting for the zombies on the street ahead to go away, and then said, "At present, we need to spend 2 very important months, which is related to whether we can grow rice and build a small hydropower station. At this critical juncture, it is really not appropriate to fight with other survivors." Hearing this, Ningli understood everything. So, instead of a deal, it is actually equivalent to giving these people good things so that they will not come to trouble us, right? Although Chinyu didn't want to admit it, he nodded. There is no harm in taking a step back occasionally. Secondly, in order to prevent those people from counterattacking us, I decided to make a small explosion temporarily to let the 2 groups fight first. No matter what the final result is, either the wanderers or the scavengers will suffer heavy losses, and it will take at least half a year to recover. Speaking of this, Chinyu's eyes revealed a firmness. By then, the savior sect should also appear again. In order to survive, the nearby forces must work together. Chapter 834. The explosions were getting smaller and smaller, but occasionally there would be loud explosions. The zombies outside gradually walked away, and Chinyu walked out with Ningli. He stood on the street, looked up at the moon, and murmured, "It seems that tonight is destined to be a sleepless night." After receiving the phone, the 3 began to run out of the city. Even in the middle of the night, they did not stop to rest. When they arrived near the truck, there were indeed not too many zombies gathered this time, only about 7 or 8. Chinyu whistled, drew out his dagger, and rushed forward with Ningli. After killing 4 of them, Chinyu grabbed Ningli and quickly retreated. Then he pushed Yufeng and said in a deep voice, "The rest is up to you." "So many?" Yufeng was startled, holding the knife in his hand and hesitating. "I don't think I can beat them." Chinyu ignored him, but took Ningli back a few steps and hid behind an abandoned car. Seeing this, Yufeng gritted his teeth, glanced at the bus parked in the middle of the road, and ran straight to the door. Killing them one by one would definitely not work. He could only use himself to attract the zombies, and try to make them line up in a straight line. Because Yufeng was not like an adult, who could grab the zombies by their collars to kill them. Once they rushed up at the same time, the weight of the zombies alone would be enough to hold him down. If there was no gun to help, he would definitely die. Chinyu stood behind the abandoned car, calmly watching him move around in the bus, and at the same time tied his seat belt to the aisle seat to stop the zombies from attacking. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded with some relief. At least this kid knew how to use the tools around him to help. After all, there were 4 zombies, and they were infected by adults. Most people couldn't kill them at the same time, let alone a 12-year-old child. The reason for doing this was that Chinyu wanted to see his potential and his determination to change. Once he was equipped with a gun, Chinyu had to ensure that there would be no potential danger. Fortunately, there were no zombies here, otherwise Yufeng would definitely not be able to enter like this. Using the escape hammer, Yufeng desperately smashed the window, but the glass did not move at all. Chinyu frowned slightly and shouted coldly, "Smash the corner." With this reminder, Yufeng also reacted and followed suit. Because he just shouted, another zombie came towards the two of them. Seeing this, Ningli turned around and said, "I go." When she just approached, she also saw the general appearance of the zombie, and immediately stopped and gradually retreated. Ningli pulled Chunyu's arm and whispered, "Why do I feel that looks a bit like one of our own?" At the end of her speech, there was a tremor in her voice. Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and frowned slightly. "You saw it wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu stepped forward and killed it. As the body fell to the ground, Chinyu moved to the side and saw the face of the zombie clearly. It was just a zombie wearing a black vest. The difference was that there were people wearing this clothes in the camp. Walking back to Ningli, Chinyu continued to look at the bus and whispered, "You seem to be afraid of seeing acquaintances turn into zombies and appear in front of you. Why?" Ningli was silent and did not answer him. "Forget it. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, but I hope you understand that no matter how familiar someone was, once infected, they are no longer the person you knew before, and you must not be soft-hearted." Well, the bus was extremely dangerous. For zombies were stuck in the aisle, trying desperately to grab Yufeng, and even the seat belts made a creaking sound. At this moment, Yufeng's disadvantages of being young and inexperienced were reflected. He had no idea how strong the seat belts were, and subconsciously rushed over to kill them. However, due to the dim light, he did not notice the luggage under his feet at the first time, and was tripped on the spot, and fell directly on the aisle, that is, in front of the zombies, almost within a stone's throw. Seeing this, Ningli's heart tightened. Chinyu shook his head slightly, kicked the street lamp pole behind him with his right foot, and rushed over like a cheetah. Quickly standing outside the window, he slapped the bus with a bang, attracting the zombies to retreat. Killing them one by one with a dagger, Ningli also ran to the bottom of the window that Yufeng had just smashed, ready to reach out and catch him jumping down. Seeing this, Chinyu used the zombie's clothes to wipe the blood off the dagger, and snorted coldly, "Is he lame or disabled? Do he need your help?" This made Ningli very embarrassed, so she had to take 2 steps back. Jumping down from the window, Yufeng walked in front of Chinyu with his head down. Because he had just sprained his foot, he was still lame at this time. "You can scold me." Chinyu looked at him quietly without saying anything. After a few seconds, he turned and walked towards the truck. "Why?" Yufeng felt a little aggrieved. He looked at Chinyu's back and questioned him. "What? Are you not convinced?" Chinyu stopped, his tone without any emotion. Yufeng gritted his teeth, shed a tear, and said, "When we were training in the camp before, it was daytime, and as long as the terrain was open and I had an iron rod in my hand, I could kill no less than 6 zombies. It's night now, I'm not familiar with the surrounding environment, and I'm completely at a disadvantage." When he said the last sentence, Yufeng shouted it out in a roaring tone. He couldn't figure it out. Although he couldn't compare to the adults in the camp, which of those children was as capable as him? If all the children were thrown into the city, or even in the wild, then Yufeng was sure that he would be the only one who could survive. He was confident that he would win even against Zhang Rui. Chinyu sighed with disappointment, and then walked towards the truck. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Ningli stepped forward to hold Yufeng's arm, and said softly, "You shouldn't yell at Brother Qin like this. I can feel his good intentions for you, second only to Brother Zhang's daughter. If this method is considered helping me, then I will die one day." Yufeng had tears in his eyes, turned his head to look to the right, and even his lips were bitten red. Hearing this, Ningli put her arm around Yufeng's shoulders and walked forward, then said, "What you said before, does it mean that as long as it is daytime, you can kill these 4 zombies?" Yufeng did not answer, but silence has given the answer. The next second, Ningli patted his shoulder with her right hand and said faintly, "But the doomsday is not only daytime. One day, you will go to a strange place. Even if you can run very fast, what if the people around you can't run? Are you going to leave them to die?" Chapter 835. These words hit Yufeng's heart like a heavy hammer, making him unable to calm down for a long time. Recalling the scene of Ruijia standing in front of him with her hands on her waist, warning him seriously to cherish this opportunity, Yufeng's eyes moistened. Since his family died, he wandered alone in this apocalypse, and even had his little finger chopped off. It can be said that Yufeng has not felt the warmth from humanity for a long time. The former nameless aunt and Wang Tianhai both pulled him back from the edge of sin. And everyone in the camp is doing well. Yufeng turned his head and wiped away his tears with his arm, and continued to look to the left, his eyes revealing a firmness. "Sister Ning, can you help me drag out those bodies?" Hearing this, although Ningli had no strength because she didn't eat much, she still nodded happily. Then the two of them stood on the street and got busy quickly. Qinyu sat in the driver's seat, looking at the two of them expressionlessly, but if you look closely, you will find that a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. About 10 minutes later, Yufeng, with the help of Ningli, attracted 5 zombies again. Because the number was greater than that, Ningli wore a zombie's skin and took the opportunity to sneak attack one. This time, when Yufeng led the zombies into the bus, he quickly scanned under the seats and above his head to ensure that he would not be disturbed. He stood on the seat, looking at the fluttering zombies, holding a dagger, taking a deep breath, and then killing them one by one. Time passed by, and after Yufeng completed the test, he jumped out of the window again. Although Yufeng's heartbeat was very fast, his face was very excited. The two returned to the truck, but found that Qinyu was still resting with his eyes closed, and had no intention of leaving. Seeing this, Ningli thought it was difficult to walk at night, so she didn't say much, and then got into the back seat and leaned against the window to sleep. Because they were in the car, there were zombies wandering around, which could scare away the survivors, so no one was on guard tonight. After all, no one would be stupid enough to come out to search for supplies in the middle of the night, and secondly, approach the truck surrounded by zombies. The next morning, just after 6 in the morning, Qinyu woke up on time. He took the water bottle and drank 2 sips, then found 2 pieces of dried meat and started chewing. Every time he chewed, it felt like chewing wax, and he didn't feel the joy of eating at all. "Did you wake up so early?" Ningli rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, muttering a little confusedly, "It's raining outside." Qinyu didn't say anything, but handed the bag of food to the back. "There's less and less food to eat." Qinyu chewed the dried meat in his hand, turned his head, and looked out the window and whispered, "We got through the first year smoothly, but I don't know what to do in the second year. I believe in you, and you will definitely lead everyone to live a good life." Ningli waved her hand and said confidently, "I don't even believe in myself." Qinyu smiled slightly and said lightly, "You too, eat quickly, and we will go back and give you a big gift after eating." Hearing this, Ningli was stunned. "What do you mean, we are not leaving today?" Qinyu shook his head slightly. "We have come so far to come here, and we can't just go back like this. Originally, I planned to let the Wanderers lend us dozens of survivors first, so that we can deal with the enemy later." Speaking of this, Qinyu paused, "But because it temporarily promoted their fight with the scavengers, we had to change to another method." "What?" Qinyu pushed open the door and got out of the car, saying, "Cut the grass at its roots." He first twisted his neck, then opened the car, took out the oil barrel and oil pump placed inside, and began to pump out some of the remaining oil. As time goes by, the frequency of using medium-sized trucks is getting less and less, because there are abandoned cars on many roads, and trucks make relatively loud noises when driving. The supplies that can be found are getting fewer and fewer, and basically a van is enough. Last night, when Qinyu and Ningli were sent out by the vagrants, they accidentally found another road that led to the abandoned hospital, which was only a dozen meters away. Although it was blocked by 2 cars, it was almost easy to crash through with the impact of the truck. So at that moment, Qinyu decided that he couldn't just leave like that. At least, he had to make sure that one of the Wanderers or the scavengers was killed. These missions were also a disguised training for Qinyu. After pumping diesel, Qinyu put the oil barrel next to the wall, then walked back and said to the two of them, "Ningli, you are the zombie skin and go find the area with many zombies nearby and write down the location. Xiaofeng, go find some glass bottles, and use them to attract the attention of the zombies, and lead them over here." "Okay." The two nodded, and turned around to act on their own, without asking Qinyu what he was going to do. After watching them leave, Chin-Yu picked up a stone, squatted on the ground, and drew the route in his mind. Chin-Yu was very smart. Although his memory was not as good as Lin Yi's, he still did not forget the road he had just walked last night. Although he was walking in an alley, the nearby streets were deeply engraved in his mind. After reconfirming the route, Chin-Yu got up and went to an abandoned hardware store on the side of the road, found a screwdriver, and then began to dismantle the doors. Put 2 doors at the rear of the truck so that zombies can walk in from the ground. Then Chin-Yu crawled under the truck, searched for a while, and took out the 2 alarm clocks hidden under it. He just sat at the rear of the truck, waiting for Ningli and Yufeng. Although it was dangerous to attract the zombies, Ningli was wearing zombie skin, and Yufeng was thin, so unless they were surrounded, nothing would happen. Secondly, Chin-Yu also wanted to train them more and strive to make some progress. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the first zombie appeared in front of Chin-Yu. This was also the first time Chin-Yu saw humans wearing zombie skins up close, and guided them to walk. When he got closer, Chin-Yu set the alarm countdown, and then threw it into the carriage, then he ran back and hid with the oil drum. Ningli deliberately did not move after approaching the rear of the carriage, pretending to be pushed to the side by the zombies behind her. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm rang, and the zombies began to enter in order. They waited slowly until the last zombie walked in, and the alarm still did not stop. Then Chin-Yu ran over and quickly closed the carriage with Ningli. He first locked the back, then turned his head and ordered, "Go find some clothes and cut the body with a knife." "Okay." Chin-Yu continued to stand here and deal with the zombies attracted by the sound. Chapter 836. A few minutes later, Chin-Yu used the strips of cloth to tie up the compartment and then unlocked it. The alarm inside had stopped, and the zombies gradually returned to silence. "How many are there?" Ningli asked quietly beside him. "About 30 to 50. Chin-Yu turned his head and looked around, then waved to Yufeng, picked up the oil barrel, and then the 3 of them got in the car. Starting the truck, Chin-Yu drove out of the city. The road here was blocked, so he had to take a detour. He didn't know how to drive a truck before, but after practicing a few times, Chin-Yu became familiar with it. The most important thing is that there is no need to take an exam in the Doomsday, and secondly, there is no need to worry about breaking the rules. Of course, for safety, Chin-Yu basically doesn't drive very fast to avoid accidents. Once again, he arrived at the street near the abandoned hospital. Chin-Yu stopped the car, and then went out with a telescope. About half an hour later, he returned and then said, "It seems that the Wanderers won. That Yi Shuan is really not a good person. There are many men in her camp. The scavenger is probably deceived and his head is gone." As he spoke, Chin-Yu handed the paper in his pocket to Ningli and ordered, "Please show me the way later to prevent me from driving in the wrong direction." Hearing this, Ningli looked at it for a while and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "The headquarters of the scavenger organization. Yi Shuan gave it to me." "Ah, she believed you so easily?" "I didn't believe it at first, but they also lost a lot of people. When they heard that I was here to finish off the enemy, they agreed without thinking." After speaking, Chin-Yu still sat in the driver's seat and looked at the rearview mirror from time to time. Just as Ningli and Yufeng were about to ask him why he didn't leave, a sound of running footsteps gradually sounded. Then someone opened the passenger door and climbed in. Ningli turned her head and saw that it was the girl named Xiao Jie from before, but now she had a wound of several centimeters on her face. Although it looked small, it was still very serious for a girl. Xiao Jie's face was red, and she gasped and said, "You are really an animal. You can run so fast in the Doomsday. You are not a human." Hee. Chin-Yu smiled. He was not surprised by her appearance. After all, Yi Shuan would definitely not be relieved. Chin-Yu continued to drive the car and said lightly, "I am not the fastest." Although the experience last night caused some embarrassment to both sides, the relationship has eased, so Chin-Yu's attitude has become better. After about 10 minutes, the truck's fuel was almost empty. Chin-Yu frowned slightly and said, "How far is it?" "It's just around the corner, about a few hundred meters." Hearing this, Chin-Yu stopped the car and said in a deep voice, "You get off first, Ningli, go and light the clothes on the car with a lighter. Remember to light the edges first and let them burn slowly." "Okay." The 3 got off the car and ran to the back. As Ningli stood at the rear of the car and gave a thumbs up, Chin-Yu began to honk the horn frantically, and the noise spread to every corner. About half a minute later, looking at the zombies gradually appearing around him, Chin-Yu began to step on the accelerator to avoid being blocked by the road ahead. When he turned the corner, he saw a huge abandoned hotel in front of him. The outside was blocked by iron sheets, and there were people standing in the camp patrolling, still wearing helmets. The sudden arrival of the truck made those people notice it almost instantly. One of them took off his mask, took the pager hanging next to him, and seemed to say something. A few seconds later, Chinyu drove the truck closer and closer. He took the wooden stick prepared in advance to block the steering wheel, and then pressed the accelerator with a brick. When he drove the car within 50 meters, those people shot directly at the truck, and Chinyu held the door with his left hand and lowered his head to block the bullets. Soon the truck was getting closer and closer to the gate of the scavenger organization. Chinyu saw the opportunity to push open the door, tensed his muscles, and quickly jumped down. After landing, he rolled forward, and the bullet hit the open space behind him almost instantly, almost hitting his waist. Without time to rest, Chinyu ran desperately. Just as he was about to run into an abandoned shop on the side of the road, Chinyu quickly braked, then turned around and raised his middle finger to those people in the distance. A zombie inside the door stretched out his hand and put it on Chinyu's shoulder, then tried to open his mouth to bite, but his neck was held tightly. Chinyu snorted coldly, pulled out a dagger with his right hand and killed it, then disappeared on the street. Boom! The truck ruthlessly crashed into the gate, and the guards lost their balance and fell down. One of them had his arm bones broken out and lay on the ground howling. Just as the scavenger's teammates came to help, dense zombies began to walk in from the hole that was knocked open, and the people on the ground were almost instantly drowned. Chinyu stood in front of the window, watching the countless zombies pouring in. After confirming that those people were powerless, he thought of a way to evacuate. He cut a few holes in the curtains and put them on his body, then stepped back a few steps and squatted on the ground, using a knife to cut the corpse's abdomen and smear the rotten flesh all over his body. The only zombie skin was given to Ningli, so he could only use the old method at this time. Just as he was about to go downstairs and blend into the zombie group, it suddenly started to rain lightly, and after more than 10 seconds, it turned into heavy rain. Seeing this, Chinyu was forced to retreat back to the house to avoid being discovered by the zombies. It was around noon when Chinyu rushed back to the abandoned hospital covered in blood. Unlike before, the yard was now full of corpses, most of which were covered with white cloth. Chinyu's figure climbing over the wall startled everyone, and Ningli thought he was injured, and ran towards him nervously. "I'm fine." Chinyu shook his head slightly, pulled off the curtains on his body, and threw them away, then walked towards Yi Shulan. "So your hunchback is also fake." Yi Shulan stood quietly in the yard, looking at the dozens of corpses in front of her. Her face was very calm, as if she had no grief at all. After hearing Chinyu's voice, she spoke after a few seconds. "If possible, I hope to pretend forever." Chinyu understood that Yi Shulan was reminding him in disguise, or blaming him. "If you think you are developing faster than those people, then you can indeed be an ostrich. When you encounter danger, you just need to bury your head in the sand." Yi Shulan was silent, then turned her head to look at him, and said with a somewhat relieved expression, "Yes, this battle is inevitable after all." At this moment, Chinyu found that Yi Shulan's arm was bandaged, as if she was injured. After thinking for a moment, he waved to Ningli, "Come here." Chapter 837. What's wrong? Ningli trotted over and stood beside Chinyu. "Slap her." "Ah?" Ningli was slightly stunned. Not only her, but all the women in the yard were stunned at this time. Some of the wounded stood up and looked at them angrily. "Hey, what do you mean? Are you crossing the river and destroying the bridge?" Xiao Jia shouted at Chinyu angrily. Hearing this, Chinyu turned around and looked at her, and said lightly, "Why, my people have to take a slap for nothing?" Ningli did not move, but the others gritted their teeth and took a half step inside. Chinyu shook his head slightly and said softly, "Your weapons and ammunition are basically used up at this time. Although there are more than 100 people left, most of them are old, weak, sick and disabled. The number of young people in this courtyard is only in their early 50s, and half of them are injured. In other words, there are more than 20 people who can fight. Whether you believe it or not, it is no problem for me and my teammates outside to kill you at the moment." At this point, Chinyu glanced at them coldly. Although there were a few more men in the Wanderers organization, most of them were injured at this time, so Chinyu planned to vent Ning Li's anger. Yi Shulan stared at Chinyu with extreme resentment, knowing that she had no more cards at this time, so she had to grit her teeth and close her eyes. "I hope you won't regret your actions today." Chinyu ignored her, but nodded slightly at Ningli. Seeing this, Ningli hesitated for a while and whispered, "She is still injured, so let's forget it. That slap is okay, I just treat it as a fall and my face hit the ground." This scene also made others feel relieved. After all, he was their dean. Being slapped in broad daylight was like having shit on his face. The next second, Qingyu kicked Yishuan in the stomach without any warning, causing her to step back several steps and then kneel on the ground in pain, holding her stomach. Then Qingyu said expressionlessly, "If she doesn't want to, I do it for her." "You?" The others were angry and wanted to rush up directly. Qingyu quickly pulled out his pistol and aimed at Yishuan's head, shouting coldly, "Try to move again?" At this moment, the others realized that this young man seemed to have a pistol on him all the time. Although there were not many bullets, it was definitely not difficult to kill their dean. Listen to him." Yishuan panted heavily, sweating from the pain. She raised her right hand and signaled everyone not to act rashly. Afterwards, with Xiujia's help, Yishuan stood up from the ground, gritted her teeth, and looked at Qingyu and said, "I really didn't expect that you would even hit a woman." Qingyu curled his lips. "It's already this late. Why are we still dividing this? Aren't we all survivors? Besides, I never show mercy to my enemies, no matter how pitiful they are." He took a few steps forward, scaring the others to become nervous again. "Don't worry, if I really want to kill your dean, I won't waste my time." As he said that, Qingyu stood in front of Yishuan and said lightly, "If you want to provoke my forces, I will accompany you to the end. No matter how many people are left, I guarantee that none of your people will survive. You don't have to hate me for kicking you, because if you are not a vase, you should know that you have gained more benefits." After saying these words, Qingyu did not stop, called Ningli, and Yufeng turned around and walked towards the gate. The previous movement attracted many zombies in the county town. At this time, there were only a dozen left near the abandoned hospital, which was not a big deal. Looking at the backs of the three of them leaving, Xiaojia was so angry that she turned her head and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Just let them go like this? Kill them!" The others had been waiting for a long time, and were ready to rush out with bows and spears, but were stopped by Yishuan. "You want to rebel, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped. Then Yishuan pushed Xiaojia away and stood up straight. "We did want to imprison him and the girl before, and even planned to eat up their camp. And the girl was really slapped in the face. It was wrong for us to do this, both emotionally and logically. But Dean, you were already injured, and he kicked you." Speaking of this, Xiujia pouted and tears flowed down. Hearing this, Yishuan turned her head and wiped her tears, and said, "If he really wanted to hurt me, he would never kick me in cloth shoes. Didn't you notice that he changed his shoes? If it was sneakers, I would definitely not be able to stand up so easily. Secondly, they did not ask to divide up the scavenger supplies. Maybe this is also a gift for us." At this point, the others reacted instantly, and even looked at the backs of Qingyu and the other two with a hint of gratitude. On the desolate street, Qingyu carried the oil drum and led the two to find an evacuation vehicle. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Although Ningli had no expression on her face, she was still very happy in her heart. "Just help me take care of the camp in the future." Ningli tilted her head and looked at the back of the man in front of her, and said, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I will be out for a while, about 1.5 months." Qingyu walked to the place where he had hidden his shoes before, and took out a plastic bag from it. Then he sat on the side of the road and kicked off his cloth shoes. Seeing this, Ningli and Yufeng were dumbfounded. "So you..." Ningli widened her eyes. Hearing this, Qingyu laughed. "That woman has a bad temper. She dared to arrest people without considering whether we have reinforcements. That kick was just to dampen her spirit." Ningli was also sitting next to him. She glanced at the shoes on the ground and asked curiously, "Brother Chen, how do you know that I wouldn't really slap you back at that time?" Hearing this, Qingyu paused, then smiled and said, "If you hit him back, it proves that I have misjudged you." "But didn't you ask Sister Ning to hit him, Brother Chen?" Yufeng didn't quite understand. "You understand later." Qingyu glanced at him and said earnestly. Then a few of them shuttled through the city, but still couldn't find a car that could be refueled with diesel. Later, it was Yishuan who led people to find them and provided them with a pickup truck. It was at that moment that Ningli and Yufeng realized that Yishuan didn't mind the kick at all, and even thanked them for giving up the scavenger supplies. After returning to the camp, Qingyu led everyone to busy themselves with land reclamation, and didn't dare to rest for a day. Time passed slowly, and more than a month passed in a flash. One afternoon, Qihao pushed the tiller he found, and talked and laughed with Yang Zi along the way. Chapter 838. The barren hill has been cleaned up. Alei went to search for some pesticides to weed. Everyone worked together, and cleared a large area in a few days. Then the soil pile was used to separate it into several plots, and then the tiller was used to loosen the soil. The camp is currently developing better and better. Qin Yu only has a few days left before he goes to Shangguanjing for training. The rice has been successfully germinated, and the next step is to wait for planting. Bye, Brother Hao. Yang Zi waved to Qi Hao, then carried the cut grass and walked towards the breeding area. At this time, Dazhuang was squatting outside the wall, looking at the two of them, his face full of sorrow. What's wrong, Dazhuang? Are you unhappy? Qin Yu stood under the water pipe to wash the mud off his rain boots, and saw the expression of the man next to him, and then asked with some amusement. Hearing this, Dazhuang sighed, and didn't want to continue smoking. Damn, it seems that our cabbage is going to be eaten by pigs. After saying this, Xiaoyin, holding a hoe, looked around and blinked. The cabbage in our camp has not started to be planted yet, and the wild boars can't escape. Hee hee. Qin Yu patted Dazhuang's shoulder, watched Qi Hao change the tiller and continued to walk to the back mountain, and said softly, Actually, Haozi is not bad. He has been much more stable in the past month, and he is not as careless as before. He has started to do a lot of practical things. I think he has changed a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyin shouted, Uncle Haozi is actually a very good person. Although he is a little lustful and likes to peek at me occasionally, that is on the premise that he does not hurt me. Once in the winter, I wanted to take a shower, because it was unsafe and needed to be alert. Uncle Haozi squatted outside for a long time, almost freezing to death without a single complaint. But actually, he could have come closer. Later, when I asked him why he didn't do that, he said that if he got too close, he would hear the sound of the bath water, which was not good. Dazhuang curled his lips. Who knows if what you said is true or not? Xiaoyin put her left hand on her waist, glared at her and said, Why would I lie to you? Humph, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to play with Sister Xiaoning. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran into the camp carrying a hoe. Qin Yu and Dazhuang looked at each other and smiled, and the two of them also walked towards the back door. Nowadays, 2 small hydroelectric power stations have been built in the camp. Although it is not possible for everyone to use daily electrical appliances frequently, every household can use electric lights. From this moment on, everyone's life has been improved again. When Qin Yu returned to the camp, he suddenly shuddered, looked up at the sky and said, Why does it seem to get colder suddenly? Hearing this, Dazhuang also rubbed his arms on both sides, and said with some doubt, It does feel like the temperature is suddenly dropping. Maybe it's going to rain again. Qin Yu didn't think much about it, and went back to his house after parting with Dazhuang. Inside the house, Lin Yi was lying on the sofa reading a book. When she heard Qin Yu changing his shoes, she trotted towards him in her slippers. Qin Yu, that wild goat seems to be giving birth. Really? It looks like we have a treat soon. Qin Yu made a joke and reached out to touch Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi shook his head quickly and said seriously, You can't eat them for now. At least wait until they grow up a little bit. Haha, there are a lot more animals in the camp now. I heard that there are more and more rabbits, right? Yes, yes. Lin Yi took Qin Yu's arm, and they walked towards the living room. Sister Feng just sent a rabbit. I don't know how to kill it. How about you cook it for me? No problem, but you have to help me light the fire. It's a piece of cake. The two chatted about family matters, and started to prepare today's dinner. At present, the camp is on the right track, and the planting area and breeding area are becoming more and more stable, so they started to send supplies to everyone regularly, just like the eggs before, rotating a batch every week. In this way, basically everyone can eat nutritious food, at least they won't have problems with their health due to not taking vegetables for a long time like before. Night fell in the evening. Qin Yu was carefully cutting rabbit meat, when suddenly a thunderclap sounded in the sky. The sudden movement scared Lin Yi. She patted her chest with her little hand, glanced at the shed above her head and muttered, If you don't know, you would think that God is going to rain heavily. The next second, a series of fragmented sounds rang out. Qin Yu smiled, did not respond, and put the cut rabbit meat into the plate. Raindrops fell on the roof, and the sound gradually became louder and louder. 10 seconds later, there was a sudden noise from above, and then something hit the pot on the stove, causing a splash of water. Lin Yi quickly dodged sideways, then she moved her upper body closer to the pot, frowned and said, Qin Yu, look, does this look like hail? At this moment, Qin Yu's eyelids suddenly jumped, and his arms directly protected Lin Yi's head under his body. With a muffled groan, his arm was hit. The two looked at the ground carefully, and found a hailstone the size of an egg, which had fallen to the ground. Then the noise above their heads became louder and louder, and Qin Yu hurriedly took Lin Yi to run into the house, and even did not have time to take the plate of rabbit meat. Almost instantly, there were loud crackling noises around, and there was also a violent storm, and the light became darker, just like it was dark. Many cars in the camp were hit, and the alarm sounded, and the roofs behind some houses were blown everywhere. At this time, everyone stood in the house, looking outside nervously, but no one dared to go out. Because just now someone had discovered that the hail was the size of goose eggs. They attacked like wild beasts, and when they hit the lake, it was like setting off firecrackers. This merciless hail lasted for 2 hours before it stopped, and even the largest one was bigger than an adult's fist. If it hit the head, it would not be a joke at all, and it completely refreshed everyone's cognition. Lenny stood under the eaves, looking at the road outside with tears in her eyes, feeling so distressed. The first hail in the apocalypse? Chin-Yu held her hand, only to feel the coldness in his palm. Such a large-scale natural disaster almost destroyed a large number of facilities in the camp, and even the cars that could be seen with the naked eye had their windows smashed. You have to know that this is not the world before the apocalypse, where there is a place to repair a broken car. In the apocalypse, there are simply not so many materials to repair it. At this moment, Lin Yi thought of something, and her face changed color instantly. No, our breeding area. As soon as she finished speaking, she dragged Chin-Yu to a certain direction in the camp. Not only them, almost everyone ran towards that direction. More than a minute later, everyone looked at the mess in front of them, and their moods were all suppressed to the extreme, and the girls were even more in tears. Chapter 839. It's like going back to the days before liberation again. Wu Rui looked at the fallen roofs with a flashlight, choking with sobs. Feng Yi hugged her shoulders, and sighed, with a worried look on her face. At this moment, one of the ruins seemed to shake suddenly, and Chin-Yu caught this faint detail instantly. Then he waved and shouted, "Hurry, maybe we can still save it." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards the breeding area first. Seeing this, the others followed closely, and worked together to clean up the ruins. About half an hour later, everyone was sweating all over. Although it was already night, no one stopped to rest. Fortunately, only 2 dogs and a few rabbits were killed. The other animals hid well. Chin-Yu counted the number, and found that the loss was not serious, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Lenny led the pregnant wild goat, and said with some fear, "This goat seems to have a lame front leg. Will it affect the baby in its belly?" Hearing this, the old man walked over with a flashlight. He squatted down and looked at it for more than 10 seconds, then stood up and said, "Well, take it to my yard for a checkup. It should be able to be cured. But it may not be able to walk that far." Hearing this, Wang Tianhai raised his hand and shouted, "I get the cart." After saying this, he was about to run, but a thin figure was faster than Wang Tianhai. "Uncle Wang, take a rest." Seeing Yufeng running, Wang Tianhai's eyes were slightly moist, and then he smiled and nodded, "Oh, I know." Just when everyone was in a better mood, Feng Yi and Alei appeared quietly. A closer look revealed that they were holding a pile of smashed green vegetables, and even the leaves were mixed with the soil. Feng Yi burst into tears and said, "The planting area is all ruined. The open-air vegetable plots have been destroyed by hail, and the greenhouses are also in a terrible state." As soon as these words came out, everyone remembered that the vegetables in the camp were more likely to be affected by hail. After all, animals still have a roof to help buffer, but the vegetable fields don't. Seeing that everyone's morale was a little low, Chin-Yu walked towards Feng Yi. He took the vegetables and looked at them, then smiled and said to everyone, "It's okay, we still have seeds, at worst we can just continue to plant. And these vegetables look dirty, but they can be eaten after washing. But there are too many, and now there is no refrigerator, so they can't be kept for a long time." Feng Yi sighed, she knew this truth. Hearing this, Chin-Yu paused, then looked at the 2 dogs that were crushed to death by the roof and now placed on the roadside, and whispered, "In this case, let's have another big dinner. Let's all go back to rest tonight, and then clean up these ruins tomorrow, and eat to our heart's content at night." Early the next morning, everyone got up almost at dawn. Even Sun Han, who had always been very weak, helped. Recently, when Song Chun occasionally went out to find materials, he followed Lin Yi's instructions, and found some more mulberries to bring back for Sun Han to take. It was the end of April, and the beginning of May, and mulberries were ripe at about this time. So when Lin Yi saw the chapter about mulberries in the book, he immediately remembered that eating this thing could promote blood circulation. In addition to animal organs, mulberries are also suitable for people with anemia. After almost a whole day of busy work, they cleaned up the debris in the vegetable garden, and even moved some soil from other places. In the evening, everyone moved out the previous table again, and gathered together to prepare for the dinner. Everyone knew that Chin-Yu and Lin Yi were going to be away for a while, so this should be a rare time for everyone to get together. Although every big dinner in the camp would consume a lot of food, it was not good in theory. But everyone liked the dinner atmosphere in the camp, because no one could say for sure whether the teammates who had dinner together last time would be gone next time. At this moment, everyone stood in a circle with wine glasses in their hands, and even Chinyu poured a glass to celebrate the successful germination of rice. Even though they had just been hit by a huge hailstorm, everyone was not discouraged, because they all understood that, in a way, such a large hailstorm could further reduce the number of zombies outside. After the toast, everyone sat down and enjoyed the rare food in this doomsday. The dog meat had been processed and made into 2 large pots, which were then divided into more than a dozen bowls so that everyone could get a portion. At first, Lenny didn't dare to eat it, but when she tasted it, she was surprised and said, "Dog meat is so delicious." Chinyu picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in the bowl, then looked at the side and smiled. "Although I don't like dog meat, I heard that the meat is really delicious." "Hey, why don't you eat it?" Lenny saw that Chinyu had never picked up dog meat, so he took the initiative to choose a piece for him. "You try it too." Hearing this, Chinyu looked at the delicious dog meat in front of him, was silent for a moment, and then whispered, Although I don't reject eating dog meat, as long as I am not starving to death, I don't want to try it." Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart moved slightly, and then she picked up the piece of meat and put it in her bowl, saying softly, "It's okay, if you don't like it, don't eat it." Chinyu turned his head to look at her, reached out, and touched Lin Yi's hair, and whispered, "When I was a child, I lived on the streets. Although I was often chased by stray dogs, I was saved by a Labrador once. It was raised by a security guard in a certain community. That day, when I went to pick up plastic bottles, a stray big black dog rushed out to chase me. It was because of the help of the old man's dog that I didn't get bitten. But unfortunately, the Labrador died of its injuries." After saying that, Lin Yi bit her lip lightly, then picked up the piece of meat and stretched it to the right. "Sister Yangzi, help me eat it." Put it in the bowl." At this time, Yangzi was wearing disposable gloves and was chewing on the rabbit head, and then she pointed her chin at the bowl in front of her. Then Lin Yi looked to the left again and said firmly, "In that case, I won't eat dog meat anymore." Chinyu blinked and asked curiously, "Why? I didn't ask others not to eat it either." Lin Yi moved the stool to the side, then smiled and said with a slightly red cheek, "This is just my own decision." "Really?" "Yeah." Chapter 840. "If we weren't together, would you try it?" Hearing this, Lin Yi smelled the fragrant meat aroma and nodded, her expression very cute. "Then why don't you want to eat it now?" Lin Yi tilted her head and looked at Chinyu for a long time, then stretched out her little hand and patted his shoulder, smiling. "Maybe it's because you are now my dearest husband." As soon as these words came out, the conversations of the crowd instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at Lin Yi. As the person involved, she was even more shy and lowered her head to pretend to eat the food in the bowl, and her neck and ears instantly turned red. 3 days later, at 10 o'clock in the morning. At the camp gate, Chinyu carried 2 bags of luggage into an SUV, including clothes for changing and some food, and of course, water. After all, it was almost 200 kilometers to Shang Wanjing's place. There were too many zombies in the doomsday, and it was definitely impossible to get there in one day unless you took the highway. At this time, Lin Yi stood by the car and whispered to the girls, and finally hugged each other. Finally, Lin Yi looked at Feng Yi and smiled. "Sister Feng, don't cry, I'm not coming back. We have lived together for so long, and today is the first time we are separated. It's okay for me to be sad." Feng Yi sniffed and said with red eyes. Following that, Feng Yi looked at Chinyu and said seriously, "I will leave Sister Lin to you, and you must bring her back intact." "Definitely." Chinyu nodded solemnly. He knew the relationship between Lin Yi and Feng Yi very well. After all, it was with her protection that Lin Yi, Zhang Yin, and Xiao Shi lived in that community. Although they couldn't do without the help of Dazhuang's sister in the end, it was also thanks to Feng Yi's mediation. Alei walked to Chinyu, looked at him and whispered, "Are you sure you don't need me to take you there?" After that, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin also came up, their brows slightly frowned, and it seemed that they wanted to say the same thing as Alei. Chinyu hugged the 3 of them, then took 2 steps back and said, "Only when the young eagle leaves the shelter can it fly better in the sky. Come on, I'm rooting for you." Xiao Jiao clenched his fist and bumped it with Chinyu, and then the 2 touched shoulders. Zhang Yin finally spoke, pointing to the bird cage on the car, and said seriously, "If anything happens, remember to let us know. If nothing else, we can still solve a lot of problems for you." "Thank you, it's thoughtful. We still have to talk about this." Zhang Ying waved his hand. Suddenly, a figure rushed over and hugged Chen Yu's waist, then sobbed and said, "Brother Chen Yu, I will miss you and Sister Lin." Chen Yu touched Zhang Rui's head, then squatted down and held her shoulders, and said gently, "Listen to your father. I have also discussed with teacher Lily recently. I will reduce the number of homework in the future, and try to let you practice more." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Rui suddenly felt wronged again, hugging Chen Yu's shoulders, and refusing to let go. In her cognition, she and her father had been following Chen Yu from the beginning, so that they could live steadily until now. Although she was also very sad when Chen Yu fell off the bridge a year ago, she held back her tears. After being together for so long, Zhang Rui really didn't want to part. Chen Yu gently patted Zhang Rui's shoulder, and then continued to coax her, saying that he was just going out for further studies and would be back in a while. Lenny had already gotten into the car, leaning against the window, and telling Xiao Ning and Wu Rui something, mostly about precautions for treating wounds. Old Bai and Jean Linfu also stood by and listened carefully. Although they didn't need it much at the moment, they didn't give up the opportunity to learn. In the last few minutes, Chen Yu said something to De Zhuang and Yang Zi, then said goodbye to everyone and prepared to get in the car. At this moment, a white puppy ran over, barking non-stop. Hearing the familiar voice, Lenny pushed open the car door in surprise and walked out. Then she squatted on the ground, picked up the dog, and poked its head with her finger, scolding, "You little guy, the door was closed, and you still ran out. You deserve to be beaten." After the voice fell, Lin Yi gently patted Xiaobai's, but with her little hand. At this time, Xiaobai was very lively, and kept rubbing his head against her palm. Seeing this, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little bit sorry, and then she turned her head to look at Chen Yu, looking eager. Seeing this, Chen Yu smiled and said, "Take it with you. It's just right for you to stay with it for a while, and it can protect you in the future." Lin Yi stood up with Xiaobai in her arms, and said happily, "This dog seems to be a Samoyed. I only recognized it when it was 3 months old. It's really getting cuter the more I look at it. I guess it will run faster than me when it encounters danger in the future." As soon as these words came out, Xiaobai seemed to understand and howled a few times. The two got into the car, Chen Yu waved to everyone, and then drove the fully fueled SUV towards the gate. In the camp, De Zhuang looked at the rear of the car, sighed and said, "With the last gasoline and the only intact car, we can only go out on foot to search for supplies." Hearing this, Xiao Jiu put his hands in his pockets and said, "It's not a big problem. If it doesn't work, we can drive without a windshield. Let's go. We be busy next. Do you know how to grow rice? You have to ask Sister Feng." The car was about to drive out of the bridge. Chen Yu stretched out his left hand from the window and raised his thumb again, then stepped on the accelerator and drove straight forward. Panyawan Camp, 6 p.m. In a dilapidated house in the slums, an oil lamp was lit, and several people were sitting around a simple table. The man sitting under the window, holding a wrinkled cigarette in his hand, looked out the window with a melancholy look. There were subtle conversations in the house, and from time to time one of the girls would look at the man. A few minutes later, Li Yao closed the notebook in front of her and whispered, "Sister Qian, I have remembered these, and will pass them on to others next." "Well, then I'm relieved." Qian tidied the hair by her ears, then stood up from the stool. "Then Ah Hao, and I will go back first and wait for your good news." After that, she called Lin Hao, and the two left the slum. At this time, Li Yao was still sitting there without moving, staring at their backs. Of course, if you insist, she was actually looking at Qian alone. Feeling someone pulling the corner of her clothes, Li Yao turned her head to the left and frowned slightly. "Is there something wrong?" Hearing this, Fang Xian couldn't suppress her excitement. She put one hand to her mouth, and then whispered to Li Yao's ear, "Sister Yao Yao, are our good days coming soon?" Chapter 841. Li Yao did not answer. She stood up and said to the people next to her, "Please send us out first." The two men standing in the corner nodded, opened the door and walked out. "Let's go, let's leave here first." Li Yao took Fang Xian's hand and nodded to the man she met last time in the room, as a farewell. After leaving the slums, Li Yao sent the two men away, saying that she wanted to go to the beach. Since coming to Pawnee Bay here, Li Yao can't remember how many days it has been. She feels that it is 5 months, or half a year, or even a year. Here, except for those in the high-end area, people basically cannot use electronic devices, so Li Yao has no idea how many days have passed. But fortunately, Lin Hao knew the date she registered when she entered Pawnee Bay, and he only needed to take a look later to find out. At this moment, Li Yao, wearing a baseball cap and with her hair tied into a ponytail, walked alone on the beach. Her figure looked a little lonely against the backdrop of dusk. Fong Xian looked at her for a while, then ran towards her. "Sister Yao Yao, are you worried about something?" Hearing this, Li Yao turned her head to look at the innocent girl next to her, sighed slightly, then turned around, looked in a certain direction and murmured, "Nothing, I just miss home." Hearing this, Fong Xian looked around to make sure that no one else could hear, and then whispered, "Sister Yao Yao, since the supplies are ready, why don't we just sneak out?" Before she finished speaking, Li Yao directly covered her mouth and shook her head. "We have our own way in this matter, remember not to mention it to anyone." Then Li Yao took her to a rock and sat down, saying, "Brother Lin Hao told me before that the survivors here can leave at will, and the people of Pawnee Bay will not pursue them. But the problem is not that simple." What do you mean?" Since Fong Xian came into contact with Li Yao, her life has been getting better and better. At least, she doesn't need to deal with coal every day like before, and she has clean water to wash every day. Li Yao pondered for a while, and then told a secret. 2 months ago, a fat woman said she couldn't stay here any longer and prepared to leave Panyawan with a few people. Do you still remember the scene at that time? Fong Xian thought carefully for a few minutes and then said, when they left, Panyawan gave everyone a watch, and they didn't need to redeem points, which was really good. Do you think the people in Panyawan are very good? Li Yao was silent for a moment, and suddenly said something shocking. Do you think that those people are leaving and can get a batch of supplies, which is simply a great thing? Isn't it? Fong Xian grabbed the sand at her feet and threw it towards the beach, as if she didn't understand the meaning of her words. After the voice fell, Li Yao stared at the sea level and said expressionlessly, "What if I told you that the 5 of them disappeared after leaving Pawnee Bay?" Then, under Fong Xian's puzzled eyes, Li Yao slowly continued. "The fat woman and I had a conflict. Although she was cured at that time, she was already disfigured. Afterwards, I felt a little sorry for her, so I asked Lin Hao to help get a compass, and planned to borrow the staff to give it to her. It took me half a month to find out about this. It turns out that Lin Hao put a tracker in it, like this." After saying that, Li Yao took out his hand from his pocket and placed it in front of Fong Xian. What came into view were 2 capsule-shaped electronic devices, one of which was still flashing a faint red light. Seeing this, Fong Xian pinched them with her fingers and asked curiously, "Is this the legendary locator?" "Yes." Li Yao nodded and continued, "According to Lin Hao, this kind of locator seems to have only one working properly, and the other one is actually auxiliary to ensure that it will not fail. When using them, they need to be used together, and within a distance of 50 meters. That is to say, if 2 people carry trackers at the same time, one of them will think his is a fake." "I don't quite understand." Fong Xian blinked. Seeing this, Li Yao remained patient and explained, "In simple terms, the auxiliary tracker is also good, but someone needs to be within a kilometer to activate it with a special instrument." As soon as this was said, Fong Xian understood instantly and said in surprise, "I understand. If someone thinks his tracker is fake, then he won't worry about exposing his tracks, but he will still be discovered in the end? That's about it." Li Yao said with a serious expression, "The compass in the fat woman's bag is real, but her teammate put a fake one in his bag." Just then, a man's voice suddenly appeared behind the 2 girls, and Fong Xian jumped up from the stone in a flash. Their signal disappeared without any warning. Li Yao turned around and nodded slightly at Lin Hao. "You're here. Where's Sister Qian? Why didn't she follow you?" Hearing this, Lin Hao ignored Fong Xian's resentful look, squatted on the stone, and then took out a cigarette box from his pocket. Li Yao originally thought that he would still hold the wrinkled cigarette, but suddenly found that it seemed to have become new. The next second, Lin Hao took out a lighter, lowered his head to light it, and took a deep puff. "Damn, I'm dying of suffocation." Seeing this, Li Yao frowned slightly and said, "If Sister Shaolin knew that you failed to quit smoking, she would definitely be disappointed." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Hao turned his head and blew a smoke ring to the right, which immediately made Fong Xian wave her little hand, blushing and holding her breath, and walked away. "If I don't do this well, I might have to move to another place. What's the point of quitting smoking? If I don't even have a cigarette to smoke before I die, how miserable it would be." While talking, Lin Hao had already finished most of the cigarette in his hand. The time was up. The solar street lights on the beach lit up, and there was some light around. Li Yao sat next to him, turned her head and looked at him for a while, and whispered, "Can you take off the blindfold and let me see?" Hearing this, Lin Hao curled his lips, and then took off the belt with his left hand. Looking at the shocking scar, Li Yao felt very uncomfortable, but she still said with some heartache, "It must have been painful at that time. In fact, if there was no eye patch, I should have been able to see that you looked very similar to Sister Xiaolin at first glance." Lin Hao continued to wear it, and did not tell her that his eyes were not blind. Not only her, but no one else in the world knew it except Lin Hao himself. The reason for this is that Lin Hao needs to quickly gain Niukin's trust, and going through fire and water for the other party, even seriously injured and disabled, will gain more trust. Chapter 842. With power, Lin Hao can find his sister faster. After all, money has no meaning now. But Lin Hao had nothing but money before. It's all in the past. Lin Hao shook his head, and took out the second cigarette to light. Li Yao stretched out her hand to block it and whispered, "Can you not smoke? I don't like the smell of cigarettes." But at this time, Lin Hao couldn't listen. He said self-deprecatingly, "It's the end of the world. Men only have those hobbies. If you don't even smoke, are you still a man?" As he said this, he lowered his head and prepared to continue pressing the lighter, but when he heard Li Yao's next sentence, he stopped. "Sister Xiaolin and I once knew a man who didn't smoke, didn't like drinking, and didn't play around." Hearing this, Lin Hao looked at the beach in front of him and the sound of the seawater splashing, put away the lighter, and asked curiously, "Oh, it sounds pretty good, huh?" Hearing this, Li Yao corrected him seriously. "He is really good, not just in terms of sound." "Who knows? I haven't seen him." Lin Hao didn't care. Li Yao pointed at herself and asked Lin Hao, "Do you think I'm pretty?" After saying this, Lin Hao got off the stone and stood in front of her. He looked at Li Yao's face and figure in the light of the street lamp. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Pretty, of course not as good as my sister, but also a rare beauty. If Brother Chen hadn't had health problems recently, you probably wouldn't have escaped." Li Yao did not show any emotion, but said calmly, "I was wearing a bath towel, and my thighs were almost half exposed, but when I appeared in front of him, he turned around almost instantly, leaving his back to me." Lin Hao widened his eyes and asked in confusion, "Is that guy really a man?" In fact, Lin Hao's reaction was so big mainly because the world has changed now. In the Doomsday, it can be said that those things are everywhere. Even in the Panyawan camp, such places exist openly. Li Yao laughed at herself. "In fact, I was ready to give myself to him at that time." Hearing this, Lin Hao seemed to have grasped the key point. He frowned and said, "What is the relationship between that man and my sister?" "Don't worry, they were not together at that time, otherwise I would never deliberately test him. You answer me first." Lin Hao waved his hand. Li Yao paused, and then said truthfully, "Maybe now, they are really together, which is good. Sister Xiaolin deserves it, and Qin Yu is also worthy of it." At this time, Lin Hao became more and more curious about the name Li Yao said, but he had no way to leave. Once Mu Chen found out that he ran away, he would definitely find out soon. In addition, the development of Pawnee Bay was not weak, and the tracker was very easy to use. Alas, I hope Xiaoyi can be happy every day. As a brother, although Lin Hao subconsciously disliked Qin Yu, he could do nothing about it. He couldn't fly over so far away. Seeing that time was getting late, Lin Hao took Li Yao and Fong Xian back to his villa and invited them to dinner. After all, compared to the food that other people eat, Lin Hao's food can be described as a full banquet. At the table, Lin Hao watched the two of them eat rice in big mouthfuls, and continued to bring up the previous topic. Those few people seemed to disappear in an instant, and the people I sent out looked around but couldn't find them. At this point, Lin Hao nodded slightly to the person next to him and said, "Crazy, you come and explain to them." Hearing this, Crazy took a napkin and wiped his mouth, then said, "There were no zombies where the signal disappeared last, the footprints on the ground were complete and not messy, and there were no signs of fighting around. We found a car that was burned to a shell 300 meters away. The serial number on the frame confirmed that it was driven out of Pawnee Bay." After Fong Xian finished eating, he took a sip from the water cup and asked, could they abandon the car and plan to walk? Lin Hao was resting his left leg on the chair next to him, enjoying the massage from Shishua. He closed his eyes and said lazily, "There are zombies everywhere, and maybe there are people. Will you get out of the car and walk?" Hearing this, Li Yao said softly, "Those who can be here should be people you trust, so just speak frankly. If there is really something, Xin, as the descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family, must be very important." At this point, Li Yao also turned his head to look at the girl sitting on the right, and said with a somewhat complaining tone, "You told me that your father used to be a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and so did your grandfather and great-grandfather. Why didn't you tell me?" Fong Xian blushed slightly, stuck out her tongue and smiled. You didn't ask, and besides, in the doomsday, I am a little girl, and I said that I came from a traditional Chinese medicine family, and no one would believe it, right? And if I'm caught by bad guys, they lock me up, control my personal freedom, and ask me to treat this and that all day long. I might as well die by hitting my head against the wall. Lin Hao squinted at her, curled his lips and said, if you want to kill someone, there should be many ways, right? After saying this, Fong Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, looked at the opposite side and said, well, if you have to say it this way, it is true, you just need to insert the needle deeper into certain acupuncture points, or insert it crookedly. What are the details? Lin Hao seemed to be more interested in these things. He motioned Xiaoxue to leave, and he sat up and continued to ask. Hearing this, Fong Xian closed her mouth and turned to look at Li Yao, as if asking for her opinion. Li Yao shook her head slightly. If you want to say it, just say it. If you don't want to say it, it's okay. I believe Brother Lin Hao won't embarrass you. After the voice fell, Fong Xian looked at the large table of food in front of her and whispered, if I tell you, can we take these food away later? Whatever. Fong Xian thought for a moment, then turned around and sat sideways on the chair, then pointed to the point below the back of her head, about level with the lower edge of her ear, in the middle. This is Feng Fu. This acupuncture point is used most of the time to treat diseases. Because it is on the head, the deeper part of this acupuncture point is full of nerve tissue. If it is pierced too deeply, it will be very serious. After saying that, Fong Xian sat down again. What will happen if it is really pierced? Lin Hao asked again. Well, it will probably stop breathing instantly, injure the medulla oblongata, and then cause death. Fong Xian spread his hands and said, it is very important to master the shallowness and depth of acupuncture, and you must also be familiar with the acupuncture points. Chapter 843. Then do you know acupuncture? Hearing Lin Hao's words, Fong Xian proudly put her hands on her waist, waved her right fist and said, except for my great-grandfather, I am the most talented person in our family. If the world hadn't suddenly come to an end, I wouldn't have shown up until now. As for acupuncture, as long as it's not some extremely rare and difficult and complicated disease, I have no problem. Is it that good? Li Yao didn't have much contact with it, so she didn't know much about it. She just knew that Chinese medicine was magical. Of course. Fong Xian put her hand on Li Yao's thigh and said seriously, my ancestors were very powerful. Then come over and give me 2 needles. I have been having severe headaches lately. Lin Hao hooked his finger at the other side when he heard it. Fong Xian said bitterly, not now. Lin Hao was not happy. Why? I don't have the right silver needle now. Fong Xian thought of what happened in the past, and her eyes turned red as she said, we finally escaped. Our family's car overturned, and the small passenger car fell off the cliff. I was lucky to escape because I was driving my sports car behind. There are too many zombies chasing behind. I can't even save them. Li Yao held her little hand tightly, comforted her for a few words, and then asked, can you drive before you reach adulthood? It's just that I can't get a driver's license. Fong Xian whispered, we live in the mountains. Except for those rich people who come to ask for medicine, we don't usually come into contact with outsiders, so it's okay to drive occasionally. Then why don't you go find it? It's quite convenient to find silver needles in some places, right? Lin Hao looked at the time and said, then called Xiaoya and Xiaoxue over, collected the bones on the table, and took them to the backyard to feed to Anchuan. If I go to find these things, then others will know my identity. What if I am captured? Hearing this, Lin Hao glanced at her and said, if you need it, I can find some silver needles for you. Wait until later, no rush, wait until your next plan is completed. Fong Xian knew that they were going to do something recently, so she was also looking forward to it. If they really overthrew the rule of Pani Bei and achieved equality for everyone, then they would definitely live well here. Even if Li Yao wants to leave, Fong Xian is willing to follow her, but at least she can enjoy it for a while first. Lin Hao touched the tip of his nose and met Li Yao's eyes. He knew what she was thinking, and then said, we suspect that those people were captured by the neighbors next door, that is, the Savior sect. In addition, according to the latest clues, the people of the Savior sect seem to have also made a tracker. The appearance is very similar to ours, but I heard that it is a replica, and the actual distance cannot be too far. At this point, Lin Hao frowned. I don't know if this will work. Brother Chen has been ill for a long time, and there are other voices under his hands. If Mukin really wants to use me to find those who betrayed, then Pani Bei will definitely be completely changed this time. In the following time, everyone talked for a long time, until the end, in order to embark on the journey back to find his sister as soon as possible, Lin Hao still chose to go to the road that might have been arranged by Mukin. He knew very well that Mukin would not let him go for no reason last time. After all, he led people so far and indirectly killed some people because of looking for his sister. But in the end, Mukin did not show much anger, and did not even let him hurt himself. From that moment on, Lin Hao knew that his life was tied to his next move. Or, Mukin had already used him as a pawn, and was preparing to make a big move in Pawnee Bay. That's why he approached Li Yao to discuss cooperation. Lin Hao knew very well that Yi Qian was sent to monitor him. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Yao and Fang Xian left Lin Hao's villa with their packing boxes. But they did not go to the intermediate area. At this time, Li Yao and Fang Xian, because they had worked for several months, and with Lin Hao's funding, had already exchanged 2 survival quotas in the advanced area. Although the place they lived in was just made of wooden boards, it was much better than the collective dormitory in the intermediate area. Lin Hao yawned, then walked upstairs to rest. Madman helped clean up the table, then looked at the stairs, and then returned to his home, a small house next door. He went back to the bathroom, boiled water with a hot water, took a simple shower, and turned off the lights to rest. As Lin Hao's confidant, Madman's treatment was more comfortable than that of ordinary survivors. 2 o'clock in the morning. Madman woke up on time in bed. He first picked up the telescope, stood under the curtains, and looked at the villa next door, and then climbed out of the window. He moved very carefully, holding the water pipe and climbing up to the 2nd floor, then flipping into the balcony. A few seconds later, the madman stood in front of the bed, looking at Lin Hao hugging Yi Qian sleeping, looked at him for a while, and then left the bedroom. But the moment he went downstairs, Lin Hao opened his eyes directly, revealing a cold look in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Hao had a 2-meter-long hair tied to his right little finger, which was taken from Xiaoya and Xiaoxue. The other end was connected to the curtain, and anyone who pushed it open would immediately remind Lin Hao. The room was dark, and Lin Hao didn't recognize who it was, but he knew that only a few people knew about the conversation at the dining table that night. Because there was a lot of information, if there was a traitor around, the other party would definitely report it as soon as possible, and would also make sure that Lin Hao would not find out. He had locked the bedroom door, so it was impossible for someone to come in through that side, so the balcony was the best way. Secondly, Lin Hao tied Tuan Tuan down in advance, so it would not bark if an acquaintance came over, so he could filter out the people who were his own. Although Xiaoya and Xiaoxue lived downstairs, they did not have the ability to climb with bare hands. Lin Hao guessed who it was almost instantly, but he did not act rashly, and continued to sleep. There was no way. Even though Lin Hao said that he could not leave Pawnee Bay like this, he actually knew that this reason was far-fetched. At most, he could drive a distance away, and then find another car. Li Yao's skills could also come in handy. But Lin Hao felt that the development of Pawnee Bay was really good, and it was definitely one of the best in the Doomsday. There are enough weapons, enough food, stable electricity, and at least 1,000 survivors. With this level of power, it can be said that they are no longer afraid of any zombie threats, even if the zombie tide comes. So Lin Hao needs to take over Pawnee Bay. He wants to give his sister a good life. Although it is not as good as before, at least she can't live in the wild all day long because some minions are hiding everywhere. Chapter 844. On the desolate road, an SUV was driving, not very fast. According to the note he left last time, Chen Yu later optimized the route again, which was about half the distance. As for the other half, since he had never been to the manor, it was unknown, and he could only drive according to the map. At this time, the two had been walking for more than 3 hours, and they had lunch in the car. When they passed an abandoned village earlier, they encountered a group of zombies migrating, so Chen Yu had to park the car on the side of the road, get off the car, and quickly cover the car body with several zombie skins prepared in advance with Lin Yi, and then hide inside. They had a chance to continue their journey only after the zombies had passed. Unfortunately, the zombies were not very clean, so the car was very dirty when touched. At about 3 p.m., Chen Yu and Lin Yi drove to a stone bridge. At this time, there were at least several large rocks in front of them, lying on the road. Lin Yi felt that the car had stopped, and then took off the blindfold, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Are we there yet? How can it be so fast?" Chen Yu smiled helplessly, and carried Xiao Bai, who was resting on the armrest, to the back seat. It is probably because of the heavy hail a few days ago, as well as the wind and thunder, that some fallen rocks may have rolled down. Hearing this, Lin Yi reached out, and took out a telescope from the bag behind her, looking at the area a few dozen meters ahead. After a few seconds, she shook her head slightly and said, "It's a bit narrow, I guess we can't get through." "Let me see." Chinyu didn't make a decision, but took the telescope. After roughly judging the width of the car and the gap between the two boulders, Chinyu nodded and said, "It seems we can only take a detour." Look at the big map. Is there any other way to go there nearby, the kind that can converge together?" "Okay." After saying that, Lin took out the map and looked at it carefully. After about half a minute, she turned her head to the left and said, "Let's go back, turn right at the second intersection, and then go 7 kilometers to the next turning intersection." After understanding, Chinyu began to turn around on the spot, and the two chickens in the car started to cry again. Lin saw that Xiaobai wanted to tease them, and then shouted, "If you dare to bite the chicken, I will pull out all your teeth." As soon as these words came out, Xiaobai, who was struggling in the back seat, suddenly wilted and lay on the ground. Chinyu glanced at the rearview mirror and smiled. "This dog is quite smart and can understand what you are saying." "Oh." Lin slightly lowered the car window and said in the breeze, "I hope it can help us find more supplies. All it does all day is eat and play, and sleep when it is tired." Hee. Chinyu smiled and did not continue talking, but concentrated on driving. About 10 minutes later, Chinyu and Lin arrived at the intersection and continued driving according to the original map. Just as they walked for a distance, several houses suddenly appeared in front of them, and the road was replaced by asphalt road. This seems to be a town. Lin took a few glances with the telescope, then opened the map and said, "It is marked here. It seems to have been searched some time ago, and there is a check mark next to it. Is it our people?" "No." Lin shook his head. Based on the timeline, it seems that Su Dali and his team searched it before. Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment, then compared the note with the big map. "What do you think? Do you want to go this way?" Lin knew that it was dangerous outside, so she was not in a hurry, but asked Chinyu about his thoughts. "We have only walked a little more than half of the way. This place is far from our camp, and we are not very familiar with it, but this is the route drawn by Shangwan Jing, which means that they also walked this way when they came here. Because it was a doomsday journey, there were zombies wandering on the road from time to time. Although the straight-line distance between the villa camp and the manor camp was about 200 kilometers, the actual distance was more than that. So even though the camp currently has little gasoline resources, in order to prevent Chinyu and Lin from stopping on the road, they still filled up their car with gas." After saying that, Chinyu glanced at the dashboard and continued, "Although there is still a lot of gas left, it cannot be wasted. If we take a detour, we will need to drive at least another 50 kilometers. We can't afford it. We should try to reach their manor camp before dark." "Okay, I listen to you." After the voice fell, Chinyu handed the map to Lin and drove the car forward, but the speed did not increase. "By the way, take out your pistol and load it in case of any accidents." A dozen seconds later, as the car was getting closer and closer to the town, a man with ragged clothes and long, dirty hair suddenly rushed out from the haystack in front. He shouted and then crashed into the car. With a bang, the man's forehead hit the headlight directly. Seeing this, Chinyu instantly felt a little angry. But before he could say anything, the man leaned on the car window and said something to the inside. "Quick, quick!" Chinyu spent a lot of time trying to understand only these two words. The next second, the man turned his head and looked at the town in front of him, his eyes showing a very terrified expression, then continued to run to the side of the road, and then jumped directly. "Is it the same as last time?" Chinyu said with a serious expression, holding the steering wheel with both hands. "What's going on?" Lin was very confused and didn't understand. Hearing this, Chinyu briefly described the actions of Wang Yin's comrade last time, which was also crazy at the time. But now thinking back carefully, the look in the eyes of Yang Yu was no different from that of a normal person, except that he was too dirty and had a beard, so people ignored him. The man who appeared at this time had several missing teeth, and it seemed that he was often homeless, because Chinyu had seen homeless people before, so he had a deep memory. Secondly, his fearful look did not seem to be fake at all. There may be something wrong with the town ahead. After all, it has been 2 months since Shangwan Jing and the others left. Secondly, according to Yishulan's description, as time goes on, more and more survivors will come out. Chinyu looked ahead and said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Lin took out a mask from her bag and put it on, and then put on a hat to cover her face. After all, with her current appearance, the probability of being targeted in the apocalypse is too high, and she doesn't want to cause trouble for Chinyu. Seeing Lin Yi's actions, Chinyu felt a little pain in his heart. As a man, It is really painful not to let his woman show the most real and relaxed state. Let's go! Lenny put her hand on Chinyu's right hand, nodded and said. Chinyu hummed and continued to start the car. Chapter 845. When the car just entered the town, the zombies on the street found them. The few zombies that were standing in front of the store immediately walked towards the road. Chinyu slightly increased his speed to avoid being surrounded by them. When they walked about halfway, many figures suddenly appeared on the roofs of the houses on both sides, holding bows and arrows in their hands. At the same time, 2 men ran out in front and threw 2 rows of iron nails on the road, which were spike belts used to prevent vehicles from escaping before the end of the world. Chinyu was not surprised by this. He stopped the car, lowered the window, and shouted to the people beside him, "Friends, we just want to pass by here and don't plan to stay. Can you give us a favor?" As soon as the voice fell, those people were about to speak, but a man suddenly came up behind them. He was wearing a face scarf and sunglasses, and his face was completely invisible. He said a few words to the people beside him, and then the others waved their hands, and the people below put away the spike belt. Then the man grabbed a rope and slid down with one hand. The height of almost 5 floors had no effect on him. The man's actions seemed familiar to Chinyu. He looked solemn and whispered, "Don't shoot without my order." After that, Chinyu opened the car door and walked down. This scene made Lenny very worried. But there was no way. Chinyu could roughly guess who this person was. He needed to show some respect before the other party started to attack, such as getting out of the car. Sure enough, the man stood in front of him, then took off his sunglasses and face towel, revealing his face. It was Yongyu, who he had met some time ago. But after not seeing him for a long time, he seemed to have changed a lot. He no longer looked lifeless, but full of energy. "Last time, Zhang didn't kill me. Later, I didn't want to live like this all day, so I found some minions, trained them for a few days, and took them to do something." Chinyu pointed to the top of his head and said lightly, "For example, highway robbery?" After all, he was not very familiar with Yongyu. Although there was a relationship with Zhang, the two of them could not say anything after all. So Yongyu just looked at him in silence for a long time, and didn't even look at Lin sitting in the car. He just shook his head and said, "You go, we will move in 2 days, and we will basically take away everything here." Hearing this, Chinyu looked at the dilapidated streets and the scattered zombies, and was a little curious about what was left that was worth taking. But he didn't ask much, and nodded to Yongyu, "Thank you." After the voice fell, Chinyu returned to the car, started the car and drove forward. Yongyu stood there and watched for a long time, until the car disappeared at the corner of the street. He turned and entered the abandoned shop. Near dusk, Chinyu and Lin finally arrived at their destination. Driving on the road, the two saw the luxurious manor in front of them, but they could only see the roof for the time being. There were 2 bonfires at the gate, and someone was on duty. After passing a white line, Chinyu hesitated whether to continue driving, but Lenny said with a telescope, "Someone is waving at us, as if to signal us to drive over." Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head to look at the left rearview mirror, and found that there was a person hiding in the bushes, holding a walkie-talkie and saying something. It seems that because of this, the people at the gate did not launch an attack. Soon they arrived at the gate, and the people above also came down and walked out of the small door. The person on duty was someone I had met last time and had dinner with in the camp, but Chinyu didn't know his name. The other person nodded and opened the door. Chinyu thanked him and drove in. What came into view was also a very wide area with many trees planted. At this time, a figure stood in front with his hands behind his back, and a young girl stood next to him. After the car stopped, the girl trotted up and knocked on the window excitedly. Lenny clicked the button and smiled. "Hello, Ling, long time no see." Ling was also very happy, and opened the car door to pull her out. "Come on, I take you to see the room." "Slow down, I take off my seat belt." Lenny also liked this girl very much, but she didn't lead directly. Instead, she held Xiaobai and looked at Chinyu. After the latter nodded slightly, she followed Ling boldly. Chinyu looked around and found that the camp here was also well built, with solar panels and vegetable fields everywhere. Many people were talking and laughing, with smiles on their faces. Opening the car door, Chinyu walked toward Shang Wenjing. "I don't have anything to give as a gift, just a small gift, I hope you like it." Hearing this, Shang Wenjing, who was originally a little reluctant to train Chinyu, felt a little relieved at this moment, and then he waved to the side, and then Long Jie came over. "Hi brother, long time no see." "Long time no see." Chinyu smiled and shook hands with the other party, then walked towards the trunk. As those items were carried out, even Shang Wenjing was a little surprised. There were 2 chickens, 1 male and 1 female, for adult rabbits, and 2 piglets. These goods basically filled the back seat and the trunk, and there were even some supplies tied to the roof. Thank you, these are exactly what we need. Shang Wenjing walked a little closer and expressed his gratitude when he looked at the goods on the ground. Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and said softly, "It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I still understand this principle. Last time I heard you say that there were no farmed animals in the camp, so I asked everyone and brought a batch over. I can raise them, but not for long." Long Jie held the chicken and rabbit and said, "Then you talk to the instructor first. I will take people to find a place to put these things." After that, Long Jie turned and left, and called 2 more people to carry them. Shang Wenjing looked into the car, searching for a moment, and then said with some disappointment, "Didn't Alei say he wanted to come?" Hearing this, Qin Yu explained, "He wanted to come, saying that he hoped to reminisce with the master, but you also know that after I leave, the camp needs more people to guard it, so I rejected Alei's request." When Qin Yu said this, he lied. Alei didn't ask to come here at that time, and he just said he would send them off. Perhaps Alei still couldn't let go of some things and needed time to change, so Qin Yu said some good things for him without thinking. Sure enough, when he heard this, Shang Wenjing's face looked much better. He nodded and turned away. "It's just that we're about to have dinner. Let's go together." "It's okay, I'm not hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's stomach made a rumbling sound, and his old face suddenly turned red. Chapter 846. All the way, Qin Yu followed Shang Wenjing and continued to look at the camp here. The area was also very large, and there were many houses. It seemed that it was also built before the end of the world. However, because the manor was too large and more luxurious, it attracted attention at the first time. As if guessing what Qin Yu was thinking, Shang Wenjing explained to him while walking, "When I first came here, I met a few people hiding in it. Many houses are homestays for some tourists, as well as nannies and cooks. It seems that the person who lived here was a wealthy man." "It doesn't matter," Shang Wenjing said softly. "Maybe he has already fled to some unknown place, or he has already turned into a zombie. Yes, in the apocalypse, humans no longer have their own identities, and it's good to be able to survive." Just as the 2 were chatting, a figure appeared in front of them again. The next second, the solar street lights lit up. Shang Wenjing said, "These were built before the apocalypse. You should have these in your camp, but zombies have appeared." Under the light, Han Liyuan had her hair tied up behind her head, and she was wearing a beautiful cheongsam that outlined her nearly perfect figure. She was dignified and elegant, holding a fan in her hand, and slowly walked towards the 2 of them. This scene made Qin Yu slightly absent-minded. No one could have imagined that this woman had hair like dry grass, a dirty face, and was often beaten. Han Liyuan smiled and stood a few meters away from them, then folded her hands together in front of her thighs, then saluted Qin Yu and said with a smile, "Xiao Chun, do you still recognize me?" Qin Yu nodded, and walked towards her with a man next to him. Shang Wenjing held Han Liyuan's hand, and said to Qin Yu, "I already know that you saved her. I won't say more. I will thank you in the next 6 months." Hearing this, Qin Yu was stunned. Does the training take so long? He thought that he could go home in a month at most. "How long is it?" Shang Wenjing raised his eyebrows. With a hint of disdain in his tone, "This is the training subject that I racked my brains and worked hard to come up with. 6 months of special training is enough for you to catch up with the level of normal people who train for 3 to 5 years. At this point, Shang Wenjing added with a serious expression, "Of course, it will be more tiring and harder than ordinary people. But if you can stick to it, maybe you can catch up with Alei and Xiao Jia, because even they have never received this level of training. It's scary just to hear it." Qin Yu hesitated. "Will I die on the way?" Hearing this, Shang Wenjing turned his head and glanced at Han Liyuan. Her eyes were also full of worry. After a moment, Shang Wenjing said truthfully, "The process of stimulating human potential and tempering blood is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, it is common to become disabled, and of course you will die if you don't pay attention." After this, Qin Yu fell silent. He just stood there quietly for a long time without speaking. He turned his head to the right front, where Lin Yi and Ling were squatting on the ground, playing with Xiao Bai happily. Lin Yi's joyful laughter reached Qin Yu's ears, making him feel happy involuntarily. Shang Wenjing whispered, "I can subtract a few subjects, which should ensure that you will not die." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yu. He turned his head, his eyes showed a firmness, and said seriously, "It's okay, just do as you prepared." Brother Xiao told me before that there will be accidents during special forces training, and I need strength now. I need to make myself stronger, so that I can lead the people around me to live safely. I can choose not to use these powers, but I can't live without them. Han Liyuan bit her lip, looked at him and said, But Xiao Chun, you are already very powerful now. Not enough, Sister Han. Since this training was fought for by the other party, Qin Yu was willing to call her sister. After all, not everyone can have such an opportunity. What's more, in the Doomsday, many people find it difficult to even survive, so how can they have any chance to grow? Hearing that the name she was called had changed, Han Liyuan's eyes were a little moist, and she nodded seriously. Don't worry, with Brother Jing's strength, I will definitely let you go further in the future. At this time, Shang Wenjing also took 2 steps forward. He put his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder, and said in a firm tone, A person is really strong only when he is strong inside. Don't worry, I will never let you really go to die. Han Liyuan turned her head, and wiped her tears, pretending to be angry and said, Xiao Qin is my lifesaver. If he has an accident, I will be the first to disagree. Haha, I will do it, don't worry. Shang Wenjing turned around and hugged her waist, then walked towards the manor. Brother Qin Yu, there are a lot of delicious food tonight. After the voice fell, Qin Yu, Lin Yi and a Ling walked into the manor together. There were also electric lights inside, but they were not original bulbs, but were hung on the wall with wires. But the room was still brightly lit, without any difference. At this time, the hall was full of tables, and many people were busy walking back and forth. Occasionally, there were people holding plates with bowls on top of them. It was obvious that there was food inside. Shang Wenjing asked Qin Yu and Lin Yi to sit down, and found that he was looking at those people, so he explained, These are the chefs who hid here before. There is no threat, so they stayed here. Occasionally, they can have something good to eat. Not bad. Qin Yu nodded without saying much. After a few minutes, the dishes were finally served. They were the common stir-fried wild boar meat, and stewed dishes, with some base ingredients. They looked rich and varied. It seemed that besides not raising animals, they also planted crops. Unlike the animals that Qin Yu and his team raised in the camp, most of these were obtained by hunting temporarily, or were smoked meat in advance. Others also came to the manor hall one by one. They found seats and sat down. The food in front of them made everyone's eyes reveal enthusiasm. As Shang Wenjing started eating, everyone started eating. After about an hour, everyone started to leave after having enough food and drink. Qin Yu was still talking to Shang Wenjing, and Long Jia was sitting next to him, but he was just listening to his senior brother's story. When he heard that Lei was seriously injured when he was fighting against 27 people, Long Jia immediately muttered, If senior brother just ran away, the only one who could catch him in this world is master. Chapter 847. You talk too much. If I get trapped one day, will you just run away? Long Dai took a sip of beer and said lightly. Hearing this, Long Jia smiled and said, Of course not. As a younger brother, when the crisis comes, I will definitely block the danger for my sister. Hearing the word old again, Long Dai raised his eyebrows and raised his hand to slap him. But Long Jia reacted in advance and slipped to the other side. I can't hit you. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap came from behind. Bang! A Ling put her left hand on her waist and gave Long Jia a chestnut on the head with her right hand. Don't block the way. Long Jia looked back and didn't dare to get angry with this little ancestor. After all, he had to ask her for treatment if he was injured. Then he went out in a bad mood. While Qin Yu was talking, he looked at a Ling and found that she was walking towards the corner. Lin Yi finished eating half an hour ago and then left the table, and then Long Jia sat over. At this time, she was holding some bones and feeding Xiaobai. Xiaobai is getting bigger and bigger, and can already eat bones. After all, he eats less in the Doomsday, and he can't always go out to find dog food. 10 seconds later, a Ling said something to Lin Yi, and then turned and walked up the central staircase. Then Lin Yi walked towards Qin Yu, and whispered a few words in his ear. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded, You go and arrange it, I have no objection. After the voice fell, Lin Yi reminded, Drink less, I don't want a drunk sleeping next to me. Don't worry, I know. Qin Yu smiled and replied. After she left, Shang Wenjing picked up some white wine, poured some, and then drank it in one gulp, and then said, Because I don't know if you will like the room we arranged, I plan to wait until you come to choose the bedroom. Hearing this, Qin Yu also said with some guilt, I didn't discuss it with you in advance and brought one more person without authorization. I'm sorry. Shang Wenjing didn't react much, and said calmly, After all, the training will take a long time. If you come here by yourself, I'm a little worried. What are you worried about? Chen Yu was a little confused. Just then, Han Liyuan came over with half a box of wine. She put it on the ground and took 2 bottles for the 2 of them, and said with a smile, Brother Jing means, what if you like the girls here? Then Han Liyuan looked to the right and said, Brother Jing, you are overthinking. Xiaochen is the most loyal man I have ever seen. Other women can't even touch him. Sister Han is joking. Chen Yu's face was a little red at this time. He had drunk 2 glasses of white wine from 3 bottles of beer. This was also the most he had ever drunk. Because he had to ask Shangwan Jing for something later, he didn't refuse to drink today. Han Liyuan asked him to drink less, and then went to Londai. Chen Yu felt that there were fewer and fewer people, and it seemed that there were only a few of them in the hall. Then he thought for a while, and then said, Can I make one more request? Shangwan Jing picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing and saying, I know what it is. It's nothing more than training your woman, am I right? Well, I hope she can learn something too. Hearing this, Shangwan Jing nodded without thinking, of course. Xie Yuan will also receive training, and Long Dai will follow her throughout the process. Come with me. Chen Yu was stunned and hesitated. How is that possible? Shangwan Jing bit the bottle cap with his teeth and poured it into the cup. As women, they don't need to receive too much strength training. Secondly, the limit that their bodies can withstand is different from that of men. It will be much easier. Most of them are guns, bows and arrows, etc. Chen Yu was relieved when he heard this, and he didn't say anything more. He glanced at the empty bottle on the ground and said, Drink less, I'm afraid you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Shangwan Jing shook his head. The last bottle? This amount of alcohol is a piece of cake for us. But I see that a lay rarely drinks. That's because he has too many things to worry about all day. If one day you are like us, not accepting survivors, and not afraid of any survivors, then he will start drinking. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that Chen Yu found the room arranged for them according to Han Liyuan's instructions. Pushing the door open, there was a faint light in the room, as if Lin Yi had left a candle specially for Chen Yu to walk better. The bedroom was very large, almost a 3-bedroom and 1 living room structure. It was hard to imagine that this was just a bedroom. Chen Yu had never experienced the life of the rich, so he was a little curious about it. This was his first time to enter the manor to check the internal environment. However, because he drank a little too much, Chen Yu found the toilet and walked in immediately. After more than 2 minutes, he washed his face. What surprised Chen Yu was that the faucet here was not affected by the doomsday. You know, the villa camp has only recently resumed water supply to each household. It seems that this manor is also developing well. Chen Yu walked towards the bedroom and found that Lin Yi was already asleep. She curled up in the quilt like a kitten, with only her peerless face exposed. This scene made Chen Yu a little moved. He walked over, bent down and kissed her, causing Lin Yi to frown slightly. Her little hand subconsciously waved and almost hit Chen Yu in the face. Then Chen Yu stood up, smelled the smell of alcohol on his body, and then walked towards the living room and slept directly on the sofa. But Lin Yi woke up once at night and found that there was no one around, so she came out to take a look, called Chen Yu into the bedroom, and still let him sleep on the bed. Although she said that she would dislike Chen Yu when he was drunk, in the second half of the night, Lin Yi still hugged him and refused to let go. At about 7 o'clock the next morning, Chen Yu woke up. Just as he was sitting on the bed in a daze, Lin Yi appeared with ginger soup. Don't drink so much in the future, promise me. Lin Yi sat on the bed in pajamas, looking at Chen Yu with some heartache. Haha, next time no one persuades me to drink. Chen Yu quickly finished the ginger soup, then kissed her on the face, and then quickly left the room. I'm leaving first. Lin Yi touched her slightly red cheeks and smiled unconsciously. She stood up and walked to the balcony, looking at the scenery outside and breathing the fresh air here. Unlike the villa area, although it is in an environment full of zombies, the air here is not very smelly. Although it is also very good over there, there will be a bad smell occasionally. It seems that I have to plant more trees in the camp after returning. Lin Yi leaned on the railing, holding her chin with her hand and talking to herself. Chapter 848. Chen Yu went to the bathroom and washed up, just in time to smell some meat outside. When he walked out of the first floor of the manor, he noticed that the house next door was serving breakfast. When he was hesitating whether to go over, Han Liyuan had already come over with a wooden board with 2 small bowls on it. Are you up so early? Why don't you accompany your little wife to sleep a little longer? Han Liyuan has really changed a lot now. She can joke with Chen Yu naturally. Hearing this, Chen Yu picked up the bowl and drank the meat soup and smiled. I came here for business, not for fun. Then you eat first. I take it to Dr. Kobayashi. Thank you. You're welcome. She used to take care of me. We're all family. Han Liyuan smiled and walked into the manor. Qin found that the food here tasted really good, and there were even chopped green onions. 2 minutes later, he returned the bowl, and then walked towards the back mountain area according to the location Guanjing said last night. This used to be a scenic spot, and the back was also very open. After a while, Qin saw a few young people standing in the open space in front of him chatting, which surprised him a little, as he thought he was alone. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up from the bushes on the right. Qin turned his head and saw that it was Long Jie, and then greeted him. Hello, good morning. Morning. Long Jie was wearing a black vest, his muscles were tight, and his skin was bronze. He looked like he had explosive power. Although he was not very strong, his threat could not be ignored. As he said that, Long Jie handed him the bag in his hand, put it on. Hearing this, Qin took it, and saw that it contained a set of clothes, knee-length shorts and a vest, which were similar to what Long Jie was wearing. As if to dispel his concerns, Long Jie explained softly, You will sweat a lot during training, and clothes that are too tight will not be conducive to regulating the body's sensitivity. Understood. Qin nodded, and turned to walk into the room behind him. He knocked on the door, confirmed that no one was inside, and then pushed the door open to change clothes. A dozen seconds later, Qin walked towards Long Jie again with a bag. Long Jie introduced the young men to him. From left to right, they are Lu Jiyun, Chao Xinyu, Dang Lin, Wei Hu and Dong Jun. As for me, I don't need to introduce myself, right? Qin nodded slightly, then looked at everyone and smiled. Hello everyone, my name is Qin. Please take care of me from now on. The 5 people were very nice, and didn't put on airs, saying that these were all trivial matters. Long Jie then continued, Because it took a lot of time to build the facilities this time, we might as well train our own people, which is just a side job. That's great, I like everyone to grow together. Qin was also looking forward to this. Hearing that a few more people had been added, he did not have any other thoughts. After all, the other party had given him enough face by training him. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Shang Wanjing appeared in everyone's sight. He still had white hair, a long white shirt, steady steps, and exuded an unknown aura. At a glance, he gave Qin the feeling that this guy must have been a ruthless man who could survive on the battlefield by stepping on the corpses of enemies. Everyone is here. It's 8:30 in the morning. I don't have much to say. I test your foundation. Shang Wanjing stood in front of the 7 people and said calmly, Start with running. Hearing this, not only Qin but everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Long Jie showed a smirk. If these guys really think it's just a simple run, then it's too easy. Sure enough, when Shang Wanjing saw that they didn't care much, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then clapped his hands. The next second, someone came over with a cart full of red bricks, and there were 6 backpacks next to it. Each of these bricks weighs about 2.5 to 2.6 kilograms. Some are incomplete, so the weight is not important. Each person picks 7 bricks, and puts them in the bag, then carries them on their backs. After that, everyone started walking towards the cart, only Long Jie still stood there, with an expression of watching a good show on his face. Aren't you going? Qin asked. Long Jie waved his hand. This is just your business. I'm just here to be a sparring partner. It's still early. It's my turn to play in 3 months. I came here today just to watch the show and take you home. Qin was a little confused, but he also realized that Alei had said that his junior brother was really strong in close combat. Alei was the eldest senior brother because he was versatile and proficient in various skills, just like Xiaojiu, a special forces soldier. A few minutes later, the 6 people stood upright in front of Shang Wanjing with their bags on their backs, feeling the heavy weight behind them. Except for Qin, their faces were a little solemn. At least Qin had done weight training before, and the weight was about the same at that time, but the place where he ran was not like a normal track, but half of it, so he could run so many laps. Seeing that they were ready, Shang Wanjing turned around and pointed to the back mountain area and said, The distance from here to the top of the mountain takes about 50 minutes to walk, and about 20 minutes to run. Dang Lin smiled and said, Instructor, don't worry, we will definitely run in 20 minutes. As he said that, he poked the bag on his back with his elbow, not minding it at all. After all, Shang Wanjing would assign some tasks to them whenever he had something to do, and they were already used to it. Hearing this, Qin turned his head, and saw that the young man who was speaking had a short haircut and a large tattoo on his arm. He was about 30 years old. Shang Wanjing touched his nose, and then said calmly, When did I say 20 minutes was enough? Then this? Ding Lin was stunned and felt the seriousness of the matter. The next second, Shang Wanjing pursed his lips and sneered. Carrying 35 kilograms of weight, running mountaineering project, start now. Everyone, I give you 4 hours, run in 17 minutes. By the way, you have to carry your backpack when you go down the mountain, otherwise you have to do 1,000 push-ups. How many? Qin Yu's eyes widened. 1,000 push-ups. Is that something a human can do? After he finished speaking, Long Jia, who was watching the fun, curled his lips and said, when my senior brother and I were punished before, we started with 1,000 at a time. Qin Yu began to regret that he agreed so readily yesterday, but now the arrow was on the string. He could only persevere, and then looked at Shang Wanjing's raised hand and prepared to start. Chapter 849. As Shang Wanjing put down his right hand, everyone started running forward from the path, and Long Jia also pressed the intercom and said something. You can start timing. After running a few hundred meters, Qin Yu was about to turn right, but his arm was grabbed by someone. Looking back, it was the man called Dong Jun before. He shook his head slightly and said, not this way. After the voice fell, Dong Jun pointed to the back of the person in front. Qin Yu looked and realized that they were actually running to the left. Then Dong Jun continued to explain, we have to go to the foot of the mountain first, and then run to the top of the mountain, so that the total time will be right. Otherwise, it will take about 10 minutes to get up from here. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded solemnly. Okay, I understand, thank you. After saying that, he dragged his backpack with both hands behind him, and continued to run, keeping up with the pace of others. At the starting point, Long Jia walked toward Shang Wanjing and said, Instructor, will they have any accidents? Shang Wanjing had a table brought over, then sat down and started making tea. He said expressionlessly, how can you know your limit if you don't try hard? That guy named Qin Yu is really good. I feel a familiar feeling in him. If we had discovered him when he was 5 or 6 years old, his achievements might be higher than Lei's. Nowadays, it's a miracle to catch up with Lei, so he needs to work harder than ordinary people. After hearing this, Long Jia seemed to understand, and then said cheerfully, Instructor, I will help you soak it. A few minutes later, Qin Yu's forehead was already sweating, and even his hands were a little numb, but there was nothing he could do. Once he loosened his backpack, the bricks would rub against his back, causing a pain. Soon everyone began to see that the boulder was used to block the zombies. Sure enough, there was a man standing there with a notebook in his hand. Whenever someone reached out to touch the stone, he would tick the corresponding name. As he got closer, the roar of the zombies outside also appeared in his ears, making people feel a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, those who can survive until now have already gotten used to it, and it does not affect their condition. Qin Yu quickly ran over to touch it, then turned around and looked at the endless uphill road in front of him, and smacked his lips. At this time, he ranked third, which was not too good, but not the last. In front of Qin Yu were Wei Hu and Chao Sinyu. The one in front had muscles all over his body, and seemed to exercise frequently. The one behind, according to Dong Jun, seemed to have run a marathon before, so he was good at running. After an unknown amount of time, the first person reached the hot spring on the top of the mountain. As expected, it was Chao Sinyu. After seeing him appear, Long Dai pressed the clock. She glanced at the time and said expressionlessly, Chao Sinyu, it took 21 minutes. After the words fell, a Ling, who was sitting on a stool nearby, took a pen and wrote down the numbers. Then she ate a lollipop, continued to swing her legs, and said with big eyes, it will be better if it's faster. The rest of the people arrived one after another, and Long Dai also pressed other clocks and reported the time. Wei Hu, 21 minutes and 37 seconds. Qin Yu, 22 minutes and 13 seconds. The last person to come up was Dong Jun, who took 27 minutes, and was mocked by the girl A Ling again. The way up the mountain is different from the way down the mountain. It is on another road and is well built. It is not a staircase but a highway. It was used to attract tourists before the end of the world. When Qin Yu returned to the starting point, Long Jia asked him with a smile, how is it? Can you still bear it? Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded. Although his breathing was a little rapid and his face was flushed, he pretended to be relaxed and said, it's nothing. Even if there are 2 more bricks, there is no pressure. After saying this, Shang Wanjing closed his eyes, and lay on the chair and said, Shao Jia, give him 3 more bricks. Ah? Qin Yu immediately made a bitter face, I'm kidding, forget it. But Long Jia didn't care, holding 3 bricks and walked towards him, unzipped it, and put it in, then patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said cheerfully, pay attention to the rhythm, in fact, You can run under 17 minutes normally, but you spent too much energy in the first part of the road. Chinyu didn't want to talk to him at this time. He weighed the backpack and said helplessly, carrying 50 kilograms of weight, and still running up the mountain, "You are really not afraid that I will die here?" Shang Wanjing basked in the sun and said, "I won't die. Besides, a Ling is on the top of the mountain. If anything happens, she can get there in time. There are walkie-talkies every kilometer on each road." After listening, Chinyu gritted his teeth and said, "You are so cruel." Hearing this, Shang Wanjing opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at the young man in front of him and said calmly, "In modern warfare, individual combat does not require much physical strength, but now the order has collapsed. Many times, a good body can often turn the tide of the battle. This is not 5 kilometers. Although your load exceeds 20 kilograms, it will not kill you." Everyone stood at the starting point without moving, listening to his lecture quietly. When Dong Jun finally came back, Shang Wanjing spoke again. "In the next period of time, 4 times a day, 2 times in the morning, you can rest for 5 minutes after each time, and the rest of the time is to do push-ups and planks." Speaking of this, Shang Wanjing stood with his hands behind his back and said, "The simplest training is often the most difficult. Shao Jia, get ready to time them later." "Okay." After saying that, Shang Wanjing was about to leave. Chinyu looked at him and said, "Can I ask what your limit is?" Hearing this, Shang Wanjing pondered for a while and whispered, "How old are you now?" "I don't remember, probably 25. Chinyu recalled and said, "When I was 30 years old and struggling abroad, I was besieged by other killer organizations because I did something big. In order to survive, I ran for an hour with a machine gun weighing 60 kilograms, and killed those 20 people afterwards. Sometimes in a critical moment you either fight or die. You are younger now than I was then, and each of the 5 of them is at least 3 years older than you. I can feel your potential. Even when facing dozens or hundreds of enemies, as long as the people behind you need you to stand up, you will still have the determination to fight to the death." After saying that, Shang Wanjing left without looking back. Chinyu held the strap of his backpack and fell into deep thought. Chapter 850. After the break, everyone put on their backpacks and prepared to run to the top of the mountain again. Long Jia nodded at the 6 people and pressed the intercom. Start. 3 days passed, and Chinyu almost fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow when he returned to the bedroom every day. Because he sweated a lot during training recently, he smelled a lot every time he got home. Chinyu didn't want to stink this little cutie Lin Yi, and she and Han Liyuan also started training, so they rested in separate bedrooms now. The person on the top of the mountain was replaced by Slav, who rotated with Long Eye every few days. After all, with him, a Ling would not be in danger easily, even if the top of the mountain was safe. At present, a Ling's level of treating wounds is not worse than Lin Yi in the Doomsday, and it is also very important for the manor camp. Of course, if the power is completely restored and a large number of hospital facilities are restarted, Lin Yi will truly show her strength. After 3 full days, Chinyu struggled to run into 19 minutes. He usually had to do push-ups and the like. It can be said that he was basically tortured to the point of not looking like a human. Fortunately, there was plenty of food here, and there were chefs to prepare the food, so there were no major problems. But someone dropped out first, and that was Dong Jun. He said that he was not really a young man at the moment, and he could not fight for it anymore, so he would just spend his days with his wife and children. Then another 4 days passed, and after a week, only 4 of the original 6 people remained. They were Chen Yu, Wei Hu, Ding Lin, and Chao Sinyu. On the 8th day, the first person finally ran under 17 minutes. Because this is not just a simple weight-bearing mountain climbing, it also involves other basic training, which consumes a lot of physical energy. The first person to finish was completely beyond Longyi's expectations, because it was Chen Yu. Although he was sweating profusely, his clothes were stuck together, and he even fell down as soon as he reached the top of the mountain. He was indeed the fastest at the moment. And Long Nai also pressed the clock immediately, and then his tone was a little more admiring, and he said in a concentrated voice, "Chen Yu, it took 16 minutes and 51 seconds. Chao Sinyu came in second, also exhausted, but he looked at Chen Yu with a little surprise. Chao Sinyu, 16 minutes and 53 seconds. Wei Hu showed up just after the report. Wei Hu, 16 minutes and 59 seconds. As for the remaining Ding Lin, he didn't show up for a long time, so he must have given up. Chen Yu was lying on the ground at this time, and he didn't want to get up even if the sky fell. If it wasn't for the pain in his back, he would have wanted to lie down directly. There was a sound of footsteps, and a Ling ran over with medicine for abrasions. She squatted beside Chen Yu's shoulder and stretched a finger towards his nose. Looks like he's not dead yet. Then a Ling patted her chest, poked Chen Yu's shoulder twice, and said, "Hey, I have to apply medicine to you. This is what Sister Lin told me. You have to bear with it." A few seconds later, there was a pain in the back. Long Dai and another girl were also helping Chao Xinyu and Wei Hu. They also took a few breaths of cold air. An hour later, the 5 people came down from the mountain. As expected, Shang Wenjing and Long Jia were still there, and Lin Yi was also waiting here. When seeing Chen Yu appear, Lin Yi immediately walked up to support him, his eyes full of heartache. For 8 days, Chen Yu's skin color basically darkened, but his muscles looked stronger. Similar to Long Jia, Chen Yu's skin color also turned bronze at this time. Although he didn't look as strong as Wei Hu, people could feel the hidden power under his muscles trembling. At this moment, Long Jia stopped laughing and looked at the 3 people with a little more admiration in his eyes. With this level of training, to run under 17 minutes, you have to fight for your life. You know, even Long Jia ran for 2 days before he ran under 16 minutes, but he had a good foundation. Shang Wenjing said something to Ding Lin, and then the latter left. Although his figure was a little lonely, his expression was very relieved. Finally, he didn't have to stay here any longer, and Ding Lin felt much more relaxed. You go back and rest first. After 3 days, we will proceed to the next subject. Shang Wenjing looked at their embarrassed appearance and said, "Can I ask what it is?" Chen Yu turned his head and forced a smile at Lin Yi, then looked forward and asked, "You will know when the time comes." Shang Wenjing did not say much, turned around and left. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the manor, Chen Yu lay on the sofa, and Lin Yi continued to check his back. Basically 1/3 of the area had broken skin, and the shoulders and arms were tanned a lot. This is too miserable. Lin Yi held tweezers in his hand, and gently picked up some lines on the clothes from the surface of the wound, feeling so distressed. "It's okay, it's all over." Chen Yu put his hands on his chin, closed his eyes, and whispered, "Sweat more now, maybe you can bleed less in the future. But it's only 8 days, you have to train for half a year." Hearing this, Lin Yi put her hand on his shoulder, feeling a little bit sorry. Hearing this, Chen Yu smiled and climbed up from the sofa, then sat next to Lin Yi, holding her little hand and said, "How are you? I've been too busy these days, and I don't have much time to contact you." Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "Recently, I have been following Long Dai to familiarize myself with firearms, but most of them are theoretical knowledge. This is also good. After all, women are naturally weaker than men in strength and physique, and they are not at an advantage in close combat. It is enough to be able to use guns well. Yes, so Long Dai suggested that we practice those fighting techniques last. After a while, Sister Han and I will also go to the top of the mountain at night, but it will be easier than you." "Why at night?" Lin Yi turned his head and looked out the window and said, "Because Long Dai said that the sun is too strong during the day, she doesn't want us to get sunburned. Secondly, training at night can strengthen our courage and avoid fear in the dark environment in the future. You know, girls are afraid of the dark." At this moment, Chen Yu felt for the first time that these people were indeed extraordinary. At least this point was really useful in the apocalypse. Then the two continued to chat for a while, and when it was noon, they went downstairs to eat together. 3 days later, it was still 8 o'clock in the morning. This time, they moved to a different place to gather. It was on an open space with many facilities, including large truck tires, 1-meter-long tree trunks, and even several ropes hanging in the air. Shang Wenjing did not show up today, but Long Jia did it for him. He briefly said some precautions, and asked Chen Yu and the other 2 to go forward for training. Chapter 851. For minutes later, the 3 of them completed all the projects, but their faces were red with exhaustion. Originally they thought it was not very difficult, but when they touched it, they found that it was actually very different from the normal situation. First of all, the big tire was very heavy, and it took a lot of effort to lift and flip it. Secondly, the tree trunk was also very thick and heavy. They needed to carry it on their shoulders, and do 10 squats. Every time, Chen Yu's forehead would be bulging with veins and his face would be red. This level of training was a complete exhaustion of the 3 people's physical strength, and even their appetites increased a lot. 20 days passed just like that. The first month was basically a repeated exercise of the body, and the push-ups became more and more proficient. Chen Yu now has a small-scale transformation. His body has become much stronger again, and he can do 600 push-ups at a time. But what is more surprising is that Chao Xinyu withdrew 10 days ago, And now only Wei Hu is left with Qinyu. 2 days later, in the open area in front of the manor, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Qinyu and Wei Hu were together, shirtless, with their legs on the steps, a bucket on their backs, and began to do timed push-ups. In other words, it was no longer counted by the number of push-ups, but by the number of hours. Sitting under the shade of the tree were 2 girls, one big and one small, Lin Yi and a Ling. Obviously, the age difference between the two was quite large, but they could still play together, which was really unpredictable. Sister Lin, who do you think will win? A Ling stroked the little rabbit on her lap with her little hand, turned her head and blinked. I don't know. At this time, Lin Yi was reading a book given by Shang Wenjing, which described how to kill quickly and effectively. I think Qinyu is about to win. A Ling propped her chin up and looked at it for a while and said. Hearing this, Lin Yi became interested. She closed the book and asked curiously, You can see this? Although I also hope that Qinyu will win, Wei Hu won the past few days. Qinyu is making rapid progress. Look, he could only do push-ups for 2 hours before, but now it's almost 3 hours, and the sweat on the ground is almost like a river. The most important thing is that I feel like the bucket on Wei Hu's back is about to fall off. After saying this, Lin Yi looked at the open space in front of the two of them. Although it was cloudy, the temperature was still very high, and just sitting for a while would make you sweat all over. Then Lin Yi looked at his watch and continued to read the book in his hand. In the past month, Qinyu has been training almost to his death, and Lin Yi also knows that he can't persuade him to stop now, so what he can do now is to accompany him to improve together. About 3 hours and 20 minutes later, there was a splash in front of them. The big and the small looked up and found that the ground was covered with water stains. Wei Hu sat on the ground and panted and said, I lost. At this moment, Qinyu also straightened his arms with a painful expression, then he stood up and said tiredly, If it was 1 second slower, we would have tied. As he spoke, Qinyu stretched out a hand to Wei Hu, who grabbed it and climbed up from the ground. Haha, is this true? Of course. Qinyu's expression was very serious, not like he was joking. After such a long period of training, the relationship between the two has improved a little, and they can be called friends. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the manor gate. He glanced outside and said, Tomorrow we will train your body's reaction ability. That's all for today. Hearing this, Qinyu made an okay gesture, said goodbye to Wei Hu, and then walked towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at him coming, stood up and smiled, Are you done? Well, I'm going to take a shower. Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at Qinyu's 8-pack abs, suddenly took 2 steps forward, reached out and touched it a few times, and said with a slightly red cheek, It feels good. Qinyu's heart moved, and he held Lin Yi's flawless white hand, then gently pulled it into his arms, and then leaned close to her ear and whispered, I beat Wei Hu, is there any reward? At this moment, Lin Yi's face was so red, especially the breath from her ears made her feel itchy. She tried to break free, but Qinyu held her tightly. Although she was sweaty, Lin Yi didn't mind at all. Instead, her heart was beating like a deer. After hearing what Qinyu said, she turned her head and looked at a Ling. She found that this guy was staring at them with big eyes and an innocent face, and she became more shy. After thinking about it, Lin Yi chose to look up, then stood on tiptoes, kissed Qinyu's lips quickly, and then said with a red face, Is that enough? Hee, I want more here. Qinyu tapped his left cheek with his finger. Seeing his rogue look, Lin Yi sighed, rolled her eyes at him, and stood on tiptoe again. After the second kiss, she stretched out her little hand to pinch the flesh on Qinyu's waist and twisted it hard, but Qinyu didn't react at all, still looking at her with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Yi muttered, A month of training has made your skin thick. Let me go quickly. A Ling has been staring at me. It's so embarrassing. Hearing this, Qinyu laughed and let go of Lin Yi, waved to a Ling, and then walked towards the bathroom in the camp. Although he could take a shower in the bedroom, Qinyu didn't want to climb the stairs at this time, so he just found a place with cold water to take a shower. After he left, a Ling stood up holding the little rabbit, walked towards Lin Yi, and asked seriously, Sister Lin, what does it feel like to kiss? Lin Yi pursed her lips, her face was full of blushes. She hugged a Ling's shoulders and walked towards the manor, changing the subject. Don't ask, kid, why don't I tell you the key points of surgical knowledge? The next morning, at the foot of the mountain behind the manor camp, Qinyu and Wei Hu arrived on time. Shang Wenjing still waited for a long time, but Long Jia was nowhere to be seen. But what surprised them was that a Ling and Lin Yi were both there, and there was a big box at their feet. Seeing this, Qinyu frowned. Normally, Lin Yi would not come during training, but why did she come today? And what was strange was that a Ling was also there, and she changed into a white long skirt. Could it be? Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Wei Hu next to him, and found that the latter's eyes also revealed a solemn look. Lin Yi and a Ling have a common identity, that is, doctors in the doomsday. What kind of situation requires these two people to be present at the same time? Thinking of this, Qin Yu looked at the area more than 10 meters ahead. There seemed to be a huge wooden frame covered with black cloth. Looking closely, it looked a bit like a 5-pointed star. Chapter 852. After approaching, Qin Yu saw Long Jia and found that he was standing to the side, but he was not seen because he was blocked by the black cloth. Shang Wanjing nodded slightly to the two of them, then pointed to a bucket beside him, and said, "There are some sandbags in here. Each of you pick 2, and tie them to your calves." Hearing this, Qin Yu and Wei Hu did as they were told and walked over to squat down. As soon as he picked it up, Qin Yu felt something different. It was very different from a regular sandbag. The first thing was the weight. After weighing it twice, Qin Yu roughly estimated that it should be around 8 jin. Secondly, there were more than 4 sandbags in the bucket, and it seemed that more would be added later. Due to the weighted mountain climbing project some time ago, plus a series of exercises, Qin Yu's figure was stronger than before. Although he was not as fierce as Dazhuang and Xiao Jiao, he had changed a lot compared to before the end of the world. 2 minutes later, the two of them had successfully tied the sandbags and continued to look at Shang Wanjing, waiting for the next instruction. Shang Wanjing turned his head to the right and nodded. Then Long Jia grabbed the black cloth and pulled it off. Then a huge wooden frame came into view. There were 5 tree trunks with a diameter of about 20 centimeters and a height of about 5 meters, standing in 5 directions on the ground. Looking carefully, Qin Yu found that it really looked like a 5-pointed star. Secondly, there was a distance between each large wood, and they were connected with wooden boards. In the middle area, there were also more than a dozen pieces of wood, but they were much thinner, about 10 centimeters. The ground was covered with gravel, and Qin Yu even saw glass fragments. The wooden board above was also tied with a lot of hemp ropes, and a box was tied to the area below. Looking closely, it looked a bit like a groove. Just when Qin Yu and Wei Hu were curious, Shang Wanjing explained. This major subject is divided into 7 minor subjects, and the difficulty gradually increases from 1 to 7. There are 20 numbers painted on the wood in the middle, and there is also a display screen in front of you, which will randomly display a number from 1 to 20. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu saw Leander was there too. There were several batteries at his feet, and he was still wearing the glasses. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he had heard Long Jia say last time that this guy was proficient in machinery and poisons. It must not be difficult for him to make this thing in the doomsday. Shang Wanjing glanced at Qin Yu, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again, as if he was brewing some conspiracy. This battery can keep the display on for 3 days. After the number appears, you need to reach the corresponding wooden stake as quickly as possible, and at the same time throw the flying knife on your body to hit the number on the wooden board in front again. At this point, 2 men also appeared, carrying a large wooden board and placed it a few meters in front of the wooden frame. Wei Hu was stunned. If we fall down, will the knife hurt us? Of course. Shang Wanjing said calmly and indifferently. Otherwise, what's the point of practicing? The two were dumbfounded when he said this. Because judging from the rope swaying in the wind, this matter is definitely not that simple, although it doesn't sound easy. The most important thing is that if you fall down, you will definitely get hurt. The wooden stake alone is about 1.5 meters above the ground. Shang Wanjing snapped his fingers, and Long Dai appeared with 2 modified vests, with exactly 20 knives hanging on the clothes. Qin Yu took the vest and put it on, took out a knife, and looked at it. The surface of the knife was a little bumpy. Seeing this, he asked, "Where did you get so many knives?" Hearing this, Leander pushed his glasses and replied, "This is what I designed and forged." "You can also forge iron?" Qin Yu was a little surprised. After staying in the doomsday for so long, it seemed that this was the first time he met someone who could forge weapons. Leander shook his head. "Leave the hard work to Slav, I rely on this." After he finished speaking, he pointed to his head, which immediately made Slav roll his eyes. Shang Wanjing looked at his watch and whispered, "Who of you will go up first?" "I do it." Wei Hu raised his hand and walked towards the stool. As soon as he stood on the wooden stake, he immediately found something wrong, because the area here could only support one of his feet. When standing on it, the whole person would shake uncontrollably. Then Wei Hu bit his calf slightly, tightened his muscles, and then stabilized his body, and then nodded to the side. Seeing this, Leander powered up the display screen, took out a circuit board removed from an object, connected it, and pressed the switch. Soon, a red number 7 appeared on the display screen in front. Wei Hu glanced at the third wooden stake in front of the left and jumped over it directly. As soon as Karen left, his face suddenly changed. Because he had added a sandbag on his leg, he did not judge the distance well, so his toes stepped on the number 5 wooden stake and fell directly. The gravel and glass fragments on the ground almost instantly cut his skin. This scene made everyone present look solemn. No wonder Shang Wanjing said that this training could lead to accidents or even death. Shang Wanjing watched Wei Hu get up from the ground in a panic and said in a deep voice, "These glass fragments are very small. They are not easy to cut your blood vessels, but they are not completely avoidable. At this time, I need you to think clearly whether to accept this training. It's not too late to quit now." Wei Hu sat aside, while Ling cleaned up the broken glass for him. When he heard this, he fell silent. Chen Yu pondered for a moment and asked, "What can we learn from this?" Shang Wanjing glanced at him, and began to take off his gown. In an instant, scars of all sizes on his arms and shoulders came into view. Even if he took off his vest, he might have more wounds than Xiao Jiao and Lei. "Give me the vest." Chen Yu took it off and threw it to him. Shang Wanjing took it and put it on, then took 2 sandbags and tied them up, then walked to the wooden stake and directly moved the stool to another position with 1 foot. Shang Wanjing then stood in front of the wooden stake about a few dozen centimeters away, swayed his body slightly, then squatted down and quickly jumped up, actually jumping directly on the spot. He stepped on the wooden stake with his left foot, moved slightly, and then stabilized on it. The next second, he followed the numbers on the display screen, moving quickly on the wooden stake, and quickly threw the flying knife in his hand. His body was not affected at all. TSK, the instructor is still so perverted now. Long Jia was convinced by what he saw, and he stood beside Chen Yu and said, "The former instructor in his prime, the best record of standing high jump was 1.81 meters, and it is said that he broke the world record." Chapter 853. What is the height of the wooden stake here? Chen Yu asked. 1 meter and 5'3", and the instructor is already over 40 years old. When he said this, Long Jia's eyes revealed a heartfelt respect. Even he couldn't jump onto a wooden stake of this height, because being able to jump up is one thing, but staying steady without falling down is another. If it were a step, Long Jia could also jump up to 1 meter and 70. After all, even in the organization, he, Long Jia, is second only to Lei. About a minute later, Shang Wanjing hit the last number, then quickly jumped to the edge of the wooden stake and left the area. As soon as he landed, Shang Wanjing also felt powerless. His breathing was a little rapid, and even a little sweat appeared on his forehead. It was morning, the sun had come out, and the temperature was not low. I am finally old. If it were before, I could still be 7 seconds faster. Shang Wanjing took off his vest, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. Han Liyuan walked over and hugged him, her eyes slightly red. "If I had known that you had suffered so much, I would never leave you no matter what." Shang Wanjing had many scars on his arms and shoulders, so he always wore long gowns, and rarely took them off even in the hottest weather. "It's okay." He patted Han Liyuan on the shoulder, then gently pushed her away. A few minutes later, Shang Wanjing took the vest with the flying knife reinstalled, and when Chen Yu was about to take it, he retracted it, and then spoke calmly. "Chen Yu, I want to remind you and Wei Hu for the last time. Even I have only reached the 6th subject here. Because it is too dangerous, I have abolished this training content, but at the same time, the rewards it brings are unimaginable for ordinary people. If you finally pass, you will subconsciously maintain a high level of concentration when fighting with anyone in the future. But you are also likely to suffer the most serious injury in your life." After the voice fell, Shang Wanjing looked at his arm, and tapped his right shoulder with his left hand. Everyone present instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at the young man and the sitting Wei Hu. Others seemed to have come to watch, and there were more spectators around. Chen Yu put on his vest without any hesitation. He said seriously, "If I could only watch my companions fall one by one because of my lack of ability when the Savior sect makes a comeback, I will pray to be able to return to today. Even if I am covered in wounds this time, it is better than guarding the body of my beloved in the future." When these words came out, Lin Yi's eyes turned red instantly, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Ling felt a little depressed when she heard this. She stretched out her little hand to hold Lin Yi inside. Only in this way can Chen Yu catch up with Brother Jia and the others. Since Lin Yi came, Ling gradually became more talkative. Just when Chen Yu stood on the wooden stake and prepared to start, Wei Hu stood up, smiled bitterly, and said, "Sorry, Chen Yu, you have to go it alone from now on. I feel that my current physical level is enough for me to survive in the doomsday, and I don't have anyone I particularly want to protect." Hearing this, Chen Yu turned his head to look at him, gave him a look, and then prepared to look at Leander. When he was about to jump to the next wooden stake, Shang Wanjing finally wavered. "Wait a minute." Chen Yu's feet stopped in midair, and he looked back somewhat puzzled. Shang Wanjing waved his hand, called a few people, and then said something, and then they ran to a house. Everyone looked puzzled at this moment, not knowing what he was going to do. But a few minutes later, those people pulled a cart and a shovel and began to shovel the gravel and glass on the ground. Shang Wanjing paused and said softly, "We all have common enemies and teammates. It's not like before when I could only rely on myself, so we need to practice desperately. But in today's environment, you don't need to follow my path, so there's no need to use those." In this way, the ground was soon cleaned up, and then someone pushed a cart of gravel and poured it on top, laying it flat. In this way, if someone falls on it, they will also get hurt, but the risk of bleeding will be greatly reduced. As Shang Wanjing nodded, Chen Yu also started his devilish training. As expected, he also fell when he jumped to the second wooden stake, but Chen Yu quickly got up and continued. Seeing this scene, Wei Hu was filled with regret, but he could not blame anyone. After all, if he was a second slower, Chen Yu would definitely try first, and Wei Hu was sure that Chen Yu would never give up. The second time, Chen Yu fell on the third wooden stake. The third time, Chen Yu jumped on the correct number wooden stake, but the flying knife was thrown crookedly, so he had to start over. Others watched with relish, and Chen Yu fell again, and even had bruises on his arms and thighs. For a whole day, excluding lunch, he tried dozens of times, and at most he hit a flying knife. But fortunately, the area here was blocked by several big trees, so the sun would not be very strong in the afternoon. By the evening, Chen Yu could no longer walk normally, and his forehead was sweating from the pain all over his body. But for some reason, Chen Yu didn't feel very tired. Only then did he realize how important the training in the previous month was. At this time, Long Jia pushed a cart, picked him up, and pushed him into the manor. Except for bathing and sleeping, the sandbags must be tied to the legs all the time. In this way, after the first day, Chen Yu rested for 3 days before continuing. One afternoon 2 months later, still next to the wooden frame, the figure of a young man flashed on the wooden stakes, without any sign of stopping. As the flying knives on the vest decreased, more marks appeared on the opposite wooden board. When the last number appeared, Chen Yu jumped over 3 wooden stakes at once, then stood on one foot steadily on it, and threw it quickly with his right hand. After 2 full months, Chen Yu finally passed the training here for the first time. At this time, the difficulty has already increased to the third small subject, which means that he has to practice at night and in the rain. It has been 3 months since he came here from the villa area. It is very hot every day. Even Shang Wanjing directly said that Chen Yu is not allowed to continue training from 12 noon to 3 p.m. lest he get heat stroke and have an accident. And Lin Yi and Han Liyuan have experienced these 3 months, and they have also ushered in a transformation. Even Lin Yi can install guns with her eyes closed, and she has also learned to identify more plants. Of course, these are all taught by Alice. Chapter 854. During these 2 months, Chen Yu did not practice all day long. He would usually practice with Lin Yi and Han Liyuan. The 3 of them took their notebooks and began to learn more knowledge from Slav, Leander, and Alice. However, as time went on, Han Liyuan said that she could not bear it anymore and gradually reduced some of the content. On the other hand, Lin Yi had been walking side by side with Chen Yu. However, after 3 months, her skin was not as white as before, which made people envious. After all, she had been in the apocalypse for a long time, and there was no way to take good care of it. So over time, Lin Yi's skin color gradually became more like that of a normal person, but it was still much whiter than other women. And as she exercised, her spirit became better and better, and her temperament gradually changed. Next, Shang Wanjing increased the difficulty of the wooden stake training, specifically letting Chen Yu feel what the limit was. First, in the 4th small subject, when Chen Yu stood on the wooden stake and moved, someone in the distance would start shooting arrows. Of course, the arrowheads were removed, and the front part was tied with clothes, so that it would not cause too much damage. But despite this, the arrows still caused pain when they hit his body, so Chen Yu started to have bruises again. I don't know where Shang Wanjing got so many medicines, but he could cure him again and again. Trying to dodge the arrows and jump to the next stake at the same time was a great test of Chen Yu's coordination ability. Once, in order to avoid being hit, He twisted his waist in midair and jumped over the arrow. The fifth small subject, the ropes, were also used. The grooves at the bottom of them were filled with wood, and then 3 embroidery needles were stuck in each. 7 hemp ropes were controlled by a box, also designed by Leander, which would randomly draw one rope and make it swing towards the middle area of the wooden stake. If you are not careful, you will be stabbed by the needles. Soon it was the 4th month, and Chinyu did not expect that this training would take so long. The previous 2 trainings lasted only 1 month. As a result, the next 3 months were not over, but Chinyu did not gain nothing. He had successfully tried the 6th small subject, which was to electrify the rope. Of course, it won't kill him, but once he's hit, he fall. The harder he trains, the more Chinyu realizes how difficult it is for Shangwan Jing, because according to Long Jie, the ground where he trained was really full of glass fragments, and once he fell, he would have several cuts all over his body. At this time, the stones in Chinyu's training ground had sunk into the soil on the ground, for no other reason, simply because he fell too many times. It was the 4.5 month since Chinyu and Lin Yi arrived at the manor. On this day, Chinyu was running from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain with 4 sandbags tied to his legs and a 40-pound bag on his back. At this time, his hair had been shaved into a buzz cut, his body was full of strong muscles, and under his black vest, he looked like a volcano about to erupt. When he ran to the top of the mountain, he pressed the clock again. This time, Chinyu still ran into 17 minutes despite the increased weight, which can be described as a miracle. Throwing away the backpack, Chinyu lay on the ground gasping for breath, and suddenly a voice came from the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. "Chinyu, where are you?" "On the top of the mountain, what's wrong?" Hearing Lin Yi calling him, he sat up and pressed down to respond, his expression a little solemn. Unless there was something urgent, Lin Yi would not disturb Chinyu during his training, so at this moment, he seemed to have guessed something. Sure enough, the next second Lin Yi's voice came again, with a hint of anxiety. "Come down quickly, there are more than a dozen survivors in the White Line area, trying to break in. Shangwan Jing and Long Jie don't have much patience anymore." "I'll be there soon." Chinyu quickly got up from the ground, then increased his speed to the extreme and sprinted directly to the bottom of the mountain. During the past 4 months, there were also a few survivors who crossed the cordon, but without exception, they were all killed by Shangwan Jing's men. They really didn't joke around. Those who crossed the line would be killed without mercy, and they would never say a word. However, Han Liyuan later made a suggestion, saying that there was no need to solve the problem by killing. If those people had forces behind them, wouldn't it be a deadly feud? Shangwan Jing remained silent. Although he didn't care about the lives of those people, he wasn't afraid of them coming to his door. But because of those people who crossed the line, he chased them and slaughtered their camp. Shangwan Jing thought he couldn't do such a thing. And Ling also spoke up at this time. She didn't want her uncle Shangwan to become a killing machine. As for Chinyu and Lin Yi, they said that this was the responsibility of the manor camp, and it was not convenient to intervene. On the outskirts of the manor camp, just when the 2 groups were about to clash, Chinyu rushed over like a gust of wind. At this time, he ran so fast that his breathing was just a little rapid. If he hadn't just climbed the mountain, Chinyu might not have panted. Lin Yi didn't come out from the gate. There were only Shangwan Jing, Long Jie, and a few men outside, including Wei Hu. As for the people on the opposite side, there were about 20 people. Their clothes were a little dirty. The men were basically in shorts, and a few women were wearing miniskirts, but they were all in a bad mood. Chinyu took a quick look and roughly judged that these people should be frequent wanderers, because survivors who lived a normal life in that state could not pretend. Although Long Jie was good at fighting, he was cursing at those people like a scoundrel at this moment. He cursed so hard that 7 or 8 people on the opposite side couldn't say anything. One of the women even covered her chest in anger. Just as Chinyu was about to step forward, the woman suddenly heard something and yelled at the top of her lungs, "If I have the chance, I will kill all the women in your camp." Before she finished the last few words, Shangwan Jing drew out a dagger and disappeared from the spot. He rushed to the woman almost instantly, and then stabbed her throat with a knife. The next second, those people tried to escape in panic, but found that they were surrounded. Although the lake here is outside the wall, it is now private territory. If you want to catch fish, you have to consider how many heads you have. Shangwan Jing took out a silk scarf from his pocket and wiped the dagger, speaking calmly. Those people huddled together, although they were very scared, but hunger was even more unbearable. Then a girl in her 20s gritted her teeth and said tremblingly, "But we are really too hungry." Chapter 855. We have basically found all the food within a radius of dozens of kilometers. If there is still a fish in the river, why would we come here? At the end, the girl knelt on the ground with a plop, tears streaming down her face. The others followed suit and knelt down. Qinyu watched this scene without saying a word, and he would not persuade Shang Wenjing to do good deeds. After all, if it was a camp in the villa area, Qinyu would not open the door and accept survivors it will unless they pass the test. Shang Wenjing snorted coldly and turned around to leave. After being betrayed by his own people last time and having so many people killed, he would never trust any strangers at this moment. But at this moment, a baby cried. Those people looked panicked, and one of the women even covered her child's mouth with her hand, trying to make the child stop. But the baby was too young and would only cry when hungry, so how could he stop so easily? Then zombies appeared in the woods on both sides and began to walk towards the road. Shang Wenjing's men were indifferent and just stood there without moving. Seeing this, the survivors drew their weapons and began to kill the zombies one by one, but there were too many zombies, almost appearing from all directions, and soon the first person began to be bitten. The child's crying became louder and louder, and the surroundings became completely chaotic. Shang Wenjing turned his head to look at Qinyu on the left and asked with some annoyance, "If there was a ghost in your camp, which indirectly killed dozens or hundreds of people, would you still trust strangers in the future? Do you want to hear the truth?" Qinyu pondered for a while and spoke. "Yes. From the inner level, I will not accept those survivors either." Qinyu whispered, "But the reality is cruel. Some resources cannot be reproduced, so they are limited after all. Even if you can fight 10 or even 100 people with one, what if the enemy exceeds 1,000? No one knows exactly how many people there are in the Salvation sect. In the final analysis, in addition to using weapons of mass destruction, the human wave tactic is also a trick. Ants can kill elephants. The power of human unity cannot be ignored." Hearing this, Shang Wenjing looked back. Those people had lost several companions, and zombies continued to appear. Even Long Jia was forced to deal with the approaching zombies. He said in a deep voice, "But we can't afford to lose. If someone plots something bad or even has ulterior motives, the consequences will be even more serious." Hearing this, Qinyu paused and said softly, "You can design some tasks and send these people to complete them. Just like what you said to us before, in order to completely eliminate those bad apples, you can treat everyone equally, regardless of gender, age or status. Or we can divide a piece of land outside the camp and let these people develop on their own." After the last sentence, Shang Wenjing gradually wavered. He used to be quite indifferent. Even if people often died during training, he would not have any emotions, not to mention the apocalypse now. At this moment, the two of them once again focused their attention on the woman holding the child. Because the baby kept crying and could not be coaxed, more and more zombies appeared, and this was outside the white line area. Shang Wenjing and his team did not deal with the nearby zombies. The next second, something happened that shocked everyone present. The woman raised her head and looked at the others with red eyes. As if she was touched by the corpses on the ground, she actually pulled out a dagger and prepared to stab the crying child in her arms. Even Shang Wenjing couldn't bear to watch this scene. He kicked a stone on the road with his right foot, hitting the woman's wrist on the spot and knocking the dagger out of her hand. The woman felt pain and her wrist became red and swollen instantly. She raised her head to question Shang Wenjing, but when she found that the men began to help deal with the zombies around them, she froze in her place. A few minutes later, the ground was full of zombie bodies, and many of the people who had been there before also fell down. The rest followed Shang Wenjing and retreated a little further inside. Qinyu pulled off the grass on the roadside to wipe the blood off his hands. Because he came here in a hurry, he did not carry a dagger with him, and he used stones to kill the zombies. Qinyu is much better now. Under high-intensity training, his progress can be described as qualitative change. Even if 5 zombies rushed up together, Qinyu could easily deal with them with stones. Since it is already September, the weather is so hot that everyone is covered in sweat after a little activity. Shang Wenjing and Qinyu are fine. They can usually replenish water, but others are not so good. So at this moment, some people began to suffer from heat stroke, and even had to kneel on the ground with their heads down, and it was difficult to move. Seeing this, Long Jia asked Shang Wenjing for permission, and after getting permission, he called 2 people to go to the camp to get some water. After roughly counting the remaining people, Shang Wenjing looked up at the scorching sun above his head, and then said lightly, "You are currently 11 people. If you want to survive, you must first let me see your value. Secondly, you need to prove to me that you won't betray me in the future." Standing in the shade under the tree, Long Jia and his men soon took the well water they had just taken out and wrapped it in thick cotton clothes to prevent the water from being affected by the climate. After all, this was a luxurious large manor in the past, and 3 wells were dug. Compared with the camp in the villa area, except that it is difficult to raise animals, and there is no river at the door, it is basically a good area. After a few minutes, as the water was poured over their heads, those people gradually returned to normal. Then Shang Wanjing and Qin Yu came over. They had already discussed a method, and were ready to execute it. It was at this time that Shang Wanjing understood why Qin Yu was still the boss of the camp even though he was not very powerful. Of course, Qin Yu's shortcomings have been caught up now. As long as he undergoes close combat training, he will no longer have obvious shortcomings. After a few simple words, Shang Wanjing led the people back. Soon they arrived at the door, and everyone stopped. Shang Wanjing turned around and looked at those people, stretched out his hand and whispered, "Except for her and the child, everyone else is divided into 5 groups, 2 people in each group, line up." Hearing this, those people didn't understand, but they had to do it in order to get food, and they also hoped to live in it. At present, there are more and more survivors outside. In the past, you couldn't meet a living person for 10 days or half a month, but now there will be fights at any time. After more than 10 seconds, Shang Wanjing turned his head to look at Qin Yu, took 2 steps back, and said, "Leave it to you." Chapter 856. Qin Yu nodded slightly, took the dagger from Wei Hu and Long Jie, and handed it to the 2 men in front of him, and then said, "There are currently 132 people living in our camp." When the others heard this number, they were obviously excited. Because there are so many survivors in the Doomsday, it at least shows that the camp has stable operation capabilities, and will not have problems due to food shortages. This also strengthened their determination to join in. Long Jie stood at the back, and turned his head to look to the side. The reason for this was that he was afraid of laughing out loud. He knew very well how many people were in the camp. How could there be more than 100? At this time, Qin Yu was talking nonsense seriously. He deliberately doubled the number of people, and then continued to add, "So the number of people we can accept is limited. Only 5 of you 10 people can come in. What should we do?" A thin man lowered his head, and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I've already told you the answer." As soon as this was said, everyone present fell silent. There are currently 10 people, but only 5 can go in. Even a fool knows what this sentence means. A few seconds later, the thin man turned his head to the right and said, "Du Yang, I'm not in good health. Even if I go in, I won't live for a few years, so I'm willing to withdraw. I'm willing to give you the opportunity." As he said this, he slightly turned sideways, holding the dagger in his right hand, and put it behind his back, and pointed to the door with his left hand. "Thank you, Brother Ping." Du Yang was very happy. He patted the thin man's shoulder, and walked forward. At this moment, the man's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and his right hand slowly raised. Others wanted to remind him, but when they saw Shang Wanjing's figure, they suddenly hesitated. They were a little unsure whether they would break the rules, and be killed if they told the news. After all, this man looked like a ruthless person who would kill without blinking an eye. As soon as Du Yang turned his back, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. He turned his head, and saw only Brother Ping's vicious eyes. At the same time, the other party pulled out a knife, and stabbed him in the heart again. After several consecutive stabs, the ground was already full of blood. The thin man pulled out the knife, and threw it on the ground, panting, and said, "Is this okay?" Qin Yu smiled slightly, motioned for someone to open the door, and nodded, "Of course, please come in, and someone will take you to arrange accommodation next." As the man walked in, the others stood there, looking at each other. The door opened, and the living environment inside came into view. Everyone was very moved, and there was even a big white dog running around. Soon the door continued to close, and Qin Yu picked up the 2 knives and handed them to another team. Of course, he did not wipe off the blood on the knives. This time, after a few minutes of silence, they directly started fighting, using all kinds of ruthless moves. Until the end, both of them were seriously injured at the same time, and they didn't stand up in the end, and died just like that. Long Jie called 2 people forward, dragged their bodies to the side, and stabbed their heads again to prevent corpse transformation. Shang Wanjing stood beside Qin Yu and said calmly, "Did you see it? This is one of the reasons why I don't want to accept any survivors. At some point, teammates are simply a joke." Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and said softly, "Don't worry, keep watching." Qin Yu knew that human nature could not stand the test, but at the same time, he also understood that not everyone would be like this. The third team was a man and a woman, both in their early 20s, and they seemed to be college students before the end of the world. The cruel doomsday made them skinny, and looked listless. Qin Yu estimated that these people must have been hungry for several days, so they broke in here regardless of the danger. There are 7 people left, and except for the one who has already entered, there are only 4 vacancies. At this moment, the 2 of them did not move, holding the dagger in their hands, standing there without saying a word. At this time, as expected, other people began to speak. Xiao Huan, do you know who stole your underwear last month? I tell you, it was a Guang. Then another person suddenly said, it's nonsense, it was clearly a Guang who stole Xiao Huan's food, I saw it with my own eyes. At this moment, those people started talking at once, but without exception, they were all trying to fan the flames. The girl turned her head and glanced at the boy next to her, hesitated, then threw away the knife and stood aside. I voluntarily give up. Reason. Qin Yu still had a smile on his face and asked lightly. If I give up now, I can still have a healthy body. If I fight and get bloody later, if it causes sequelae, it will be a big loss. After he finished speaking, Shang Wanjing glanced at her and found that she was the girl who said that she was too hungry. The surroundings became quiet. Others did not expect Xiao Huan to give up on her own initiative. But in this case, one more person would be needed, so they fixed their eyes on the boy again and continued to talk around him. As a result, a Guang just pushed them away with disgust, and then walked to the girl. He said seriously, Sister Huan, I just want to help you wash clothes. I am really not a pervert. Then you don't have to be sneaky, right? Xiao Huan glared at him, and took 2 steps to the right. You want to give up too? Qin Yu looked at the boy. Hearing this, a Guang was about to nod, but looking at the faces of those people, he suddenly felt disgusted and shouted, Of course not, but I want to stay here for a while, can I go in later? No problem. Qin Yu took back the knives of the 2 of them, and handed them to the 4th team. At this moment, the remaining 4 people began to insult a Guang, questioning whether he was a man, and actually enjoyed the quota provided by Xiao Huan after he automatically withdrew. But these people forgot one thing. They were expecting a Guang to leave, so that they could enter the gate directly. The last 10 minutes passed. There was another body on the ground. The 3 of them entered the camp with smiles on their faces, not caring about their former teammates behind them. The woman holding the child suddenly walked forward a few steps, then bowed to Shang Wanjing and Qin Yu, and whispered, Thank you for the water you provided just now, but can you give me a little more? I want to make milk powder for the child. Where did you get the milk powder? Shang Wanjing frowned slightly. I hid it outside. The woman looked at the child in her arms, her eyes showing a trace of love, and continued, Because she walked too far this time, the baby cried. Chapter 857. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing turned around and called a subordinate, whispering a few words. A few minutes later, a man ran over with 3 large plastic bottles, each of which was a 2-liter beverage bottle filled with well water and tied with a rope. The woman bowed her head slightly and asked for help to hang it around her neck. Shang Wanjing hesitated for a moment, walked up to Long Jia and said, Give me the lighter. Long Jia blinked and said, What are you talking about, instructor? I don't smoke, why would I carry that with me? Hearing this, Shang Wanjing continued expressionlessly, Are you going to hand it over voluntarily, or are you going to wait for me to call Long Dai over? After saying this, Long Jia curled his lips and reluctantly took out an object from his pocket and handed it over. It's better not to let my sister know. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu turned his head and whispered, Wei Hu, Long Jia is obviously very skilled. Why does he seem to be afraid of his sister? This is the blood suppression power. Long Jia is only very strong in close combat. His sister Long Dai is superb in using firearms. If she really wanted to take action last time, your people would not have had a chance to react at all. You know, Long Dai didn't use a professional sniper rifle. Otherwise, how could that man let her fall accidentally? Chen Yu nodded and agreed. After all, in many cases, the influence of external objects is also very important. Shang Wanjing handed the lighter to the woman and said no more. Then Xiao Huan also said goodbye and walked over to help hold the child. The 2 walked outside. However, while walking, Xiao Huan also looked at the lake next to him, with a hungry expression on his face. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly shouted, Wait! The 2 turned around, looking puzzled. Qin Yu asked, If he hadn't stopped you earlier, would you really stab your child to death? As he spoke, Qin Yu pointed at Shang Wanjing. The woman said in surprise, Of course not, this is my own flesh and blood, why would you be so cruel? Then what do you mean by your action just now? Hearing this, the woman explained, I was going to cut my wrists and use my own blood to lure the zombies away. After all, if it drags on, more and more people will die. It's probably because of the angle of view. You mistakenly thought I wanted to stab the child. After that, the two continued to leave. Afterwards, Aguan looked at their backs reluctantly, hesitated for a moment, and chose to follow them. Qin Yu was not surprised at all by his actions, but Shang Wenjing fell into deep thought. In the camp, the four people stood in the open space, poking their palms expectantly. Although no one took them to find a place to stay, no one spoke first. Shang Wenjing took the intercom from Lin Yi, adjusted the frequency, and said, "Long Dai, come here." A few minutes later, Long Dai appeared in front of everyone. After the hot weather, she also put on shorts. Even Lin Yi changed into a skirt that reached her knees. Her flawless white legs made people stare at her. "Xiao Bai," Lin Yi called out and left with the dog. She didn't like to stay here. The eyes of those strangers made her feel sick. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at those people, and then nodded slightly to Shang Wenjing. Then Long Dai stood in front of Shang Wenjing, and after listening to what he said, she turned around and walked into the camp. To be precise, she walked towards the secret passage. After Long Dai left, Shang Wenjing said something to Long Jie, and then said, "Although you have come in, you need to prove that you will not be a drag when you encounter problems. So next, you need to follow him out for a while, and those who come back at night will be considered to have completely integrated into the camp." At this moment, the four people heard this and were a little unhappy, but there was no way. They did not dare to say anything, so they had to follow Long Jie and leave. "These people can't stay in the camp," Qin Yu said directly when he thought of the way these people looked at Lin Yi just now. "It's not because he is petty, it's just that those people swallowed their saliva while looking at her." Aguan also looked at Lin Yi twice before, but he didn't look at her more. This is also a normal psychological activity. After all, Lin Yi is so beautiful, and it's the environment of the Doomsday, so it's normal for other men to be attracted, so Qin Yu is used to it. As long as they didn't have a disgusting expression, Qin Yu didn't bother to care, because he couldn't care. Shang Wenjing nodded slightly and said, "Of course I won't keep them, but if we just let them go, it will be troublesome in the future. It's better to create some value before we die." Qin Yu hummed. Did Long Dai go to find the three people outside? Almost. Shang Wenjing gestured to people to close the door, and continued, "Long Dai will follow them for 3 days. If she survives, it's not impossible to bring her back to the camp. After all, after what happened just now, her character has been successfully verified. At least those three didn't attack her own people. It's a pity that the two men didn't do it in the end. The main reason is that there are enough places." Qin Yu curled his lips. He didn't expect that the girl named Xia Huan would give up on her own initiative. It's nothing more than spending a little more effort. Shang Wenjing looked at Qin Yu for a few times, and then said, "I originally thought that I could finish your training within half a year, but now I want to try to train you more." "Oh!" Qin Yu was a little interested. "Why? Did you abuse me and develop feelings for me?" This period of time can be said to be more tiring than all the hardships Qin Yu had experienced before. If Xiao Jiu's training camp had allowed Qin Yu to persevere, then this time, he basically risked his life to do it. But at the same time, Qin Yu obviously felt that he was very different. Now, even if 7 or 8 strongmen rushed up together, Qin Yu was confident that he could beat them within a minute. If it were a fatal blow, the time would be even shorter, because a fatal blow would deter others. That was a difference in strength. Even if they knew nothing, when both sides punched each other, Qin Yu believed that the one who would suffer would be the other person. After all the suffering was not in vain. Hee. Shang Wenjing smiled and walked towards the manor, saying lightly, "I think you are more suitable to lead the team than me. Then when will I start the 7th small subject?" "It's too early. I will let Xiojia be your sparring partner in a while. When you can beat him, you will be truly qualified. After all, even I have never tried that subject." Hearing this, Qin Yu was stunned and said, "If I remember correctly, you once said that in terms of close combat, even a lay can't beat Long Jie, right?" "Yeah." Then Qin Yu walked beside him and said to Presley, "Then I am asking for trouble." Chapter 858. But who would use only one trump card in actual combat? Shang Wenjing waved at a Ling, then turned his head and said, "If it really comes to a life and death moment, a lay has at least a dozen ways to kill Xiao Jie. And Xiao Jie can only win if he is in close combat. Do you understand now?" After the words fell, Qin Yu thought clearly in an instant, then nodded, and after saying goodbye to Shang Wenjing, he continued to run towards the wooden stake, ready to fight for another dozen rounds. "What's wrong, Uncle Shangwan?" A Ling was wearing a sun hat, and holding a slingshot-like thing in her hand as she walked towards him. But if you look closely, you will find that this thing is somewhat similar to a crossbow, but there is a wooden frame underneath. How have you been practicing recently? Shang Wanjing took the item from her hand, looked at it, and continued, in the future, when there are not many bullets, firearms will become more and more important, and most of the time you can only use cold weapons. As he said this, Shang Wanjing held the wooden frame below with his left hand, pulled the rubber bands on both sides back with his right hand, and used a small piece of wood to clamp it. This is a special design by Long Dai for a Ling and Lin Yi. Han Liyuan also has one. Unlike regular slingshots, it can be used with one hand and is easy to carry. It is not as eye-catching as a crossbow. After practicing, you can hold this special slingshot in your right hand and a dagger in your left hand, which is equivalent to adding a self-defense skill. The most important thing is that it can be used as a normal slingshot at ordinary times. As long as you press the switch, the wooden piece above will be triggered to fall down, and the rubber band will quickly bounce back. Fortunately, Sister Lin and I can hit the bottle cap within a dozen meters. Ah Ling answered truthfully. Where is your Aunt Li Yuan? Her hand seems to be injured, and she can only shoot about 8 or 9 meters. Ah Ling was silent for a few seconds and whispered, Well, I know. Shang Wanjing nodded, picked up a small stone from the ground, put it into the bullet pocket, and then aimed at a tree 20 meters away. Almost without aiming, a leaf blown by the wind was shot through by the stone. Ah Ling did not doubt that Shang Wanjing had chosen the target at random. She knew very well that with Uncle Shangwan's skills, using this kind of thing was completely easy. After returning the special slingshot to Ailing, Shang Wanjing touched her head and said lovingly, Will you blame me for not letting you participate in the training? Ailing was putting the thing on her waist. When she heard this, she raised her head and asked with her head tilted, Why should I blame you? Before Shang Wanjing could answer, Ailing continued, I don't have that much energy to learn these, and I believe that when we encounter danger, Uncle Shangwan and Brother Jia will definitely rush forward first, and so will Sister Long Dai. Shang Wanjing listened, straightened Ailing's collar with satisfaction, and then walked into the manor. Time passed by, and soon it was dark. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Long Jia walked into the gate slowly, carrying a nylon bag and holding a piece of grass in his mouth. Qin Yu happened to be training Xiao Bai to execute some orders. When he saw Long Jia, he immediately stood up and walked towards him. What are you resisting? Qin Yu was not at all surprised by the disappearance of the 4 people. After all, Shang Wanjing and his people are not good people. If it weren't for the relationship between Han Liyuan and Alei, the two sides would definitely have a tough battle. The current situation is already very good, so Qin Yu will naturally not do something that will disgust others, such as persuading them to be kind. Plop. Long Jia carefully put the bag on his shoulder on the ground and said with a smile, You will know if you open it yourself? Hearing this, Qin Yu squatted down and untied the rope at the mouth of the bag, but due to the dim light, it was a little unclear. Qin Yu was about to reach in and touch it, but suddenly he thought of something and turned around and shouted, Xiao Bai, go get the flashlight. Xiao Bai barked twice, wagged his tail and ran away. Half a minute later, Qin Yu took the flashlight and touched its head, then took out a piece of dried meat from his pocket and threw it on the open ground. Eat it. Ha ha, this big white dog is quite smart. Long Jia walked over, squatted down and touched Xiao Bai, and said casually, Of course, I was also a little surprised. This dog seems to really understand human language. Qin Yu glanced at them, turned on the flashlight and looked into the bag, then asked in surprise, Why are there so many liquors and sugars? There is a small store about 10 kilometers away, but unfortunately a few wild boars accidentally fell there a while ago, which attracted many zombies. We have not had time to clean it up. It's a good opportunity to take those supplies back to avoid being contaminated. Hearing this, Qin Yu tied the bag again, stood up and said, Oh, what method did you use? Long Jia clapped his hands and smiled. Are you sure you want to listen? After he finished speaking, Qin Yu looked at his harmless smile and felt a little disgusted, then shook his head, Forget it. It's not because Qin Yu has a poor tolerance, but there are basically only a few methods, either using living people to attract zombies, or breaking one of those people's legs and leaving them there to die. Anyway, there are too many ways to simply attract the attention of zombies. After dinner, Qin Yu went upstairs to the bedroom. The sound of water in the bathroom was intermittent, as if someone was taking a shower. Qin Yu did not stay, but went to his bedroom, then moved a chair to the balcony, looking at the moon thoughtfully. He planned to come back to the manor camp again, in a while, and send a pigeon to Shang Wanjing and others to facilitate future communication. This time, although Qin Yu and Lin Yi also brought a pigeon, they could only contact the villa camp unilaterally, and there was no way to communicate with them. The weather was too hot recently, So Chinyu simply slept on the balcony, with a mat spread out, and he was still able to sleep. About 10 minutes later, the door of the room was pushed open, and Lin Yi, wearing summer pajamas, walked in. She was stunned when she saw the back figure on the balcony, and then walked over. "Are you not practicing tonight?" Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head, and looked at Lin Yi's delicate body at this time. Her proud figure and delicate skin were simply exciting under the moonlight. "Now those intensities are not stressful for me, so I take a break occasionally." Lin Yi wiped her hair with a towel and said, "It's windy here, so I thought of blowing my hair, otherwise it's easy to catch a cold when sleeping at night. You know, electricity should be used sparingly now." Hearing this, Chinyu stood up and took Lin Yi's hand, pressed her to sit on the chair, and whispered, "Let me help you." "Okay." Lin Yi handed him the towel, and then lay on the small table in front of him. Chapter 859. After about 10 minutes, Chinyu finally dried her hair. At this time, Lin Yi had already fallen asleep on the table, as quiet as a kitten. Chinyu smiled and gently carried her to the bed in the bedroom. Then, when he was about to go to the balcony to rest, he found that his hand was grabbed by someone. Looking back, Lin Yi bit her lips and looked at him. Her face was red and almost dripping with water. "Stay with me tonight, okay?" Before Chinyu spoke, Lin Yi looked at the end of the bed again. There were a few more things there, not big, square packaging and jagged edges. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt even more embarrassed. She buried her head in the pillow and whispered, "A Ling told me that the camp here usually sends an item to those who have a partner every month. This guy actually received it without our knowledge for several months, and today he gave it all to me." Then Lin Yi muttered, "How come there is another A Ling here just after I left Shaoyin?" Looking at her, Chinyu also felt that he was really too busy recently, so busy that he didn't spend much time with Lin Yi. Because Chinyu knew that he was not very strong, but the threat from the Savior sect always existed, so he urgently needed to improve his strength quickly, and he had no time to think about those things. The last time the two spent a night together seemed to be a few months ago. And Lin Yi also said that she was not afraid of getting pregnant. Chinyu's heart moved, and he smiled, "I'm afraid that you will find me annoying." Hearing this, Lin Yi replied in a mosquito-like voice, "You are my husband. How can I dislike you? Kiss me if you want, hug me if you want. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu ran to the bathroom. "I take a shower first." 2 minutes later, Lin Yi was hiding in the thin blanket and counting her fingers, when she was suddenly hugged up. She looked back and saw that it was Chinyu who was breathing a little fast, and then she hugged his shoulders. This night was very long. The next morning, in an open area somewhere in the camp, Long Jie squatted on the steps and smoked, looking at his watch every few minutes, his face full of depression. "Damn it, did Chinyu know that today was my subject and was deliberately late? It's already 9 in the morning, and you haven't come yet?" After waiting for a while, there was still no sign of him. So Long Jie threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out, swept it into the sewer, and stood up, ready to call Chinyu to get up. But he had just taken a few steps when he saw a figure walking towards him. Seeing this, Long Jie's face sank. When Chinyu got closer, he rushed towards him, jumped into the air and shouted, "Take my move." With a muffled groan, Chinyu crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the blow, and even took 2 steps back. He rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "What's wrong with you so early in the morning? I've been waiting for you for 2 hours, 2 whole hours." Long Jie kicked the ground and rushed towards Chinyu again, sneering, "If I don't beat you into a pig's head today, I write my name upside down." Chinyu and Long Jie started sparring for a whole morning. As expected, he was always passive in the first 2 hours. In the end, Chinyu even used Krav Maga, which he had never used before, but still couldn't get the upper hand from Long Jie. Even though the opponent didn't look very strong, when he punched, Chinyu felt like he was hit by a hammer, and even his arm was numb. At this moment, he knew very well that if he had not been stronger than before due to the training in the past few months, he would not have been able to last a few rounds. But as time went on, Chinyu gradually became able to cope with Long Jie's attacks, and could find opportunities to fight back while dodging. At this moment, he truly realized how abnormal the training results on the wooden stake were. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chinyu was beaten into a pig's head, just as Long Jie said, and even one of his eyes was swollen. The consequence was that Long Dai also saw this scene, and rushed up with a gun on the spot. When facing his sister, Long Jie never dared to fight back, because if he was really forced, Long Dai would probably kill him. And once there was no way to fight in close combat, Long Jie was really just a younger brother. A few minutes later, Long Jie had a black eye and limped towards Chinyu, with one shoe missing from his feet. Then, there was the roar of his sister behind him. when Dr. Lin asks, you go and explain to me yourself. Besides, I've told you hundreds of times not to smoke. You really don't know how your father died, right? Because the three of them were just hiding in a house, on the roadside in the wild and basically didn't go out. Long Dai took the time to go back to the camp and planned to bring some food. She needed to keep an eye on them secretly. In order not to be exposed, she certainly couldn't search for supplies openly. As a result, she happened to see her brother bullying Chinyu, and there were cigarette butts all over the floor. This scene directly made Long Dai, who was already in a bad mood, furious. You know, Chinyu has not yet received the close combat training here, and it is impossible for him to beat Long Jie, and Shang Wenjing's arrangement is not for him to use his ultimate move right at the beginning. So this time, Long Dai was really angry. After all, Chinyu was the boss of the next camp, so he had to give him some face. After she left, Chinyu touched his swollen face, turned his head and smiled bitterly. Tell me, are you satisfied now? Although he didn't win and was injured, Chinyu didn't have any complaints, because these were not very fatal. To put it bluntly, it looked serious, but it was actually okay. Many times, when Long Jie was about to get close, he would instantly change his fist into a palm, reducing a lot of damage. Secondly, Chinyu knew very well that Shang Wenjing and Xiao Jiao had said the same thing, that is, if you want to learn real skills, you should start by getting beaten. So Chinyu had already prepared for today's result. Now he can really be described as thick-skinned and thick-fleshed. After all, he had fallen from the wooden stake hundreds of times before, and he had long been numb. At this moment, Long Jie's face was also full of wounds. He said depressedly, you don't understand, my sister can't bear to see me smoking, because our father's lighter fell while driving, and he bent down to pick it up, and then a car accident occurred, causing the mother in the passenger seat to be directly pierced by a steel pipe and died on the spot. Since then, my sister hates people smoking in front of her the most. Haven't you noticed that there is not even a cigarette butt in our camp? And the reason why my sister is very good to Dr. Xiao Lin is because she heard from Lin Yi that you never smoke, so when she saw your appearance today, she directly vented her anger for you. Hiss. Chapter 860. Long Jie bit his tongue because he talked too much. Seeing this, Chinyu smiled and walked towards him. The two supported each other, and walked towards the infirmary in the manor. Knocked on the door gently, and a voice came from inside. Come in. Chinyu entered first, and then the figure sitting on the chair stood up instantly, and the book in her hand fell to the ground. Lin Yi widened her eyes and said, why are you like this? After the voice fell, Long Jie also walked out from behind him, and then greeted Lin Yi. I'm sorry, Dr. Lin, I didn't know the severity of the situation. Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at Long Jie, and found that he was also covered in wounds. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you two are training, that's good. Chinyu smiled and didn't explain. Chinyu, come here first, I take a look at you. Lin Yi opened the curtains, making the light in the infirmary much better. Long Jie leaned on the table with his hands. He looked around and asked, where's A Ling? Why can't I see her? Hearing this, Lin Yi took the kettle in his hand and poured some water into the basin, then wet it with gauze and replied, she is sleeping in the inner room. Do you need me to call her out? Forget it, it's not a serious injury. A few minutes later, the bruises on Chinyu's arms and face had been medicated, and Lin Yi continued to treat Long Jie. After that, the two of them also rested for 3 days. But I don't know if A Ling heard something in the infirmary last time, and this matter later reached Shang Wenjing's ears. So Long Jie's hard days came. He had just recovered from his injury, and he almost died of exhaustion after doing 2,000 push-ups and 3 hours of mountain climbing. But Chinyu did not watch the show, but practiced with Long Jie, which moved him very much. In the evening, they lay on the grass, panting, looked at each other, and then smiled. Long Jie sat up and punched Chinyu in the chest. He said firmly, give me 2 months, and I will definitely train you into a real tough guy. By then, you will be well-rounded. Even if you meet a strong man like the senior brother in the Doomsday, there is a great probability that you can escape unscathed. Chinyu put his hands behind his head, smiled and said, what if it's not the end of the world? Hearing this, Long Jie curled his lips and said, assuming that order has not collapsed, with the means of the eldest brother, it is not a problem to start a war even in some small countries. At this point, Long Jie paused, turned his head and looked in a certain direction and said, of course, the tall guy in your camp also has such strength, provided that it is before the end of the world. After this, Chinyu understood that he should be talking about Xiaojiao. In the camp over there, only Xiaojiao and Hongwu were nearly 1.9 meters tall, but the difference between them was quite large. Chinyu had seen it with his own eyes. Hongwu wanted Xiao Jiao to help him train, but after 10 minutes, Hongwu couldn't even touch Xiao Jiao's clothes, but he started to get injured. If Xiao Jiao had a dagger in his hand, it would probably be even more serious. Just when Qinyu was silent, Long Jie continued to talk to himself. The reason why the instructor is so strong is because he has made unimaginable efforts for ordinary people. Otherwise, do you think he can face the three in your camp alone? The instructor is not Superman. If I hadn't come, he would have been injured. As soon as he finished speaking, the door seemed to open suddenly, and several figures walked in. Long Jie stood up from the ground, then stretched out a hand to Qinyu and said, "My sister should be back." Then the two walked towards the door, and saw several familiar people. But what was more surprising was that the boy named Guang seemed to be injured, and Xiao Huan was supporting him. As for Long Dai, she was actually walking in front holding the baby. After talking to the people next to him for a few words, Long Dai turned around and spoke with a very calm expression. "There is a fence a few dozen meters to the right. Someone will use wire to block the area. You will live there from now on." The three of them expressed their gratitude and had no complaints. After all, no matter how bad the environment is, at least it is inside the fence, which is better than being scared outside. There are also some concrete fences on the manor camp side, but they are blocked with wood again and connected to the back mountain area, and the area connected to the scenic area has also been expanded. So from the front door, you will find that this place seems small, but the actual area is ridiculously large. However, the disadvantage is also obvious, that is, there is no suitable place to feed animals, and most of the edible grass is used to feed horses. It was only later that Qinyu figured out that the first reason why those animals were not raised here was that they were easy to kill, and secondly, priority was not the most important for them. After returning the child to the woman, they followed the people and left. Long Dai turned around and glanced at his brother, who was standing in front of him and laughing, and his expression eased a little. She walked over and patted the dust off Long Jie's shoulders, and said, "Can't you let me worry less every day?" At this moment, because it was dark, and he couldn't see the road clearly, Guang accidentally kicked the steps and fell down. Seeing this, Long Jie blinked and said, "I helped him." He ran away. Long Dai looked at her brother's back and sighed, "I don't know when he will grow up." Hearing this, Qinyu whispered, "Maybe he will wait until he meets the woman he loves." Hearing this, Long Dai smiled helplessly, and her cold face seemed to melt like ice. It would be great if he could really meet them. Then the two talked for a while, and then separated. Long Dai was going to report to Shang Wenjing about the past few days, and Qinyu was going to see the situation of the animals. Since he was brought here some time ago, Qinyu has been doing his best to help take care of them according to what he learned in his own camp. In addition to the daily training content, he would also take time to take a look to avoid the situation of raising animals to death again. Those rabbits reproduced really fast. In less than 5 months, there were dozens more rabbits. Although some of them were not raised, the number was still soaring. Shang Wenjing's people had tried to catch wild rabbits before, but they could only catch male ones most of the time. It was a waste of time, so they simply didn't bother to raise them. The hens had also started laying eggs, and Qinyu taught them how to select eggs that could be hatched, which would be used to hatch chicks later. The only pity was that a piglet died. Fortunately, it was isolated early, and did not infect another pig. In the end, they even used horses to pull a cart for a long distance, and found a place to bury the dead pig. Chapter 861. The next day, Shang Wenjing had someone put a sheet of iron nails in that area to keep out the rain. From that moment on, Xiao Huan and the others understood that as long as they didn't cause any trouble in the future, they should be able to stay here for a long time. As time passed, Qinyu continued to practice with Long Jie. In addition, he still didn't let go of the previous training content. As Qinyu and Lin Yi gradually grew up, her brother Lin Hao also underwent earth-shaking changes. Inside the Panyawan camp, some houses collapsed at this moment, and there was even smoke. The ground was covered with human flesh and blood, and even the soil was dyed red. The once harmonious Panyawan camp had almost become a ruin in just half a year. Dense zombies walked like robots in areas other than the advanced area. They had no target, just wandering around nearby, but they would never leave. In the ruins of a collapsed roof, a sudden dust trembled. Then a hand pushed open the wooden board above his head, and climbed out from inside with a dusty face. The man tried to move the debris beside him, trying to find a handy weapon, but found that he had no strength at all. He turned his head and realized that there was a wound of more than 30 centimeters on his arm, which was shocking and unbearable to look at. Lin Hao smiled bitterly, chose to pick up a stool, and then sat on it. He held a bracelet in his left hand, although it was covered with a lot of dust, but it was still held in Lin Hao's hand. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Lin Hao looked at the bracelet he had snatched from Yiqian, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about his bloody right hand at all, and just sat in the room, even though the zombie army had surrounded the room, and the sound of banging on the window never stopped. After discussing the plan last time, Li Yao began to implement it step by step. According to the plan, the people in the slums wanted to rebel, but the weapons were stored in the high-end area, and they had no way to fight without these things. In order to implement the plan smoothly, Lin Hao arranged many confidants, including Li Yao, Yi and Xie Chong, and even told Yiqian to avoid any accidents. Because Lin Hao didn't want Yiqian to be a traitor, but he had to do it. Although he knew that Mukin would probably kill him, Lin Hao knew one thing more clearly: if he didn't jump in, he would definitely be shot. It might even implicate Li Yao and the girl. Originally, Lin Hao planned to randomly arrange a dozen people from the slums to protest, and then pick out a few people who really had this intention and hand them over to Mukin, and simply deal with them. But what he didn't expect was that Mukin didn't play by the rules at all. Those people gathered and made trouble for 3 days, but Mukin never showed up. In this way, the voices of protest became louder and louder, and the patrol team and the law enforcement team only symbolically controlled them from entering the high-level area. From that moment on, Lin Hao discovered that Mukin's ambition was not just to clear out the traitors. He might want to wipe out half of the population, but he needed a reason. After all, there were more than 1,000 people living in Pawnee Bay. Even if it was only half, the number would reach 600. No one dared to carry out such a large-scale massacre, not even the Savior sect, because humans are also resources in the end times. On the 7th day after the protest, although things were a little out of touch, with more than 100 people on strike every day, it was still under Lin Hao's control. But that night, something that shocked everyone came out. That was that Mukin was seriously ill and died. Even the body was loaded on a cart, revealing only a bloodless face. Even though Lin Hao was very sure that it couldn't be the real Mukin, he had no way to go and confirm it, because Jiang Qishan was leading people to blow up the wall of the advanced area. The body was just a dozen meters away from the crowd, and then slowly pulled out of the camp. In an instant, the controller of the camp died, and things were completely messed up. It was from then on that Lin Hao discovered that Mukin was not called this name at the beginning, but Jiang Chen. Jiang Qishan was not his relative, but his biological father. Jiang Chen even concealed his age, because his skin was tanned, and he looked very old, so he pretended to be a middle-aged man. In addition, he couldn't wash often in the doomsday, so he naturally looked much older. In fact, his real age was only about 39 years old, which was what Celia told Lin Hao before she died. Almost instantly, Lin Hao felt the seriousness of the matter. Jiang Chen was probably really sick, but he didn't want to die like this, so he used Lin Hao's hand to clean up the mess, and Jiang Qishan fell into the trap. Although his son controlled Pawnee Bay, Jiang Qishan was ambitious, and was influenced by the women beside him, so he chose to take risks. At that time, Lin Hao already felt something was wrong, because there were no survivors in the high-end area, and others began to rush in to grab various supplies. Although Lin Hao quickly returned to his villa, he only saw the bodies of Celia and Xiaoxua hanging on the door, and they had even turned into zombies. The dog was nowhere to be seen. Lin Hao ran to the doghouse and found a note under a loose floor tile, which contained the words Celia left for him. From the beginning, Xiaoya and Xiaoxua were sent to monitor Lin Hao, but they were never violated. In addition, Lin Hao usually respected them very much, and over time, the two girls changed their hearts. But they knew that they could not escape the claws of Brother Chen, so they chose another way. During the days of trouble outside, Xiaoxua found an opportunity to lead the madman away, and then Xiaoya hid Li Yao and Fang Xian in the sewer, and sent them away. It was not until then that Lin Hao began to regret it, because after the people in the slums and the intermediate area began to rebel, the high-level area closed the door, and even he could not go back. So during that time, Lin Hao had no idea what was happening inside. Later, Lin Hao gathered all his confidants, about 90 people, plus those in the slums and intermediate areas, and almost turned the entire Pawnee Bay upside down, but they could not find any trace at all. It was as if all those people had disappeared. A month later, when everyone was sitting on the ground with low morale, a truck drove in from the only entrance. And Yiqian just jumped out of the car, looked at Lin Hao expressionlessly, and then pinched her nose and jumped into the sea. Lin Hao followed closely, but he only grabbed Yiqian's wrist in the sea, and then was stabbed by the other party. After he got ashore, those people opened the truck, but there was a truck full of corpses inside. Chapter 862. All those familiar faces were now lying in the car, and blood was everywhere. The bodies all had fatal wounds on the sides of their heads, which meant that they had been stabbed after death, so they did not become zombies. There were densely packed bullet shells outside the car, as if they were telling the dying struggle of the people inside the car. Everyone stood outside the car in a daze, and suddenly Lin Hao saw a ring finger that made him feel familiar. Then he climbed into the car, picked it up from the bloodstain, wiped it with his clothes, and recognized a ring on it. It was the one that Yi always liked to wear on her hand. Before he could speak, there was a noise above his head. He looked up and saw several drones hovering in the air, and their cameras were spinning around. Lin Hao's eyelids jumped, and he saw the objects hanging under the drones, which were round and dark in appearance. This is... Before he could speak, gunshots suddenly rang out on the roof of a villa in the high-end area, followed by several bullets flying at high speed. Plop! The bullet broke the rope, and more than a dozen grenades fell to the ground. Just as everyone was about to run, a voice suddenly rang out from the loudspeaker next to them. It was Jiang Chen, who had disappeared for a long time. "Xiao Hao, I want to see how many people you can save." After the voice fell, Jiang Chen held the sniper rifle and pulled the trigger, instantly detonating the grenade on the ground. A wave of heat rushed into the sky, and the few people who were close were directly torn into pieces. This is not an ordinary grenade, it is also improved later, and more nails are added inside. Lin Hao reacted much faster than the people around him. He almost immediately got under the car, but even so, he felt pain in his back, as if he had been cut by shrapnel. The explosion gradually disappeared, and the surroundings fell into a purgatory on Earth. Many survivors were missing arms and legs, and could only lie on the ground and roll around, trying to make themselves less painful. Then Lin Hao gritted his teeth and called the rest of the people, and began to chase the gunshots. In a month, Lin Hao and his team killed about 40 people, all of whom were from the previous law enforcement team and patrol team. But more than 100 people were killed. 2 months later, there were only a few people left around Lin Hao, and Jiang Chen disappeared somewhere, as if he had disappeared from Pawnee Bay. But fortunately, Pawnee Bay had been developed for so long and had a lot of food, and for some reason, Jiang Chen did not destroy the supplies when he led his men to retreat. But Lin Hao soon figured it out, because Pawnee Bay had a good terrain, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Except for the Salvation Gate, this was the only place that was most suitable for survival and development within 100 miles. In the last battle, Jiang Qishan had his legs broken by the madman and thrown into the sea to feed the fish, and Lin Hao successfully shot him in the arm. But just when he thought he had won completely and was about to kill the madman, a noise suddenly appeared in the distance, and it was getting closer and closer. Looking back, an armed helicopter was hovering in the air, and Jiang Chen was sitting on the edge of the cabin, wearing sunglasses on his face, holding a machine gun in front of him, and started shooting directly at the people below. Later, at a critical moment, several of Lin Hao's confidants rushed up and used their bodies to block some of the bullets for him. Now Lin Hao finally understood that Jiang Chen had the ability to easily take over Pawnee Bay, because the Salvation Sect seemed to be controlled by him. He had heard that the Salvation Sect had already targeted the helicopter, but now Jiang Chen appeared on it. Even a fool could understand what was going on. From the beginning, Jiang Chen was playing with Lin Hao and others. He could have killed these people directly, but he deliberately kept them. For a whole 6 months, Jiang Chen would send people to launch attacks every once in a while, as if it was just a fun in the end of the world. After sitting in the house for half an hour, Lin Hao picked up a stick as a handrail and prepared to climb out from the roof. During this period of time, he was directly trapped in Pawnee Bay. All the people around him died. The other missing people were probably dead long ago. If he had not been trained by the white-haired man before, he would not have been able to hold on for so long. The food had been eaten 7 days ago, and due to the hot weather, a lot of it was spoiled. Now Lin Hao has become a prisoner. Although Pawnee Bay is not easy to be attacked, there is no way to escape. When he sat on the roof, hundreds of zombies below waved their arms and tried to pull him down. Lin Hao's face was almost bloodless, his lips were pale, and even his wounds had begun to fester. In a trance, there seemed to be several explosions in the distance, and the zombies gradually left below. At this time, Lin Hao had little strength left, so he could only lie on the roof to rest and try to recover more strength. But the scorching sun above his head had no mercy, and was still desperately squeezing the water out of his body. About a few minutes later, a dozen fully armed men came over. Ji lowered her head and dared not look at the people on the roof. She held an umbrella in her left hand and followed Jiang Chen. Spread the things. With Jiang Chen's order, The others deployed the traps prepared in advance, and the open space under the roof was paved tightly. Lin Hao opened his eyes with difficulty, and what came into his sight was a large number of iron nails, all of which were covered with rust. Yi no longer had the beauty of the past, and her body was covered with wounds, but her face was still pretty. Jiang Chen coughed twice and said lightly, "Where is that girl who knows Chinese medicine?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao immediately understood the general situation in his heart. He died a long time ago. Lin Hao forced himself to sit up, glanced at the man in the open space in front of him, and sneered, "You are seriously ill, and now the medical care has collapsed. Although there are doctors in Pawnee Bay, they can't save you. So your only hope now is that girl, but you have calculated everything. But you don't trust other people after all, so the madman doesn't know that you need to find a Chinese medicine doctor in the doomsday. You lock us up here like mice and kill us at will. Now I want to ask you, who is the mouse and who is the cat?" After the words fell, a haze flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He reached back and took a dagger, then asked his men to grab Yiji's hair and tilted her head up. Then Jiang Chen kicked Yiji's knees, making her kneel on the ground. Just as he was about to kill Yiji in front of Lin Hao, he suddenly became interested. Jiang Chen looked up at the roof and sneered, "Two women, one loves you the most, and the other is the one you love the most. I want to see, what will you choose?" Chapter 863. After the words fell, Jiang Chen took the intercom from the side, pressed it and said, "Bring Yiqian here." Then he thought for a moment and added, "Bring those garbage with you." Yiqi was caught. She looked at Lin Hao with tears in her eyes, and her whole body began to tremble unconsciously. Time passed by. Jiang Chen stood under the umbrella, talking to himself. "I thought that as more and more survivors were received, I would have a chance to study the real immortality, but more than a year later, I actually came up with something like this." As soon as he finished speaking, a pack of pills appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. They were about the size of soybeans and white in color. There were 5 pills in total. When she saw this, Yiji's pupils shrank sharply, as if she had seen something very scary, and she retreated desperately. "Heh." Jiang Chen looked at Yiji's frightened appearance, and a sense of evil rose in his heart. He nodded to the men next to him, "Take off her clothes for me." After receiving the order, 2 men grabbed Yiji's clothes on her shoulders, and pulled them to both sides with great force. Almost instantly, Yiji's fair skin was exposed to the air. She broke free and curled up on the ground, trying not to embarrass herself too much. This scene made Lin Hao's eyes blaze with anger, but he was powerless. Because he only realized today that Jiang Chen was not an ordinary person, even if he was sick. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Hao indifferently and said lightly, "You don't have to stare at me like this. Even if you are given a chance, do you really think you can kill me?" After saying that, Jiang Chen suddenly kicked Yiji in the stomach on the ground with such force that he kicked her several meters away. The exposed skin rubbed against the hard concrete floor, leaving a shocking bloody trail. Yiji couldn't bear this kick, and coupled with the abuse during this period, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, twitched a few times, and then she was motionless. "Xiaoya!" Lin Hao roared with red eyes, but there was no response. This kind of force is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to do, not to mention that Jiang Chen is sick, and under the influence, he can actually kick an adult woman away. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was very scorching. Lin Hao knew that if Yiji was exposed to the sun for a few hours, she would definitely die. Then he looked at Jiang Chen on the ground and gritted his teeth and said, "Don't fall into my hands if you dare." Jiang Chen snorted coldly and asked his men to bring a chair over, and someone continued to hold an umbrella next to him. "You don't have to hate me so much. Although Yiji is beautiful, I am not interested in her. As for the others, they naturally dare not touch her hair without my permission. Although no one has touched her, it's the end of the world, so let everyone feast their eyes on her, right?" Then, without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, Jiang Chen leaned back on the chair with his legs crossed, and said calmly, "After all, you have been with me for such a long time, and this woman admires you so much, maybe she can be useful." Today, I saw that it was true, haha. Lin Hao tore off a piece of t-shirt, wrapped his arm, and then asked with a gloomy face, "Who are you?" As if to prevent Jiang Chen from talking nonsense, Lin Hao gritted his teeth and added, "A man in his 40s, in the doomsday, can actually develop 2 major forces by himself, and each of them has thousands of people. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one will believe it." After the voice fell, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Then, the moment he opened his eyes, his momentum soared, and even the men holding umbrellas beside him trembled. "Who said I'm alone?" He looked at his watch and said lightly, Since it will take some time for He Qian and others to come, it's okay to tell you. Maybe you will hand over the girl when you are in a good mood? Many people only know that the zombie outbreak was very sudden, but they don't know where the virus came from. Today I'm in a good mood, so I won't hide it. A few years ago, there was an organization founded by a large number of top rich people. They were keen on studying how to make humans age slower, and even make cells younger. As long as you have enough money, even if you are 50 years old, your body functions can return to that of an 18-year-old. The biggest worry of these people every day is how to spend money and live longer. After all, when you die, you can't take a penny with you. At this point, Jiangchen sneered, but these rubbish are not satisfied at all, and they still want to study immortality, and finally come up with this kind of weird beast. Just then, a zombie staggered over from the right. One of his men drew out a dagger and threw it directly, hitting it instantly. This scene made Lin Hao more convinced that these people were not simple. They could hit the zombie's head accurately at a distance of almost 30 meters. After the corpse fell to the ground, Jiangchen calmed down and continued, "From the first time I saw you, I recognized that you were very abnormal. Let me guess, you should have received temporary training from someone, right? It's a pity that the time is too short. You haven't even learned 1/10 of his skills, but you have that feeling." When these words came out, Lin Hao's eyelids twitched and his heart beat faster instantly. Before he could speak, Jiangchen said to himself, "If I were to guess again, that guy should like to wear a long gown and have white hair, right? Do you know him?" Although Lin Hao was very uncomfortable in the sun, he didn't fall directly because of his strong body and regular exercise. More than just knowing him. Jiangchen stood up, lifted his shirt from the back, and said calmly, "The wounds on my body are all caused by him." Lin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, and two huge scars of more than 20 centimeters in length came into view. In less than 20 years, he made Blood Wolf the second in the world. To be honest, this guy is a ruthless person. He has saved me almost 10 years of road by his own efforts. When I took over Death God, this organization was only established about 40 years ago, and there were a lot of financial groups behind it to support it. After the words fell, Jiangchen walked out of the shadow area under the umbrella, looked up and looked at Lin Hao, and smiled. "I forgot to tell you that the Death God is the world's #1 killer organization. Yes, it's such a coincidence that you just learned skills from Sheng Jing, who is ranked second, and then followed me, who is ranked first. It was destined from the beginning that you will never be able to beat me in this life." Chapter 864. After the zombies were created, those people felt that they had made trouble and began to desperately research the antidote. But as time went on, the people in the R&D center began to understand that there was no solution. After the zombie outbreak, there was no way to enter the primeval forest, where the raw materials were obtained, and the traffic in various cities was paralyzed. Whenever Jiangchen thought of this matter, he was very irritated. Originally, his status was very high, he had endless money, and his eyes were dazzled by all kinds of beautiful women. But those old immortals were determined to study immortality, and in the first month after the zombies appeared, Jiangchen had to take people to the forest. However, due to the influence of the magnetic field, the helicopter crashed, and the humans on board died and turned into zombies, and the virus spread to other animals in the forest. If Jiangchen had not been so powerful, he would have died there. Even so, it took him half a month to return to human society. No, to be precise, he returned to the modern society full of zombies. During the escape, Jiangchen also suffered irreversible damage, affecting his respiratory tract and immunity, making him prone to illness. Although he had the raw materials, he needed new humans to conduct experiments. Secondly, in order to control one or even several countries in the future, Jiangchen brought the Death God back to the country. He wanted to establish a huge power camp, while others were still trying to survive. Because if he was abroad, he would probably fight Sheng Jing again in the future. This situation was something Jiangchen did not want to encounter at all in the end of the world. After leaving modern warfare, even if the #1 Death God meets the Blood Wolf, it may not be able to eat the other party 100%. Many high-precision instruments cannot be used, and the strength of both sides will be affected to a certain extent. What's more, their two organizations have a deadly feud. It's okay if they don't meet. Once they come into contact, it will basically be a fight to the death. And Jiangchen also knows that if it develops like this, it will inevitably be too much. If he encounters soldiers who stick together, he may not be able to deal with it in time. So when he was still abroad, Jiangchen had already planned everything. So when the zombies broke out, he heard that someone in China wanted to buy guns, and he knew what the other party was going to do without thinking. Almost without any hesitation, Jiang Chen asked people to get a large number of guns and ammunition for that group of forces, and they were even quite professional. Among them was a TAC-50 sniper rifle, and he also gave them a rocket launcher. Jiang Chen didn't even care that the gold paid by the other party was fake. He just needed those people to occupy the mountain and use guns to attract some people's attention first, so that he could find a place to develop when he returned to China later. This is why Longshan and others can quickly build up their power with guns, because even in the doomsday, most survivors have never touched a gun, let alone find a way to find one. Unarmed survivors have no ability to resist villains holding modern thermal weapons. Other survivors with guns will try to deal with zombies, but they don't know that they can't be killed unless large weapons are used. But in that case, many survivors will inevitably be affected, and over time, zombies will completely flood the world. In this way, under the close arrangement step by step, Jiang Chen found a steam train that could go to China. With those weapons and ammunition, as well as a large number of people from the Death God organization, Jiang Chen developed rapidly as soon as he returned to China. Later, he heard that a force was massacred and there were a large number of survivors, so Jiang Chen analyzed it, took advantage of the situation to capture a person, interrogated some useful information, and then sneaked in. The people of the Savior sect never understood until their death that the reason they were able to fight back was just because they happened to be useful. Later, in order to avoid problems, Jiang Chen asked others to stay in the Salvation sect and gradually infiltrate the upper echelons, while he walked alone in the apocalypse, trying to find a way to build another force. Jiang Qishan didn't know much, and he thought his son was the same as before. When more than 10 minutes passed, Lin Hao was completely disheartened after listening to Jiang Chen's self-narration. As for those subordinates, they showed a proud expression, because the boss they followed was really strong. Lin Hao lowered his head, his mind was very confused. If Jiang Chen had not lied, if he was telling the truth, then now, perhaps no one or force could really beat him. What if I hand Fong Xian over to you? Lin Hao was silent for a moment, but still chose to say this. He had no choice, because at this moment Lin Hao had no ability to protect her, but if Fong Xian was really the heir of a traditional Chinese medicine family, she would definitely be a hot commodity. Even if she can only delay my condition, you guys can save your life. Jiang Chen looked back, and saw a group of people walking towards him. Then he looked at Lin Hao and spoke again. Of course, in order for you not to threaten me in the future, the man needs to break a leg and the woman needs to cripple a hand. In the apocalypse, what's the difference between this situation and death? Then you can also choose to die directly. After saying this, Jiang Chen no longer had much patience. If Lin Hao hadn't really helped him with something in the past, he wouldn't have bothered to waste time talking about this at this moment. Soon those people came over, and behind them were about a dozen captives with their hands and feet tied up, and their skin was even peeled by the sun. Most of them were people who had lived in Pawnee Bay before, but most of them had come into contact with Lin Hao. One of them was leading a wild dog with a muzzle, but he still looked very fierce, like a mad dog. Before Lin Hao could figure out what Jiang Chen was going to do, he suddenly saw someone take out a glass bottle from his pocket and pour it on those people. Even Yi Qian stood there with a calm face, and did not move even though some blood and flesh were poured on her legs. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, and led some of his men back a few meters. Then with a smile on his face, he said something that made people's scalps numb. This mad dog is sick, and has been hungry for several days. Once it is released, it will definitely bite desperately. After the bait was released, Jiang Chen did not even give Lin Hao time to speak, and directly asked people to loosen the dog's muzzle. Almost instantly, this then mad dog rushed towards the survivors. The screams were deafening, but because their legs were tied together, those people could not run away at all, and were even forced to squeeze together. Although this mad dog was scary, it did not eat the survivors, but ate the flesh and blood, so many people were indirectly bitten. Chapter 865. A few minutes later, the survivors protected their faces, but their arms and other parts were bitten to varying degrees. Even Yi Qian's pants were bitten to pieces by the mad dog. Despite this, Jiang Chen still did not let anyone interfere. He only let people shoot after all the survivors were bitten, and used the gunshots to scare away the mad dog. Afterwards, Jiang Chen looked at his watch and said calmly, "You have 5 minutes to retreat before the zombies come over." After saying that, he led all his men to leave the area, and continued to retreat to the only entrance of Pawnee Bay. Lin Hao grabbed the edge of the roof with one hand, and tried to jump down, but the ground was covered with rusty nails. With his current physical strength, he couldn't jump too far. In the doomsday, no one dared to touch such items directly. The danger of tetanus was basically known to everyone. At this moment, Ji moved a finger, and then she struggled to get up from the ground, covered her chest with her left hand to prevent exposure, and limped towards Lin Hao. "How are you?" Lin Hao looked at her pitiful figure, and asked in a low voice. At this time, when Ji came closer, Lin Hao saw that she had been wearing a glove on her right hand, but it was summer now, so it was normal. Ji raised her head, and her pale face made Lin Hao feel distressed. I'm fine. I haven't heard Ji's voice for a long time. Now she speaks again, and it is very different from before. Without continuing the conversation, Ji squatted on the ground and moved the nails on the ground with force. "Be careful, there are barbs on it," Lin Hao subconsciously warned, but Ji didn't care, even though her right hand was scratched. After clearing an area, Ji said with a dim look in her eyes, "It's too late." As soon as she finished speaking, she bit the glove on her right hand with her teeth and pulled it off, and then a nail piercing through the palm appeared in front of everyone. It's obvious that it can't be a normal nail. Nowadays, many survivors know that rust can kill people. After all, if the zombie virus bites your hand, you may still survive by cutting off your arm. But once tetanus is infected, no one dares to gamble, and its mortality rate is very high, not to mention the doomsday world today. Lin Hao jumped to the ground, staggered and almost fell. Ji hurried forward and supported him in time. At close range, Lin Hao found that Ji's mental state was also very bad. It seems that although Jiang Chen did not let those men touch her, the abuse and torture did not stop. Lin Hao currently only had his left hand that could move. He took off his t-shirt with great effort and put it on Ji. Then he took her right hand and looked at it for a few more times. Then Lin Hao turned around and pulled her towards the high-end area. "Let's go in." Although Ji's ring finger was chopped off and a big iron nail was stuck in her palm, it shouldn't be fatal in a short time as long as it is not pulled out rashly. "What about Sister Qian?" Ji looked back and asked in a low voice. "It's none of my business." Lin Hao's eyes revealed a rage. If he was not seriously injured at the moment, he would really want to kill He Qian with a knife. For such a traitor, there is no sympathy at all. Lin Hao had suspected He Qian at first, but she was too perfect. Lin Hao really couldn't be cruel to the woman he once loved deeply, but He Qian took advantage of the chaos outside to sell Xiaoya and Xiaoxue. Lin Hao's mobile phone was already usable before, although there was no network, but it could record. Through the video, the person who finally led people into Lin Hao's villa was not an outsider, but He Qian. After she left, Xiaoya and Xiaoxue were killed and their bodies were hung at the gate. But the others seemed to be in a miserable state too. Ji coughed a few times, spoke again, and stopped. Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression was uncertain. He turned around, looked at the survivors who stood up with each other, and said helplessly, "I can't guarantee that you will survive. I believe everyone should know about rabies in the doomsday." After the voice fell, Lin Hao put his hand on Ji's shoulder, bare-chested in the scorching sun, and continued to lead the way slowly. In the entrance area of Pawnee Bay, a highly alert open space. Jiang Chen enjoyed a massage from a very beautiful girl while listening to the report from his subordinates. When it was almost over, the subordinate hesitated for a while, but still chose to ask, "Brother Chen, since it has been confirmed that the girl is hiding inside and has not come out, why don't you just kill her?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen reached back, grabbed the beautiful girl's neck and moved her in front of him, looked at her for a few times and said, "Go down." "Okay." The girl turned her head and kissed Jiang Chen's palm, then got up and left. Then Jiang Chen looked at his subordinates and said calmly, "What did you see from the scene just now?" The subordinate was a little embarrassed. He was just a young man in his 20s. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head. Seeing this, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and continued, "It's loyalty and obedience. I want these people to be obedient from the bottom of their hearts, not to go against their own will for the sake of survival, otherwise they will betray me sooner or later. Because in this end of the world where people eat each other, I can give them a better living environment, so no matter how beautiful a woman is, once she starts to persuade herself, she will eventually climb into my bed willingly." At the end, Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the shore. He looked at the surging sea water below and said, "Violence can only make a person submit to you. If they have the chance to bite back, they will want to suck your blood clean." Then Jiang Chen looked at his men standing next to him and said, "Why do you think I chose to use force to suppress those survivors who were making trouble in the past? I need them to stir up trouble one day in the future, so that I can integrate the two forces together." "I understand." The subordinate nodded and whispered, "Brother Chen wants to wait until the girl can't stand hiding in the sewers, and then take the initiative to come out, and finally let her stay with you sincerely, right? After all, she is a doctor." If she really has some other little thoughts, I won't even know how I died. Because Jiang Chen was too confident in the past, so confident that he didn't trust anyone, the survivor of traditional Chinese medicine he was looking for ended up living in his camp. As the disease became more and more serious, he had no choice but to choose a last-ditch effort, and finally found out that he could have found it from the beginning. Chapter 866. When a person's power and status have reached the peak, he will care more about whether his body is healthy or not. And Jiang Chen happened to be such a person. Although he did not believe that he could come up with something like immortality, Jiang Chen also wanted to live a few more decades smoothly. He even sneered at those anti-aging drugs. In Jiang Chen's view, even if a person lives in the world for only 100 years at most, it should be normal for birth, aging, illness and death. What is the point of forcing yourself to live according to a fixed step every day? However, after the world went into chaos, Jiang Chen also chose to take a gamble, so he let those R&D personnel continue, and sent them survivors for experiments regularly. The Savior Gate was just a cover set up by Jiang Chen. The living environment here is good, and they will not bully survivors at will, nor will they attack those forces. What Pani Bay does is similar to the Savior Gate, but they are more friendly to disabled or vulnerable survivors. Even if you do nothing, you can receive living supplies every once in a while. Although the place they live in is dirty and messy, and the food they eat is not good, at least those people don't have to worry about being harmed by others, let alone the sudden appearance of zombies. The two forces, separated by 100 miles, basically take care of the survivors nearby. Young and strong men will be targeted by the Salvation Gate first. As for the old, weak, sick and disabled, some children, and young and beautiful women, they will come to Pani Bay under the guidance of some people. In this way, no other forces outside can pose a threat to these two camps. Jiang Chen is not in good health now, so he no longer targets those women, but concentrates on recuperating, and announces to the public that his condition is getting worse and worse. What he didn't expect was that there are still people who still conceal their identities under such circumstances, such as Fong Xian. Obviously, as long as she finds Jiang Chen, she can live a comfortable life above thousands of people. If it weren't for this time that Lin Hao and his father led people to rebel, Jiang Chen really wouldn't have found out. The subordinates were silent for a long time, and then hesitantly asked, "Brother Chen, but what does this have to do with the action just now?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned his head and glanced at him, saying lightly, "You have been with me for so long, haven't you learned anything else?" After saying this, his subordinate lowered his head and took 2 steps back, saying, "Please let Brother Chen explain." Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the city buildings in the distance, which have now become deserted and no longer have the glory they once had. He felt the hot wind blowing in his face, and whispered, "Rabies not only sounds terrible, but it can also kill people when it attacks. But the question is, when there was no vaccine thousands of years ago, did people who were bitten by dogs just have to wait to die? I don't think so." As soon as these words came out, his subordinates suddenly realized. Then Jiang Chen continued, "Although I don't know what method can be used to prevent rabies except vaccination, Chinese medicine may know some folk remedies. As long as those people are not all dead after a period of time, I will know who is the successor of Chinese medicine, which can also prevent Lin Hao from deliberately using a fake survivor to deceive me." Speaking of this, Jiang Chen paused and said, "Where did the mad dog go?" "It's still inside. Have someone catch it, and throw it into the advanced area to prevent it from biting our own people." "Understood." The subordinates bowed and turned to leave. Afterwards, Jiang Chen continued to wave his hands and ordered other subordinates, "For the next period of time, work in 3 shifts throughout the day, keep an eye on the advanced area, and shoot down even a bird passing by." "Got it." The response sounded, and the others dispersed in a well-trained manner. Just like that, Jiang Chen looked up at the scorching sun above his head, squinted his eyes slightly and snorted, "One has tetanus, and a group has rabies. Lin Hao, I hope you can really bring me some surprises." After walking for about half an hour, Lin Hao and the others were already sweating profusely. He didn't know whether Fong Xian and Li Yao were still alive. The only thing he could be sure of was that they probably didn't escape either. But Pani Bay was so big that it was a daydream to find the whereabouts of 2 people with only a dozen people. Back to the previous villa, although it was not affected, the yard was full of weeds. Lin Hao put his arm around Yi's shoulders, and the 2 of them walked to a shaded place and sat down, ignoring those people. At this moment, a girl fell down, and the people around her scattered instantly. Yi pursed her lips and recognized that it was a survivor who had been with her. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to walk over and take a few glances. More than a minute later, she licked her dry and chapped lips and whispered, "It should be that the dog bit her blood vessels. There is no way to stop the bleeding, and she walked so far." "Is she dead?" Lin Hao asked with his head down. "Yes." As soon as this was said, the others gritted their teeth. Although most of them were bleeding, it was not serious. It was just that this girl was unlucky. He Qian picked up a brick from the ground, dragged her right foot with blood flowing, and slowly moved over. She squatted down, took a few deep breaths, then raised the brick and smashed it hard on the head of the corpse. On a big tree a few hundred meters away, a girl in dirty clothes stared at Lin Hao and others quietly. It was none other than Li Yao, who was hiding in Pawnee Bay. Because she had learned many useful skills, Li Yao was more alert than others. When she and Fang Xian were just sent into the sewer by Xiaoya, Li Yao felt that something was wrong. Because Lin Hao didn't say he would take them away. But without thinking too much, adhering to the principle of being vigilant, Li Yao quickly checked back and forth in the sewer with a flashlight and blocked many exits. In this way, it would not be so easy for others to come down. At first, they were still worried about what to do with the food, but in a room somewhere, they found a large amount of homemade canned food and dried meat, and even drinking water. Pawnee Bay has a complete production site, so even making canned food is not difficult. Finally, it was discovered that it was Xiaoya and Xiaoxue who had taken advantage of their living in the high-end area. One of them would keep an eye on the situation while the other would sneak in and hide a lot of daily necessities. Originally, it was a way out for themselves, but unfortunately, it ended up being a wedding dress for others. So Li Yao and Fang Xian discussed it and decided that since they couldn't escape anyway, they might as well find an opportunity to help them get revenge. Today was also the day when Li Yao was looking for an opportunity to go out for inspection, but she happened to meet Lin Hao and the others. After thinking for a while, Li Yao didn't rush over, but quietly jumped down from the tree. Chapter 867. The sewers here are smaller than the one Xiao Jiao and his friends used to stay in. And because of the apocalypse, many of them have dried up, otherwise normal people can't walk in them. But it still stinks, so Li Yao and Fang Xian only hid in it for the first half of the month. When they had a chance, they climbed out in the middle of the night and hid in a mountain behind Pawnee Bay. In a few days, they moved all the daily necessities out. Pawnee Bay covers a large area and has many forests. In addition to the living area, there are scenic spots like this one. Because there is only one way to leave Pawnee Bay, Jiang Chen did not send people in for patrol, which was a complete waste of manpower. It just gave Li Yao and the others the opportunity to change places. In a jungle surrounded by bed sheets, Fang Xian was squatting in front of a smokeless stove, counting the herbs on the ground. A long time ago, when her took the time to train Li Yao, he taught her how to dig this kind of stove. Now, after trying a few times, it can be regarded as barely working properly. After half a year, both of them looked a little vicissitudes, and their mental state was not very good. But fortunately, they were not often exposed to the sun, so their skin color and appearance were still good, and their faces were still beautiful. Li Yao walked to Fang Xian and sat down, telling her what she had just seen. "Well, Sister Yao, did you see what the wound looked like?" Fang Xian turned her head and asked. "It's too far to see the details." Li Yao shook her head. Hearing this, Fang Xian was silent and did not continue to speak. During this period, she basically only listened to Li Yao's arrangements and rarely raised her own opinions. Lin Hao has helped us a lot. This kindness cannot be ignored. After a dozen seconds of silence, Li Yao looked at the herbs on the ground and spoke. "I know. Although Fang Xian is not very old, she is very smart. Otherwise she would not be able to take over such a big family business." She took a jar from the side and put the herbs in it. Fang Xian knocked it with a wooden hammer. After a long time, she looked up at Li Yao. Her young face was firm. "If I save people, I will definitely be targeted by more people in the future. You must protect me in the future." Li Yao was slightly touched, moved slightly to the side, and then hugged Fang Xian's shoulders, saying, "You will be my real sister from now on." After the voice fell, Fang Xian stretched out her left hand to block Li Yao's mouth, and said anxiously, "Don't say that." "Huh? What's wrong?" Li Yao was puzzled. Fang Xian held the jar and said seriously, "In the past, anyone who said this in TV dramas would end up with a box lunch." "Ah, I don't want this to happen." Li Yao was amused by her, but nodded solemnly, "Okay, I understand." Then Li Yao looked down and asked curiously, "What are these herbs for?" "Crush them and add them to the meat to stew. It tastes delicious, and this can't be considered as herbs." After hearing this, Li Yao was a little helpless. Although Fong Xian was not yet an adult, she was very lively. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little sad. If they had the chance to meet again, Xiaoyan and Fong Xian should get along well. In this way, the two agreed to go down the mountain at night and help Lin Hao to prevent him from getting into trouble. After walking for a long time in the high-end area, even Lin Hao was exhausted, but he didn't see a shadow. At night, the solar street lights continued to light up, barely allowing them to see the road clearly. Others also went to the hospital to find some gauze to bandage the wound, but everyone knew that there was no solution to being bitten by a mad dog unless they were vaccinated. Now following Lin Hao, they would only live a few more days. After all, basically no one has heard of any other way to prevent rabies besides injecting serum. Soon, night fell, and it was late at night. Lin Hao sat under the tree, enduring the pain in his arm and hunger. Yi curled up beside him, shaking from time to time. Just then, a piece of wood at his feet attracted his attention. Lin Hao reached out and picked it up, then walked under a pile of weeds and started digging. 10 seconds later, Lin Hao found the first moving earthworm. Under the tree, Lin Hao woke up Yi, then put his hand in front of her and whispered, "Do you want to eat?" Yi's face turned even paler. She looked at the crawling earthworms and trembled. "Can this be eaten?" Hearing this, Lin Hao put the earthworms on a plastic bag to prevent them from getting into the ground. Then he picked up 2 pieces of wood with difficulty in his right hand and clamped the body of an earthworm. Then he grabbed the head and pulled hard to squeeze out the mud. Finally, he threw the earthworm into his mouth and chewed it in front of everyone. This scene made the others feel sick. At this time, He Qian also stood up with her injured foot and started digging on the ground. After a few seconds, she dug up the soil and picked up a worm, tilted her head, and opened her mouth, biting the worm directly. Although her brows were furrowed and her face was distorted, she still didn't spit it out. After successfully swallowing it, He Qian turned her head and looked at Lin Hao, whispering, "I blame myself for Xiaoya and Shishua's death. I wanted to save them at that time, but unfortunately." Before she finished speaking, Lin Hao said expressionlessly, "What's the point of saying this?" He Qian was stunned, and then laughed at herself. "Yes, it's meaningless." Then, the others also started to try to dig earthworms. After all, they had not eaten for 2 days, and they would not be able to enjoy food regularly as before. Yi hesitated for a moment, picked up one from the ground, and chose to try. Just then, a light and puzzled voice sounded. "What are you doing?" As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao turned his head and looked to the right. There were 2 figures standing there. Although it was a little dark and unclear, he was sure that it was Fong Xian. As the 2 walked out of the shadow area, the others immediately saw who it was, but they didn't know Fong Xian's identity. Li Yao glanced at the others and didn't say anything. Instead, she took Fong Xian's hand and walked to Lin Hao, saying, "Come with us." Lin Hao nodded, and just as he stood up, he suddenly thought of something. He pulled Yi's arm and said, "Can her wound be treated?" Hearing this, Fong Xian put her hands behind her back, took 2 steps forward, took Yi's right hand and looked at it for a few times, then turned her head and said, "Sister Xiaoyao, please use the flashlight to help me. Do you still have batteries?" Lin Hao frowned slightly. "There is a solar panel, which is barely enough," Li Yao said softly, shying the flashlight over. Fong Xian looked at it for a while, then shrugged. "It's just tetanus, I can treat it." Chapter 868. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly became quiet, and some people even showed shocked eyes, looking at the girl in unison. Li Yao held the dagger in her hand, and said softly, "Xiao Xian, think carefully, this is tetanus. I heard before that once infected, the mortality rate is very high." After the voice fell, Fong Xian walked back and took Li Yao's arm, and said seriously, "It just so happens that I learned this 2 years ago, and I also successfully cured a patient. I remember it vividly. Traditional Chinese medicine is very powerful, and what I learned is not the same as what you know." Fong Xian paused, then continued, "To be precise, the ones inherited from our family belong to the direct lineage, while most of the ones on the market are collateral lines." At this moment, everyone else knelt down, and even knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Brother Hao, we don't want to die." Someone sobbed. "Hey, what's wrong with him?" Fong Xian was a little scared, and carefully hid behind Li Yao, then looked at Lin Hao and asked, "Why did you suddenly kneel down?" Hearing this, Lin Hao took a few deep breaths and told what happened during the day. When he finished speaking, he found that Fong Xian had no expression. He was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Could it be that you can also treat this?" Fong Xian did not answer directly, but said cautiously, Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years, and it is far more mysterious than you think. After all, many injuries and diseases did not appear in modern times. In the villa where Lin Hao used to live, the yard was now full of people. Fong Xian sat at a table, and Li Yao stood beside her with an oil lamp and a dagger, watching her check the wounds of those people. About half an hour later, Fong Xian rubbed her temples and murmured, "This is not easy to deal with." "What's wrong?" Lin Hao asked as he sat on the steps. Li Yao lowered her head and said something to Fong Xian, who then stood up and walked towards him. "Let me help you deal with your wound first. You can also deal with external injuries." Lin Hao was stunned and untied the bandage on his arm. Hearing this, Fong Xian shook his head. "I can mix some herbs, and it's not difficult to sew the wound, but I can't do major surgery." Fortunately, there were needles and thread in Lin Hao's villa. Although they were not disinfected, he could not care so much at this time. After all, in Fong Xian's words, at most, he could get some herbs to prevent infection. A few minutes later, Lin Hao's right arm had been treated. After finishing these, Fong Xian clapped her hands and said, "Tetanus can be cured, and rabies is actually not bad, but it is not 100% curable, and I don't have many herbs at present." As she said, Fong Xian waved to Li Yao, "Sister Xiaoyao, please bring the box over." Li Yao nodded. When the box was opened, Fong Xian took out a glass container under the illumination of a flashlight. The bottle contained a dried insect. Lin Hao took a closer look and found that it did not look like an insect, but a shed shell. Then, in the puzzled eyes of others, Fong Xian explained, "This is a cicada molt. I collected some in the woods some time ago. I didn't expect it to come in handy." "How much is here?" Lin Hao asked. "Only about 30 grams, not enough to treat tetanus." "Then you still say you can cure it?" After this, a man said something depressed. Hearing this, Fong Xian paused and turned back and said, "Then why don't you come?" The man smiled awkwardly and took 2 steps back. "Let me see." Lin Hao stretched out his left hand. Seeing this, Fong Xian unscrewed the lid and poured out one. Lin Hao took it and looked at it for a moment, recalled something, and whispered, "Xiaoya also picked up this kind of thing in August last year. At that time, there was a full bottle. I asked her why she took it, but she didn't tell me." Hearing the name, Fong Xian stood up and looked around, curiously asking, "Where is Sister Xiaoya? Why isn't she here? Sister Xiaoyao and I have to thank her in person. If it weren't for her help, we wouldn't be able to hide so well." After the words fell, Qian felt a pain in her heart, and lowered her head, and dared not speak. Lin Hao was silent for a few seconds and replied, "She's dead." "Ah?" Li Yao and Fong Xian didn't hear clearly, and then asked excitedly, "How could it be?" Then, Lin Hao simply told of previous events. After listening, Fong Xian turned around and looked at the corner, where a person was standing, and it was Qian. Then Fong Xian gritted her teeth and said with a sullen face, "Even if you kill me, I will never help you cure your illness, so just give up on this idea." "Got it." Qian turned her back to the crowd, shed a few tears, and limped out of the yard. Lin Hao looked at her back for a long time without saying a word. After searching in Xiaoya and Shishua's room for a long time, Li Yao took out a large glass bottle under the bed. The things inside were indeed similar to those of Fong Xian, but the color was slightly different. In the courtyard, Fong Xian checked for a while and nodded. Cicada sloughs can generally be stored for about 2 years, and they are still usable. These should be enough to treat one person. In addition, I need rice wine. I don't have this, but I have some rice wine in my private collection. Someone in Pawnee Bay brewed it before, and I saved some. Hearing this, Fong Xian thought for a moment, looked at the glass bottle on the table, and said, "It's not impossible to use rice wine, but in this case, the dosage of cicada sloughs must be increased. At present, the total here should be about 70 grams. My suggestion is that it is best to increase the dosage of cicada molt to 80 grams. Hearing this, Lin Hao said, "Can this thing still be caught?" "Not catch, but find." Fong Xian shook her head and wanted to say directly that of course it couldn't be done, but seeing Yiji's thin body and pitiful appearance, she was a little shaken. At this moment, Fong Xian suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "That sister, raise your head so I can take a look." Hearing this, Ji did as she was told. With the light shining on her, Fong Xian was surprised and said, "It's you. Are you familiar with each other?" Li Yao was curious and asked. Fong Xian shook her head, but soon nodded. "When I first came here, a man flirted with me and wanted me to sleep with him. Fortunately, this sister passed by with many men, and then she heard about it and had someone beat up the man. After the voice fell, Yi also remembered it. She smiled bitterly and said, I just thought that since you didn't want to, I helped you. To be honest, you should thank Brother Hao. He gave me the identity and status, otherwise I couldn't save you. I don't care. Fong Xian walked over and took Yi's hand and said, if it were you, I would definitely do my best to help. Let me take out the nails on your hand first, just bear with it. Chapter 869. The wound on Yi's right hand was caused by a 4 cm long iron nail, which was basically firmly stuck in the flesh. Although the blood had long dried up, the edge of the wound also began to swell. When did you get hurt? Fong Xian asked, grabbing her wrist. In the morning, half an hour before I went to see Brother Hao. Strange. This kind of wound is very painful. You should have fainted from the pain. Hearing this, Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of grief, and she whispered, they gave me anesthesia. Hearing this, Fong Xian suddenly realized and said, no wonder the nail avoided the finger bone and passed through the gap, so the wound did not deteriorate so quickly. Lin Hao said, you can see this? Fong Xian shook his head, I guessed, because the pain in the two situations should be different. Let's not talk about this for now, Brother Lin. I need pliers and a hammer. I have them in my room. As he said that, Lin Hao wanted to stand up from the ground, but Li Yao walked into the house first. You take a break, I get it. After more than a minute, Yi put her hand on a few bricks, with the injured part of the nail hanging in the air. Fong Xian used a thinly sharpened chopstick to press against the nail, and then looked at Yi and said solemnly, it may hurt. It's okay. Pain has become commonplace for me during this period. After all, even a finger was cut off, so what's the big deal? After this, everyone was silent. Fong Xian nodded slightly, holding the chopsticks with his left hand, holding the small hammer in his right hand, and said, I count to 3, you get ready. 3. 2. After the words fell, Fong Xian suddenly knocked down with her right hand, and the iron nail stuck on the edge of the finger bone sank a little, and the chopsticks even poked the skin on the back of Yi's hand a little, and blood appeared instantly. Unlike usual, Fong Xian at this time was completely like a different person. She turned Yi's hand over in an orderly manner, then used pliers to clamp the nail and pulled it out quickly. Then blood flowed all over Yi's hand, and she was sweating from the pain, and even her eyes became blurred. But Yi was very strong. She didn't scream. She kept biting her lips tightly, and didn't struggle even when she bit them and bled. She quickly cleaned the wound, then scooped out the herbs prepared in advance, and applied them to the 2 wounds, and then Fong Xian began to bandage them. This scene made everyone a little confused. Li Yao held the bowl of herbs and said, don't you disinfect the wound? The nails are all rusty. Hearing this, Fong Xian shook his head while busying himself and said, of course not. A small and deep wound like this, pierced by a rusty nail, and not treated in time, infection is inevitable. After that, she looked to the right and asked, have you finished grinding the cicada shells? A man in his 30s wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, do you think this is good enough? Fong Xian took it, looked at it with a flashlight, and shook her head, it's not enough, forget it, I do it myself. By the way, Sister Xiaoyao, go and see if there are any extra gauze, and bring some white wine. Okay. Then Fong Xian began to grind the cicada shells, and suddenly thought of something, turned around and said, who is free, please help me build a fire. After this, the others looked at each other, and no one moved. Seeing this, Fong Xian said with some regret, I don't know much about rabies. Although it usually takes a few days to attack, if you think it takes too long, just leave it there and watch. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Can you really cure us? A woman in her 20s spoke weakly, with worry between her eyebrows. Hearing this, Fong Xian paused and said, where is the dog that bit you? No one answered. Fong Xian quickened the grinding action on her hands, and she said in a deep voice, if the dog dies, I suggest you choose a suitable address now. What do you mean? Some people were puzzled. You can just dig a hole for yourself, remember to choose a cool place, so that the body will not stink so quickly. This is not Fong Xian's way of scaring them, but according to the records in ancient medical books, if the mad dog that hurt people cannot be found or dies prematurely, then even if the gods come, they can't do anything. As soon as the voice fell, the other people's faces changed, and they quickly ran out of the yard, but soon they ran back, made torches, and started looking for the dog. Although everyone was tired and hungry, and even sweating, they still did not miss any corner. If the beast was not found, everyone would die in a few days. Because there was an obvious fact, that is, the dog that bit them was different from ordinary dogs, it was really a mad dog. No one dared to bet whether it would attack. When the others left, there were only 3 people left in the yard. Fong Xian glanced at Yi who was sitting next to her, and Lin Hao who was resting with his eyes closed, and sighed slightly. What's wrong? Although Lin Hao was still wearing an eye mask, he had not taken it off. Hearing the sigh, he opened his eyes and asked, Is there something wrong? Hearing this, Fong Xian poured the ground cicada slew powder into a small bowl, and then continued to grab a handful from the glass bottle. She whispered, How many dogs bit those people? Is it important? Lin Hao felt pain in his arm, and didn't want to answer this question. If there are more than 2, then 15 people can be treated, but if it is... Fong Xian didn't finish the last sentence because she believed that the other party would understand. Sure enough, Lin Hao fell silent after the voice fell. After more than 10 seconds he said, There is only one. Without waiting for Fong Xian to speak, Lin Hao raised his head and added, But there should be other mad dogs. I have seen more than one wandering outside during this period. It's no use. Fong Xian shook her head and said, You have to bite the dog that hurts them. Then Fong Xian turned her head and looked outside the yard. Those people holding torches were walking farther and farther away. She whispered, You have to think clearly about who will be the candidates. You can only save 8 people at most. I don't want medical disputes to happen at that time. After all, I still want to live well. Lin Hao clenched his left hand into a ball, feeling helpless. Time passed by, and since those people went to look for the dog, it was Li Yao who started the fire. She squatted on the ground. Although she was sweating all over because of the fire, a man's face appeared in her mind. Now, whenever she started a fire, Li Yao would occasionally think of Chun Yu's figure. This was also the life skill he taught Li Yao. Chapter 870. There were footsteps behind her. Fong Xian threw the herbs into the casserole, then squatted beside Li Yao and said, Sister Xiaoyao, don't worry. We will definitely survive. I am here. I will take care of all your injuries in this life. After saying that, Fong Xian patted her chest with a serious expression on her face. Li Yao turned her head to look at her face, put her hand on Fong Xian's knee, and said softly, I'm not worried about this. What is that? Fong Xian blinked halfway through her speech and said, Oh, I understand. Are you thinking about your former partner? Yeah. Li Yao threw 2 pieces of wood into the fire and whispered, I don't know how many of those familiar faces are still alive now. Fong Xian looked at the bloodstains on the table, sighed and said, Alas. It would be great if humans didn't kill each other. Suddenly thinking of something, Fong Xian turned her head and shouted, By the way, Sister Xiaoya, you shouldn't be pregnant, right? If you are pregnant, you can't use this prescription. Hearing this, Ji glanced at Lin Hao who was resting against the fence. A blush appeared on her face, and then she shook her head. No man has touched me in the past 2 years. Okay. Fong Xian nodded and continued to fan the fire with a fan in her hand. About half an hour later, those people gradually came back, but without exception, everyone's face was full of disappointment. Didn't find it? Fong Xian was about to continue chopping wood, and asked when she saw them appear. I don't know where they went. The person walking in front shook her head, then she sat on the ground and continued. It's too dark near the entrance of the high-end area, and there are zombies everywhere. We dare not get too close. At this moment, someone suddenly said, Do you think He Qian has already caught the dog, but she hid it and didn't give it to us? When this was said, everyone's eyes lit up instantly, but soon another man said, She is a woman, how can she catch that mad dog, and there are injuries on her feet, I'm afraid she will be bitten to death. Hearing this, everyone's scalp numbed again, and it seemed that the wounds hurt a little. Fong Xian did not continue to speak, but concentrated on boiling the medicine. If she were to ask who in the yard she wanted to save the most, then Li Yao would naturally be the first, followed by Lin Hao and Yi. Because before she came into contact with Lin Hao, Li Yao had already started to take care of Fong Xian, although she was the one who took the initiative to show her kindness at the beginning. As for the life and death of others, for Fong Xian, it had nothing to do with her at all. Although she looked young, and was still a few months away from adulthood, she was extremely cautious. She had met some very pitiful people before, but Fong Xian never looked at them too much. Even after she heard that the controller of Pawnee Bay was also sick, she only hesitated for a long time. At that time, Fong Xian believed in her sixth sense. She always felt that this place was not simple, and Pawnee Bay was very wrong, but she could not run too far alone. Until later, Li Yao appeared. Fong Xian saw a glimmer of hope. Because Li Yao came from a very far place, it would be more difficult to travel long distances in the doomsday, and ordinary people would not walk so far. Then from then on, Fong Xian secretly observed Li Yao. When she saw that she did not interact with anyone, only focused on her work, and was decisive, and even fierce in dealing with those who bullied her, Fong Xian decided that the opportunity had come. Later, it was proved that Fong Xian made the right bet. Although Li Yao was kind-hearted, she was not indecisive at all. It was no exaggeration to say that her moves were more vicious than many people. Fong Xian once asked Li Yao this question, and her answer was, "I only learned for a period of time. Although I was trained later, there was still a gap. If I want people not to provoke me, I need to make them afraid of me." So whenever she could no longer bear it, and had to have a conflict with someone, Li Yao would try to defeat the other party with one blow. However, Li Yao knew very well that she was a girl after all, and it was inevitable that she would not be able to cope with too many survivors, so she kept a low profile on weekdays. When she found out that Lin Hao's sister was Lin Yi, Li Yao had the opportunity to continue practicing shooting. Soon after the medicine was boiled, Li Yao helped pour it into a small bowl and then handed it to Yi. Fong Xian looked at her watch and muttered, "It's 4 o'clock in the morning now. Sister Xiaoya, after you finish drinking, go upstairs and find a room to sleep. Remember not to open the window. You can cover yourself with a blanket, but not a quilt. I will come to check on you in about 10 hours. Yi finished drinking with a frown, wiped the medicine stains from the corners of her mouth, and looked up and asked, "What kind of situation means it is effective?" Hearing this, Fong Xian touched her chin thoughtfully and replied, "You will sweat a lot, and it will be a bit sticky. I will know the details after I see it, but everyone's situation is different, and the effect may not be the same. Anyway, I will keep an eye on it." Lin Hao got up and helped Yi, and took her upstairs to find a bedroom. Although it was messy, it was better than sleeping on the grass outside. A few minutes later, Lin Hao returned to the yard. Seeing the people in a state of dejection, he paused and said, "I have something to tell you." No one paid attention. After all, Lin Hao was no longer the second in command of Pawnee Bay. Everyone was a prisoner, so there was no need to say nice things. Lin Hao was not surprised by this. He took out a toothpick from his pocket and said in a deep voice, 14 of you were bitten by a dog, but at most 7 people can be treated." Hearing this, Fong Xian turned her head and looked to the side. She had clearly said 8 just now, but one more or one less didn't matter. Fong Xian was not sure it would be 100% effective. After all, she had never tried that method before. If the world hadn't ended, Fong Xian probably wouldn't have remembered what she had seen. As Lin Hao spoke, everyone began to look at him in astonishment, and some even looked at Fong Xian's position and said viciously, "I think she is just making fun of us. This guy is a liar." As soon as the words fell, the man who said this rushed out, holding a wooden stick in his hand, and was about to hit Fong Xian. Fong Xian was startled, and curled up with her hands over her head. At the critical moment, Lin Hao snorted coldly and jumped down the steps to block Fong Xian, kicked the man in the stomach, then grabbed the other's wrist with his left hand, and twisted it half a circle again. As the man screamed, Lin Hao's right knee suddenly hit his stomach, causing him to kneel on the ground. Li Yao was out getting wood, so she couldn't rush over immediately. When she saw Lin Hao subduing the man, she instantly became angry. Then she pulled out the dagger from her waist, and walked over with a grim face. Chapter 871. Then, under everyone's gaze, Li Yao kicked the man on the shoulder, then stepped on his arm to prevent him from moving, and then stabbed him with a knife with an expressionless face. In an instant, the man's palm was directly pierced, and even half of the dagger was stuck in the ground. Then Li Yao pulled out the knife, and the man screamed again. Before he could say anything, the bloody blade was against his throat. Li Yao's face was frosty, and he shouted coldly, "How dare you do this to her?" As she spoke, Li Yao raised her head and glanced at the others, and said in a somewhat annoyed tone, "It seems that you have never thought about who your enemy is. At this time, is she the only one who has the final say on life and death, huh?" As the questioning sounded, the others lowered their heads and did not speak. They really forgot that Jiang Chen was the culprit. Li Yao snorted coldly and was about to retract the dagger, but a figure suddenly rushed out from the side, and the knife was taken away before she could react. Compared to Li Yao, Lin Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense. He knelt on one knee with a knife in his left hand and slashed across the man's throat. A line of blood appeared in the air in an instant. The sudden action made everyone stunned. Then Lin Hao stood up, ignoring the man who was struggling on the ground with his hands covering his throat, and said lightly, "You guys went out and came back. Didn't you notice that there was a stranger?" After the voice fell, Lin Hao turned on the flashlight and shone it on the face of the man who had already died. At this moment, A girl covered her mouth and exclaimed, This is not Luo Yu. Li Yao frowned and stepped forward, took the knife from Lin Hao's hand, and hit the corpse on the head. Then she wondered, how could someone suddenly sneak in and attack Xiao Xian directly? Hearing this, Lin Hao pondered for a while, and then whispered, It seems that Jiang Chen does not completely control the two major forces. Fang Xian was shocked at this time. The vicious look of the man just now was simply to kill him. Moreover, she had just seen that the wooden stick was not smooth, and the edge was angular as if it had been cut by a knife, and there was a lot of black blood around it. She knew without thinking that it must be from the zombie. If it hit Fang Xian, even if it only broke her skin, it would probably kill her. Sister Xiaoyao. Fang Xian threw herself into Li Yao's arms, tears in her eyes, and she began to tremble uncontrollably. What is she doing? Lin Hao was a little puzzled. Why was Fang Xian still crying because of fear? Besides, the stick didn't touch her. Seeing this, Li Yao patted Fang Xian on the shoulder and explained, Although Xiao Xian is very capable, someone once tried to knock her out and did something bad. I happened to catch up and failed. Since then, she has had some psychological trauma and is very afraid of people approaching with sticks. Hearing this, Lin Hao remembered something and said, No wonder you told me that you accidentally killed someone some time ago and asked me to help you deal with it. So this is it? Well, Li Yao comforted Fang Xian, wiped her tears, and then said seriously, Xiao Xian is a big girl now. Don't cry easily in the future. If you cry, people will think you are easy to bully. Fang Xian pouted, her eyes slightly red, but she nodded obediently. Okay. What did you mean by that just now? Li Yao continued to look at Lin Hao and asked. Lin Hao paused and explained, I guess someone doesn't want Jiang Chen to cure his illness. Maybe we can cooperate with him. Then why not keep him? Wouldn't it be a pity to kill him? What if you can get some useful information? After saying this, Lin Hao shook his head. This person is too weak. I guess he was just sent here casually. Think about it. When the mission fails, the other party will definitely send someone else. At that time, once he is captured, there will be more information that can be asked. I understand. Li Yao also thought that what he said made sense, and then continued to walk back with Fang Xian. A conflict caused those people to disperse, and even began to investigate. Just now, in order to save Fang Xian, Lin Hao casually threw away the toothpick. Now that it fell on the ground, he was too lazy to pick it up, and was ready to go back to the house to get it. But as soon as Lin Hao turned around, he felt a little dizzy, and his left hand subconsciously held the railing. What's wrong with you? Li Yao walked towards him, helped Lin Hao sit on the steps, and asked with concern. I've been trapped for too long recently, so I'm a little weak. Jiang Chen's plan is really cruel. I have to rest for a long time. Hearing this, Fang Xian came over, stood in front of the two and said, Give me your hand. What? Lin Hao didn't hear clearly, shook his head, and then raised his head. Fang Xian didn't say anything, but bent down, grabbed Lin Hao's hand, and put it on his knee, then squatted down, stretched out 3 fingers, and put them on his wrist, quietly feeling it. You can also take the pulse? Lin Hao smiled and said it subconsciously, but he soon realized that this sentence was wrong. After all, if Fang Xian is a Chinese medicine practitioner, it is not surprising that she can do this. Sure enough, Fang Xian was speechless when she heard this. She curled her lips, and rolled her eyes slightly without answering. About a minute later, Fang Xian held Lin Hao's other hand again. She squatted on the ground, thinking about something, then stood up and said, Fortunately, it's not serious. I make some medicine for you tomorrow to relieve it. After the words fell, Fang Xian's eyes moved to the side of Lin Hao, saw the group of earthworms, squatted down, took them in her hands and said, Don't eat this, earthworms are medicinal materials, but eating them raw can easily cause problems. Hearing this, a girl's face changed, and she asked in a trembling voice, What should we do? We just ate it. At the end, her tone was even a little pitiful. Fang Xian shook her head. With that amount, eating it will probably only make you nauseous. Soon Lin Hao rested for a few minutes, and then went to get some toothpicks, asked everyone to line up, and started to draw one by one. Looking at the people standing in front of him one by one, Lin Hao said in a deep voice, There are only 13 people left now. Among the toothpicks in my hand, 7 are shorter. If anyone draws a shorter one, he will consciously stand on the right. Lin Hao did not say the last half of the sentence, but others naturally understood it. Before the start, Lin Hao turned his head and said to the person next to him, Li Yao, you take Fang Xian and bring the things on the ground into the house first. Okay. Li Yao did not ask more questions, and simply cleaned up with Fong Xian. When they entered the villa and closed the door, Lin Hao nodded. Come on, let's start, not only to draw the length, but also to decide life and death. Chapter 872. Half a minute passed quickly, and all the toothpicks in Lin Hao's hand were used up. He glanced at the people standing next to him, and memorized some of their faces. Then he whispered, now, those who draw the short ones, consciously stand on my left, which is your right. At this time, Li Yao and Fong Xian were standing by the window, looking at the people outside. Suddenly feeling a little curious, Fong Xian turned her head and whispered, Sister Xiaoyao, why doesn't Brother Lin Hao let people draw the long ones? After all, if I draw a long one, can't I just break it with my hands? Don't worry, Lin Hao should have arranged the toothpicks in order, and he must know who draws the short one. Besides, Lin Hao is not a person with strong limbs and a simple mind, otherwise he wouldn't have such a smart sister. Oh! Fong Xian nodded as if she understood. As Lin Hao finished speaking, those people began to move, and as expected, all 13 people stood on the right. You are obviously a long toothpick, I just saw it. At this moment, a voice of accusation rang out from the crowd. Bullshit, when did I get so long? Soon, things started to get chaotic, and several people even started fighting. In the chaos, the three girls walked to the side together, and when Lin Hao wasn't paying attention, they threw the toothpicks directly on the ground. At this time, Lin Hao just stood there quietly, not caring, as if he had already expected these people to fight. There was nothing he could do about it. Just now, Lin Hao was almost exhausted from saving Fong Xian, and after subduing the man, he was even more tired. Although Li Yao is also here and her skills are not bad, she is a girl after all. If those girls pretend to be pitiful, and try to trick Li Yao into letting down her guard, it will be bad. Little did he know that this was just Lin Hao's imagination. If he had really seen the methods that Li Yao used to use in the intermediate zone, he would not think so at all. And now Lin Hao knows that he does not have much strength. These people were just bitten by a dog, and did not lose their ability to move. If they are pushed to the limit, they may jump over the wall. At that time, even if Li Yao goes all out, she may only be able to protect Fong Xian. If that happens, Ji and Lin Hao will never have a good ending. After all, when people face life and death, they are likely to lose their minds. About 10 minutes later, those people seemed to be tired of fighting and began to stand aside. Except for the three girls, everyone was bruised and swollen. Lin Hao paused and said, "Are you done?" No one spoke, but they all disliked each other. One of the girls looked at her arm wound, which was wrapped in gauze but still stained red, and said, "Why can't you save each of us? Why do you have to use a small toothpick to decide our life and death?" Once this was said, others began to echo, and even had a tendency to rush towards Lin Hao. However, due to his sturdy figure and 8-pack abs, no one dared to act without authorization. Following the gazes of some people, Lin Hao was also glad that he had not stopped working out all the time. Fortunately, he looked really intimidating. I said, "Your life and death is not something that Fong Xian can decide." Lin Hao's right hand began to hurt again. After all, the wound was very long, and even if he wanted to treat it properly, he had to wait until dawn. He took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "They are all poor people, so I am also very sad, but there is nothing I can do. The fact is this." After the voice fell, a girl began to cry. Lin Hao looked at her and remembered the type of toothpick this person drew. Then Lin Hao shook his head slightly, stepped forward, and began to call out the names one by one. "You, and the rest of you. Come with me." After counting out 7 people, Lin Hao took a few steps back, and the other 6 stood there, looking puzzled. They had clearly mixed the toothpicks together, and Lin Hao hadn't checked which one was longer and which one was shorter, so how did he know who was drawn? At this moment, the crying girl reacted, pointed her finger forward, and said with resentment, "From the time of the draw, you had already determined who would live. It was completely an inside story." Then 2 strong men took half a step forward, both revealing sinister eyes, and one of them said, "How dare you tease us? Half a year ago, we were afraid of you, but now it's like this, and you're still making fun of us?" As they spoke, they began to pick up the bricks on the ground, and some even picked up the stick. At the same time, the people beside Lin Hao slowly retreated half a meter. But there was one exception. "We are the ones who drew the short lottery, but you deliberately sneaked in. It's simply slandering us." As soon as the voice fell, the girl who spoke first on the opposite side got angry, and threw the stone in her hand directly. It hit the other party's forehead with a snap, and blood immediately flowed down. Chaos broke out again, and 6 people holding various weapons began to attack. It was not known if it was a coincidence, but the 5 strongest men among the survivors did not draw the lottery. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to be in trouble, Li Yao took the knife and prepared to rush out without thinking. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the yard. Bang! Although it was more than 4 o'clock in the morning, the light was much better. Everyone turned their heads and found that Yi Qian was standing at the door of the villa, holding a rope in her hand, and the mad dog was following her. The only difference from before was that Yi Qian had a few more scars on her body. Her clothes were tattered, blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth, and even her hair was messy, but her right hand was firmly holding a pistol. The dark hole pointed at the 6 people in the yard. Then Yi Qian said with a cold face, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, someone began to talk about the matter. But the strange thing is that even when she heard that it could prevent rabies attacks, Yi Qian's face did not show any ripples. She said lightly, "What do you mean by dividing into 2 groups? We drew the short lottery and got the treatment quota, but they didn't, so they wanted to make trouble." A girl next to Lin Hao answered in a low voice. After understanding, Yi Qian paused, swung the gun and said, "Come here, 6 of you, I give you the gun." After saying this, Lin Hao felt even more disappointed. The 6 people were delighted and walked directly to the door. But the next second, Yi Qian pulled the trigger without any nonsense. 6 gunshots, 6 more bodies on the ground. Then, in the blank eyes of everyone, Yi Qian looked at Lin Hao, with a smile on her face when the two had just met. She had red eyes and murmured, "Ah Hao, whether before or now, I have never thought of harming you, but I am stuck in the quagmire and really can't get out. My life was saved by Brother Chen. The zombies hadn't appeared yet. Later, I appeared in front of you in order to get close to you. But Brother Chen has done me a favor. If I help you, I will betray him. But watching you being abused day by day, my heart feels like it's been cut into pieces." At the end, Yi Qian was already in tears and couldn't speak. She raised her head again, looked at Lin Hao, and said firmly, "Brother Chen is much more powerful than you all think. If you want to win, you must find the Blood Wolf people. They are also a killer organization, led by a man with white hair. According to the clues I overheard, the group of people is in the area where you met Li Yao. Goodbye, Ah Hao." After saying that, Yi Qian aimed the gun at her chin with her right hand. At the last moment, she saw Lin Hao desperately running towards the door. This scene made her close her eyes in relief. With a smile on her face, Yi Qian pulled the trigger again with her right hand. Chapter 873. The moment Lin Hao touched Yi Qian's body, the bullet was fired from the gun barrel. At such a close range, the bullet pierced her head on the spot. Plop! The pistol fell, and the grief-stricken Lin Hao subconsciously hugged Yi Qian's body, and then knelt on the ground. The mad dog next to him had its mouth covered, and it couldn't bite anyone anymore. Although the continuous gunshots scared it several times, it couldn't run away at all. Because before dying, Yi Qian tied the rope directly to her hands, and tied a knot. Lin Hao looked at Yi Qian, whose eyes were tightly closed at his arms, and his heart seemed to be crushed by a hand. The pain seemed to be magnified several times. Various memories came to his mind, and his eyes gradually became wet. In this way, Lin Hao held Yi Qian's body, and sat in the yard until dawn. She drank the medicine, and she was very weak, so although she heard the gunshot, she didn't have the strength to get out of bed to check. She didn't know what happened until the next day. In the bedroom. After Fang Xian carefully examined Yi, she whispered, "Take it again at night, it should be almost the same." Yi lay on the bed, looked out the window and said, "How is Brother Hao?" Hearing this, Fang Xian pursed her lips, and shook her head slightly. Back in the yard, the mad dog had been tied up, and the others were waiting for Fang Xian to rescue it. But they knew that it was useless to rush. Fang Xian walked to Lin Hao, and squatted down, put her hand on his shoulder, and said seriously, "You have been very weak recently, and you haven't slept all night, and you haven't put on clothes. Even in summer, you may catch a cold." Lin Hao turned his head, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and Fang Xian felt a little distressed. Then, Li Yao appeared with a shovel. She also squatted down and patted Lin Hao, and said softly, "For Sister Qian, the palms and backs of her hands are all flesh." Perhaps this action was also decided after she thought for a long time. "You have to cheer up. There are still many things waiting for us. Instead of being heartbroken here, it is better to let Jiangchen experience the same taste." After the voice fell, Lin Hao's muscles tensed up, he gritted his teeth and said, "One day, I will make everything Jiangchen has disappear." After saying that, he stood up holding the body, not letting Li Yao and Fang Xian help him at all. However, Lin Hao fell to the ground after taking only 2 steps. Fortunately, it was grass, so the damage was not great. Seeing this, Fong Xian turned her head to look at the yard, and found that those people were indifferent, and then shouted angrily, "Why don't you come and help?" Soon, four people ran up, carefully carried Lin Hao into the villa, and put him on the sofa. Fong Xian sighed, then turned and walked towards the yard. Suddenly, the only girl grabbed her arm, and asked weakly, "And what about us? I treat you now." Fong Xian was helpless, and took the other's hand away. A few minutes later, Fong Xian was ready, wearing clean gloves and a small bowl beside him, and said, "Come here and hold the dog." The others followed suit. Fong Xian took a few deep breaths, held the dagger in his hand, and stabbed the mad dog's throat directly. Fong Xian then took a lot of effort to open the dog's head, and then used a bowl to catch the dripping cerebrospinal fluid. Looking at the dripping liquid in front of them, the 7 people became curious. Fong Xian clapped his hands and stood up, saying seriously, "Watch carefully, don't miss a drop, and call me after you have completely received it. If you spill it or miss it, you will die." Does this really work? Some people don't quite believe it. Hearing this, Fong Xian put the back of his hand on his waist and said, "I'm not sure, but this is the only way I know except for vaccination in the doomsday. If you are bitten by a dog, it is definitely best to get a rabies vaccine, but in the current environment, where can you find a vaccine? So I be honest, I advise you not to hold too high hopes. This is just a matter of trying to survive, when there is no other way to deal with it." After waiting for a while, the collection was finally completed. Fong Xian first cleaned up the areas where the 7 people were bitten by the dog, and then smeared the cerebrospinal fluid on them. In this way, time passed by, and everyone was worried. Lin Hao woke up after sleeping for a day, and started to go fishing on the beach with Li Yao. Fortunately, the tools in Pawnee Bay were still there. About 7 days later, the most nervous time came. According to Fong Xian's recollection, rabies attacks usually occur in about 7 days, or a month. If there is no attack in 3 months, it means that there is basically nothing to worry about, but it is not 100% certain, because some incubation periods can be very long. So in the world before the end of the world, if you are bitten by a dog, you must get an injection, and you must not have any fluke mentality, but how to get an injection in the end of the world, the current environment does not have the conditions, which makes Fong Xian very nervous. She is worried that this method will not work. At this moment, everyone in the yard didn't even dare to speak. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and suddenly someone began to vomit, accompanied by a very impatient mood. Lin Hao held the knife in his left hand, and stood calmly in the yard. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed, and the 2 people suddenly became very abnormal, their arms waved unconsciously, and they also made strange roars. The other 5 people were fine, they quickly retreated to the side, looking at the 2 people with horror. At this time, Fong Xian stretched out a finger and poked Lin Hao's waist, and said solemnly, "They should have an attack." After the words fell, Lin Hao nodded, stepped forward with a heavy heart, and sent the 2 of them on their way. This is the end of the world. Once rabies attacks, death is certain. Unless time goes back, there is no hope of recovery. Instead of suffering, it is better to give them a quick death. Looking at the 2 corpses, Fong Xian walked to Lin Hao, and said in a low voice, "I told you before that I could save 8 people, but you later said that there were 7 places. Did you want to save them for the sister named Yiqian?" Hearing this, Lin Hao stopped dragging the corpse and nodded gently. "Yeah." Hearing this, Fong Xian sighed, looked at the grass and whispered, "There is not enough cerebrospinal fluid, there are too many people. According to the records, the wounds should be applied several times, but the last 2 were applied with less." At this time, the 4 men and 1 woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fong Xian again, but their mood was very different now. The sudden action scared Fong Xian. She hid behind Lin Hao, stretched out her head and said, "Please, can you not kneel down when you encounter something?" Chapter 874. A girl had her arms hanging in front of her chest. She raised her head and said with tears on her face, "The feeling of coming back from the dead is so wonderful." Hearing this, Fong Xian opened her mouth to say that it might not be a real cure, but after hesitating for a moment, she still chose not to pour cold water on these people. Fong Xian would have to wait until 3 months to know whether it was effective or not, but by then, no one would know how many people present could survive. At the entrance of Pawnee Bay, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Chen was maintaining the sniper rifle when he suddenly thought of something. He put down the parts in his hand and waved to the figure in the distance, "Come here, Brother Chen." A subordinate came forward and knelt on one knee beside Jiang Chen. "Where is Ding Han?" Hearing this, The subordinate replied, Master Han is training us. He should be back in 10 minutes. Well, ask him to come over later. Jiang Chen's face was calm, and he continued to wipe the sniper rifle. The subordinate nodded and took a look at the gun in Brother Chen's hand when he stood up, and a touch of heat appeared in his eyes. The sight of this gun is dark brown, but the gun body is dark green, and it is about 1.1 meters long, and there is a stand on the table. Even if they don't know much about guns, the subordinates can recognize what it is. It is the internationally famous AWM sniper rifle. Just placing it there makes people feel a little palpitating. After a while, a man wearing a waistcoat and with muscles as fierce as a beast appeared. He is about 1.72 meters tall, with a short haircut and dyed blonde hair. Although he is not very tall, his eyes are as sharp as an eagle, as if he can see through people's hearts. This person is Jiang Chen's strongest fighter, and the top killer in the Death God organization, Ding Han. He is proficient in all firearms in the world, knows more than 10 kinds of fighting techniques, and can speak 7 international languages fluently. Whether before the end of the world or now, Ding Han is the kind of person who gives many countries a headache. However, there is a country that makes all killer organizations terrified, and they all reach a consensus in private that it is a forbidden place for killers, and no one dares to extend their claws there before the end of the world. If the end of the world hadn't come, they would never have thought of returning home. The young men walked to a recliner and sat down, opened a beer, and then clinked glasses with a man lying next to him. The two of them seemed very familiar with each other. Brother Chen, what do you want to talk to me about? Ding Han took a sip of beer and wiped the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Jiang Chen crossed his legs and wore sunglasses, and said lightly, When you fought with those people some time ago, did you notice that he had many scars on his body? You mean the one with white hair? Ding Han thought carefully for a moment, then his eyes revealed a trace of solemnity, and said, That guy is 10 years older than me, but his physical fitness is not inferior to mine. In fact, if we were not outnumbered, and the three of us had a high degree of tacit understanding in combat, he might have cut my neck on the spot. After listening, Jiang Chen took off his sunglasses and sat up straight, saying in a deep voice, If I'm not mistaken, he is probably Shang Wenjing. Hearing this, Ding Han rubbed his cheek and said depressedly, Is that damn blood wolf really not done yet? It's the end of the world, why are you still staring at us? How is Ishihara mewling? Jiang Chen asked, changing the subject. After saying this, Ding Han's eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, That guy was too cruel. We rushed back desperately, but the journey was too long and bumpy. Xia Yuan ended up with a disabled lower body, and had to rely on a wheelchair for the rest of her life. So, the only way to cure her in the end of the world may be through acupuncture. Jiang Chen paused and continued. Ding Han shook his head, snorted, and said, If you ask me, Brother Chen, there is no need for you to keep Lin Hao. Anyway, we know that the girl must still be in Pawnee Bay. I will lead people to kill her. I don't believe we can't find her. When the time comes, starve her for 7 days and 7 nights. Are you still afraid that she will have other intentions? Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, Doctors are very important, especially in the current environment. Even if you are given a hospital that can operate normally, where can you find so many medical staff? And the merger of Panyawan and Jayashiman is imminent, and there can be no mistakes. What's more, the girl has been able to hide in Panyawan for so long without revealing her identity. If she is really pushed to the limit, she will have many ways to commit suicide. We can't restrict her freedom all day and expect her to treat patients honestly. Ding Han paused and said, Then use her closest people to threaten her. I can torture the people she cares about most in front of the girl so that she can neither live nor die. I know what I mean by this, you don't need to say anything more. Jiang Chen looked at his watch and lowered his voice. I asked you to come here for more than just this matter. How is the Savior sect recently? Hearing this, Ding Han said truthfully, Brother Chen, I was just about to remind you about this. Since our people took control of the Savior sect, the 3 hall masters seem to be increasingly dissatisfied with you staying in Pawnee Bay all day. I think there will be trouble there soon. After the voice fell, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and ordered, Who are they specifically? Can you find them out? Aboju and Jui have been getting closer recently. Jiang Chen frowned and said, Not all the people we brought back were there, some of them are still abroad. Can we find a way to contact them? Ding Han shook his head and said, How is it possible in this environment? Unless I personally take people out again, and we may not be able to meet up. Hearing this, Jiang Chen rejected it and said, The train has long been abandoned, and the area of several kilometers is full of zombies. It seems that it will not work in a short time. At this moment, One of Jiang Chen's confidants suddenly ran over in a panic, and even fell down due to nervousness, which immediately attracted the attention of the two. Seeing this, Ding Han turned his head and shouted, "You are so careless. Walking in broad daylight is like this?" The confidant didn't care that his hands were rubbed by the ground, and knelt in front of Jiang Chen, saying in a terrified tone, "Chen, brother Chen, something happened. You'd better be in trouble, otherwise I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Jiang Chen was currently troubled by a lot of things, so he looked at him with a cold snort. The next second, two men appeared carrying a corpse. Jiang Chen took a look, and then stood up instantly, his face darkening on the spot. Xiao Qian is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen strode over, and saw the corpse on the stretcher. Due to the hot weather, the body had already begun to rot. Chapter 875. There was a lot of mud on the clothes, and even the nails had begun to fall off. Looking at Yi Qian's festering face, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his muscles were tense. He said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Hearing this, the confidant kneeling on the ground turned around and said tremblingly, "A few days ago, after we sent the dog in, we were about to leave the high-end area, but we met Sister Qian who was alone. The brothers persuaded her to come out, but Sister Qian refused and asked us for a pistol. We searched her body, and found only 7 bullets. We thought she was going to kill the people inside, but Sister Qian turned around and left." After saying that, Ding Han crossed his arms, and clasped them in front of his chest, cursing, "Who told you to say that? You don't even know how this person died?" The confidant raised his head, looked at Jiang Chen's back with some fear, and whispered, "Just now, a brother looked into Pawnee Bay with a telescope and found a small mound on the edge. We thought it was a trap set by those people, so we sent 2 brothers in to check. It turned out to be Sister Qian's body." At this moment, Jiang Chen's face was extremely depressed, as if he was holding back a breath. His face, which was already somewhat dark, now looked even more gloomy like charcoal, as if his eyes could emit fire. From the beginning, he did not agree with Yi Qian using her own injury to test Lin Hao, because Jiang Chen knew very well that based on the current clues, Yi Qian's betrayal was a foregone conclusion. Based on his observation of Lin Hao during this period, it was difficult for Yi Qian to persuade Lin Hao to join Jiang Chen's team. After all, the people who died before were not in vain. Except for those who were sent to the Savior Gate for research, most of them died in Pawnee Bay or in front of Lin Hao. But despite this, Jiang Chen also had someone apply some kind of meat on Yi Qian's feet in advance, which would attract the dog more and prevent it from biting other parts. Secondly, wild boar meat was tied to her legs, and a blood bag was added. At that time, Jiang Chen also confirmed that Yi Qian was not bitten, so he acquiesced to her request and finally let her go in. Jiang Chen looked at the maggots moving back and forth in the rotten meat, turned around and kicked the table away, then looked at the blonde young man next to him, gritted his teeth, and said, "Xiao Han, you lead the first team back to the Savior Gate first. Keep an eye on Earl A and Master Gio. No one is allowed to leave. I will rush back before tomorrow night. We can't delay any longer. Within a month, Jiashiman and Panyawan must merge. By then, everyone inside, except the girl, will be buried with Xiao Qian." After he finished speaking, he called a dozen of his men over, and then turned and walked towards the parked car. Seeing this, Ding Han asked from behind, "Brother Chen, where are you going?" "Find a coffin for Xiao Qian. Don't let her be buried like this." With a bang, Jiang Chen got into the car and drove away directly, and several cars followed closely behind. After they left, the confidant stood up and asked carefully, "Master Han, how do we deal with those people inside?" Hearing this, Ding Han turned and looked at Pan Yuan. After thinking for a moment, he said lightly, "Let your sister Qian vent her anger. Drag 10 survivors out and hang them on the streetlights." With just one casual sentence, Ding Han decided the life and death of the survivors, as if it had no effect on him. During this time in the manor camp, Qin Yu really learned a lot. The originally agreed 6-month deadline had already arrived, but Shang Wanjing suggested that Qin Yu and Lin Yi stay for 2 more months so that they could learn from the others. At least their skills would be really useful in the apocalypse. So after thinking about it for a night, Qin Yu agreed, but that night, he gave Shang Wanjing another gift. Next to the SUV, Qin Yu turned his head and smiled at Shang Wanjing and Long Dai. "Thank you for taking care of me these days. The animals I gave her last time are not enough. I was going to give them to her when I left, so I just take them out now." "What is that?" Shang Wanjing didn't quite understand. "Are you hiding something else?" "Haha, you know in a minute." Qin Yu took the skateboard next to him and put it on the ground, then lay down and got under the car. 10 seconds later he said, please help me. Hearing that, Shang Wenjing squatted down and grabbed one of Chen Yu's legs and dragged him out. At this time, Chen Yu had an object wrapped in plastic cloth in his hand. Based on the shape, Long Dai recognized what it was almost instantly. But she was still a little unsure, so she didn't go forward, but asked hesitantly, "Is this a gun?" Chen Yu smiled and nodded. "Give you a sniper rifle. That TAC-50? Long Dai's eyes lit up and blurted out, "Of course not." Chen Yu handed the thing over and smiled. "That gun is also very important to our camp. Please understand, but we have one more sniper rifle." Long Dai didn't take it, but glanced at Shang Wenjing next to him, and whispered, "Although the guns in the Doomsday are not as important as bullets, sniper rifles are different. They have the ability to kill enemies at a long distance, which is more precious than ordinary firearms." After he finished speaking, Shang Wenjing reached out to take it. He said calmly, "Speaking of which, we have paid a lot during this period of time, and the food alone is a lot." Chen Yu also echoed, "Brother Shangwan is right, this is just a trivial gift. In that case, I will accept it with a smile." Long Dai rubbed her hands, her face full of anticipation. Although it was not the gun she liked, Long Dai liked it very much. Because the biggest weakness for a sniper is that there is no sniper rifle to use. Soon, Long Dai took the gun and prepared to clean it. After all, it had been placed under the car for so long that it was bound to have some effects. Watching her leaving, Chen Yu put his hands in his pockets and turned his head and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't take it out the first time." "It's okay." Shang Wenjing shook his head and turned to a stone table. "After all, if it were me, I wouldn't dare to rashly send weapons to your camp. That's not what I meant." Chen Yu walked over and sat down, explaining, "I thought I couldn't send more. There's only this one gun, and there are so many of you, it would be bad if people gossiped. So I plan to give it to you when we part. After all, by then your weapons and ammunition may be reduced, and providing a sniper rifle at this time will be more useful." Hearing this, Shang Wenjing also smiled rarely and said, "But later you found that we basically don't use guns on weekdays, right?" Chapter 876. "Yeah, I didn't expect you guys to be so skilled in using cold weapons and traps." As he spoke, Chen Yu took out a bag of tea from under the stone table, put some into the cup in front of him, and then poured it directly from the thermos. He then handed Shang Wenjing a cup and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that your place is a real paradise, with hot springs, fruit trees, and many varieties. You even have tea trees. I'm completely impressed." Hee. Shang Wenjing is not as cold as before, and occasionally smiles. Of course, this is inseparable from the appearance of Han Liyuan. After all, Shang Wenjing has always had a knot in his heart. He hopes to find Xia Yuan, but unfortunately, he has no communication ability in the Doomsday, which is extremely difficult. The most important place is actually not related to these. Hearing this, Chen Yu thought for a moment and suddenly realized, unless you enter your camp, you won't find these things. Just that section of the road can basically cost many people's lives. Smart. Shang Wenjing took a sip from the teacup and smiled. The two sat at the stone table. Even though they were 20 years apart in age, they got along very well. Chen Yu looked at his watch and whispered, "It's already past 7 in the evening. Another day has passed. Brother Shangwan, I want to ask your opinion on something." "Go ahead. What do you think of the Savior sect?" As soon as he said this, Chen Yu saw that Shang Wenjing's eyes became colder, and he even crushed the small teacup with his right hand. This kind of force simply refreshed Chen Yu's cognition, but based on the training content during this period, Shang Wenjing was afraid that what he had experienced was even more terrifying, so Chen Yu could understand it. "I've never heard of this organization before, but the last time we fought, the opponent's strength was not weak at all." "Why?" Shang Wenjing was silent for a few seconds, then said, "After the end of the world, the number of humans has decreased sharply, but if there is a real fight, there are not many people who can fight with me at the critical moment of life and death. After all, if they can use guns, no one will choose to rush up and fight with the opponent." Speaking of this, Shang Wenjing looked into Chen Yu's eyes and said in a deep voice, "But do you know what those people did at that time?" Hearing this, Chen Yu frowned slightly and thought seriously, while Shang Wenjing did not speak, just looking at him quietly. It seemed that as long as Chen Yu could not guess, he would not speak. Soon Chen Yu found something wrong. He glanced at Shang Wenjing's right arm. There was a scar under his long gown, which was left last time. Could it be that those people put away their weapons directly after seeing you come out? Shang Wenjing shook his head and said, "How can there be such a stupid person? After all, I had a gun at that time." "What is that?" Chen Yu didn't quite understand, but soon he thought of something and said, Did they recognize you? After saying this, Shang Wanjing nodded solemnly, then turned his head and looked in a certain direction and said, when I showed up there, one of the men obviously had a look of surprise in his eyes. Even if it was less than half a second, it was still very obvious. Your white hair is really too eye-catching. Could it be caused by this reason? Qin Yu looked up and gestured. That's not unreasonable, but there's another point. In our circle, my hair was almost a very obvious sign. Hearing this, Qin Yu paused and asked curiously, why don't you shave it off or dye it back to black? Shang Wanjing was silent for a few seconds before answering, it's okay, I'm used to it. Seeing that Shang Wanjing was unwilling to talk, Qin Yu didn't ask more, so he took up the previous topic and said, so those people last time have seen you before, right? Not necessarily, it's possible that he has seen my photo. Speaking of this, Shang Wanjing stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked up at the dim night sky, and said softly, there are not many people who are qualified to take pictures of my true face. If you have to look into it, Jiang Chen is one of them. A strange name appeared. Qin Yu walked over and stood beside him, curiously asked, is he your friend or enemy? Dead enemy. Shang Wanjing said lightly, if one day we meet on the battlefield, the best result is to die together. Is it that scary? Qin Yu now knows Shang Wanjing's strength very well. Although he is no longer at his peak, ordinary survivors can't even think of getting close to him. Xiao Jie should have told you about some of our past, right? Shang Wanjing turned his head and glanced at Qin Yu next to him, and said casually. Qin Yu nodded, we did talk a lot some time ago. He said that in today's environment, those things are no longer a secret, so he told me. I don't blame him. Shang Wanjing went back to the stone table, cleaned up the debris, and continued, there is an organization in front of the Blood Wolf, called the Death God, and we have been fighting for many years. They are not happy with our rapid development, and we don't want to be suppressed by others all the time. If the man last time really knew me, then things would be a bit difficult. After hearing this, Qin Yu turned around and looked at him, and said in a deep voice, I feel something is wrong. Think about it, from the end of the last conflict to today, it has been about 7 or 8 months. Such a long time has passed, but there is no movement at all. Tell me what you think. Shang Wanjing thought for a moment, and nodded slightly. If it were me, and I had a conflict with someone far away, and the world was in this situation, I would either reconcile with the other party or eliminate the trouble in the future. I asked about the address of the Salvation Gate, which is about 700 to 800 kilometers away from us, not to mention from your side. Shang Wanjing said, under this situation, it is not so easy for the enemy to come here. Yes, this is also a problem. Qin Yu snapped his fingers and said, but in the end, if you can come here the first time, you can definitely come here the second time, unless this matter is not as much as the supplies consumed when you come here. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing turned and walked towards the manor, and Qin Yu followed him. 10 seconds later, Shang Wanjing said, or maybe those people are now being held back by other things. That's right. Qin Yu looked at his bronze skin, and the muscles in his arms became more obvious. He frowned slightly and said, if you ask me, it's not a good idea for us to just wait day by day. Since the other party can come here, why can't we kill them? Chapter 877. After saying this, Shang Wanjing stopped and turned to look at the side, and found that Qin Yu's eyes revealed a fierce look. How many people died last time? Qin Yu replied, we were lucky. I feel that the group that attacked you at that time was more powerful. There should be only one person, a friend who had been separated from us for a long time. He was only a teenager. Finally, we met again with great difficulty, but he chose to commit suicide in front of me. I don't know what he has experienced to die so calmly, but I don't want to experience this kind of life again. That shitty Salvation sect doesn't take human life seriously at all. At this point, Qin Yu was silent for a few seconds, and then added, there is another one, who should be the insider of the Savior sect. After I found him out, he also chose to give up his life. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing looked at the figures busy in the camp and said softly, speaking of which, we lost more people last time, but we are not in a hurry. Do you know why? Qin Yu shook his head. Because if the person from the Savior sect is really related to Jiang Chen, this matter will be completely difficult to solve. When I got the map, I originally thought that it was too far away and it would be inconvenient to go there. Revenge would require a lot of manpower and resources, so I planned to eat up your camp and take those weapons and resources into my hands. Shang Wanjing put his hand on Qin Yu's shoulder and said in a deep voice, but then I remembered those 3 people and the look in that person's eyes, so I planned to take a long-term view. But in this way, none of us knows what the enemy is like. What if their development speed is much faster than ours, or even several times faster? Then if we meet them in the future, the chances of winning will be even lower. Chinyu expressed his concerns. Although he worked very hard and tired every day during this period, at least he gained a lot, and secondly, he did not experience the crisis of the doomsday again. Many times, there were survivors who wanted to steal things, and Shang Wenjing and his team took action to solve them. If it were the camp in the villa area, Chinyu would basically come in person. Your concerns are exactly what I want to say. Shang Wenjing took out a piece of paper from his pocket and smiled. It is estimated that it will be difficult to defeat the Savior Gate with the power of our 2 camps alone, so there is something I have to give you to do in the next 2 months. As the paper was stuffed into Chinyu's hand, Shang Wenjing patted his shoulder again and walked into the first floor of the manor. Chinyu stood there, opened the paper and took a look, and found that it was a simple map made by himself. But strangely, with Chinyu's experience of using maps many times, he couldn't recognize where it was. Thinking of this, Chinyu casually asked someone on the roadside, and then walked towards the warehouse of their camp. 2 minutes later, at a 3-story building, Chinyu communicated with the person on duty and borrowed a large map. He walked under the street light and compared carefully before he found that he had to walk about 3 kilometers south from the manor camp, and then he would reach the route on the small map, and the marked areas all matched. However, there was a difference in that the small map was more detailed, with several points circled around it. Based on Shang Wenjing's last expression, Chinyu guessed that those places should be nearby survivor forces. Because Chinyu did the same thing in the villa camp, all the survivor camps, big and small, were recorded when each team went out, but they just didn't visit them. When Chinyu left, he also told everyone to find a chance to communicate with those people, and see if they could get together for warmth. It's been 6 months, and I don't know how my family is doing. Chinyu looked up at the night sky and suddenly felt homesick. After returning the map to the warehouse, he continued to walk towards the breeding area here. When he came here, Chinyu brought an adult pigeon in his car, just in case of emergency, so that he could contact his family in time. A few minutes later, an area under a shed. In front of Chinyu, there is a cage with a diameter of about 2 meters. It is made of bamboo pieces, with a gap of several centimeters between each piece, and it is tied firmly with wire. At this time, a pigeon with gray feathers is standing in it, flying up and down non-stop. This is also what Chinyu did after arriving at the manor camp. Although it doesn't look good, at least the pigeon didn't fly away. Shang Wenjing is really good here. He actually successfully planted corn and harvested a lot. Now Chinyu could only hope that his family would grow more crops. After all, it was difficult to survive in the apocalypse by searching for food. The plastic bags hanging on the wall contained food for the pigeons, which were all defective products after screening. Chinyu grabbed a dozen corns and threw them on the empty space of the cage to attract the pigeons to turn their backs to him. Then he untied the wire and walked in, and when the pigeons were not paying attention, they were directly pressed from behind. However, after feeding this pigeon for more than half a year, it was basically familiar with the smell of Chinyu, and it would not make much noise. The reason for being cautious is just to ensure that there are no accidents. After all, once this thing leaves the cage, it will probably fly back home without looking back. Putting the pigeon into the previous birdcage, Chinyu carried it to the manor. Back to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, there was a faint light in the room. Chinyu pushed the door open and walked in, and saw a beautiful figure standing in front of the table, with her eyes covered with a silk scarf, her hands busy back and forth, assembling those guns blindfolded. Seeing this, Chinyu suddenly wanted to tease Lin Yi, and then tiptoed over with the birdcage. He stood on the left side of the table, and reached out to secretly take away a piece of parts. Lin Yi held the gun in her left hand, fumbled on the table with her right hand for a few times, then turned around and stretched out a hand to the side, smiling. "Give it to me." Chinyu didn't say anything, just looked at her. There was no way. Lin Yi had to whisper, "I smelled the sweat on your body as soon as I entered the room." Hearing this, Chinyu raised one arm and smelled his armpit, then reluctantly handed the part to Lin Yi's little hand, and then said, "Forgot that we just finished training this afternoon." "You?" Lin Yi quickly assembled the last step, then pulled off the silk scarf around her eyes, and said with a smile, "I've made great progress now, really?" Chinyu stepped forward and put his arm around Lin Yi's waist. The soft touch instantly entered his hand, and the latter's face flushed again. "Don't make trouble, there are other people here." Hearing this, Chinyu leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "Are pigeons considered people?" Chapter 878. Just then, a voice came from the bed. "She's not talking about the pigeon, it's me." After the words fell, Chinyu was startled, looked up at the bed, and found a figure sitting there. Then Chinyu reached out and pulled the rope, the lights in the room came on, and Ah Ling's figure came into view, staring at him and Lin Yi with her big watery eyes, looking innocently. Ahem. Chinyu let go of his hand, scratched his head and said, "Why are you here? This is our place. I can come whenever I want." Ah Ling pouted and went back to bed. Chinyu smiled and didn't say anything more. When he went upstairs earlier, he saw someone busy going back and forth. After asking around, he found out that the water pipe in Ah Ling's room had burst, and he couldn't stay there tonight. But when he entered the room, his eyes were all on Lin Yi, so he subconsciously ignored the bed. When Ah Ling finished speaking, Lin Yi reached out and touched Chinyu's cheek. The look in her eyes was as gentle as water. She whispered, "Your beard has grown again. Let me help you shave it." Chinyu held Lin Yi's hand, lowered his head, and tapped her lips, and smiled. "Don't worry, I write a letter to my family tonight, and do it tomorrow." Lin Yi pursed her lips gently, and nodded with a slightly red ear. Even though the two of them had already had physical contact, Lin Yi didn't know why. Every time she was very intimate with Chinyu, she would blush unconsciously. Perhaps it was because Chinyu was the first man she fell in love with, and the best man to her in her life besides her brother and father. "Then I continue practicing," Lin Yi said, holding a silk scarf in her hand. "Come on," Chinyu encouraged her, and then he waved at the bed. "I'm leaving, Ah Ling." The girl did not answer, but stretched out her right hand from the quilt and waved. After such a long time together, Ah Ling was like Lin Yi's little follower, sticking behind her all day long. So Chinyu was also very happy with this, because Ah Ling was very important to the manor camp. Where she was, the risk factor would be greatly reduced, and it could also prevent Lin Yi from having accidents. Chinyu walked out of the room carrying the bird cage, and returned to his bedroom. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and continued to disassemble the pistol into parts. Then he took another one out from under the table, disassembled it, and mixed it together. This was also the special training content that Long Dai gave Lin Yi. The same model of pistol, the same parts, she needed to assemble them completely and accurately according to the subtle differences. With this level of training, Lin Yi's familiarity with firearms has reached a terrifying level. After finishing, she put on the scarf and continued to perform the steps that had been repeated dozens or hundreds of times. Lin Yi, who used to only be able to hold a scalpel, now did not tremble at all when holding gun parts. In the bedroom next door, Chinyu turned on the light switch and then took it to the front of the table. Taking out paper and pen from the drawer, Chinyu sat down and began to think about what to write to his family. "I haven't contacted you for half a year. It would be a lie to say that I don't miss my old friends." After a few minutes of silence, Chinyu picked up the pen and started writing. From the first day of arriving at the camp to the things that happened every day, Chinyu certainly couldn't write down everything. So he only picked out some key points. Because the weight that a pigeon can carry is limited, it is necessary to use very thin paper to write. The above content talks about how he and Lin Yi are both receiving training, living well here, and having great changes, etc. Finally, Chinyu said that they still need to stay here for 2 months. Secondly, if the pigeons at home hatch, they will take the time to pick 2, train them, and then send them here. Of course, Chinyu specifically asked Lei to send him off, mainly because he wanted him to meet Sheng Wenjing again. After all, with Lei's temper, if Chinyu didn't try to push him, he would probably never come here on his own initiative in this life. After writing, Chinyu went downstairs to Long Jia's room and asked him to borrow a small electronic scale. At present, the manor camp can also use some electricity, and the proportion of solar panels is even higher than that of the villa camp, so there is some extra electricity that can be used to improve the living experience. After putting the note on the electronic scale and calculating the weight, Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Long Jia, he returned to the bedroom, rolled up the note, and tied it to the pigeon's leg, then touched its head, and said seriously, "Brother Pigeon, please go for me. I will feed you good food every day when I get home." The pigeon didn't understand, it could only shake its head mechanically. Early the next morning, Chinyu took the pigeon out of the birdcage, first fed it some food and water, then walked to the balcony, held it in both hands, and threw it into the sky. The pigeon fluttered twice in the air, then quickly rushed in a certain direction, and flew dozens of meters away in an instant. Looking at its back, Chinyu was also full of expectations. When training this pigeon, Chinyu trained it 3 times at 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, and 100 kilometers respectively, and each time it could fly back to the camp in the villa area accurately. Although a lot of gasoline was wasted, it was inconvenient to communicate over long distances in the doomsday. But the distance was even farther at this time, so he didn't know whether he could do it. After all, those people said that it could fly very far, but it was also the first time for Chinyu to use pigeons to send letters. At this time, Lenny also came in with a razor. Chinyu smiled, turned back to the bedroom, and lay on the chair. Soon Chinyu's beard was shaved clean, and Lenny helped him trim his hair a little shorter. Although he didn't know any skills, the main thing was to do it the first time, and then the second time. Then the two went downstairs to have breakfast, and Chinyu began to prepare to do what he had agreed to do yesterday. In order to fight against the Savior sect, Chinyu knew very well that the more people the better. Last time, the woman told him to beware of the Savior sect, so it was just right to visit her first this time. In addition, Chinyu wanted to do one more thing. This place was not far from the former community site. He also wanted to move the buried bodies to the villa camp in the future. Although they might have turned into bones long ago, Chinyu did not want those people to be trampled by zombies every day. In one morning, Chinyu loaded the supplies on the cart. Nowadays, gasoline is getting less and less, and it is basically difficult to find. So this time, they used horses to pull the cart. Because Chinyu had never ridden a horse before, in order to prevent accidents, Long Jia would also follow. In addition, they also brought two people, Dong Jun and a girl. Dong Jun was convenient for driving, and the girl knew some simple bandages. Chapter 879. The reason why I brought her along was that after this period of high-intensity training, Chinyu gradually mixed up some of the medical knowledge he had learned before. Although he said that he had no major problems, Lenny was very tough and said that this was not okay. If he remembered the wrong sequence of steps, it would aggravate the wound and cause trouble, so I brought someone with me so that she could tell Chinyu if there were any wrong steps. Chinyu could only accept this with a smile. Although he rarely got injured outside, he couldn't let his guard down. After all, this trip will take a long time, and we may not be able to come back for a month. In the open space, at the gate of the manor camp, two horses are standing in front of the cart, and Long Jia is checking the ropes hanging on the horses to make sure they are firm. The cart is very long, with some food and water tied in the middle, as well as clothes for changing, and a small amount of weapons and ammunition. Because of Slav, the manor camp can also make explosives by itself, and the power is not weak at all. In front of the carriage, Lin Yi adjusted Chinyu's collar, patted his shoulder with her little hand, and said seriously, "I want you to come back safely." "Definitely." Chinyu smiled and nodded. "Pin it." Lin Yi stretched out her pinky finger and bit it, blinking. Chinyu smiled and did as he was told. Just then, Slav came over carrying something. It was wrapped in a piece of cloth, long and about 1.5 meters long. "What is this?" Chinyu was a little curious when he saw it, and said, "Aren't all the things packed?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Wenjing, who was standing next to him, said, "Last time, Ali told me that you like to kill zombies with spears, so I thought it would be more appropriate to give you this thing. After all, to be honest, even when it comes to close combat with others, daggers are not your strong point. In the era of cold weapons, if the training content is the same, then the combat power of the gun is undoubtedly the strongest." After saying that, Shang Wenjing grabbed the edge of the cloth and pulled it, and suddenly a dark brown spear with a sharp tip came into view. In just a moment, Chinyu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but take it in his hand. Wow, this must be 20 kilograms, right? Chinyu's muscle contours are quite obvious now, and his tendon meat allows him to swing the spear with one hand. Shang Wenjing continued, "After all, we are also a modern civilization. Although it is the end of the world, there is no need to give you such a heavy spear. Compared with a dagger, this thing can allow you to exert your full strength to a greater extent." Chinyu placed the spear beside him, and said helplessly, "Although I like this weapon very much, I killed the first zombie with a stick on a broom and a screwdriver. So for me, the spear is quite popular, but I have never come into contact with this type before. Maybe it is better to use an axe." Hearing this, Shang Wenjing shook his head and said, "Of course I know this, so before you set off, I will temporarily train you for 3 days. Ah? Not only Chinyu was confused, but everyone else was a little confused. Long Jia even put his hand on the horse and said, "Instructor, but we have packed our things." Shang Wenjing was silent for a few seconds and said softly, "We have to go to many places on this trip. I have never come into contact with those survivors, but I am not good at dealing with them, so I can only ask you to come forward for this matter. The success or failure of this matter is related to whether we can survive in the future when facing the Savior sect in Jiangchen, or how many people can survive. So I decided temporarily to give this spear to Chinyu in advance." Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and looked at the spear head, and found that it was made very beautifully. "I think Slav, and Leander must have spent a lot of effort. He looked at Shang Jing and said seriously, "Even if you give it to me in advance, I won't use it." At this point, Qin Yu frowned slightly. Could it be that brother Shangwan has learned this thing? As soon as this was said, everyone focused their attention on the white-haired man. Shang Jing paused and said softly, 20 years ago, when I led a team to perform a mission, I broke into a tribe. The people there were out of touch with society and still used hunting to survive. Among them, their current chief is very keen on using weapons such as spears. At that time, I saw that he could fight an adult wild boar alone. Later, when I returned to China, I visited a senior who really knew how to use a spear. Unfortunately, it is not used in modern warfare, so I gradually ignored it and only recalled some of it recently. Long Jie said, "It's been 20 years, instructor. Can you still remember it?" "Some things can be remembered for a long time." Shang Jing looked at him and said something earnestly. Just like that, Qin Yu took the forged spear and followed Shang Jing away. Others shrugged helplessly and continued to unload the supplies. During this period, no one saw the figures of Qin Yu and Shang Jing. Until 3 days later, the camp gate opened. A young man with ragged clothes and several cuts on his body walked in. He had a spear hanging diagonally behind him, and a black-haired wild boar on his shoulder. Although it was not as ferocious as an adult, its fangs still made other people's eyelids jump. Unless they had a gun, ordinary people would never dare to provoke a wild boar. Every time he took a step, the people gathered around him would be surprised. Unlike before, Qin Yu, who was carrying a spear, had a slightly different aura from before, and even looked more handsome. It was a kind of conquering power full of wildness. In the camp, 2 girls in the distance watched this scene, and the girl on the left couldn't help but excitedly said, "Too handsome. This is what a man is." At this moment, the person next to her whispered, "What's the use of being handsome? I love Dr. Lin the most." The spear now has a red tassel to prevent blood from flowing onto the spear, and prevent it from slipping out of the hand. Plop! Qin Yu threw the wild boar on the ground, wiped the dirt off his forehead with the back of his hand, and said with a smile, "Brothers, extra food tonight." The next day, Qin Yu and Lin Yi hugged and said goodbye. He got on the carriage and rushed to the destination with the other 3 people. Qin Yu sat on the left side of the cart, stroking the spear beside him with his right hand, and couldn't let it go. He had never thought that there would be a time to use such a weapon in the doomsday. Long Jie held the reins and said lightly, "Brother Qin Yu, you don't have to rely too much on this thing. After all, we don't have many opportunities to fight in close combat. What's more, I am here, so you don't need to worry too much." Chapter 880. When he said this, Long Jie's expression was calm, and he even looked a little indifferent. Qin Yu turned his head and saw the reason why he said this. He was quite confident in his skills. Although the two had practiced for a long time, Qin Yu still couldn't beat Long Jie, but he could hold on for nearly 10 minutes without falling, which was really amazing. He finally felt that he had improved a little, but Long Jie's skills always suppressed him. If it were a life-or-death situation, Qin Yu estimated that only a Lei and Xiao Jiao could deal with him at this stage, but fortunately everyone was on the same side, so this situation would not happen. Then Qin Yu laughed and said, "Even if it is used to kill zombies, this thing is safer than a dagger." Hearing this, Long Jie curled his lips and said, "Indeed, it would be easier to kill zombies with a spear, but it's a pity that the instructor refused to let me make one no matter what. In the end, I begged him for a long time before he agreed to help me forge it when we go back." The 2 of them sat in the front, chatting casually. Because they were pulling a cart to hurry, they were quite leisurely, except for the zombies that occasionally appeared on the roadside. Whenever a zombie came out of the woods, the girl sitting in the back would jump off the cart, take out the bow and arrow from behind, and shoot the zombie directly. Then she would go over and draw the arrow, then trot back to the cart and sit down. After several times in a row, Qin Yu couldn't help but look back and said, "Actually, we don't need to worry about them, as long as they can't catch up with our speed." Hearing this, the girl turned her head to look at Qin Yu, smiled gently and said, "I want to practice my archery skills, and I can also run by the way, just as a physical exercise, it's okay." At this time, Long Jie stood on the cart with one leg and the other leg hanging below. He casually said, "Yi Zi is working hard. Let her do whatever she wants. It's not a very dangerous thing anyway. My name is Yi Zhishu. Everyone usually calls me Yi Zi." Seeing this, the girl said her name. Qin Yu nodded and stopped talking. Instead, he tried to drive the carriage to hurry up. Although the speed was not very fast, it was at least easier than walking, and it could also carry goods. About an hour later, The four of them were about 10 kilometers away from the camp, and the number of zombies gradually increased. Chinyu estimated that it seemed to be half as fast as walking, but it did not consume physical strength and gasoline. Before, there was still an occasional zombie in front of him, but now several of them appeared at the same time. Not long after they walked, four zombies appeared on the road and staggered towards them. Long Jia pulled the reins, calling for the horse to stop, then turned around and said, "Dong Jun, go and deal with it, otherwise we can't get through." "I do it." Chinyu jumped off the carriage and walked towards the zombies, with a spear in one hand. After a while, Chinyu had not had much contact with zombies, and he almost forgot the smell of this thing. As he approached, the stench hit him in the face, and he frowned slightly. Chinyu stopped in front of the zombies, waiting for the three to approach within 2 meters at the same time, then held a gun in his right hand and swung it horizontally towards their heads. The sharp gun head instantly cut off the upper part of the zombie's head. Fortunately, these 3 zombies were almost the same height, which allowed Chinyu to easily kill all 3 at once. The corpses fell one by one, and the last zombie was tripped by the corpse on the ground and fell. Just when it was struggling to get up, Chinyu directly pierced its eyeball. Then Chinyu simply dragged the body to the side of the road. Seeing this, Long Jia swung the reins and drove the carriage to continue on the road. At present, they have reached the route marked on the small map, and they still have to go a long way to reach the first survivor force. Chinyu continued to return to the carriage. After thinking about it, he put the spear on the wooden board outside to avoid hurting people later. After all, he had killed zombies before, so he still had to be careful in the short term. Now Chinyu heard what Long Jia said, and realized that the several forces they were going to visit were not very weak. The number of people was almost more than 50, and at least they would not be easily destroyed by zombies. As for those with too few people, they didn't care. Firstly, there were basically no powerful weapons in such camps, and secondly, they didn't have the ability to develop in the long term. They might just move away if they encountered a natural disaster or danger. In the morning, the 4 of them walked nearly 50 kilometers and came to the first location, which was also the road led by Chinyu. However, as soon as he approached, he found something wrong. At this moment, more than half of the houses built of wood had collapsed, and there were even traces of scorch. From the general situation, there should have been a large-scale fire here before. Chinyu stood on the charred land and looked around and said, Dong Jun wanted to stay to protect the 2 horses, so he did not follow. At this time, only Long Jia and Yi Jishu were looking for survivors nearby. A few minutes later, Long Jia walked out from under a half-collapsed house, looked at Chinyu and said, "You are right, it looks like it was man-made." As he said that, he threw a bag of items in his hand over. Chinyu used his spear to pry open the plastic bag, squatted down to take a look, and then said in a deep voice, "It contains pine oil, probably because of the rain, it has not been burned out." After the voice fell, Chinyu picked up the bag of oil and walked to the carriage and put it directly on it. After all, it can also be used to make fire, it would be a pity to waste it. Soon Yijishu also walked out of the corner with a dusty face. She waved her little hand in front of her mouth and nose, and said loudly, "I searched everywhere, but I didn't find any traces of people, not even a corpse. It seems that they have run away or left this place." Chinyu found half a bag of unburned pine resin again. Last time he came here to save people, but unfortunately Yu Dajiang still chose to commit suicide in the end. However, judging from the judgment at that time, it stands to reason that these people are planning to develop here. After staying for half an hour, no clues were found, and even many rooms were empty. Seeing this, Chinyu did not stay any longer, but asked the 2 to leave. Since it was noon, everyone started to make lunch. There was still some meat left from the wild boar from last night, so we just happened to bring some out. Because it was so hot, it would spoil easily, so we had to eat it quickly. Now everyone was almost sick of eating smoked meat and dried meat, so when conditions allowed, everyone still preferred to eat fresh meat. Although some of the meat was not as delicious as pork, it was still tasty. After all, if you were really hungry, you could even eat bugs. The most abundant thing in this site was wood, so the 4 of them started a fire right there. Chapter 881. For people, with clear division of labor, did things flawlessly. Chinyu also liked this atmosphere. No need to say, everyone knew what they should do. For example, Yijishu wore disposable gloves and used a skewer to pierce the meat, while Long Jia held a cigarette in his mouth and sprinkled various seasonings on it. The most common ones were salt and pepper. After all, this was a doomsday world, and it had been a year and 4 months since the zombie outbreak, so many seasonings might not be found. As for Chinyu, he was squatting on the ground, concentrating on placing the skewers on the fan blades and roasting the meat carefully. Dongjun cut some grass and fed the horses on the side. As the charcoal was heated, the aroma of meat drifted into everyone's nose. Yi Jishu wiped the sweat from her head with the back of her hand. She looked around and said, "We are making such a big fuss about making a fire. What if someone finds out?" Long Jie shook the cigarette in his left hand, sprinkled the last skewer of meat with seasoning, and handed it to Qin Yu, saying calmly, "Generally, there are few neighbors nearby where people set up camps." "Is that so? I understand then." Yi Jishu nodded, and wiped the sweat off her neck. The temperature was too high, and she was near the fire, so she was so hot that she was sweating all over. Seeing this, she took off her gloves and threw them away, and took off her shirt and jacket, and her surging figure was immediately revealed. Long Jie glanced at her subconsciously, then took the last puff of his cigarette and laughed. "I can't tell, Yi Zi, you are so thin, but you are so capable." Yi Jishu was not embarrassed, and she even puffed her chest and said proudly, "That's right, in our camp, I have the second best figure." Hearing this, Qin Yu became interested and asked curiously, "Who is the first?" Hearing this, Yi Jishu was immediately deflated, and did not speak, just sitting there. Dongjun came over and sat on the stone, smiling. "Since Dr. Lin came, these girls have stopped competing, because they can't compete." Qin Yu said with a little doubt, "Is he the first?" "Yes." Yi Jishu rubbed his face and said depressedly, "Dr. Lin is simply too perfect, with the right height and a great figure. The key is that she is beautiful and has a good personality. She is also such a great surgeon. Tell me, why is God so partial?" After this, Qin Yu shook his head helplessly and stopped talking. Instead, he distributed the roasted meat to everyone and said, "She has also made a lot of efforts. You only see her treating patients, but you have never seen her deeply blaming herself for not being able to save some wounded people." Yi Jishu smacked his lips and sighed, "Yes, it takes time for water to wear away a stone. I couldn't continue my studies before, so I ended up going to an ordinary university. Fortunately, it was of some use in the doomsday." The four of them sat by the fire and had a simple lunch. Finally, they cleaned up the mess. Of course, it was the end of the world and no one would take away the garbage. They just made sure the fire was out. Since it was noon and the sun was scorching, no one chose to rush. Instead, they chose a cool area and took a short rest. A cordon was set up around them using cans, so that any zombies would be discovered. Qin Yu also felt that there would be no survivors going out to search for supplies in the middle of the day. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After the sun was a little less fierce, Qin Yu woke everyone up and prepared to continue on the road. He didn't want to command everyone, but Long Jie didn't care. Dongjun said he just listened, and finally Yi Jishu simply supported Qin Yu. Not long after walking, everyone found a few wild fruit trees, so they picked some and put them on the cart, but they were very astringent, so they had to keep them for a few more days and wait until they were ripe before eating. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and the light was still very good. Qin Yu and his friends were getting closer and closer to the nearest mark. After hiding the carriage, Dongjun and Yi Jishu stayed there to guard it, while Qin Yu took Long Jie to discuss cooperation. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two came out of the woods and saw a camp, which seemed to be filled with smoke. Like most survivors, the camp walls here were built later, with many wooden boards and iron sheets spliced together to block the zombies in the wild. There were many fences at the gate, and each piece of wood was as thick as an adult's arm, and was sharpened very sharply. There were 2 zombies above, their bodies pierced, waving their hands at the fence. There was also someone on guard above the door. When the 2 strangers, Qin Yu and Long Jie, appeared, the man immediately pulled the bowstring and aimed, and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Qin Yu and Long Jie raised their hands, slowly walked to the road, and then replied, "We came from a long way away and want to see your camp boss." Before he finished speaking, the man directly let go of his right hand, not giving him any chance to communicate. Seeing this, Qin Yu's eyes condensed, and his right hand quickly pulled out the machete from his left waist, then swung it forward, directly cutting off the arrow, and at the same time, he slightly turned sideways to avoid the arrow. This moment happened in a flash, and even Long Jie was a little surprised. As the person involved, Qin Yu's eyelids twitched twice, and he was extremely excited. Just now, he didn't even think about dodging after seeing the other party shooting an arrow, but directly drew his knife to block it. It was at this moment that Qin Yu realized how perverted the training on the wooden stake was. In the later stages, Qin Yu was required to dodge arrows flying around while moving quickly on the wooden stakes. After a long time, he didn't realize that he had already formed muscle reactions. By the angle of the opponent's arrow shooting, he could judge where the arrow would land roughly, and thus make a prediction in advance. Although the arrow was very fast, Chinyu could guess its attack route. The sudden attack also made Long Jie a little angry, so he prepared to retreat, but Chinyu grabbed him and shook his head slightly. Chinyu knew very well that Long Jie was planning to sneak in at night and capture the camp leader alive, and then talk about it. But Chinyu felt that since he was here to discuss cooperation, he must show his sincerity to the other party. He suppressed his unhappiness and smiled. "Friends, let's talk it out. There's no need to kill right away, right?" The action of Chinyu cutting off the arrow just now also fell into the eyes of the two people inside the door. They looked at each other, and could see the fear in each other's eyes. Then one of them stepped back, as if to call for help. Chapter 882. After waiting for a few minutes, a man appeared again in the gate of the opposite camp. This man was about 30 years old, with his right eye covered with an eye patch, and there was a 10-centimeter long wound on his left face, which was shocking. The man glanced at the two people more than 10 meters away, then asked his men to put away their weapons, and then said, "If you have something to say it quickly, and if you have something to say, fart quickly." Hearing this, Chinyu took a step forward, which immediately caused the man to raise his bow and arrow again. Seeing this, even Chinyu's good temper was somewhat worn out, and he said coldly, "Brother, you don't really think that with my skills, I still need to pretend to be pitiful to trick you into opening the door?" It's not that Chinyu is arrogant now, but he has indeed undergone a considerable transformation. 6 months of super high-intensity training, plus more than a year of struggling in the Doomsday, have made Chinyu's current skills far superior to those of ordinary survivors. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across the man's face, and then he reluctantly took 2 steps back. Then Chinyu looked at the one-eyed man and said loudly, "We are here to discuss cooperation with you." "What kind?" The man held a fence on the door with both hands and said expressionlessly, "Food or resources, or a woman?" "Neither." Chinyu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "To save your lives, or the lives of both our camps." When these words came out, I don't know if it was because the two of them only brought a machete, but they actually caused the people inside to burst into laughter. The one-eyed man crossed his hands on his chest and said lightly, "I have 65 men, 2/3 of whom are young and strong men between 25 and 35 years old, as well as 5 hunting rifles, 3 boxes of fireworks, and even a large number of archers. What can you two trash use to save me?" Chinyu smiled slightly, put the machete back on his waist, nodded and said, "In that case, we will leave first." After that, Chinyu turned around and left, which made Long Jie even more confused. Just now, he wanted to leave, but Chinyu didn't let him. Why did Chinyu change his attitude just after a few words? But Long Jie was too lazy to talk to these people, and followed Chinyu into the woods. After walking more than 10 meters, Long Jie grabbed Chinyu's arm, and couldn't help but say, "Are you leaving just like that?" "Of course not." Chinyu shook his head and said softly, "These people will not give up until they see the Yellow River. The Savior sect may not have attacked them. In this case, if we just say how dangerous it is, they will definitely not believe it easily." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Chinyu turned and looked at the camp. Under the cover of a large number of leaves, his eyes met with the man's by coincidence. Then Chinyu said expressionlessly, "When people encounter things, they will try to protect themselves, and the end of the world is no exception. If you are in danger downstairs in a residential area and shout that someone is robbing, no one may come out to help you. But if you say someone's car is on fire in the underground garage, it will definitely attract a lot of people. Since these people think the fire can't reach them, let's set a fire." Hearing this, Long Jie rubbed his palms expectantly and said excitedly, "This is going to be a good show." Chinyu didn't say anything and continued to walk towards the place where they had stopped before. In fact, he didn't want to use this method. After all, these people had nothing to do with their grievances with the Salvation sect. But Chinyu was very sure of one thing in his heart, that few of the forces that had lived in the apocalypse for so long had clean hands. Take the situation just now for example. If it weren't for Chinyu's agility, one of Yi Jishu and Dong Jun would have been shot to death on the spot. The other party shot and killed people for a disagreement, which greatly showed what kind of people they were. That's why Chinyu didn't continue to communicate with the other party. Only when the fire burned to his own yard, those people would find ways to help put out the fire, instead of watching the show from the side. At the temporary resting place, Chinyu briefly told Dong Jun and Yi Jishu about the next arrangements, and then he and Long Jie left. About 10 minutes later, the two found 2 zombies in the woods, with a body shape similar to theirs. Let's go with these two. Seeing Chinyu nod, Long Jia put his fingers into his mouth and whistled, then pulled out the dagger, spun it in the air, caught it casually and threw it out. With a hiss, the dagger hit the forehead of the zombie behind, and then fell to the ground. Chinyu smiled, pulled out his machete and threw it, following closely behind. Although the spear is very useful, it is not necessary to carry it with you at all times. Then the two walked over and began to deal with the two zombies. Chinyu took the knife and cut the corpses horizontally from the abdomen. Suddenly, a foul smell came to their faces. The black juice and the smelly rotten meat stimulated the nerves of the two. Long Jia frowned and took 2 steps back. He smiled awkwardly. Chinyu, how about I help you guard the surroundings? Haha, okay. Chinyu stuck the machete into the ground, put on disposable gloves, and began to dig out the rotten meat from the stomach. This scene made Long Jia frown even more. Because of his own strong strength, and the fact that he had the instructor and his sister by his side, as well as several former teammates, Long Jia had never dug out the bodies of zombies since the outbreak of the apocalypse. He even didn't wear zombie skins if he could. Although he knew many ways to kill people, he basically didn't deal with corpses, let alone corpses that had become zombies. At this moment, Long Jia really couldn't stand this scene. Chinyu didn't have any opinion on this. In his opinion, this was a very normal thing. After all, they were in the wild and needed someone to be on guard. Even if Long Jia could accept it, the two of them could only take turns to deal with these corpses. In the past, Chinyu often did this kind of thing in order to survive, so he was used to it and could even be described as being familiar with it. In just about 5 minutes, he had cleaned out the rotten meat in the two corpses. Then Chinyu picked up the knife and carefully separated the skin. Time passed by minute, and Long Jia stood a few meters away, watching Chinyu busying himself alone. As the two bloody zombie skins were turned over and spread on the grass, Long Jia walked over and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have never done this before. You have been busy for so long." Hearing this, Chinyu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm, then threw away the disposable gloves that were pierced by the bones, shook his head and smiled. "It's okay, it's a small matter. Let's go back." Chinyu picked up the two zombie skins and turned around to meet up with Dong Jun and the others. Chapter 883. After such a long time, it is now evening, and the light around is getting darker and darker. According to the previous instructions, Dong Jun and Yi Jishu retreated a little further. After all, they didn't want to affect the two horses. After walking for about half an hour, Long Jia blew a whistle and pointed to the mark on the tree. "This way." After saying that, he took a dagger and cut off the bark to avoid being discovered by others. Although the surrounding area had been checked and there were no traps or patrols, it was always better to be careful. 10 minutes later, Chinyu and Long Jia appeared beside the fire, and Dong Jun and Yi Jishu were preparing food again. "Tonight, we were not eating meat, but corn flour cakes. We added some water and fried them in a pan. At present, the experience of life is gradually improving, so everyone will not continue to pursue a single type of food. If we used to eat for survival, now more than a year has passed, it can be called life." Watching Yi Jishu kneading the dough, Chinyu began to understand why Lin Yi asked him to bring this girl with him. It seems that she can not only treat wounds, but also cook a little. Because he wanted to bake the zombie skin, Chinyu was going to make a fire. Long Jia took a stick and ignited it, then turned around and planned to start a fire, but Chinyu shook his head and whispered, "Wait, that's not the right position." Hearing this, Long Jia nodded, looked around, then picked up a handful of dandelions and threw them in the air, randomly judged the downwind direction, and then walked towards another area. After making the fire, Chinyu took a few sharpened sticks and stuck them into the ground, then opened the zombie skins and opened them like drying clothes. As the flames baked, the rotten meat that was originally wet began to drip blood. This step was to ensure that the zombie skin was dry inside to prevent the wearer's skin from being affected later. Chinyu just stood by the fire, scraping off the meat with a knife every once in a while, and then used his feet to dig it into the fire to burn. Long Jia thought about it, took out his dagger, and started to walk over to help. Soon 4 pancakes were fried, and Yi Jishu came over with a plate, looked at Chinyu's hands full of zombie blood, and said, "Brother Chin, how about I feed you?" "No, leave it there first, I eat it later." "But it will get cold later, it won't taste good then." Yi Jishu stepped forward, picked up a little with chopsticks, and handed it to Chinyu's mouth. Seeing this, Chinyu shaved off the last bit of meat on the left half, turned his head and bit the cake, then he chewed and said, "You feed Long Jia first, I'm really not hungry now." The next second, Long Jia waved his hand and said, "Yi Zi, come here quickly. Really, we are obviously a family. Why are you feeding outsiders first? Yijishu said helplessly. Then I go first. As she said that, she turned around and put the plate on the stone, gave out another cake, and then continued to feed Long Jia. 9 o'clock in the evening. Long Jia nailed the dagger to the tree next to him with difficulty. He sighed and said, "It's too troublesome to make this thing." Hearing this, Chinyu ate the cake with the resharpened chopsticks and whispered, "If you want to use it for a longer time, and can use it repeatedly, you need to handle the details well." "Okay, when exactly do we take action?" Chinyu glanced at his watch and said, "It's 1 a.m., let's take a break. We've been sitting in the car for so long during the day, and we're pretty tired. I keep watch for the first hour. Aren't you tired?" Hearing this, Long Jia was stunned. "It's okay, at least life is much easier now than before." Chinyu put the plate on the ground and threw the chopsticks into the fire. Because his hands were stained with zombie blood, he prepared another pair. "Then I take your turn later." Long Jia yawned, took a piece of cloth from the cart and spread it, and soon after he lay down, he began to snore. At first, Long Jia was not convinced by Chinyu. This guy didn't have the skills of the instructor, but he controlled such a large camp with just his brain. However, with the subsequent training, Long Jia saw the fighting spirit in Chinyu, so he gradually recognized him. During the fighting sparring during that period, Long Jia also taught Chinyu a lot of real skills. Chinyu glanced at the 3 people who were sleeping, got up and walked to the 2 horses, and began to feed them grass. During this time in the manor camp, Chinyu would go to feed the horses whenever he had time, so they were all willing to be next to Chinyu. Unlike at the beginning, they would move around as soon as they got close. After feeding, Chinyu touched the heads of the 2 horses to make sure that the cans near them were tied well, and then went back to the fire. Because it was not cold, the fire had already gone out. At this time, the light around was a little dim, and the road could barely be seen. In the silent woods, it seemed that only the sound of insects remained. Fortunately, Chinyu was always very brave, so he was not afraid even if he was alone at night. An hour later, it was time for the rotation. Chinyu was about to get up and call Long Jia, but he found that this guy sat up instantly, and then stood up. Seeing this, Chinyu blinked and whispered, "Not more, not less, just 1 hour, wow, no wonder he is a Lei's junior brother." Then the 2 nodded slightly, and then Chinyu went over and lay down to sleep. As expected, Chinyu was not woken up by Long Jia, but woke up by himself, with a time error of less than 3 seconds. In this way, it was soon 1 o'clock in the morning. Yijishu, with panda eyes, yawned and started to put on his coat. After all, it was late at night, and the wind was blowing, so it was still a little cool. Chinyu said a few words briefly, and then he and Long Jia put on the zombie skins and started to move. When they came here during the day, they had already noted which areas had zombies nearby, and now they just had to lead them over. Because horses are important, Dong Jun and Yijishu need to make sure that zombies don't wander over when they leave. Long Jia also said in advance that if there is no way to solve those dangers at a critical moment, the reins on the horses must be cut off, and even if they are allowed to run away, they must not be bitten to death by zombies. Late at night, around 2 in the morning, in a campsite somewhere, a man was dozing off with his hands on the fence. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound on the road. The low roar of the zombies, and the noise of walking reached the man's ears. He rubbed his eyes, then picked up the telescope and looked forward. The next second, the man panicked and beat the gongs and drums, and turned back and shouted, Zombie tide is coming." With this roar, light came from under many tents in the camp. Many people ran out without putting on their pants, because the words of the notice were not about the zombies, but the zombie tide. Chapter 884. Although there is only one word difference, the meaning is very different. To put it bluntly, no one would think it was a zombie tide unless there were hundreds of zombies. In the woods, 2 zombies looked at those who were desperately shooting arrows in the shadows. They were even pushed by the zombies occasionally, causing their bodies to stagger. "Let's go and continue to lead the next batch." Chinyu spoke expressionlessly, and did not stay any longer. At this time, all the people in the camp were panicked. They had never encountered zombies coming in waves. The one-eyed man held an axe in his hand, looking at the corpses below with a gloomy face. He said in a deep voice, "Hackett, these 2 guys in the daytime are trying to deceive me." Because there were too many corpses piled up under the wall, some zombies stepped on them and began to pile up, and even the iron sheet had a tendency to collapse. As the 2 waves of corpses ended, several of them were bitten, and one of them was even bitten in the shoulder. If it was just the limbs, they would have a chance to survive if they were cut off in time to stop the bleeding. But the shoulder was not saved. When Chin Yu was in the villa area before, he used a lot of wire to block the camp in advance, but even so, they didn't last long and were still blocked in the end. The camp wall of Chin Yu and others was made of cement, and ordinary zombies couldn't break it at all. But these people didn't know that there were still people who could guide the zombies to attack, so they were not prepared from the beginning. When the third wave of zombies appeared, the people in that camp were immediately disheartened and had to take out a box of small fireworks and run to the side from the back door. Finally, in an open space about a few dozen meters away, fireworks were ignited, scattering brilliant fireworks in the air, and then a group of zombies were led away. But there were still a few zombies walking into the camp. The one-eyed man held the axe with both hands, and suddenly smashed the heads of the two zombies in front of him, and then the axe stood directly on the ground. He chopped for more than an hour, and was already exhausted. Seeing that there were only two zombies left, the one-eyed man looked around and found that his men were dealing with other zombies, and had no time to help here, so he had to pick up the axe again. When he got closer, raised his hands behind his head, and was about to swing down, the zombie in front of him suddenly stopped. The next second, the man was shocked because he found that the zombie in front of him had a smile on his face. Then, there was a flash in front of him, and the man was hit in the abdomen, followed by a sharp pain in his wrist, and the axe was taken away directly. Before he could call for help, a sharp and shiny machete was pressed against his throat, with only a gap of less than 1 centimeter. Do you believe now that we are qualified to save you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Yu kicked the man's knee, and there was a cracking sound. Then he grabbed his hair and pulled his head back, and then he was ready to attack. Don't. The one-eyed man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he ignored the pain and started begging. What he didn't expect was that this man was ready to attack without saying anything. Hearing this, Chin Yu's knife only cut his skin and stopped. Seeing the man's frightened look, Chin Yu knew that his goal had been achieved. In the end times, this group of forces is likely to be the kind of people who live on the edge of a knife, because after entering, Chin Yu saw that there were 5 bodies hanging inside. They were covered with wounds, obviously whipped, and hung naked under the tree. The calves of 2 of the men were sawed off. Such a tragic scene, so just now, Chin Yu really planned to kill this man and then choose a puppet. It is useless to talk to such evil people nicely. Only when your fist is more fierce than his will he sit down and discuss with you honestly. Chin Yu turned his head to look to the side and nodded slightly. Long Jia made an okay gesture and then walked towards a man with a shotgun hanging on his waist. He raised his palm and casually chopped the side of the man's neck, and he fainted immediately. Then Long Jia picked up the gun and quickly checked it, and pulled the trigger directly to the top of his head. Bang! The gunshot startled everyone and subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound, only to find that his eldest brother was being held hostage. The next second, Chin Yu reached out and took out the zombie hood and wig on his head, and then spoke word by word. Everyone, we are not bloodthirsty people. As soon as this was said, the others immediately showed anger on their faces. Isn't this a bloodthirsty person? 3 consecutive waves of zombies, hundreds of zombies, indirectly killed more than a dozen of their companions. Some people were so angry that they picked up their shotguns and prepared to shoot at Chin Yu. At this moment, Long Jia rolled his eyes and shot directly at him, piercing his neck on the spot. Then Long Jia said in a deep voice, "A bunch of bastards who can't do anything together, you are taking advantage of me when I talk to you nicely, right? Do you really think I don't know what kind of people you are? 5 months ago, you captured 7 survivors, more than 10 kilometers away from here. Among them, a woman couldn't stand your insults and snatched a knife to commit suicide, but despite this, you didn't let her body go." When he said this, Long Jia's fists were already clenched and cracking, and the air temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees. "Although we are not good people now, we won't meddle in other people's business, otherwise I can massacre your camp by myself. Fuck, you little jerk, your parents died too early, and didn't teach you well, right?" Suddenly, a bald strong man stood up and roared with a mace in his hand. Hearing this, Chin Yu shook his head helplessly, then picked up the one-eyed man and stepped back 2 steps. He knew that this was going to be a good show. Long Jia narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up the machete on the ground with his toes, and then disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of the bald man, cut off his arm with a knife, and then pierced his instep, and said coldly, "Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like this?" Long Jia suddenly jumped up, and before the others could see clearly, he had already killed the bald man. Seeing this, everyone threw away the weapons they had used to kill zombies, and then stepped back in fear. The bald man was the one who was more skilled than the eldest brother among them, But he couldn't even hold on for a face-to-face encounter and farted instantly. Chinyu sighed and continued, I know that to you, we are strangers who broke into this camp, and it is very bullying to do this. But now I want to ask, when we wanted to communicate in a friendly manner before, why did you shoot arrows and kill people when you disagreed? Do you look down on other people's lives so much? Chapter 885. As soon as these words came out, everyone lowered their heads and dared not speak. Their faces changed. A few seconds later, a woman wearing only underwear, covered in zombie blood, could not help but ask, just because we don't agree to cooperate, you are going to kill us all? Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head slightly and said, No, taking your lives is meaningless to us. I won't waste time and energy on meaningless things. After saying this, Chinyu moved the knife in his hand away, and then kicked the one-eyed man in the back again, and then said lightly, But since you are stubborn, there is nothing to talk about. Anyway, what I want to say is that the zombie tide just now is not worth mentioning to the Savior sect. They can control more zombies, and have more than 10 times the number of people as you do. And their methods of treating the survivors will only be more cruel. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Chinyu turned around and left with Long Jie. Due to the previous actions, the others had no intention of resisting at all. At this moment, they were already afraid of the young man, with a short haircut from the bottom of their hearts. What's more, there was another person who did not take action. They didn't know how strong these two were. Just as Chinyu and the other man were about to walk out of the gate, the one-eyed man who was kneeling on one leg raised his hand and gritted his teeth and shouted, Wait! Instantly, Chinyu stopped and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth that was not noticed by others. He didn't need to describe in detail how powerful the Savior sect was. He only needed to imitate the methods he had encountered before, and these people would brainwash themselves. Most of the enemies who had fought against each other had an idea in their hearts. The most terrifying thing was the kind that had not been encountered yet. No one knew how confident the other party was. Now, Chinyu is betting that these people can't afford to lose. After all, the survivors who can develop into a force must have worked hard to do so. And Long Jie was convinced from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he began to understand why the instructor didn't choose to let him take people to visit various forces. In terms of personality, Long Jie is very impatient to negotiate with those villains, and he is not even interested in saying a word. If he is really pushed, he will only kill a few people to scare the monkeys. But the strange thing is that Chinyu clearly saw how miserable those corpses were just now, but he didn't have any emotional waves. If Chinyu could hear what Long Jie was thinking at this moment, he would probably feel helpless. He had only seen too many tragic survivors. He was the type who was very angry inside, but rarely showed it. Especially as time went by, the more things he experienced, the calmer Chinyu became. If the man hadn't begged for mercy just now, Long Jie would have seen Chinyu sending the man off with an expressionless face. On the open ground, someone brought a table and a bench. The one-eyed man was helped to sit down by his men. He touched his neck, then looked at Chinyu, and asked with an erratic look in his eyes, Is your knife safe? Hearing this, Chinyu said calmly, If I really want to kill you, I don't need to do this. I understand. The one-eyed man was completely relieved now. He waved his hand, signaling the other men to retreat a few meters, and then whispered, I still want to ask, if I cooperate with you, what can I get? After saying this, he seemed to be afraid that Chinyu and Long Jie would be angry, and added, Everything has benefits. It's impossible for me to lead people to fight to death and end up with nothing in the end, right? What do you need? The one-eyed man was silent for a moment, then licked his lips, and said with a somewhat obscene smile, You can see that most of us here are men. We never thought of accepting women before, but as time goes by, it becomes increasingly difficult to find women, not to mention that many of them are ugly. At this point, he whispered, If we win the Savior sect later, can we choose the women there? Don't worry, we can choose the same after you have finished choosing. Chinyu pretended to think for a while, then said, Anything else? No, that's all. Then Chinyu nodded, Okay, I promise you. When this was said, Long Jie frowned immediately, but he knew Chinyu very well, so he naturally didn't question him on the spot. In the next few minutes, the three of them discussed the follow-up arrangements, and Chinyu got up and left with Long Jie. There were a lot of corpses piled up outside the wall, and the stench was overwhelming. After the two walked out a few dozen meters, Long Jie turned around and looked at Chinyu, without saying a word. Seeing this, Chinyu smiled and said softly, Just these people, when the time comes, just push them to the front line to block the bullets. Anyway, if everyone is dead, what's the point of me agreeing? Great. Long Jie gave a thumbs up and continued to ask, It took a long time to negotiate a camp, and there are still so many left. We will be busy next. Hearing this, Jinyu hurried through the woods and asked, I was curious about why you wanted us to come here first, and now I understand that you are going to teach these people a lesson. Long Jia nodded and said, that's about right. I feel like dealing with these beasts is too dirty. I just give them a beating and dampen their spirits. It can also be regarded as a way to vent the anger of those people a few months ago. After meeting up with Dong Jun and the others, everyone started to head to the next location. At this time, there were only a few hours left before dawn, and they couldn't sleep for long, so they just hurried on. Because Jinyu and Long Jia were busy at the back, it was Dong Jun who drove the carriage, and the two of them sat in the back, resting their hands on the cargo. Soon, time passed by, the road was a bit rotten, and the car body was shaking. Seeing this, Jinyu lost his sleepiness and took out a new piece of paper. He sat cross-legged on the cart, and drew some of the roads he had walked. He also wrote down any open areas nearby. Later, we had to meet with these camps, but we couldn't give them the address of the base camp, so we needed to choose a new place. Abandoned houses began to appear beside the road, but there was still no one to be seen. Occasionally, a few zombies could be seen, but most of them were trapped in the yard. After daybreak, Dong Jun drove the carriage to a flat land and tied them to a tree. There is a river here. Do you want to catch some fish? Hearing this, Jinyu opened his eyes and looked back. What came into view was a river about 5 meters wide, which seemed to be quite deep. Catch some. After all, if you want to survive in the wild, you still have to replenish some food if you can. After saying this, Jinyu jumped off the carriage. At this time, Long Jia also woke up. He yawned and turned to walk into the woods. Chapter 886. Yi Jishu was sleeping on the goods. When she heard the noise, she raised her head, rubbed her eyes, and asked, Brother Jia, where are you going so early in the morning? Of course I'm going to the bathroom. Are you going shopping? Yi Jishu mumbled twice, said no more, and continued to sleep on her stomach. Jinyu walked towards Dong Jun, who smiled and lowered his voice. Yi likes Long Jia, but she has never dared to confess. Oh, there's this thing? Jinyu showed some interest. Haha, there are many girls who like Long Jia. Most of our campers like him, but this guy is stubborn. Then the two took traps and shovels, and prepared to find some wet areas to dig earthworms. After walking a little further, Dong Jun continued to say with a smile, Don't think that Long Jia made a joke with Yi last time. He didn't even dare to hug Yi. What kind of girl does he like? Moving the wetwood away, Dong Jun thought for a while, and replied, He said last time that he seemed to like the personality of his sister. Long Dai? Yes. Dong Jun nodded and started digging earthworms. Seeing this, Jinyu also helped. He squatted down and whispered, Speaking of which, Long Dai does look very aloof. She basically doesn't talk to outsiders. Even after getting familiar with them, she doesn't talk much. She only seemed very excited when she asked me about the sniper rifle last time. Long Dai is a real weapon fanatic. I once heard Alice say that before the Doomsday, when she was still abroad, she once killed a gangster's entire family with a sniper rifle and hundreds of security personnel. She fixed the guns, set up the mechanism, and controlled 3 machine guns to fire by herself, making those people unable to fight back. Hearing this, Jinyu said, I thought she was only good at sniper rifles. Dong Jun shook his head and said, Long Dai was trained by the instructor himself. They look mediocre, but in terms of 1 or 2 skills, they have reached the pinnacle. At this point, Dong Jun paused and said with envy, The instructor also said that if all his apprentices were gathered together to perform tasks, the power they could exert would be quite terrifying. Jinyu pulled a fat earthworm out of the soil, then tied it up with wire and put it in the ground trap, and then continued, Except for a lay, each of them has more or less shortcomings, but if they stick together, their shortcomings can be made up, which is really scary. Dong Jun smiled and said, Fortunately, we are family. But your camp is so big, there must be 1 or 2 quiet girls, right? Jinyu couldn't help asking. Yes, but Long Jia has another problem. He likes white skin even though his skin is like that. But who won't get tanned in this doomsday? At present, only Dr. Lin and Ling are the fairest girls we have ever seen. No one else can get such treatment. After all, you have to work to survive. After the voice fell, Jinyu was stunned, and the figure of Sun Han appeared in his mind, but he did not say it. After all, this kind of thing requires both parties to be in love, and it would be useless even if he mentioned it. They will naturally get to know each other when the fate comes. A few minutes later, Jinyu and Dong Jun had prepared the bait, and Long Jia also made a fire. After putting the trap in place, he took out the thin line with the fish hook and tied it to the stone, which could also increase the probability of catching fish. At 8 o'clock in the morning, four people were sitting by the fire eating grilled fish, occasionally chatting. But at this moment, there was a sudden movement in the woods. They looked back and found two ragged survivors, a man and a woman with messy hair, and one of them was even barefoot. The exposed skin of these two people was covered with red spots, as if they had some kind of disease. Seeing this, Yi Jishu hesitated, put the clothes on his legs on the ground next to him, and covered the processed fish. However, this scene did not escape the eyes of the two people. The woman begged, "Brothers, can you give us something to eat?" Before Qin and the other three could answer, she took a half step forward. The next second, Qin spat the fish bones on the ground and said lightly, "Get out of here." After these words, the two stood there awkwardly, and then reluctantly walked towards the front of the road. A few seconds later, Yi Jishu whispered, "The red spots on these two people look familiar. Is it the disease before the end of the world?" Hearing this, Dong Jun turned around and looked at their backs, whispering, "It does look a bit like it." Qin clapped his hands, took the wood and pulled the bones into the fire, and whispered, "No, you are wrong, this shape of red spots is fake." Long Jia was a little curious and asked, "How did you know? You had it before." Hearing this, Yi Zi was a little speechless, and she said seriously, "Brother Jia, can you please stop making such jokes?" Sorry. Long Jia laughed and closed his mouth again. After the voice fell, Qin fell silent and spoke after a while. "I had a friend before. In order to survive, she pretended to be sick so that no man would touch her. Didn't you notice that the locations of those red dots are very regular?" Dong Jun shook his head. "It's too scary to look at it carefully." "Yes, I'm going to have intensive phobia." Yi Jishu shuddered and said with a tingling scalp. After the four of them had enough to eat and drink, they began to deal with the fish. The water here is very deep, and it seems that no one usually comes to catch fish. After all, it is difficult to catch fish without tools, so they have a lot of harvests, about 7 or 8, and the largest one is about 2 kilograms. This time, we brought a lot of salt in the car, which was just enough to pickle the fish. This way, if they were in the wild, the shelf life would be a little longer, and they would not spoil so easily. Of course, not all of them were pickled with salt, some of them were smoked. It was not until 2 hours later that the four of them set off. In the carriage, Qin also tried to pull the reins. He glanced at the fish meat next to him and whispered, "If you are lucky enough and meet those two people again, give them this part of the fish viscera. After a little processing, it can be considered edible." After the words fell, the three of them agreed without objection. After all, it would be fine to help a little without affecting themselves. Qin asked them to leave because he saw that the two were pretending to be sick. If he didn't have this little trick, Qin might have asked the man and woman to wait by the side. And the two of them used this method just to protect themselves, but they didn't know that they accidentally shot themselves in the foot. Chapter 887. About 3 hours later, 3 zombies gathered on the muddy road ahead. They lay on the side of the road, as if they were eating, with blood on their hands. Seeing this, Qin stopped the carriage, and Long Jia also walked over with a spear. As soon as the figures of several people appeared, a zombie discovered them. One of them looked back, growled, and then stood up unsteadily. The zombie was still chewing flesh and blood in his mouth, limping towards them. Long Jia casually cut off half of the zombie's head, and then walked towards the other 2 zombies. After he quickly killed them, he stood there without moving. Then Long Jia looked down the slope, where there was also a female corpse lying. Even her arms and stomach were bitten to pieces. At this moment, the corpse moved her fingers and then climbed up from the ground. Seeing that Long Jia did not move, the other 3 also walked over. After quickly approaching, the others also saw the pile of flesh and blood on the ground. To be precise, it was a person whom they had seen a few hours ago. Yi Jishu covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Are these the 2 from before?" At this moment, the male corpse on the road was still holding a piece of hard plastic in his hand, as if he was still fighting with zombies before he died. He stared with his eyes wide open, and his eyes seemed to be full of pain. Qin patted Yi Jishu on the shoulder, then turned and walked towards the carriage. He had seen too many such things, and there was really nothing to say. If there was anything to say, it was that Qin was thinking at this moment that if he had given them the fish's entrails at that time, it seemed that there would be no problem. But unfortunately, Qin did not have the ability to predict the future, and he did not know that these 2 survivors, who had survived for more than a year in the doomsday, would actually die in the hands of zombies a few hours later. No one knows if an accident will happen in the next second. Long Jie, Dong Jun and Yi Jishu are also very clear about this, so after killing the zombie below, they also returned to the carriage without saying anything more. No one was affected at all, only Yi Jishu was a little sad, but he quickly forgot about it. After all, the most common thing in the doomsday is the dead, besides zombies. On the carriage, Xinyu looked at the reins and said, "By the way, Long Jie, if we completely broke up in the previous camp, are you sure you can kill them?" Hearing this, Long Jie curled his lips and said, "Of course not, I'm not Superman." Then he paused and continued, "The senior brother sounded very fierce before, defeating 27 people alone, but it was just because the space was small, and the opponents couldn't rush up at the same time. Even I am not sure about fighting so many people at the same time. After all, in a chaotic sword, there will always be 1 or 2 swords." Xinyu added, "If we were a little slower at that time, Alei might really be in trouble." Long Jie patted his shoulder and whispered, "In the eyes of outsiders, senior brother may have survived because of good luck. But in my opinion, senior brother must have made good use of the surrounding environment, even the light, so he calculated that those people could not attack at the same time, and secondly, he must have understood the enemy's psychology." Hearing this, Yi Jishu raised his hand and asked, "It's a life and death moment. Is your senior brother really that powerful?" Before Long Jie spoke, Xinyu nodded and said, "Thinking about it now, those people were completely unable to let go, and were very timid and afraid of hurting their own people, so Alei had the opportunity to defeat them one by one." Then Long Jie said seriously, "But don't worry, if I really force it, even if 30 people rush up at the same time, as long as there is terrain, and it is not a blind spot, I can wear them out. What if I encounter a blind spot?" Xinyu waved the reins, and continued to ask, "If that happens, I should have died dozens of times." As he said this, Long Jie nodded his head. Remain calm in the face of danger is the first lesson we learned. Xinyu hummed and stopped talking, but concentrated on controlling the 2 horses. They traveled slowly, and at around 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at their next destination, which was also the community where Xinyu and others had stayed before. When he saw the familiar road, Xinyu came back to his senses and whispered, "I didn't expect that we would have walked so far." But soon Xinyu realized that they had started from the manor camp, and were heading in almost the same direction, so it would naturally take a lot less time than starting from the villa area. When the carriage went a distance further, the view became wider, and the walls that had been there could already be seen. But Xinyu only took a look and frowned, because the wall had been built for the most part, and there were even many people busy. Through the smoke from the cooking and the figures carrying the tree trunks, Xinyu knew that someone had probably cleaned up here. Seeing this, Long Jie stopped the carriage, turned his head to the left and asked softly, "It seems that other survivors live here. What do you think? Do you still want to go?" Hearing this, Xinyu pondered for a while and said, "There are still some supplies left inside. We have given up on those, so we will naturally not ask for them at this time. These people can solve so many corpses, and this is what they deserve. I just want to take those corpses away. You guys step back and take a rest. I go over and see him myself. If it doesn't work, forget it." After saying that, Xinyu rummaged through the goods, took out 2 walkie-talkies, then tuned the frequency, picked one and put it in his pocket, and then walked alone towards the former community. Seeing this, Yi Jishu stretched out his index finger and poked Long Jie's shoulder, whispering, "Brother Jie, aren't you going to follow?" Long Jie shook his head, "Not this time." "Why not this time?" Yi Jishu asked with his head tilted. Hearing this, Dong Jun said with a serious expression, "Didn't you see that there was a pregnant woman with a big belly and a child in the group? Most evil forces don't have these 2 types of people. The most important thing is that when these people were working, there were people standing guard next to them." Long Jie looked ahead and said softly. When Xinyu appeared on the cement ground outside the community, someone noticed him instantly. Similar to other forces, the other party asked about his identity right away. Hearing this, Xinyu slowly walked forward, and finally stood about 10 meters away, and simply explained his purpose. Although some people were aiming at him with bows and arrows, they gradually moved away after hearing him. At this moment, the gap with the previous force was reflected, and Xinyu also had some good feelings for these people. At least now, he did not seem to be a threat. Chapter 888. In this situation, even if the attitude towards the stranger survivors was bad, as long as they didn't kill him, Xinyu felt that the other party had not lost their humanity. Xinyu had always felt that even at the end of the world should not be like this. It seemed that someone on the other side had gone to report the news. After waiting for a few minutes, the door opened and a gray-haired old man walked out. Seeing this, Xinyu was a little surprised. He thought it would be at least a young man. The old man walked forward a few steps, then waved his hand. Young man, come here. Hearing this, Chinyu hesitated for a moment, glanced at the faces on both sides holding wooden sticks pointing at him, and walked forward. Finally, he stood 5 meters away from the old man, first bowed his hands, and then said, "Hello, I came here for no other purpose, just to take away a few bodies buried underground." A young man in his 20s said, "You said you lived here before, and you showed up now? Are you planning to take over this place?" After the voice fell, the people on both sides took a half step in, and the sharp wooden sticks surrounded Chinyu in the middle, and the atmosphere became a little tense. Chinyu still had a faint smile on his face. He said calmly, "Although it's not nice to say this, we were also stranded in the wild after being attacked. My former companions and I have been separated. Now I am the only one left, living in an area dozens of kilometers away from here." After experiencing so many things, Chinyu can now speak nonsense in front of many people without even blushing. Seeing that the people around him were silent, Chinyu continued, "The reason why I can't let go of this place is because the people who died there were kind to me. I don't want them to be trampled by zombies all day after they die, but now I find that since you live here, it is better than the previous environment. After all, the concept of people like us is to rest in peace." Speaking of this, Chinyu paused and said with a smile, "But if you don't want to, I won't force you." A girl sneered, "You speak as if it's true, who knows what you really want?" Hearing this, Chinyu said softly, "Please be flexible." The old man turned his head and said a few words to the young man before, and then the latter called a few people and ran into the community. Then the old man smiled and said, "Young man, my surname is Tang. I'm over 60 years old this year. Is it convenient to ask your name?" Chinyu paused and replied, "My last name is Chen. I don't know my exact age. I've been wandering in the wild for too long. I can't tell how much time has passed." "Okay." Old man Tang nodded and said nothing more. He was wearing casual clothes, and although his hair looked a little gray, his spirits were not bad. Because he had been cheated by the woman before, Chinyu was more cautious at this time, and he didn't say much truth. He looked carefully for a long time. Every few minutes, the old man in front of him seemed to cough. Secondly, the pants he wore were not very long, and his ankles were partially exposed. His skin looked like that of a man in his 60s. Just like that, at the entrance of the community, a group of people surrounded Chinyu and waited quietly. About 10 minutes later, the young man ran out panting, then nodded and shouted, "What this guy said should be true." A body was dug out of the ground at the location, he said, but it was already severely rotten, and there seemed to be other pits next to it. Hearing that there was indeed a body buried inside, a few girls' faces changed slightly, but they were soon relieved. Then Chinyu continued, "That happened a few months ago. At that time, we could only wrap it in a bed sheet and bury it in the ground." Grandpa Tang thought for a moment, then turned half of his body, pointed at the door with his left hand and said with a smile, "Xiaochen, it's getting late now. Why don't you go in and rest for a while?" Hearing this, Chinyu said, "I'm an outsider. Are you just letting me in?" "Humph, you are alone, surrounded by so many of us. Can you still do anything?" someone said indifferently. Chinyu looked at them, feeling helpless. Why do some people always think that a lone survivor is not a threat? On the contrary, the people around Chinyu never look down on any survivors. Those who can survive by themselves are the ones who need to be guarded against more. Although more than a dozen people surrounded him, most of them were between 20 and 50 years old. If Chinyu wanted to rush out, he would definitely not be trapped. Maybe it's because his skills are getting better and better, but Chinyu can now roughly judge the level of those people by their spirit, posture, or eyes. "We don't mean anything else. We just want to ask you what this place was like before." Old Master Tang looked at the person who was talking and shook his head slightly, then continued to speak, and at the same time asked people to put away their weapons. Pretending to think for a while, Chinyu nodded. "In that case, let's go in and sit for a while." "Let's go. I have someone help dig out the bodies, pack them up, and then hand them over to you." Soon everyone started to walk inside. The 3 people in the distance took in this scene, and Yijishu pulled Long Jia's sleeve anxiously. "Don't worry, Chinyu has a walkie-talkie on him, and he will notify us if something really happens." At this moment, Chinyu walked into the gate a little slowly, and he was worried that these people would search him later. In this way, the existence of the walkie-talkie would inevitably expose that he was not living alone, and the previous words would be self-defeating. At first, Chinyu had no intention of entering the camp. He just wanted to take the bodies and leave. To be honest, if those people had not taken the initiative to stand up and sacrifice to protect the community when the community was attacked, Chinyu would not have wanted to do such a thing. After all, There are many things to do in the doomsday, so who has the energy to care about the dead? But now life is getting better and better. Chinyu didn't know that the ruins here have been occupied by new survivors. Chinyu didn't think too much in the doomsday. To the best of his ability, he could change the environment for those dead companions. This is the last thing he can do now. Because he was not very strong at that time, he could not protect everyone, nor could he save everyone. But if Chinyu knew the environment here in advance, he would not have come here specially. Since he was here, Chinyu did not want to turn around and leave. He planned to discuss it. Maybe he could make a new group of allies. At this time, a man was sitting on the wall more than 10 meters away, repairing it. After hammering the nails, he was about to come down, but Chinyu saw that he stepped on empty air. Chapter 889. As expected, the man screamed, then tilted his body and fell down. At the same time, the hammer hit his calf at the moment he landed, and blood immediately flowed. The sudden movement attracted everyone's attention, and the people around hurriedly ran over there. Taking this opportunity, Chinyu put his hand in his pocket, then looked around, and then hid the walkie-talkie in a pile of plants. To prevent accidents, Chinyu also turned off the walkie-talkie. Of course, with Long Jia's personality, he would not make such a one-sided call and accidentally expose his teammates. After finishing his work, he pretended to look around and walk slowly towards those people. It was almost several meters high, and there was cement below. It seemed that the man fell hard. Chinyu was also curious about this before. Why Fengyi built the wall here so high? The highest area was almost 10 meters above the ground. You know, this is actually very difficult in the doomsday. The height of the walls in other places is basically about 5 to 7 meters. I didn't expect that these people only wanted to repair them, and didn't reduce some of the wooden boards. After a quick look at the environment inside, Chinyu found that many of the houses that had collapsed before were demolished, and it seemed that some simple wooden houses were built. I don't know how long these people have been here. Anyway, many trees around have been cut down, and there are chainsaws on the open space in the community. The site here used to be not very good because the nearby trees were too close, but now that too many trees have been cut down, patrols can see farther, and the sight ability has also improved. According to Chinyu's current judgment, the community is indeed a pretty good campsite. Chinyu stood by and watched quietly, and someone kept staring at him, and didn't leave. Soon someone carried the injured person, and ran towards a house. It seems that there is a doctor here too, Chinyu muttered. After the crowd dispersed, Mr. Tang sighed, and continued to lead Chinyu to a tent. We have finally settled down here, but the repair work is too difficult, and time-consuming and labor-intensive. As he spoke, Mr. Tang sat on a long bench. Chinyu put his hands in his pockets and whispered, "In that case, why don't we find a place that is more suitable for survival?" Hearing this, someone said with red eyes, "It's not that easy. The good places have been chosen long ago. We have to hide from zombies and avoid conflicts with other survivors. There is no way to search for a long time." Seeing Chinyu's puzzled look, Mr. Tang explained, "The person who fell off the wall just now was her father. Alas, I guess he may not be able to save his leg." Chinyu frowned slightly. "I don't think the situation is very serious. Although the bone is broken, if the wound is treated and fixed with a wooden board, it will take a few months to recover. It is not necessary to amputate the leg, right?" After this, the eyes of others dimmed, and no one spoke. The girl cried even louder, We don't have a doctor. Then these people carry him over?" Chinyu was stunned and turned his head to look at a room. "We can only amputate the leg to save his life." Grandpa Tang's tone was calm, without any ripples. "After all, they have done this kind of thing many times. We are not good at treating wounds, but we have experience in stopping bleeding. After all, many people have been bitten by zombies in the hands or feet." Hearing this, Chinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, because at this moment he saw several people with broken hands and feet. There was even a middle-aged man leaning on a cane and chopping wood with an axe. Seeing this, Chinyu was silent for a moment and whispered, "Take me over to have a look." "Are you a doctor?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Tang stood up excitedly. "I'm not." Chinyu shook his head slightly and said, "It's just that I get injured frequently, so I have some experience in treating wounds." After he finished speaking, he lifted up his short sleeves and exposed the scar on his right arm to others. The scar was very shocking. After all, when Lenny saw it for the first time, tears instantly fell. Seeing this, Mr. Tang hurriedly walked out of the tent, lifted the curtain and said, "Young man, I'm troubled by you." In a small room, Chinyu squatted beside the bed, and the person standing behind him was holding a hacksaw in his hand, waiting patiently. According to the many injuries he had suffered before, and the wounded that Chin Yu had seen with his own eyes when he was with Lin Yi, he had a rough idea in his mind. At this time, the man on the bed was sweating from the pain. His right hand tightly grasped the edge of the bed, and the blood vessels on the back of his hand were even bulging. You may walk with a limp in the future. Can you accept this consequence? Hearing this, the man's teeth were trembling. He said intermittently, "This is better than using crutches." Chin Yu nodded and turned around to ask, "Do you have any disinfectants?" As soon as the voice fell, the girl picked up a bag from the corner and ran in front of Chin Yu to open it. "Take a look. What can be used in here?" This scene made Chin Yu speechless. He sighed and said, "Those amputees were able to survive. They were really lucky." After searching for a long time, Chin Yu actually found half a bottle of iodine, but it was expired. But he couldn't care less at this time. After all, he remembered every word he said, that is, between saving the leg and saving the life, it must be the latter. Secondly, when treating the wound, the first thing is to stabilize the situation and avoid deterioration. A few minutes later, Chin Yu had cleaned the man's calf with a cotton swab. It seemed that the hammer had broken the calf. At that time, because he was far away, Chin Yu misjudged it, and thought it was bone residue. Now that I think about it, it should be the gravel on the ground. Then he clamped it with 2 wooden boards, clapped his hands and stood up and said, "I am not a professional doctor. I don't know if this method is useful. It's okay. I am very grateful." Grandpa Tang coughed twice to express his gratitude. At this moment, the girl knelt in front of Chin Yu with red eyes and counted 3 times. "Thank you. Thank you." Alas! Chin Yu was a little helpless and turned around and left the house. He actually didn't do anything. If he really wanted to save this person, at least Yijishu would have to come and take a look. But Chin Yu didn't know what these people were like. He had only been in contact for less than an hour, so he must not act impulsively. Under the tent, the bodies were also wrapped in other sheets and placed on the open ground. Chin Yu asked someone to take him to the backyard to take a look. He was relieved after confirming that there were several pits. Chapter 890. Then Chin Yu picked up the bed sheet and was about to leave, but found 4 young men blocking his way. Seeing this, Chin Yu took a half step back, smiled and said, "What? You still want me to stay overnight in your camp?" After the voice fell, a young man said, "You can't just leave like this." "Oh!" The man gritted his teeth, glanced at Mr. Tang hiding behind the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "You have seen the inside of our camp, and you know that we have many old, weak and disabled people. If you have teammates, wouldn't they be waiting for you to come and attack us?" As soon as this was said, others began to echo, "Yes, he has seen our base camp and cannot leave. In my opinion, this guy is so strong that he can defeat several of us. Just tie him up." The noise sounded. Chin Yu listened to it roughly, and then said lightly, "But in the beginning, you invited me in?" Hearing this, everyone was silent instantly. Then, while the iron was hot, Chin Yu turned to look at the old man and smiled. "Why, are you mute now?" Mr. Tang raised his old right hand and touched his chin, then said, "Young man, you are alone anyway, why don't you join us? I have a dog waiting for me to feed when I go back." Chin Yu smiled slightly and said calmly, "It's just a beast. If you are really worried, you can take our people back to get your daily necessities. How about it?" Mr. Tang held his beard with his hand, and still refused to back down. Chin Yu put down the bed sheet, and shook his head. "What if I must leave? Then you can try and see if you can get out of this camp today." Mr. Tang stepped back, and the others came forward with wooden sticks, and surrounded Chin Yu again. After he finished speaking, a young man came forward, grabbed Chin Yu's shoulder t-shirt with his right hand, and then tried to pull him to the side. But no matter how hard the man tried, Chin Yu stood there motionless. This scene made the young man a little angry, and he handed the wooden stick in his hand to the person next to him, and then prepared to pull with both hands. The next second, Chin Yu put away his smile, stretched out his left hand quickly to grab the other's thumb, and then twisted it hard, and a snapping sound was heard on the spot. The young man screamed, and Chin Yu grabbed his palm again and twisted it to the side, raised his right foot, and kicked him several meters away. The people around him were instantly furious, and they wanted to stab Chin Yu with wooden sticks, but he dodged them very nimbly. Then Chin Yu sighed slightly and said, "Why bother?" After that, he opened fire with full force, and every punch he made could hear the sound of broken bones. This was also the first time that Chin Yu had fought with other survivors in close combat after the devilish training, so he used a little force. But he didn't kill them either, just crippled a few of them, and they would recover after a period of rest. Almost a minute later, there were already 7 or 8 people lying on the ground, holding their hands or feet, and rolling on the ground. But Xin Yu at this time did not show any ripples, and even his breathing did not seem to be very rapid. He continued to put his hands in his pockets, looked at the women and the old man hiding behind them, and said, "I know you are not very bad, so I didn't hit you too hard. Just take 10 days or half a month to recover." After saying this, Xin Yu picked up the bed sheet with one hand and walked towards the door. These people didn't have guns, so bows and arrows were probably the best weapons. Someone drew his bow and aimed, but Mr. Tang stopped him. He shook his head and said with deep eyes, "We have already offended him, and there is no need to completely tear each other apart." This sentence reached Chen Yu's ears. He took out the walkie-talkie and put it in his pocket, then just looked back and said nothing more. At this moment, the girl suddenly knelt down and begged, "We really need people like you. We really need you to join us. Little brother, if you can stay, I can be your woman, even sleep with you for a night, or even several nights." The person who said this was a woman in her 30s, with a decent temperament and a pretty face. She bit her lip, walked towards Xin Yu, and stood a few meters away from him. And Xin Yu just stopped and looked at her, then sneered, "Are you serious?" "Yeah." The woman nodded, with a slight blush on her face. In her opinion, Xin Yu himself was quite handsome. Although his skin was tan yellow, he had a unique temperament with his strong muscles. Moreover, the apocalypse was very chaotic, so the woman thought she was not at a disadvantage, so she dared to say this idea. Hearing this, Xin Yu put down the bed sheet and said expressionlessly, "In this case, take off your clothes." "Okay, then follow me into the house." The woman pointed to the side, then turned around and left. Although others couldn't stand it, they had no choice. If they wanted to keep this young man here, they would definitely have to pay something. In the apocalypse, beautiful women can also be traded. Everyone knows this. Seeing this, Xin Yu shook his head and said, "Take it off right here." The woman was dumbfounded. She turned around and said in astonishment, "How can this be possible?" "Then don't waste my time." Xin Yu snorted coldly and turned away. "Wait!" The woman gritted her teeth and looked back at the others. She found that everyone had turned their eyes away. Then she took a deep breath and began to take off her clothes. Soon the woman was standing there in her underwear, with her hands ready to reach back, but Xin Yu shook his head again. "That's enough." When this was said, everyone present was a little confused, and even those who were injured earlier began to look forward to it, and they wished they could see it a few more times. Xin Yu whispered, "I advise you not to have such thoughts. It will be useless if you want to develop it in the long run. You need men to protect you, but others may just want to play around." Speaking of this, Xin Yu was about to leave again, but thinking of the pair of survivors who were bitten to death by zombies before, and the power of the one-eyed man, he stopped again. Xin Yu glanced at the people around him. Most of them were wearing dirty clothes and looked very miserable. Then Xin Yu said seriously, "Don't open the door and let others in just because you see some strong men. You hope those people can help protect you, but they may just be targeting the women in your camp. Don't trust anyone easily in the doomsday." Chapter 891. After saying this, he looked at the man guarding the gate. The latter now turned his gaze to the community, saw Mr. Tang nodded, and then opened the door. Xin Yu stopped when he passed by him, then turned his head to look at the man and smiled. "The man surnamed Tang is not the leader of your camp, am I right?" After saying this, the man guarding the gate had a panicked look in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Although it was only about a second, Xin Yu still caught it. The man pretended to be calm and said, "What did you say? If you want to leave, hurry up, it's getting dark." He. Xin Yu smiled and turned to walk out. When he left, the man quickly closed the door, and then the other survivors gathered around. Grandpa Tang coughed and asked, "What did the young man say to you just now?" Hearing this, the man said it directly. Hearing this, everyone sighed and looked at the door. Then Grandpa Tang turned and walked towards a house and knocked on the door. "Come in." A female voice came from inside the house. If Xin Yu was still here at this time, he would definitely feel a little familiar. After the voice fell, Mr. Tang pushed open the door and walked in. There were few furniture in the house, but there were a lot of miscellaneous items piled up. In the middle area, there was a woman wearing a vest on her upper body and shorts on her lower body, cleaning. Shen Meng had a towel hanging on her shoulder. She picked it up and wiped the sweat off her face, then walked to the door and said, "How is it?" "No, after we stopped him, he injured 8 people, 4 of whom were seriously injured and needed to rest." At this point, Mr. Tang couldn't help but ask curiously, "You recognized him at the gap in the wall before, Shaoshan. Why didn't you approach him yourself? You two know each other, so it should be easier to talk." Shen Ming pulled out 2 small stools from under a pile of goods and handed one to Mr. Tang. Then she sat by the door, looked at the people outside and said, "Things are not that simple. I haven't seen this guy for a long time. And the last time, the process was not very pleasant. I don't know why, the man he took away at that time died in the woods." Then, Shen Ming briefly told what happened last time, and her eyes fell into deep thought. She has experienced a lot now, and her whole person has become a little older. Although her figure has not changed much, she has a few more scars. But Shen Ming doesn't care about these things. She still wears a vest all day long, with a sports bra inside, at least it's cool. Then what should we do next? Hearing this, Shen Ming pondered for a while, then snapped his fingers and said, "Since that person just helped to treat Uncle He's injury, he must not have acted without regard for the consequences. You take people to settle the wounded first. I will take a few people to temporarily leave the camp here in the next period of time. The wall needs to be repaired as soon as possible, but it doesn't need to be so high, just thicker. Secondly, notify everyone not to light a fire during the day, at least not before we have repaired the wall. In addition, the nearby trees cannot be cut down, otherwise others will be able to find us from a distance." Hearing this, Tang Dalin asked in confusion, "Are you going to chase him, or are you going to tie him up?" Shen Ming rolled his eyes, and said speechlessly, 8 men can't subdue him. How can I have such ability? You really worry about nothing every day." Tang Dalin was not annoyed by being rebuked, he whispered, "Then you are ready. Since the other party appeared in the wild, it is impossible to bring many people. Now the resources are so few, the struggles between the survivors will become more and more, and there may be accidents in the next moment." Shen Ming's face was calm, and he said seriously, "If we help him at a critical moment, we don't ask for a big opportunity. As long as he doesn't attack us in the future, it will be very good. After all, compared with other forces, we are really not worth mentioning." Tang Dalin stood up, not quite understanding. Seeing this, Shen Ming twisted his neck, wiped the dust off his knees with a towel, and continued, "In today's environment, it is impossible for someone to leave the camp for no reason. Although I don't know where this person is, it must not be here, because the direction is completely wrong." Speaking of this, Shen Ming changed his tone and said, "Secondly, the zombie outbreak has been almost 2 years, right? A lot of food has expired long ago, and it is unlikely that they came out to search for supplies." After the words fell, Tang Dalin said, "Is this person here to check the nearby camps?" "Not necessarily." Shen Ming shook her head and said, "If they just came here to find out the details, there is no need to take away those bodies, and the location he said is accurate, maybe they really lived here." Then she raised her head, looked at Old Man Tang and said, "But there is another possibility, that is, they have other tasks on their shoulders. Although I can't guess what it is, there are dangers everywhere in the doomsday. As long as these people are in danger, and we happen to be there, it means we are helping. Okay, you should arrange the things I mentioned first. The weather is too hot, I need to take a shower." After saying that, Shen Ming stood up and walked towards the house. "Okay." After listening to this, Old Man Tang turned around and left with steady steps. Although he was much older than Shen Ming, he did not dislike being commanded by the other party. Because in other camps, Tang Dalin knew very well that old people like him were basically despised. So now that he had the opportunity, he would do his best to do things. After meeting up with Long Jia and the others, Qin Yu did not stay, but found a pit to put the bed sheet in, and then cut some leaves to cover it. After all, it was not convenient to carry the rotten bones of the corpse with you, so Qin Yu planned to take them away when he was about to leave. There were 2 small forces in the area of dozens of kilometers nearby. The weather was hot, and Qin Yu was sweating all over when he returned to the carriage. Yi Jishu held a paper shell in his right hand to fan himself, complaining, "This damn weather is simply killing people. It's still so hot even though we know there is no air conditioning or fan due to the power outage. I think we may not be bitten to death by zombies in the future, but we will probably die of heat." Listening to her complaints, Qin Yu looked at Dong Jun again, and found that the two were indeed sweating profusely, and drank a lot of water. On the contrary, Long Jia was fine. Although his t-shirt was wet and stuck to his body, he looked like nothing happened. Qin Yu thought for a while, and said beside the carriage, "Bear it for a while, let's find a place to rest during the day, and travel at night, otherwise it will be easy to get into trouble. But this will take more time," Long Jia said with his eyes closed. Chapter 892. "Ah, why do you say that? If you arrive at night, you can also knock on the door, right?" Yi Jishu wiped the sweat from his neck, and then reluctantly handed the paper box to Dong Jun next to him. Dong Jun shook his head slightly and smiled. "You can fan yourself, I'm not hot." Thank you. Chinyu looked at the surrounding environment. It was already a little dark at this time. He whispered, if you visit a strange camp at night, you may be mistaken for a zombie and shot. Secondly, shouting from a distance won't work. If zombies are attracted nearby, conflicts are inevitable. In the future, if it rains or the weather is too hot, we will find a place to rest during the day, travel at night, and go to other camps at dawn. As he spoke, Chinyu reached out and touched the horses, fearing that something might happen to them. Long Jia opened his eyes, looked at Chinyu, and then said, don't worry, horses have short hair, so there's no problem with heat dissipation. If it's a dog, it would be difficult. Chinyu said, yes, Dubai doesn't dare to take it out recently. He is afraid that it will get heat stroke if it runs out. After all, there are no hospitals in the apocalypse, let alone pet hospitals. Yi Shishu was stunned. Isn't your dog called Xiaobai? Why is it called Dubai again? It's like a pig now. He thinks it's too heavy, so she changed its name. Chinyu thought of the puppy and smiled unconsciously. This guy is quite smart, but a little naughty. But it tends to be listless after the hot weather recently. Although it takes some effort to raise a dog, it's also good to have another dog to accompany Lin Yi in the doomsday. By the way, if you give birth to puppies in the future, can you give me one? Yi Jishu trotted to Chinyu, pulled his arm, and asked. Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and said, the premise is that there is a suitable dog, right? There is only one in your camp, and the dogs in our camp are not very good, they like to bite people, and most of the wild dogs in this doomsday have been eaten by people. I guess it's a pity. Well, let it go. The four of them chatted briefly for a while, and then set out to find a campsite. Although it is possible to spend the night in the woods with cans for warning, it is not 100% safe. If you encounter a group of zombies migrating, it is easy to get into trouble at night. Therefore, whenever possible, Chinyu still preferred to find an abandoned house or an open space. It was a little after 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was pitch black all around. On a deserted road, only the intermittent sound of wheels could be heard. Chinyu pulled the reins and occasionally looked back at the woods behind him. Long Jia ate the grilled dried fish and asked calmly, don't look at them, they are just a few small fish, probably followed from that camp. If you find it annoying, I can go and deal with them. Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly and said, why do I feel that I have become much more sensitive now? Although I can't see clearly whether there is anyone there, my intuition tells me that there is a high probability. After all your sweat can't be in vain, right? Long Jia clapped his hands, and was about to jump off the carriage, but his arm was held by Chinyu. When you are out, it's better to have less trouble than more. As long as they don't provoke us, let them do whatever they want. Besides, we are far away from home, unless these people can follow us all the time. After listening, Long Jia nodded and said no more. Okay, I don't care anyway. Finally, at about 10 o'clock in the evening, they found an area where they could rest. It was a flat ground where construction materials were piled up, and there seemed to be a lot of gravel. Chinyu jumped off the carriage. The moonlight was a little brighter than before, so he could see farther. But those people seemed to have disappeared. I don't know if it was because they had been walking for so long and their physical strength was consumed too quickly to keep up. Huh? It's finally cooler. Yi Jishu pounded her thigh, stretched and said. Then she started to kick the debris on the ground aside with everyone else, and then spread the sheets. Now there is no need to say more about night watch, it is still Chinyu who starts, 2 hours per person. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, everyone packed up their luggage, ate a simple meal, and continued on their way. Although the temperature is cool now, no one wants to make a fire. In this way, Shinmeng took a few people and followed behind with great effort. After 2 days, the group started to contact the first force, but there was no conflict as expected, and the two sides even had a good talk. Chinyu and others stayed inside for a night. This made Shinmeng wonder if she had made a mistake in her judgment. The man seemed difficult to talk to last time. On the third day, Shinmeng didn't have much time to waste. It would be dangerous to stay in the wild for too long, especially when zombies appeared occasionally. Although zombies are basically not a threat to the survivors today, they cannot be ignored. No one knows if a pair of rotten hands will suddenly extend from a pile of leaves when passing by. Just when she was about to take people back home, an accident happened. That day, Chinyu and Long Jia raised their hands and walked towards a campsite as usual. Unlike the ones they had seen before, the entrance to the campsite here was surrounded by large trucks, and it seemed to be located halfway up the mountain. There was a road below, and 2 heavy trucks were parked diagonally, with only a small gap in the middle, about 10 centimeters in diameter. The tires were flat, and there were many stones on the bottom, apparently to prevent zombies from crawling in from below. "Hello." Chin-Yu approached the truck and shouted loudly. But strangely, no one answered him, and the surroundings seemed so desolate. "Why is there no one on duty?" Long Jia walked to the middle area between the two trucks and looked inside through the gap. The two waited there for more than 10 seconds, without any movement. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, Chin-Yu found a switch-shaped button at the rear of the truck. He held Long Jia and looked at the switch. Then Chin-Yu pulled out a machete and held it in his hand, and the two walked over carefully. Using the tip of the knife to press, a loud noise suddenly sounded. They were quite familiar with this kind of noise, which would also appear when using the intercom. After thinking for a while, Chin-Yu moved closer and said, "Hello, we are survivors from other places. We have something to discuss with you. Can you show up?" After the voice fell, he didn't know whether the voice was transmitted. Just as the two turned to leave, there was a response at the switch. The voice was very loud and accompanied by noise, but someone was indeed talking. "Where are you? How many people are there? How many weapons are you carrying?" Chapter 893. As soon as these words came out, Chin-Yu instantly realized that something was wrong. He glanced at Long Jia, who also had a serious expression on his face at this time, and he opened his mouth and made a sound without making any sound. "Something is wrong." Chin-Yu nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and then replied, "There are 7 of us, and we only have a few daggers. If it is inconvenient, then goodbye." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. "You lied." Then a sound suddenly rang out from the switch. At this moment, the two of them were quite familiar with this sound, and it was obviously the sound of a gunshot. In an instant, Chin-Yu and Long Jia quickly fell to the ground. The next second, a high-speed bullet passed by Chin-Yu's ear and hit the truck directly. Then, they quickly hid behind a rock to avoid the shooting angle. "Are you injured?" Long Jia asked anxiously. Hearing this, Chin-Yu touched his left ear, which was only slightly scratched. He replied with a gloomy face, "I'm fine. If it weren't for the training during this period, my skills and reactions have been greatly improved, which has greatly increased my dodge speed, otherwise this ear would definitely not be saved, and it would definitely be pierced, and even my life would have to be explained there." Hearing this, Long Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and then he said with a serious face, "The gunshot came from the loudspeaker first, and it took less than a second to arrive. From this, we can judge that the person who fired the gun was at least 1 kilometer away from us. But the strange thing is, why did this person press the switch to shoot? At this distance, the bullet should hit us first, and the gunshot would be a little slower." Then Long Jia gritted his teeth, looked at the rear of the truck, and then said seriously, "The only explanation now is that the other party is a very professional sniper. He knows very well that ordinary people can't avoid bullets of this speed, so he doesn't care about letting us hear the gunshot." "Why do you say that?" Chin-Yu was also a little angry. He hated people who would fight directly when they disagreed with each other. They had no grudges against each other. Why couldn't they talk it out? This person knows the firing rate of the bullets in his sniper rifle very well, and knows how far away the shooting place is from here. Only professional snipers have this kind of insight. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jia took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket and pressed it, saying coldly, "Dong Jun, run about 300 meters north with the telescope, and then look around the mountain in the south. If there is anything wrong, tell me in time if there is any movement." "Understood." Dong Jun responded quickly without any delay. Then Chin-Yu took the intercom and said, "Wait a minute, is Yi next to you?" "I'm here." Because the area was very open, the gunshots were heard from far away, and they both heard it, and they seemed very anxious at the moment. "Yi, take the carriage and evacuate to the southwest. Remember not to leave the woods, so that the people on the mountain can't see you. By the way, there are a few people following you. Be careful." After speaking quickly, Chin-Yu returned the intercom to Long Jia. The two looked at each other, and then prepared to run into the bushes. At this moment, the voice from the rear of the truck sounded again. "This shot was fired because you just lied to us. I hope we can be more honest next time." At this moment, a man in camouflage clothes was lying on a huge rock halfway up the mountain, holding the same switch button in his hand. It was the modified intercom. When he fired the shot just now, the man could only see the backs of the two people below, and didn't see their faces at all. So at that moment, he really wanted to kill. The reason why he didn't pay attention to the details of the gunshot was because in his opinion, no survivor could dodge his shot. What he didn't expect was that the other party actually dodged the bullet. Yang Yu didn't realize that the person below was an old acquaintance. In half a year, Chun Yu has changed a lot. He is stronger and his skin color has changed a lot. He can't be recognized unless he gets closer. Although the sound was heard, Chin Yu and Long Jie did not act rashly. No one knew whether this was a trap set by the other party to lure them out and continue shooting. The two retreated to the right slope. Yang Yu lost his shooting angle, but he was not in a hurry, because the other party could only take the road if they wanted to leave here. There were many thorns on both sides of the road below, and no one would risk passing there. Chin Yu looked at Long Jie and asked in a low voice, "You are more professional than me. Can you judge where the man shot?" Hearing this, Long Jie nodded and said, "My sister often forced me to practice listening to the sound to identify the position. You know what, with the trajectory of the bullet, I can roughly guess where he is. After all, there aren't many places where you can shoot here. It's obviously on that mountain." Hearing this, Chin Yu felt relieved and reached out to take out a broken mirror from his pocket and handed it to him. Long Jie frowned slightly. "Where did you get it?" "I just picked it up. I was going to install it on the carriage as a rearview mirror. I didn't expect it to come in handy now." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jie, a smart man, naturally understood what Chin Yu was thinking. He patted Chin Yu on the shoulder, then took the mirror and reflected the sunlight over there. Under normal circumstances, this distance would not be very effective, but the sniper rifle used by the opponent at this moment must have been staring at the scope, and the light would instantly interfere with his vision. The only pity is that Chin Yu did not know at which second the opponent would be interfered, so he could only judge based on experience. According to the angle of the bullet just now and the direction in which Long Jie was holding the mirror, he took a gamble, otherwise the two of them would really be trapped here. If the opponent's people came to support them, they would really be unable to escape. Chin Yu squatted beside the stone, calculating the angle carefully. When Long Jie's handheld mirror coincided with the direction he was thinking, Chin Yu rushed out quickly. When he was about to approach the rear of the truck, Chin Yu suddenly became extremely nervous, and even his scalp felt numb. It was a feeling that only appeared when facing death. Chin Yu did not relax his vigilance. He always believed in his sixth sense. When he was still very weak, Chin Yu was able to avoid the sneak attack of the corpse dog in the early stage of the zombie outbreak. He relied on this weak feeling, and he never ignored it. The next second, he stopped his body abruptly, then jumped up and took a deep breath to hold his abdomen. At the same time, the second bullet flew from the mountain again, but half a second before the shot, Yang Yu was disturbed by the sunlight in the mirror, but the two of them underestimated Yang Yu's sniping ability. He just moved his eyes away, and then quickly pulled the trigger with his right hand. Chapter 894. Bang! The bullet penetrated Chin Yu's t-shirt, but did not hurt him, and then hit the road on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then Chin Yu crashed into the truck, then pulled off the switch with his right hand, and hid on the other side of the truck. Seeing that Chin Yu was almost injured again, Long Jie was completely angry. He threw the mirror on the ground and disappeared into the woods. The enemy fired twice. If Long Jie still couldn't find the opponent's exact location, then if his sister Long Dai knew, she would probably break both of his legs. In this unobstructed terrain, and without a silencer, the gunshots could undoubtedly be heard far away. Chin Yu leaned against the tire of the truck. He glanced at his clothes that were pierced by bullets, and his expression was gloomier than ever before. He pressed the switch and said grimly, "From now on, we will fight to the death. I will definitely kill all of you. Wait and see." After the words fell, Chin Yu did not wait for the other party to answer, but tore off the switch wire and then stomped it to pieces. Then he picked up the garbage plastic bag on the ground, wrapped his arm tightly around it, pulled out his machete, and rushed towards the pile of thorny plants. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Yu put away his gun with a heavy face, turned his head, and shouted to the crying survivors next to him, "Don't fucking think about playing with women. Pack up your things quickly and evacuate this place first." After the voice fell, two thugs laughed happily, stretched out their hands to tear the clothes of a girl, and then dragged her into the house. Then one of them carried a bloody axe and replied, "Don't worry, brother Yu, just give us 10 minutes. As he spoke, the shaky door slammed shut, followed by a terrifying scream from inside the house. Yang Yu took a deep breath, glanced at his watch, and then continued to sit behind the stone without saying anything. It would take at least 15 minutes for an ordinary person to run up from the bottom of the mountain. Although Yang Yu had just robbed this force with another group of people, he couldn't just break up. He needed to use these people to team up with a medium-sized force. Recently, Yang Yu heard that an organization had developed an antidote, which seemed to be called the Savior Sect. Yang Yu knew that he had committed a grave sin, but he also wanted to do one last thing for his former comrades. If there really was an antidote, he would die without regrets. Little did he know that this was just fake news made by the Salvation sect to attract survivors. But since the doomsday had been going on for so long, no one had ever heard of an antidote. Now that they suddenly heard about it, many people were like crazy. And because Chin Yu was currently in the manor camp, he was basically in a closed-door state, so he rarely knew about news from the outside world. The incident that Long Jia mentioned last time was also what he happened to encounter when he went out to look for supplies. In 3 months, the number of people in Yang Yu's former forces has reached about dozens, but unfortunately those people burned, killed, looted and committed all kinds of evil. Yang Yu couldn't stand it and chose to disband them. If he used the previous method, Yang Yu would break the bones of several people and feed them directly to the zombies, but he knew that this would not solve the problem. People with different ideologies cannot work together, so he simply separated. Later, he heard about that incident, so Yang Yu spent more than a month to find out that there was a branch camp of the Salvation sect nearby, which was well armed and had a large number of people. However, when he rushed over, he found that the place was empty, and no one knew where they had gone. In this way, Yang Yu spent another month running around and finally met a group of forces. He had heard of that sect. And unlike the regular survivors, this group of people had sniper rifles, so Yang Yu chose to join them. Unexpectedly, these people just targeted a camp and said that they were just robbing supplies, but in the end, they were robbing everything. Using pregnant women and children left alone, they successfully tricked those people into opening the door. And when they rushed in the morning, someone let Yang Yu rush in first to test him. Even so, Yang Yu tried not to kill anyone, but the survivors died so tragically that Yang Yu couldn't bear to watch, so he took a gun and guarded the intersection below. Originally, he didn't want to shoot, but Chen Yu casually concealed the real information, which made Yang Yu unable to control his anger. Once his daughter was buried alive by those teenagers, if no one had lied to his wife at that time, but told her truth about her disappearance, if she had been rescued a few minutes earlier, there would not have been such serious consequences. So Yang Yu hated being cheated, so he didn't hesitate to do it. Beside the stone, Yang Yu waited for 2 minutes. The crying of the girl in the house was very depressing. Then he put his gun on his back, walked over and kicked the wooden door open. With a bang, the wooden door fell down directly. A thug was holding the girl's leg and was frightened instantly. He turned around and shouted, "Why are you in such a hurry? Won't it be your turn after I finish it?" Yang Yu's face turned pale, and he walked over to grab his collar and threw him out with one hand. "If you delay any longer, all of us may have to die here with you." When Yang Yu said this, his expression was quite serious. He was very confident in his shooting skills. As a sniper who had been on the battlefield, he had encountered enemies dodging his bullets before. Even if this happened, it would only happen once at most. On the battlefield, no matter how powerful the enemy was, he could not dodge his second bullet. But the man below just now actually dodged twice in a row. Although the man looked familiar, Yang Yu did not underestimate the enemy. The henchman was thrown to the ground, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to rush up and fight with Yang Yu, but he was instantly discouraged when he saw his eyes. Then the henchman muttered, "When I go back, she will be in trouble." After the voice fell, he walked into the house, picked up his pants and put them on, and called people to start packing the looted supplies. The girl in the house covered her chest with her hands, tears on her face, and shrank in the corner and trembled. Yang Yu sighed, picked up the torn clothes from the ground and threw them to her, whispering, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this, but don't worry, after the matter is done, I will castrate the man who bullied you." After saying that, Yang Yu turned and walked out of the house. The girl looked up at his back with a erratic look in her eyes. After about 7 minutes, everyone packed their luggage, and the survivors outside were tied up, gagged and hid in the leaves. The girl in the house still didn't come out, and Yang Yu didn't ask anyone to take care of her. After all, he could help release those people after they left. When they lifted the supplies, and were about to go down, a thug in front was suddenly kicked away, and then a young man, with a crew cut holding a machete looked at them with a cold face. Chapter 895. Long Jia's breathing fluctuated slightly. He looked through the crowd at the man carrying a sniper rifle and snorted coldly, saying, "You don't really think you can leave alive, do you?" Yang Yu's eyelids jumped, and he was shocked. You know, with his physique, it takes 12 minutes to run up from the foot of the mountain, and other survivors can only come up in about 15 minutes. And this young man in front of him came up in less than 10 minutes? The next second, the other thugs yelled in anger, drew their weapons, and rushed forward. Long Jia held the machete and increased his speed to the extreme, hitting all vital parts. At the same time, Yang Yu took a few steps back with the sniper rifle. He did not look at the scope, but aimed directly at the young man in the crowd. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, there was a sudden sound behind him. Seeing this, relying on his intuition as a soldier, Yang Yu quickly squatted down and turned the muzzle back. But before he could shoot, the sniper rifle in his hand was kicked away, and then the other party punched him in the chin, and Yang Yu immediately blocked it with his right hand. If he was hit by a punch, Yang Yu would definitely die on the spot. After being hit, he took a few steps back, and his right hand even lost some feeling. At the same time, he was even more shocked than before. This person was ruthless, and his attack was aimed directly at the vital points, and even the force was completely unexpected. At that moment just now, Yang Yu even felt like he was hit by a hammer. Such a fierce attack, Yang Yu had only felt it in front of Zhang Yin before. At this moment, he looked at the person in front of him and felt familiar, and hurriedly said, "Who are you? Stop talking nonsense, and wait for death." Qin Yu kicked the sniper rifle into the haystack and rushed forward. At this moment, Yang Yu was also angry. "I can't beat Zhang Yin, but I can't beat you, a small fry?" Although he knew that this man was Zhang Yin's friend, Yang Yu also wanted to teach him a lesson. The two sides approached quickly. Qin Yu held the knife in one hand and swung it down suddenly. Yang Yu had no weapon in his hand, so he naturally didn't dare to resist. He slightly turned sideways, and the blade passed by his nose. At the same time, Qin Yu turned his right hand and held the knife to attack again. Yang Yu was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He didn't expect that this guy's skills were not inferior to Zhang Yin's at all, but the last time he saw this guy, he was obviously not that powerful. Inside the house, the girl stood in front of the window. She looked at the two men fighting outside and was hesitant. A dozen seconds later, Yang Yu kicked Qin Yu in the abdomen, but he was also stabbed, and blood appeared instantly. Yang Yu was furious. He took 2 steps back, covered his shoulder and shouted, "Look carefully at who I am?" As he spoke, Yang Yu lifted the hair on both sides of his forehead, revealing his face. Seeing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Zhang Yin let you go, and you are going to live like this? You shot someone twice because of a disagreement? I didn't know it was you at the time." Yang Yu also knew that what he did just now was wrong, so he gritted his teeth and apologized. I'm sorry, okay?" Hearing this, Qin Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then opened his eyes and said coldly, "You let me pass through that town last time, so I won't kill you today." After the words fell, Yang Yu cursed in his heart. If he wasn't a sniper, he would be weak in close combat. If he added a pistol, he would be confident of winning, but at this moment, he didn't have much confidence. Yang Yu didn't know what Qin Yu had experienced. He had made such great progress in half a year, but Yang Yu didn't want to be an enemy of Qin Yu, even if it was just because of Zhang Yin. Only a few minutes had passed, and the people that Yang Yu followed were basically dealt with by Long Jie. Only 10 were still fleeing, and Long Jie chased them down the mountain. Seeing this, Yang Yu pointed behind him and said, "Tell your men to stop." "Sorry, I can't order him." Yang Yu was very entangled at the moment. If all these people died, he would definitely not be able to find the branch camp of the Salvation Sect. "I have a mission to do. I will explain it to you slowly later, okay?" Qin Yu shook his head. "If you want to leave, go by yourself. By the way, you have to leave the sniper rifle." Although he didn't know what kind of soldier Yang Yu was, Zhang Yin said that he was his comrade in arms, plus what Long Jie said before, so Qin Yu judged that this person was a sniper, so naturally he couldn't give him the gun. Yang Yu looked at his shoulder. Fortunately, he dodged in time, so the wound was not deep. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, "It's not that I can't beat you, but I really don't want to be your enemy. You can try." Qin Yu now also wants to know where his limit is. The next second, the door of the house opened, and a girl in tattered clothes ran out with an iron rod in her hand, and then handed it to Yang Yu. You use this, don't be afraid of him, I believe you." Then the girl retreated, and Qin Yu and Yang Yu fought again. A few minutes later, the two kicked each other and separated. Qin Yu looked at his left arm, which seemed to be slightly broken. On the other hand, Yang Yu was not feeling well either. His left hand also drooped beside him, and the blood had dyed the ground red. "If Zhang Yin knew that you attacked me like this one day, what would he think? Have you thought about this question?" Yang Yu shouted with disheveled hair. Qin Yu lifted up his t-shirt, bit it with his teeth and tore off a piece of cloth, then slowly wrapped it around his right hand and the handle of the knife, and said coldly, "If Zhang Yin knew that you are now helping the tigers and helping those beasts to kill the survivors, he will only be more cruel than me. You bastard, you really don't understand what people say. Let me tell you, I want to get closer to Before he finished speaking, the girl suddenly ran towards Chinyu, then lay on the ground and hugged his legs tightly, and turned back and cried, "Go quickly, I will help you hold him back." Seeing Yang Yu indifferent, the girl yelled again, "Go!" Seeing this, Yang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck, I'm waiting for the day when you apologize to me in person." After that, he quickly ran to the hillside, grabbed the sniper rifle and ran away, disappearing in the bushes in an instant. Chinyu snorted coldly, and kicked the girl away with his legs, but the next second, the girl rushed up again, kneeling and crawling, hugging his legs tightly. At this moment, a pile of leaves moved, and then a dozen survivors covered in blood appeared in front of Chinyu. They held hands and walked to the direction where Yang Yu ran away, and knelt down together. Chapter 896. With Chinyu's brain, he almost instantly figured out what was going on with these people. "Are you the natives here?" A middle-aged man, with a bruised face and nose nodded. He first spat blood foam on the ground, and then replied, "That man didn't hurt us. He just saved Xiaoyun. Can you let him go?" At this moment, Chinyu also roughly guessed something. He used his legs again, but the girl still refused to let go and hug him while crying. "I don't have much patience left. If I really wanted to chase you, I would have stabbed you just now." Chinyu looked at the bruises on the girl's arms and back, thought about it, and didn't force herself to break free, but said coldly. After saying this, the girl hesitated for about 2 seconds, then took a few steps back with a pale face. Chinyu sighed, ran quickly to the edge of the camp, and then shouted down, "Long Jia, you come up first." There were only 5 or 6 people left, and Long Jia was having fun chasing them. Hearing the shout, he thought about it, and turned around and walked towards the middle of the mountain. Because the instructor said that if he encountered something during this trip, unless it was a serious situation, he should try to listen to Chinyu's arrangements to avoid disagreements between the two. Long Jia wanted to say that he was just worrying too much, and he wished he could stop caring about those things. "Why are there more people?" Long Jia ran to Chinyu and asked, panting. Hearing this, Chinyu gave a general explanation and then added, "I know the man with the sniper rifle just now." Then Chinyu shook his head and said, "Let's go back and leave first." After he finished speaking, he noticed the supplies scattered on the ground, including a stone mill with ropes tied on it. Seeing this, Chinyu turned around and looked at the survivors and said, "Although we didn't save you subjectively, it was a coincidence. We really need this stone mill. If you want anything, you can ask for it within your ability." The people looked at each other, and then the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "For us, that thing is no longer useful at the moment. If you want it, take it away." Chinyu frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean?" Seeing this, the girl named Xiaoyun stood up from the ground and said with her head down, "You will know if you come with me." Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and nodded, "Long Jia, you follow him. I still have something to ask these people." "Okay." Long Jia picked up a piece of tattered clothes from the ground and wiped the blood off the machete as he walked. After he followed the girl, Chinyu sat down on a pile of dirt next to him, looked at his arm, and then whispered, "Tell me, what happened here?" After a few minutes, Chinyu finally understood it completely. The survivors here, relying on the migration of waves of zombies, successfully established a base on a flat land halfway up the mountain. The reason why it was able to develop was that this place was in an undeveloped area before the end of the world, and a lot of materials such as wood were piled up. It took them almost a year to build the house, and they found 2 large trucks to block the only entrance and exit. People can climb in, but cars can't get through, and with the astronomical telescope they found, they can monitor the area below from the mountain. Secondly, in order to prevent accidents from happening later, this group of people also used the firecrackers they found to collect a large amount of gunpowder, wrapped it with waterproof cloth, and waited for the thunderstorm to come. Taking advantage of the thunder, they ignited the gunpowder and firecrackers above the unfinished roads, forming an artificial mudslide, and then buried those roads. Using this method, there was only one small path left to the halfway point of the mountain. Secondly, using the method of thermal expansion and contraction, this group of people built fires under many boulders, let the high temperature bake the stones, and then poured water on them. Finally, they used a hammer to hit it, and got a lot of broken stones. In this way, even if they didn't go out to search for supplies, they could still build a camp. After listening, Chinyu also admired the ingenuity of these people. After all, using fire and water is indeed more convenient than going out to find materials. In the camp in the villa area, Feng Yi used this method before. First, heat the stones, then pour water on them to make them crack, and then grind them to get fine sand. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly thought of something, and was about to speak, but saw Long Jia walking back with a sullen face. "What's wrong?" Hearing this, Long Jia kicked the fist-sized stone on the ground and cursed. "Damn it! I said those people were not weak at all in fighting, and ordinary survivors should not be able to trap me. But now I see that group of people must often do such murders and arson." After the voice fell, he looked at Chinyu and said with a heavy heart, "There is a corpse pit over there, and there are at least 50 corpses in it." "So many?" Chinyu stood up, looking shocked, and then looked at the group of survivors who were sitting on the ground. "I'm curious, if you didn't lie, how could you be defeated so badly with such vigilance?" Hearing this, those people's faces darkened, and even cried. One of them looked at his broken fingers and said painfully, "We will never trust anyone again." Just then, a voice sounded. "They used 2 pregnant women, and then brought several children to kneel and beg at the door of our camp." Xiaoyun came over, helped some people to stand up, and then continued, "The 2 begged for a few minutes, and we did not open the door, but one of them suddenly became worse, causing a lot of blood." At this point, she paused for a moment, then cried and said, "We opened the door, and after they came in, I don't know what method they used, which made many of us feel weak all over, dizzy and want to vomit." That is, 3 hours later, more strangers suddenly appeared. They chopped the men they saw and tied up all the women. After saying this, Chinyu looked at his watch, calculated the time and said, "About 2 hours before we came here, that group of people attacked you. No wonder Yang you didn't know where we were when I communicated through the switch below." It seems that he didn't know about this thing at that time. Then Chinyu turned his head and said, "After the 2 pregnant women came, was there anything wrong?" Hearing this, Xiaoyun shook her head and said, "They brought a few cans and blocked them with cloth. One of them said that there were rotten eggs inside." Chapter 897. Eggs? Chinyu frowned slightly and glanced at Long Jia, who also said with a serious expression, "Is the can still there?" As soon as this was said, someone realized that something was wrong and raised his hand and said, I stole one." As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to stand up, but he felt a sharp pain in his ankle and fell to the ground. He then looked to the side and said, "Xiaoyun, go to my room and get it. It's under the groove on the left side of the door." More than a minute later, Xiaoyun came running with a towel wrapped around the can. At this moment, she seemed to feel that something was wrong with this thing. "Do you have disposable gloves?" Chinyu looked at Long Jia. "No, there should be some left in the car." Just then, Dong Jun suddenly climbed up from a small path, his hands on his knees, his face flushed. After a little slowing down, he walked in front of Chinyu and Long Jia and said, "According to Xiao Jia's arrangement, I followed those people for a little distance later, and guess what happened?" Hearing this, Long Jia pointed to the ground under his feet and whispered, "It's time to speak directly." Dong Jun looked around and found blood everywhere. He was stunned for a moment. Then Chinyu said, "I guess Yang Yu must have killed all those people, right?" "Who is Yang Yu?" Dong Jun was slightly stunned. Seeing this, Chinyu explained, "It's the man with the sniper rifle." "Oh yes, it's him." Dong Jun nodded and said, "This guy is a bit cruel. I was far away and seemed to see him talking to someone. The man was very emotional and kept shouting about revenge. Later, I saw Yang Yu take out a small notebook, write a few words on it, and then put it in his pocket, and then he picked up the iron rod and swung it at the lower body of the person next to him." Hearing this, Xiaoyun covered her mouth and tears burst out again. That person did not lie, he really did it. Then Dong Jun continued, "Later, several other people rushed over, and they were all killed by Yang Yu, but he was also injured. One leg was hit, and he could only walk with a limp. Because the zombies were getting closer, I couldn't chase them anymore, so I came back." "Where's Yi?" Chinyu asked. "I don't know." Chinyu pondered for a moment, then looked at the miserable appearance of the survivors and said, "Well, you go down and find her first, and then she comes up." "Okay." Dong Jun nodded and turned to leave. "Wait a minute." Chinyu shouted, then handed over his knife. "Give this to her. The corpses that Long Jia killed earlier may become zombies later, to prevent accidents." Hearing this, Long Jia slapped his forehead and said, "I was so crazy about killing that I forgot to finish off the corpse." After Dong Jun left, Chinyu nodded slightly to Long Jia, and then the two walked towards the can and squatted down. Long Jia picked out the towel with his knife, and then kept the tip of the knife at the mouth of the can for a few seconds. Then he put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. His face changed instantly, and he quickly moved the tip of the knife away. He said in a deep voice, "This is hydrogen sulfide." Hearing this, Chinyu also took Long Jia's right hand, smelled the tip of the knife, and then turned his head to the side, wondering, I heard EE and Alay say before that hydrogen sulfide gas will smell like rotten eggs. Why doesn't this smell like rotten eggs? Although Chinyu didn't smell a very obvious odor just now, he didn't doubt Long Jia's judgment at all. Long Jia shook his head, picked up the towel with the tip of the knife, and continued to cover the mouth of the can, then used a plastic bag to tie it tightly, and then explained, only low concentrations of hydrogen sulfide will have the smell of rotten eggs, and high concentrations will not be smelled. The reason why I am familiar with it is because Leander also often makes this thing. The hydrogen sulfide he makes is truly colorless and odorless. And they are not really odorless, but they quickly paralyze our olfactory trachea. When these words came out, even Chinyu's face changed. He knew very well how lethal this thing was. Xiao Yun asked hesitantly, what is hydrogen sulfide? Although I heard of it when I was in school, I can't remember it. Seeing this, Chinyu patiently explained, hydrogen sulfide is a highly toxic gas, corrosive, and very strong. When a corpse rots in a closed space, it is very easy to produce this thing. Then Long Jia comforted him softly, don't worry, you don't have to be afraid. We didn't have too much contact, and the tip of the knife was only stained a little. The reason why you can't smell it is because the bloody smell around is too strong, making it difficult to distinguish. As for me, it's because I am immune to the smell of blood, plus the smell of rotten eggs mentioned earlier, so I think of this. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Is this thing really that scary? Before Long Jia spoke, other people who were deeply affected spoke directly. It's really scary. Many of us just had a little contact and felt dizzy and had a headache. Some people were weak in their limbs, and some even fainted directly. But after a while, those people turned into zombies. Speaking of this, the man still had some lingering fear. As survivors who had struggled for more than a year in the apocalypse, they had never come into contact with such things at ordinary times. But there was rotten meat everywhere, plus zombies, so everyone was actually somewhat immune to the smell. After all, after smelling it so many times, they basically didn't guard against it. Especially when they heard about eggs, many people really thought that the eggs were rotten and didn't stay alert. As a result, they were easily fooled. At this time, Long Jia found some packaging bags again, wrapped the can, and then took it in his hand. This thing is no less lethal than zombies at certain times. Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment and said, Slav and Leander, one of them is proficient in explosives and explosions, and the other is proficient in machinery and poisons. I think it would be better to make a timing device with small explosives. Wouldn't it be perfect? Hearing this, Long Jia's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips and said, you know what, this is really possible. I let them do it when we get back. The survivors at this moment, watching the two of them talking in front of them, did not dare to speak loudly at all. After all, the two men's every move was seen, and no one dared to act rashly. Soon, Yijishu climbed up with a small box, and said breathlessly, I don't want to climb mountains again in this life. I didn't ask you to run, just walk up. Chinyu looked at her and said. Yijishu held the box in his left hand, and waved his right hand, saying, that won't work. June said you were injured, so I was very anxious. Chapter 898. After saying that, Yijishu hurriedly walked to Chinyu, and carefully pulled off the garbage plastic bag on his left arm. What caught her eye was a scar about the thickness of a thumb, with some bruises already. After a careful examination, Yijishu patted his chest and said, it's okay, it should be a minor fracture, and it will probably heal in a month. It will take so long? Chinyu frowned slightly. It's still a long time. Yijishu squatted on the ground, opened the medicine box, and prepared to help apply some medicine. A few minutes later, Yijishu took out a few splints to fix Chinyu's arm, and then hung it on his arm. Then she nodded and said, well, this should be enough. Do you have any accurate information? Don't amputate him when the time comes. Long Jia crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said with a heavy heart. If he had known that the situation would be like this, he would have made a quick decision just now, so that Chinyu would definitely not be injured. Don't worry, didn't someone in our camp break a bone last time? Although Dr. Kobayashi was there to guide her, she didn't have any problems afterwards. She's fine. Yijishu closed the box, and prepared to go down the mountain. Seeing this, Chinyu grabbed her clothes, and then turned his eyes to the survivors. At this moment, most of those people looked at them eagerly, with a little hope in their eyes. Seeing this, Chinyu thought for a few seconds, and then whispered, why don't you help them too? Hearing this, Yijishu jumped back half a step, like a frightened little rabbit, and then she covered the box with her right hand and said, are you crazy? We didn't bring much medicine with us. The wooden board just now is just enough for one person. At this point, she leaned forward and whispered in Chinyu's ear, I just took a look at those people. The situation is a bit serious. It is probably difficult to cure them unless they are brought back to the camp. After the voice fell, Xiaoyun raised her hand and said, We have our own medicine. Can you help them? Oh, where is it? Yi Shishu turned around and looked at the girl. From this road, go down about 200 meters, and then there is a stone on the roadside, which weighs about 100 kilograms. Move it away, and there will be a hole. There is a rope in the soil. Pull it out, and you will pull out a tarpaulin package. Xiaoyun walked to the right edge, pointed down and said, Because we don't have a doctor and dare not take medicine randomly, we hide all the collected medicines. After listening, Long Jia picked up the shoulder pole that fell on the ground and walked directly down the mountain. Xiaoyun followed him, because he was afraid that he couldn't find it. After a while, Long Jia climbed up with a dusty face, then reached out to pull Xiaoyun, and then handed a bag to Yi Shishu. Yi Shishu opened it and looked at it, and immediately frowned and said, Some medicines can't be used, they are expired, and continuing to use them will easily cause problems. It's okay, little girl, we are very satisfied to be able to save a life. A woman in her 40s spoke. Everyone looked over and suddenly felt a little depressed. This person's lower lip was turned outward, her face was covered with bruises, and even her left ear was bleeding, as if half of it had been cut off. Seeing this, Yi Shishu shook his head and said, Dr. Xiaolin is a professional. She has severely warned that expired medicines, like this have changed ingredients, and their efficacy will disappear. Using this medicine will not only fail to treat the disease, but it will also easily lead to poisoning. At this time, Yi Shishu couldn't bear to continue. She nodded helplessly. Let's make it clear first. I can only try my best to help you. Just as she was about to step forward, an accident happened. A man suddenly twitched and then lost his movement. The crowd supported each other and dispersed, looking at the man with horror. Stay away. Qin Yu shouted coldly, picked up the knife in his right hand, and stepped forward. He squatted down, stretched out his fingers, and put them on the man's jaw on the ground. After a few seconds, he shook his head slightly and said, The injury is too serious, there is no hope. After that, Qin Yu quietly stood in front of the corpse, waiting for him to turn into a zombie. About a few minutes later, the corpse suddenly moved, and someone covered his mouth and said, Is he still alive? As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyun whispered, It's going to turn into a zombie. Then the corpse opened its eyes, and the eyeballs had changed color, and were quite turbid. The next second, it roared and tried to grab Qin Yu next to it. Seeing this, Qin Yu held the knife in his backhand and stabbed it directly into the forehead of the zombie, and it instantly became quiet. Every time at this time, as long as it was not an enemy, Qin Yu and others would try their best to wait for the corpse to mutate before finishing it off. Because from that moment on, this body could no longer be called a human. Next, Qin Yu asked the survivors to line up, and Yi Shishu checked their injuries one by one. To prevent accidents, Long Jia stood by with a knife, like a bodyguard, trying to protect Yi Shishu. After all, no one knew whether these people were good or bad. In the apocalypse, you can't just listen to one side of the story. Qin Yu ran up the mountain continuously, and fought with Yang Yu for a while, and his physical strength was slightly reduced, but he could still hold on. Although there was some bacon in the supplies on the ground, even if it was washed and cooked, Qin Yu would not eat it directly. He sat on the boulder, with his right leg raised and his hand on his knee, looking at the mountains in the distance quietly, his eyes deep and heavy. About 2 hours later, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Yi Shishu stood up, patted her waist with the back of her hand, and said seriously, In addition to the one who died earlier, you should also be mentally prepared. The next few days are more important. As she said, she looked around, sighed and said, I wish I was a Chinese medicine doctor. I would definitely find a lot of herbs in this mountain, alas. Are you done? Qin Yu turned around and smiled at Yi Shishu. Yeah. Yi Shishu nodded, and walked to the big rock. She looked at the setting sun and asked curiously, You didn't just sit here and stare blankly for 2 hours? Has it been so long? I don't know. I haven't checked the time. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. He returned to the supplies. Long Jia had already tied up the millstone. He said in a deep voice, This thing weighs about 100 to 200 kilograms. How did you get it up the mountain? Hearing this, Xiaoyun replied, It's not very tiring for the 4 of us to carry it. Hearing this, Long Jia looked at Qin Yu and asked, It's really hard to carry this thing down the mountain. How about forgetting it? Qin Yu shook his head and said, You have a millstone in your camp, but we don't have one. Chapter 899. Moreover, modern times are developing too fast. Even in the end of the world, it is rare to encounter this thing. Now that I have seen it, I still hope to take it back. Then he continued to add, let's lift it together. It's just that my left hand is inconvenient to move, but my right hand can still move. The only thing I am worried about now is whether the two horses can pull it away. Under normal circumstances, Chinyu can carry the stone mill weighing more than 100 kilograms by himself, but it is only limited to carrying it. It is very difficult to walk. He and Long Jia had no problem, but the only worry was that they had never lifted such a thing before, and the road conditions in the mountains meant they might not be able to move it down. Long Jia waved his hand and said, it's not a big deal. After all, it's not a load. If it's a cart, it's probably no problem within 1,000 pounds. After all, there are two horses. As soon as he finished speaking, two men who also had injured left hands came over and said, otherwise, we can help you. Thank you very much. Chinyu turned around and expressed his gratitude instead of refusing. The woods at the foot of the mountain. As the millstone was placed on the cart, Xiaoyan also put the 2 bags of food she was carrying on it. She lifted the hair by her ear and said, thank you for helping us. These bacon and flour are our little token of appreciation. Chinyu opened the bag and looked at it, and was a little surprised. You can also grow crops? Well, there are a few rice fields and land on the top of the mountain. We are usually self-sufficient, so we don't have to interact with the outside world. Hearing this, Chinyu's heart moved. He looked at Long Jia and Dong Jun, and the two of them also signaled with their eyes. Seeing this, Chinyu pondered for a while, and then said, have you thought about what to do in the future? Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes hurt. She thought of what happened to her before, and shook her head with tears in her eyes. I don't want to go down the mountain in this life, and I want to die on the mountain in the future. Wait a few days, we will completely block this place, and then no one will open the door. Even if I have to live with zombies for the rest of my life, it is better than being bullied or even killed. Long Jia, Dong Jun, and Yi Shishu have already left, and the figures of the 3 are getting farther and farther away. Only Chinyu is still in the woods. He is in a heavy mood and then whispers, we will come back again in 20 days. If you are still unwilling, I can give you a chance. What is it? If there is a camp where everyone is equal, anyone who joins will be respected, self-reliant, and everyone is very disciplined. Do you want to go? As soon as these words came out, the 2 men were stunned. Xiaoyan's tears burst out. She squatted on the ground, buried her head in her knees, and cried with shaking shoulders, woo. We used to be like that here. Chinyu squatted down and reached out to touch her head, but eventually moved his hand away, then stood up and whispered, you are too weak, without strong military force to protect yourself. Even if you don't interact with the outside world, you will be swallowed up by other camps sooner or later. Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised her head, and quickly wiped away her tears. She asked with red eyes, is that camp very powerful? Not the most powerful, but better than most camps. Especially from now on, we will integrate the surrounding forces. When he said this, Chinyu stopped and did not continue. Xiaoyan stood up and discussed with the other 2 people, then looked at Chinyu and asked weakly, you guys are also trying to trick us? After he finished speaking, Chinyu said seriously, for now, I can't make you completely believe it, so you need to consider it yourself. After all, the doomsday is full of dangers, and everything has risks and rewards. At this point, he paused and spoke again, that's why I give you 20 days. If you are still alive, and have thought it through, you can leave with us. Of course, whether you leave or not depends on you. Then, in the eyes of the 3 of them, Chinyu turned and walked towards Long Jia and the others. Are you done? Long Jia glanced at Chinyu's hanging arm, and said softly, yeah. Chinyu did not get on the carriage, but walked beside him. These people will find ways to grow crops in the doomsday. They know they are not powerful, so they cut off contact with the survivors. Their vigilance is pretty good, but unfortunately they are still taken advantage of in the end. Long Jia curled his lips and said, there are so many pitiful people in the doomsday. If you take in everyone you see, you will be dragged down sooner or later, and even be attacked by those people in the end. What happened to you guys before? Chinyu thought of something, and turned his head to the right and asked. Because Shangwan Jing's camp treated everyone equally, regardless of gender, age or young. No one would be allowed to come. Chinyu even saw a seriously ill, skinny man kneeling at the door before. After begging hard, he still couldn't get them to open the door, so he chose to hang himself on the side of the road. And Long Jia just shot the rope on the corpse indifferently, and let the zombies eat him. To be honest, if Chinyu hadn't lived there, and knew that these people had suffered disasters, he would have really thought that Shangwan Jing and others were unacceptably cold. The principal of Chinyu, Xiaojiu, Feng Yi and others is that as long as they are sure that the survivors have no problems with their character, and will not be a drag when encountering problems, they will allow them to join. After all, the power of human unity cannot be ignored. There is only one kind of person they will definitely kill when they meet, and that is the survivors who eat their own kind. As Jinyu said, if you don't encounter such a cannibalistic force, it's fine. Once you encounter it, you will definitely kill everyone. Hearing this, Long Jia was silent for a moment, and then said, "It's nothing, just being betrayed by our own people, which led to the death of many people." Hearing this, Yi Jishu couldn't help it. She patted the cart and said, "We have also received some survivors who escaped before, but these guys actually wanted to drive us out and occupy our homes. What do you think of this?" Yi Jishu was very emotional. She clenched her fist and said angrily, "If it were you, I should have made those people into mummies and tortured them severely." Long Jia turned his head to the left and said, "There were many people in our camp before, but the survivors were too cruel later. They took advantage of the fact that some of the instructors and I were out and gathered many people together for an indiscriminate small-scale massacre. After the instructor came back, the camp was in chaos. We executed all the survivors who participated in the rebellion, and some of them betrayed us." Chapter 900. Speaking of this, Long Jia looked at the two horses moving slowly beside him and whispered, "There is an area at the foot of the mountain behind our camp. The soil there is very dark in color, and accompanied by a foul smell. You should have seen it, right?" Hearing this, Jinyu nodded. He touched the splint on his arm and said, "I heard from a Ling that there is a septic tank built later." Long Jia shook his head, his eyes flashed with a lot of grief, and he whispered, "The truth is very cruel. Many people died there. The blood permeated the soil, and it could no longer be used. Every time we passed by there, we would smell the irritating odor. The instructor tried to cover the pit with soil, but it still couldn't cover the smell, so he built a septic tank. For us, it doesn't matter whether we believe the survivors outside. Those few people who came in a while ago can only live in the corner, and someone is watching them all day." After listening, Jinyu sighed and said, "A long time ago, the first camp I was in was called the Survivor Community. When it was attacked by black bugs, some people took the opportunity to make trouble." Long Jia patted him on the shoulder and said, "So, it is easier to develop when you meet a survivor with good character, but once you meet a bad one, the consequences are basically unbearable. Yes, if Yi hadn't come out with a gun to help, there would have been a lot of troubles later." Yi Jishu suddenly walked to the left side of the cart and asked curiously, "What does the black bug look like? Does it have a lot of densely packed small teeth?" Hearing this, Jinyu nodded. "Have you seen it too?" Long Jia put his hands behind his head, staring at a zombie on the road, and said casually, "I've dealt with it several times. It's a bit like some bugs that have caused mutations, and their bodies have changed a lot. The instructor said that this is probably because they suck too much blood from zombies, which caused them to become like worms, and become extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. So how did you deal with it when you encountered it?" "It's very simple, just use." Before he finished speaking, several people suddenly walked out of the woods in front of him, holding weapons such as crowbars in their hands. Seeing this, Dong Jun stopped the carriage. Long Jia reached out and touched his hair, then whispered, "I tell you slowly later. Let's see what these people want to do first." At this moment, Jinyu frowned and thought for a moment, feeling a little familiar. But it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and the light in the wild was a little dim, so he couldn't see the faces of those people clearly. Seeing this, Jinyu turned around and took out a flashlight from the supplies in the cart, turned it on, and then shone it over. A strong light appeared in front of her eyes. Shin Ming blocked it slightly with her left hand, and she shouted loudly, "It's me, handsome guy. Do you remember?" As soon as these words came out, Yi Jishu's eyes lit up and blurted out, "Oh my god, is there gossip?" Jinyu ignored Yi Jishu's nonsense, and walked forward a few steps. Then he looked at the 5 men and 1 woman in front of him and frowned slightly, and said, "You are still alive." Shin Ming rolled his eyes and said, "Brother, we haven't seen each other for a long time, so there is no need to say this right away. At the beginning, I let you take Dajang away without any obstruction, and also told you to be careful of the Jayashiman." Hearing this, Jinyu thought about it, and moved the flashlight away. Although Dajang later committed suicide in the woods, and died next to the sisters, after all, this woman did not make things difficult for him. "What's your name? I forgot whether you told me last time." Hearing this, Shin Ming did not answer, but turned her head to look at the side and said, "Dejun, go and kill that zombie." "Okay." After the voice fell, a man with a simple look turned and left. Then Shin Ming walked towards Jinyu and said with a smile, "Little brother, my surname is Shin, and my given name is Ming. Chin Yu nodded slightly. He shone the flashlight on Shin Ming's clothes, and found that they were very dirty. There was a lot of mud on the edges of her shoes. Then he thought for a moment and whispered, "You were the ones following us before, right?" Shin Ming was obviously surprised. She blinked and said, "Not bad. You didn't find us last time, but you found us this time. It seems that you have made a lot of progress during this period of time." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that Shin Yu's expression was not very good, and then she quickly explained, "Don't worry, we only followed to the abandoned house in the field and left. We definitely didn't continue to follow." Then, fearing that Chin Yu would not believe her, Shin Ming raised her hand and swore, "If I lie to you, I will wake up with my throat bitten by a zombie, okay? What is your relationship with that community?" Chin Yu was silent for a few seconds and then spoke. "What community?" "I don't know." Shin Ming pretended to be stupid. Seeing this, Chin Yu nodded slightly to Dong Jun, who continued to drive the carriage forward. "If you are fine, then leave it as it is." After saying this, Chin Yu moved 2 steps to the side and left Shin Ming. Seeing this, Shin Ming got anxious and trotted along saying, "You can't do this. Previously, your friend was surrounded by zombies with his horse, and it was thanks to our help. If you don't believe me, ask him." As she said this, she pointed to the man holding the reins. After saying this, Dong Jun turned around and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "No, right? There were no zombies in the woods at all." "That's because we stopped them, so the zombies didn't get through." Shin Ming got anxious, and she pulled out a dagger and said, "Look, I haven't even had time to wipe off the zombie blood on it." Seeing Chin Yu not saying anything but just walking expressionlessly, Shin Ming stopped and stamped her feet, gritting her teeth, and said, "Well, if you don't believe me, then it's my fault that I believe the wrong person. I thought you were a good person." Yi Jishu looked back and whispered, "She seems to be about to cry. Did you really bully her? Don't worry, even if you don't say it, I will definitely tell Dr. Xiaolin when I go back." When saying this, Yi Jishu's expression was serious, as if she was standing up for Lin Yi. Long Jia suddenly said, "There are indeed more than a dozen zombie corpses near the forest we left, and it seems that they have just been dealt with." Hearing this, Chin Yu turned around and shouted, "It's getting dark. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it later at the campsite. We need to find a place to spend the night." "Okay." Shin Ming called his men and hurriedly followed. Half an hour later, the sky had completely darkened. There was no moon tonight, so the light around could be described as pitch dark. Chapter 901. There was no other way. In order to make it easier to travel, Chin Yu and Long Jia took out the cloth strips they had prepared in advance, which were made from old clothes, and then smeared with pine grease, and then prepared to make torches. Shin Ming looked at the plastic bag that seemed familiar and asked in surprise, "Where did you get this thing?" "I picked it up from someone's former camp," Chin Yu said lightly, using a lighter to ignite the cloth strips. With the torch, the light was much better. At least there was no need to worry about falling while walking. It was not convenient to take a carriage at this time, so Dong Jun walked in front holding the reins and pulled the horse forward. Without hearing anyone say anything, Chin Yu turned around and handed a torch to Shin Ming, saying, "Don't you have anything to say to us?" Hearing this, Shin Ming was a little embarrassed and whispered, "Let's talk later. I always feel that the woods are a little gloomy. I don't do anything wrong, and I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door." After saying this, Shin Ming rolled his eyes and muttered, "It sounds like someone has done something wrong." A group of people, holding torches, walked on the road in the doomsday. In addition to the occasional corpse stench, there were also intermittent insect sounds. Fortunately, zombies would not notice the light, otherwise they would be like a target at this time. Chin Yu's left hand was not convenient to move, so Yi Jishu helped to open the map and let him check it. After walking for about 10 minutes, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and everyone still hadn't found a suitable place to rest. At this time, a person suddenly walked to Shin Ming, lowered his head and said something, then Chin Yu saw her nod, and then the person ran away. Seeing this, Chin Yu did not ask any more questions. Instead, Shin Ming took the initiative to speak out. "He has diarrhea and wants to find a place to poop. Don't worry, we don't have to stop and wait for him." "Yes." About 10 minutes later, everyone came to the bottom of a highway. But unfortunately, there were about 20 zombies wandering there. Shin Ming walked and looked behind her, but found that the man was not catching up. Just when she was about to take people back to look for him, a figure suddenly ran out of the bushes, scaring her. After a closer look, it was his own people. Shin Ming was about to scold them, but was called away by Chin Yu. "Shin Ming, come here." Hearing this, Shin Ming turned back and glared at the man, saying, "If you are so careless next time, Don't blame me for being ruthless. The subordinate nodded quickly to show that he understood. Jun was collecting dry firewood, looking at him from time to time, frowning slightly. For some reason, he always felt that the teammate he was familiar with before suddenly had a hunched back. What's the matter? Shin-Ming walked to Qin Yu and spoke. Qin Yu stood on the hillside, looking at the overpass in front of him and said, "It's too late. It's not safe for us to rush forward with torches like this. If there are still survivors, they may be able to find us from a long distance." Hearing this, Shin-Ming was stunned and said, "No way, there is no moon today, and the light is so dark. Who can see the road clearly? Being outside at night is a waste of life." Long Jia said at this time, "Qin Yu's worry is not unreasonable. Human eyes are amazing. When you suddenly enter an area with poor light from a place with good light, your initial vision ability will be very poor, but after a few minutes, you will find that you can see part of it clearly." Then Qin Yu turned around, looked at the surrounding environment and said, "If someone has only chosen to move at night since the outbreak of the apocalypse, then if both parties are in the dark at the same time, they may be able to see farther than people like us. To be honest, I have been thinking about this problem recently. If you can move at night, then you only need to worry about the threat of zombies, because humans basically don't go out after dark. So what do you think?" Shin-Ming touched her stomach and said, she felt a little hungry at this time. "Let your people put out the torches, and Dong Jun and Yi Zi do the same. Let's try to lead the zombies away like this." Qin Yu thought for a few seconds, then spoke. Hearing this, Shin-Ming hesitated and said, "What if there is danger? You can't just not do it because you are afraid." After Qin Yu finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the cart. Soon, as the fire was extinguished by the mud, the surroundings fell into darkness again, and everyone stopped where they were. But at this moment, one of them suddenly squatted down and picked up the torch that had fallen on the ground. After a few seconds, everyone gradually adapted to the darkness. Shin-Ming whispered, "I can still see a little bit." Qin Yu originally wanted to find a few empty glass bottles to lure the zombies, but he couldn't find any for a long time. Then someone came forward, grabbed his hand and moved it to the lower right corner, whispering, "Are you looking for this?" Feeling the cold touch, Qin Yu nodded and said, "Thank you." Then he picked up the bottles and turned to leave. Suddenly he thought of something and whispered, "You seem to have adapted pretty quickly." After saying this, the man smiled and said nothing, but no one could see in the dark. Qin Yu did not say much, but continued to distribute the bottles to some people. "Yi Zi, Dong Jun, you two guard the carriage." Long Jia walked to the two of them, took out a small dagger and handed it to Yi Jishu, then lowered his voice and said, "If there is anything wrong with those people, remember to shout me loudly. Don't worry, I'm very scary." Yi Jishu patted his chest and said seriously. Then Shin-Ming called the 5 men, and stood together with Qin Yu and other personnel at various marginal areas. As the time was up, Qin Yu threw the bottle hard and hit the huge cement stone pillar standing in front. With a snap, the zombies instantly moved, and then the second bottle hit, attracting them to slowly leave. More than 10 minutes later, all the zombies were finally led away. At this moment, Qin Yu stood behind the crowd, looking at the backs of Shin-Ming and others with a thoughtful look on his face. The reason for doing this is that Qin Yu wants to confirm another thing. When they were on the road before, they walked for half an hour and didn't encounter a zombie. You know, in the wild environment, this situation is very wrong. There is only one situation that can explain it, that is, there are human activities nearby, and they have cleared the zombies. But strangely, the map given by Shang Wenjing did not mark this place. And when passing by here, Long Jia did not say a word. Given the current relationship between the two parties, Qin Yu did not think that Shang Wenjing and Long Jia would hide this from him. Then perhaps there is only one situation, that is, even they did not find anything wrong here at the beginning. Chapter 902. Adding to what Qin Yu had been thinking about recently, he always felt that not everyone would stay at home at night. Shang Wenjing and Long Jia, I heard from them that they rarely go out, but this is not all good. Qin Yu has been struggling in the apocalypse for so long, almost 18 months. It can be said that Qin Yu's level is not inferior to theirs in terms of the ability to detect potential dangers. For a long time, there was one thing that made Qin Yu difficult to let go, that is, the old man he met in an abandoned village. If he had been more alert and discovered Ma Zhuang's ill intentions in advance, perhaps the old man would not have died tragically. He would rather waste his time thinking too much than experience this again. So when Long Jia, Shin-Ming and others were concentrating on leading the zombies, Qin Yu's eyes would be on the carriage behind him every few seconds. After extinguishing the torch, others could not see clearly which direction he was looking at. Until the zombies were completely led away, Chinyu did not find anything wrong. Yi Jishu sat on the cart, shaking her pair of white legs, and tilting her head from time to time as if thinking about something. After adapting to the darkness, Chinyu did find that he could see more clearly than before, although he could only see roughly. Just as the others turned around and were about to go back, Chinyu quickly grasped his right hand at his waist. His eyes narrowed slightly, and two black shadows were slowly walking towards Yi Jishu. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer, one of them even took out something from his pocket. The time had come, and Chinyu no longer wasted time. He quickly pulled out the loaded pistol, raised his arm, aimed and shot, in less than a second. There were too few bullets in the pistol, and Chinyu was reluctant to use them casually. He had planned to kill the man who shot him, so he didn't plan to use the gun. Later, when he found out that it was Yang Yu, he also wanted to test his limits. In fact, with each swing of the knife, Chinyu found that he became more comfortable, and he felt that if he really exerted his full strength, he could kill Yang Yu within a minute. Of course, Yang Yu was a sniper, and modern warfare itself did not require close combat. Even in the apocalypse, there were rarely such opportunities for single combat with a knife. Chinyu has been focusing on physical training during this period, so even if he wins, it is not fair. It is only in this environment of the Doomsday that Chinyu can catch up with Yang Yu at a very fast speed, or even surpass him. As Chinyu pulled the trigger, Long Jia also instantly increased his speed to the extreme, and disappeared on the spot after pulling out the dagger with his right hand. He is not as cynical as he seems on the surface. On the contrary, Long Jia has never relaxed his cautiousness, but most of the time he is unwilling to care. At this time, the innocent Yi Jishu just turned her head to look to the left front, but found that Chinyu had pulled the trigger at her. Late at night, the moment the bullet flew out, the fire also appeared in front of everyone. Yi Jishu was shocked. She couldn't understand why Chinyu suddenly shot her. The next second, Yi Jishu stood there waiting to die, but she didn't feel the trace of the bullet hitting her. Plop! There was a sudden movement 2 meters to her right. At the same time, Dong Jun had also received some training. He reacted a little faster than Yi Jishu. When he heard the gunshot, he quickly laid down in front. But even though he reacted so quickly, Dong Jun still felt that his arm was slashed by someone. Then he turned around calmly and looked behind him, and found a black shadow grinning, with a pair of white teeth that were particularly eye-catching at this time. Just as the black shadow was about to make a finishing move, Long Jia arrived, and kicked the man directly in the face, and he was immediately kicked several meters away. Then Long Jia rushed forward quickly, stepped on the right arm of the black shadow, and then quickly turned the dagger in his hand, and then pierced the opponent's left arm fiercely, nailing it into the mud. An uncomfortable scream sounded. The other's eyes widened instantly. Shen Ming opened her mouth in fear when she saw this scene. From her perspective, Shen Ming saw Chinyu shooting at the girl, and then the young man rushed up and killed the man driving the carriage. At this moment, a man behind Shen Ming drew a knife and slowly approached her. De Jun had been paying attention to her, and seeing this scene, he suddenly shouted, "Sister Ming, be careful!" As soon as he finished speaking, he wished he had an extra pair of legs, and rushed directly toward Shen Ming. Shen Ming staggered after being hit, and the knife in the other man's hand had already swung down. De Jun gritted his teeth and used his body to hug Shen Ming, and then a cold dagger pierced his palm. The part below De Jun's right hand was exactly where Shen Ming's throat was. To prevent the dagger from piercing, De Jun raised his hand in an instant and blocked the man behind him, preventing him from continuing to press the dagger down. Chinyu didn't know that Shen Ming's men were also wrong, so his speed was a little slower, but he also quickly changed the angle of his wrist and killed the person who attacked Shen Ming on the spot. The pistol bullets were also empty. 2 bullets were the maximum amount they could carry when they went out. Nowadays, ammunition is a very scarce resource for any camp, unless they can make smokeless gunpowder again. But there is no way to refine the raw materials, which is really difficult to complete. Leander also said that the thing is not easy to get. He has been trying to collect it, but unfortunately the quantity is too small to be mass-produced in the Doomsday. "Are you okay?" Dajun supported the ground with his left hand. Even at this time, he did not let himself fall on Shen Ming. Shen Ming hurriedly hugged him and asked in panic, "Let me see your hand." It seemed very dangerous at this moment, but it was actually resolved almost instantly. Chinyu walked towards Yi Jishu, who quickly hid beside Chinyu. She had recognized that the body that had just fallen was a person's body. The others quickly lit the torch again, and then surrounded Shen Ming. The next second, someone hurriedly shouted, "The knife is poisonous." As soon as the voice fell, Long Jia knocked the captured man unconscious with a palm knife, then opened his mouth, and then grabbed the weeds on the ground to block it directly, regardless of whether there were zombies passing by. This move was just to prevent him from committing suicide later. After finishing his work, Long Jie turned around and walked to Dong Jun, who also untied his shoelaces and tied them around his arm, then nodded to Long Jie. At this moment, Dong Jun's left arm had begun to turn black. He took a deep breath, knelt on the ground, placed his entire left hand on the stone, and said in a deep voice, "Shao Jie now, hurry up." Chapter 903. At the same time, Xinyu had taken out the only clean axe from the pile of supplies on the cart. He didn't want to use it, but he had to prepare it in advance. Because no one knows whether they can come back safely every time they go out. If bitten by a zombie, as long as you seize the time to break your hands or feet and stop the bleeding in time, you can at least save your life. Quickly walking to Dong Jun's side, Xinyu handed the axe to Long Jie, who held it with both hands and said seriously, "Are you ready?" At this time, Yi Jishu shone a flashlight on Dong Jun's left arm. Looking at the virus that was gradually spreading around, she said with red eyes, "It looks like he is really infected." Hearing this, Dong Jun took the towel handed by Xinyu and said, "I can't afford to gamble." As soon as he finished speaking, he bit the towel with his teeth. Long Jie knelt on one knee on the ground, looked at him, then raised the axe and swung it down suddenly. In an instant, Dong Jun's forehead was bulging with veins, his eyes widened, and then he fell backwards. Seeing this, Xinyu hurriedly supported him. Yi Shishu had already prepared, and quickly ran over with another small box, ready to stop Dong Jun's bleeding. Seeing this, Xinyu was slightly stunned. It seemed that Yi Shishu had lied before. She had prepared more than just those first aid supplies. But Xinyu would never blame her, because if Yi Shishu had taken it out at that time, it is very likely that Dong Jun would not be able to treat the wound at this time. At this time, Shen Meng also appeared with a man, and she said with tears in her eyes, please help him too." Long Jie didn't say much, but pulled the half arm apart, and then pointed at the stone covered with blood. De Jun's right palm was pierced, and the knife was still stuck in it. Seeing this, Shen Meng trembled and wanted to help him pull out the knife, but Long Jie immediately shouted, "Don't pull it out. His hand can't be saved, so it can only be cut off close to the wrist. Taking it out at this time will only increase the pain in vain." As De Jun knelt on the ground, Xinyu quickly took the thin rope and tied his right arm tightly. These tools are for emergency use. To be honest, Xinyu really doesn't want to use them. Because once it is used, it means that someone has been infected by the virus, and can only survive by separating his limbs. At this time, De Jun's face was calm, and he didn't even frown. The wound on the back of his palm gradually began to turn black, which is the most obvious sign of infection with the zombie virus. After turning black, it will gradually spread to other parts. Dong Jun has fainted. It is unbearable for ordinary people to cut off half of his arm without anesthesia. Yi Jishu bandaged him while crying, and there was a lot of blood on his clothes. Xinyu took out another towel, and handed it to De Jun. Shen Meng expressed his gratitude, and then put it into his mouth and bit it with his teeth. Just as everyone gathered here, a strange scream came from the woods, as if it hit the depths of people's souls. Everyone looked back and found that a woman covered in black had appeared in the open space at some point, holding the body that Xinyu had shot before and howling. The next second, the grass at the edge of the wood shook, and more than a dozen people in black clothes and black pants appeared. Their faces were unclear, and they were holding the same black weapons, some of which were dripping with black blood. It was obvious that they were probably taken from zombies. Seeing this, Long Jie raised his eyebrows and prepared to stand up, and then a hand appeared on his shoulder. Xinyu said in a deep voice, "You help him amputate first, and leave these to me. Can it work?" Hearing this, Xinyu looked at his hanging left arm and said softly, "Whether it works or not, we will know only after trying." At the same time, Shen Meng's other 3 men also rushed towards those people with machetes like crazy. Seeing this, Xinyu hurriedly shouted, "Don't go." As soon as the voice fell, the dozen people quickly separated and surrounded the 3 people in an instant, and then waved various weapons to smash them. Xinyu had guessed that Shen Meng was probably from the former community, because he had just walked out for a short time and found that he was being followed. Secondly, these people had no professional training, and even if they only met a few adults, they would basically have no chance of winning. The 3 were surrounded and beaten, and Xinyu quickly ran back to the cart to take out the long gun, but as soon as he took it in his hand, there were 3 more bodies on the ground. One of them squatted down, took out a knife from his shirt, and cut off half of the index finger of a corpse. Then he put it in his mouth and chewed it in front of Xinyu. Chin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, walked slowly towards them, and said coldly, "Another group of beasts who like to eat people. I don't understand why it is so difficult to kill garbage like you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Yu sped up and rushed forward, and one of them also quickly rushed towards him. But before he could swing the axe, Chin Yu held the spear in his right hand and hit him hard in the face, causing his bones to cave in a bit. Then his head hit the stone next to him, and he died. This scene also made the others scream a few times, and then they rushed towards Chin Yu like crazy. Chin Yu swept the spear in one hand, dodging quickly in all directions. If he didn't attack, it would be fine, but if he did, he would aim at the vital points. After half a minute, Chin Yu had killed 3 people in total. Because the weapons of those people were smeared with zombie blood, he didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all, and tried to avoid them as much as possible. I would rather not get hurt than to fight hard. The battle entered a white-hot stage. After Long Jie helped Jun deal with the infected palm, he joined in with a knife. The two did not say a word. They looked at each other and killed without restraint. Soon those people found something wrong, because they obviously noticed that the 2 men were very skilled. Even if they fought together, they would not get any advantage. Then the last person wanted to retreat and ran into the woods in panic. Seeing this, Chin Yu threw the spear upwards, then held it with his right hand, and sneered, "You know to run now?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the spear with all his strength, piercing the man's back instantly, and then the body fell to the ground with a plop. At the same time, the woman who screamed earlier was terrified. Seeing Long Jie walking towards her, she was so scared that she lost control of her body and tried to run away in a panic. But with Long Jie's character, how could he let her go? Before she had crawled far, the woman was about to kneel down and beg for mercy, and then a corpse next to her moved, pressed her shoulders, and then bit her throat. Long Jie stood there expressionlessly until the woman was completely bitten to death by the zombie, and then he picked up the knife to get rid of the zombie. Chapter 904. It was already around 11 p.m., and the ground was full of corpses. Shen Ming no longer had a smile on her face. She sat on the ground in a daze, motionless. Chin Yu pulled out his spear, picked up the torch that had fallen on the ground and stuck it diagonally into the ground, then stabbed the corpses one by one. These people not only had black clothes, but their skin was also painted dark black by some substance. He squatted down and looked at them for a while, frowning and said, "This group of people used ink to make themselves black. Could it be that they wanted to attack the survivors at night?" Long Jie also noticed something was wrong. He tied up the man he had captured alive and threw him in front of Chin Yu, saying, "This guy seems to have a mental problem, as if he doesn't understand what people say." Hearing this, Chin Yu held up a torch in front of the man and recognized him as the one who helped him find the bottle. He smiled and said, "Oh, let me try." He handed the torch to Long Jie, looked around, picked up a stone from the ground, and walked towards the man. "I know you can talk. If you continue to play dumb, don't blame me for being ruthless." After he finished speaking, the man was still playing dumb, even drooling from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Chin Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He squatted down and raised a stone, and was about to hit the guy's instep, but he suddenly shrank back. Seeing this, Long Jie touched his nose and said, "You bastard, you dare to tease me, right? It's just right for me to practice the previous interrogation methods." The man knelt on the ground with a plop, his hands were tied, and he quickly pointed at his mouth. Chin Yu thought for a moment, then reached out, and pulled the weeds out of his mouth. At the same time, the man spat several times, then trembled and said, "Who are you? Shouldn't we be the ones asking this?" Chin Yu stood up and said expressionlessly, "There are no zombies on this road, and you are out at night, painted so black. Is it really just to catch people?" As soon as these words came out, the man in front of him fell silent. Chin Yu didn't have much patience, and said with anger, "I don't want to repeat what I said just now. If you have no value, you can die now." After saying that, Chin Yu was about to draw his spear. This scene made the man kneel on the ground and move forward 2 steps, then whispered, "We don't have much food. We can only survive by killing the survivors passing by." Bang! Chin Yu turned around and approached quickly, kicking him on the shoulder with such force that his shoulder was almost dislocated on the spot. "So you eat your own kind?" Chin Yu growled with a livid face, and clenched his fists. Just at that moment, Chin Yu thought of Wang Yu and the young girl who had desperately saved her in the cave. When they were watching from above the cave, Chin Yu and Alei heard what the girl said, so they guessed that she had also eaten human flesh. It seemed that after talking with Wang Yu, the girl really decided to turn over a new leaf, but both Chin Yu and Alei knew one fact in their hearts. That is, Such a survivor who had eaten human flesh would never stay with them, let alone be brought into the camp. So in fact, from the moment Xiao Hui ate the meat, she was destined to die. It was just a matter of time. Of course, Qin Yu never told Wang Yu the secret. But Qin Yu always believed that Wang Yu should not have died. She fought hard to survive, and finally integrated into the community. But it was only because Ding Tao was afraid of death, and subconsciously pushed his teammates to block the danger that led to Wang Yu's death. Because of these experiences, Qin Yu extremely hated those survivors, who would betray their own people, and hated these beasts, who eat people in the doomsday even more. At this moment, Long Jie suddenly saw something on the grass. He patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, then picked up the torch and walked over. Long Jie squatted down, picked up a chewed index finger, and then handed it to Qin Yu, saying, "Did someone cut it off just now?" Hearing this, Qin Yu reached out and took a look, frowning again. A few minutes ago, he saw the man put half of his index finger into his mouth, but it was too chaotic later, so Qin Yu didn't pay attention to whether the other party spit it out. Then Qin Yu thought of something, leaned over and whispered a few words in Long Jie's ear. Long Jie was slightly startled and whispered, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Well, I feel that this person is very strange, and I feel very uneasy at the moment, so I need to verify it." "Okay, I know." Long Jie nodded, turned around and went back to get the clean axe, and then walked towards a corpse. Because the corpses have been stabbed, they will not become zombies again, and can only rot naturally. Although the climate is hot, and it is in the open air, it has only been a few minutes, so it will not rot that quickly. After more than 10 seconds, Long Jie threw the axe on the cart, and then, under the stunned eyes of Yi Jishu and Shen Ming, he walked towards Qin Yu with a large piece of meat. Seeing this scene, the two of them immediately felt sick and bent over to vomit. Long Jie was holding the meat cut from the thigh of a corpse. Although it was the end of the world, few people would do this. So it was a big shock to them. "Here you go." Even though Long Jie had been through many battles, his expression was not very good at this time. Qin Yu was fine. He took it and threw it on the grass in front of the man, then said lightly, "Since you mentioned that you would kill the survivors passing by, then for you, this should also be considered food." The man knelt on the ground with his head down, hesitated and said, "Even if we eat people in the doomsday, we won't eat them raw." Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled. It seemed that this man was really determined to make it. He walked over and picked up the meat, and then cut off a small piece with an axe. At the same time, Long Jie also understood what Qin Yu was going to do, and picked up some dry firewood to make a fire. A few minutes later, the piece of meat was roasted and thrown in front of the man again. Seeing that the other party did not move, Qin Yu snapped his fingers and said, "Oh yes, I should add some seasoning for you, Yi, bring some salt." After the voice fell, Yi Jishu stood up and walked towards the cart. Soon she held some white fine particles in her hand. Yi Jishu stood beside Qin Yu, bit her lip and said, "Are you really going to do such a cruel thing? After all, he was our partner before." Chapter 905. Qin Yu smiled at her, but didn't say anything. Instead, he spread his right hand. Seeing this, Yi Jishu sighed and poured the salt to him. Then she turned around and went back to take care of the two wounded. However, Yi Jishu and Shen Meng looked at each other tacitly, and then turned their backs to the three of them. Qin Yu remained calm, squatted down and sprinkled salt on the meat. Then he said lightly, "Do you want to take it yourself, or wait for me to feed you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man stretched out his bound hands, and slowly approached the grass. However, when he just picked them up, his hands were already trembling slightly. Under the gaze of Qin Yu and Long Jie, the man began to bite, but his movements were very unnatural. Seeing this, Long Jie also noticed something strange. The next second, he shouted coldly, "What? If you can't use your teeth, I pull them out for you." Hearing this, the man shuddered and began to chew with his eyes closed. But at this moment, a completely uncontrollable range of psychological and physical emotion surged up his throat, and the man began to vomit instantly. The sudden movement attracted the attention of Yi Jishu and Shen Ming, and they turned their heads, their eyes full of doubts. This scene has confirmed the success of Qin Yu. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "It turns out that there is a problem. When did you find out that this person was lying?" At this moment, Long Jie was full of curiosity. Hearing this, Qin Yu said softly, "A long time ago, the community where I live was attacked by a cannibalistic force. At that time, a friend of mine saw with her own eyes that the other party picked up a ball of brains and ate it in front of her. But even she had never seen anyone chewing their fingers directly at that time. After all, this thing is not like chicken feet." Speaking of this, Qin Yu looked at Shen Ming and said, "By the way, that community is the camp where you are now." Then Chinyu looked at the man kneeling on the ground and trembling, and said in a deep voice, "Another important detail is that those survivors who started eating human flesh usually don't pay attention to the details of life, but the teeth of these corpses are not yellow." Long Jia looked around and whispered, "You haven't come into contact with this before, have you? Otherwise, how can you remember it so clearly?" This time, Chinyu nodded directly without denying it. He turned around and looked at Long Jia and said, "Okay, then you can slowly interrogate him. This man should be able to get some useful information." At this moment, the man heard what Chinyu said, and immediately rushed towards a machete that fell on the ground, holding it with both hands and about to stab it into his throat. But Long Jia's attention was always on him. Although he was fast, Long Jia was not a pushover. Before the knife tip got close, Long Jia kicked the knife out of his hand, then grabbed his hair and sneered, "Do you want to commit suicide? Don't worry, I play with you slowly." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jia dragged him to the side. A few seconds later, a deafening scream sounded, and Yi Jishu and Shen Meng blocked their ears directly. Plop! Chinyu killed the last zombie, then walked towards Long Jia with a spear and asked, "Haven't you asked yet? I've killed the sixth zombie. If we delay any longer, we will have to change places later." Hearing this, Long Jia replied, "Give me a few more minutes." Chinyu shook his head helplessly, turned around to look at Dong Jun and the man called De Jun, and found that they were still sleeping. Chinyu thought for a moment, then whispered, "If they need a blood transfusion, you can call me, I am type O blood." As soon as these words came out, Shen Meng's eyes instantly turned red. Yi Jishu shook his head and said, "The bleeding was stopped in time, no need, but we need to find a place to rest next, and these two must not be able to follow us anymore." Hearing this, Shen Meng hurriedly said, "Why don't you take it back to our camp? At worst, you can carry it back." Before she finished speaking, Shen Meng bit her lips instantly. She realized that she had no subordinates to use. Chinyu raised his head and glanced at the moon that appeared quietly, and then said, "You are too far away from here. I admire you a little bit. Even so far away, you still follow us. Then why don't we go to Xiaoyan's camp? That's the only way." Chinyu thought about it and nodded. "We set off after Long Jia finds out the news. We may not be able to rest tonight. Can you two hold on?" Hearing this, the two nodded at the same time. Yi Jishu even waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Before the end of the world, I was an internet addict. I stayed up all night and didn't find a job for this." Just then, footsteps were heard behind him. Chinyu turned around and saw that it was Long Jia. "Are you done?" Long Jia nodded, walked to the cart, took out a water cup, opened it and took a sip, then said with a twinkling look in his eyes, "You can't imagine how explosive this news is." Then he walked towards Chinyu and the others, sat down cross-legged, waved his hand, and said, "Listen to me, and tell you slowly. Wait a minute, hang up the cans first." Hearing this, Long Jia stood up and said, "I go." About 10 minutes later, the four of them sat together. Everyone's expression was very serious. Yi Jishu was a little dumbfounded. She pinched her arm and said in astonishment, "If it's as Brother Ajay said, the Savior sect is also ready to integrate the forces here? It's not clear whether it is the Salvation sect." Long Jia shook his head and corrected, "I cut off the man's little finger, and he didn't tell me the name of the organization. I just guessed. What if I guessed wrong?" Shen Meng hugged her knees and whispered, "So, we need to confirm the authenticity of the news." Hearing this, Chinyu paused and then said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry up and send Dong Jun and the others away. After all, it's too dangerous in the wild, and not suitable for recuperation." Yi Jishu slapped his forehead, stood up and said, "I almost forgot about this. Look at my brain. Dong Jun and De Jun have also woken up. They are not in a good state. After all, they are both in pain of broken arms. Unless it is a life and death situation, they can hardly raise their spirits." Everything was quickly packed up, and the materials on the cart were moved to the front area and tied up, so that they could lie on it. As for the others, they can only walk now. After finishing the work, everyone started to return. After an unknown period of time, Chinyu finally saw the familiar truck. The surroundings seemed very cold, but there were two zombies swaying in front. Long Jia quickly killed them, and then took Dong Jun and De Jun to the mountain. Chapter 906. At this time, Shen Meng was pacing back and forth on the spot, looking a little anxious. She was hesitating whether she should follow him. In fact, Shen Meng herself had no impression of De Jun, but she felt that this man seemed to be very obedient at ordinary times, and would stand in front of her when there was danger. At the critical moment just now, Jun was able to use his own hands to block the dagger, which also moved Shen Ming very much. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Shen Ming gritted her teeth and made up her mind to at least let Jun recover from his injuries. Then she returned to the carriage, took her crowbar, and trotted towards the mountain. Because it was dark, she even fell down. Yu watched this scene quietly, and after a long time, he said to the side, "Why don't you go and accompany Dong Jun? I've been waiting for you to say this." After saying that, Yi Jishu hurriedly shouted, "Shen Ming, wait for me." After the voice fell, she followed and soon disappeared from Yu's sight. At this moment, Yu just shook his head helplessly. Of course, he knew what Yi Jishu was worried about. After all, he was injured, and Yi Jishu knew how to deal with the wound better. But if she left like this, and Yu and Long Jia were injured again, things would probably get out of touch. But if Yu took the initiative to speak, it meant that he would be careful in the future, so Yi Jishu would not have so much psychological burden. Yu was guarding the carriage alone, and zombies appeared from time to time, but he easily solved them. When the moon came out, even without torches, it still didn't have much impact. At this moment, one of the horses suddenly cried a few times. Seeing this, Yu walked over, gently stroked its head and said, "Are you hungry?" The horse can't talk, it can only walk 2 steps on the spot, and then rubbed Yu's right hand full of calluses with its head. After half a year of devilish training, although Yu has completely changed, the result is that his hands have more and more calluses. This is because he often does push-ups and planks, and his hands are often rubbed by the ground. Yu looked at the 2 horses and said softly, "Don't worry, I cut grass to feed you later." Then he combed the hair around the head of the horse in front of him and said softly, "Fortunately, you 2 didn't quarrel before, otherwise those people might have attacked directly." Yu didn't know what method Shang Wenjing used. These horses were raised very well, and they even made noises when they met zombies. But the strange thing is that they didn't get emotional when they met humans. As for this point, it was also the reason why Shang Wenjing was depressed, because those people probably took advantage of this last time and easily stole the horses. Time passed by, and soon Long Jia came down the mountain alone. He walked to Yu, checked the leather holster on his horse, and then said, "Yi Zi also has a pistol on her body. There are not many bullets, but it should be fine." Hearing this, Yu was surprised and said, "I thought we only brought 1 gun." Hearing this, Long Jia shook his head slightly and said, "In fact, Yi Zi is also very important. She helped a lot when our camp was in danger before, so the instructor also took more care of her." "That's not what I meant." "It's okay, let's not talk about this. Let's continue on our way." Long Jia smiled, led the 2 horses in a different direction, and then he began to untie the ropes. Seeing this, Yu also went to help, and the 2 of them continued to move the supplies to the middle area and tied them up, and then got on the carriage. Long Jia held the reins and shouted softly, and the horse slowly walked forward. Yi Zi is a little timid, and he was probably scared silly before, so he didn't dare to shoot. Long Jia suddenly said something. Yu glanced at the splint on his left arm and said softly, "It was a little dark at the time. Even if she fired a gun, it wouldn't have much effect. I don't mind this." "Well, I didn't mean to hide it from you." Long Jia reached out his hand, patted Yu on the shoulder and said, "From now on, we have to depend on each other. Unfortunately, I am still a little injured. You have to take care of me more." Yu also smiled at this time, because in a way, it would be safer for him and Long Jia to carry out this mission together. This is not to say that Dong Jun and Yi Jishu are lagging behind, but that their ideas are often the same, which can reduce the time of communication. No big deal. Long Jia reached out and patted the wooden board behind him, saying, "You sleep for a while. I call you when we get back to the viaduct." "Okay." Yu did not refuse. He knew that Long Jia was not an ordinary person, and would definitely not deliberately show off. Yu changed his posture, and then slept with his head close to the horse, with his right hand behind his head, recalling the things he had heard before. If the information obtained by Long Jia was true, then the situation was indeed serious. According to the clues, there was a large force nearby that had captured some of the teammates of the group of men in black and forced them to ambush on a certain road. As long as there were any survivors on the road, they would find an opportunity to clear them out. In the end, they could take the heads and go to the camp to exchange for their teammates. But Long Jia did not ask where the camp was, and even after he broke the man's knees, he still could not get the answer. It can be seen from this that the force must be quite alert. What puzzled Yu was that the road happened to be at the center of several forces. That is to say, if someone just happened to go to one of the camps, they would not take the section where they were ambushing. But once they wanted to contact more than 2 camps, they would definitely pass by. If anyone in the Doomsday had this ability, Qin Yu had only one answer in his mind, and he could not think of anyone else except the Savior sect. In addition, Yang Yu did not finish his words in the afternoon, which made Qin Yu even more confused. He could roughly guess that Yang Yu might also be planning something, but he didn't dare to bet. Qin Yu didn't know what Zhang Yin and Yang Yu said in that room at that time, and could only hope that this guy would turn back. Or maybe Yang Yu himself wasn't that bad. At this moment, Qin Yu's head was getting bigger and bigger, so he simply opened his eyes and looked at the stars and said, "By the way, Long Jie, you haven't finished talking before. How did you deal with those black bugs?" Hearing this, Long Jie whispered, "We caught 2 black bugs, one of which was fed with animal blood, making it taste different from other black bugs." Under long-term influence, the instructor found that they would bite each other, so he got a few more, and every time there was a black bug crisis, he would release the ones we kept in captivity. The instinctive reaction between creatures caused that one to run desperately, and the other bugs would chase after it, and finally be led away. Chapter 907. But there is a problem. Even if the black worm is fed with animal blood, it should be a corpse worm, right? How can it attract the attention of those worms? Hearing this, Long Jie touched his nose and replied, "When the black worm was released, the instructor poured a lot of blood on it." After the voice fell, Qin Yu thought it through in an instant, and then said, "In this case, maybe other animals can be used, such as snakes?" It's difficult. There are fewer animal zombies in the Doomsday, and animals are more difficult to catch, and their speed is not as fast as black worms. That's true. Qin Yu nodded and didn't continue. The main task now is to find out who is behind the black-clad men. It was late at night when they returned to the highway bridge. Long Jie went to place the early warning device, while Qin Yu walked towards the weeds with a sickle. As he approached and was about to bend down, he suddenly saw a black and white snake coiled in front of him, staring at him with a fierce look. Qin Yu's eyelids twitched, he calmed his breathing, and slowly retreated. At that moment, Qin Yu's heart jumped to his throat. If the moon had not been out for a long time, resulting in much better light nearby, Qin Yu would definitely not have discovered this guy so quickly. At this moment, hiding in the grass pile is one of the most poisonous snakes, the Bungarus serpentis. If you are bitten by this thing in the Doomsday, even gods will be helpless. Although he had not come into contact with poisonous snakes before, Qin Yu had a little understanding of this kind of snake, and knew that Bungarus serpentis seemed to be a bit docile. At this moment, Long Jie saw Qin Yu's figure slowly retreating towards the grass, and then walked over. "What's wrong?" he asked in a low voice. "There's a silver ringed snake curled up over there," Qin Yu replied in a low voice. Hearing this, even Long Jie was startled. Before the apocalypse, he was not very afraid of poisonous snakes. After all, even when carrying out missions, Long Jie was fully armed. With his reaction, he could take out his pistol before the snake pounced on him, unless he stepped on them in the middle of the night. But even so, with the ability of the organization, Long Jie could call a helicopter with a satellite phone. As long as he remembered what kind of snake it was, he could basically save his life. But there are not so many conditions in the Doomsday. After retreating more than 10 meters, the two left the nearby area and then both breathed a sigh of relief. Long Jie said solemnly, "In the future, when we move at night, we must use sticks to scare away the snakes. If there was no moon today, and we hadn't met the group of people before, I guess one of the 4 of us would go there to cut grass to feed the horses." Qin Yu naturally understood what he was talking about, and nodded with lingering fear. Yes, Alice also said that snakes are different from other creatures. They are not necessarily afraid of fire, and they may even put out fire. If it was another poisonous snake, I would have been in trouble just now. After staying in the apocalypse for a long time, Qin Yu actually ignored the threat of poisonous snakes. He thought that these things were eaten by zombies. After all, even zombie snakes will attack their own kind. Hearing this, Long Jie returned to the carriage with a small fishing net and said, "It's not that the silver-ringed snakes don't attack people, but it's mainly because it's not easy for them to produce venom. If they can't recover their venom in a short time when surviving in nature, they may be in danger." Watching his movements, Qin Yu frowned and said, "Are you planning to catch it?" Long Jie nodded and said, "If we can keep this thing alive, we will have endless poison in the future, and its lethality is no weaker than bullets at certain times. But if the bow and arrow are coated with rust or zombie virus, it is not weak either, right?" "You are right, but if we secretly send the coral snake into a camp at night, as long as it bites one person to death, zombies will appear. Isn't this a weapon for the end of the world?" Long Jie chuckled and said his final thoughts. After saying this, Chinyu still admired Long Jia a little. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Does Shang Wanjing know that you are not afraid of death?" "It's okay. Anyway, you can rest. I can catch it myself." Long Jia quickly tiptoed over, but when he got close to him, he found that the silver ringed snake had disappeared. He looked around but couldn't find its whereabouts. "It seems to have run away," Long Jia muttered, but did not rashly enter the grass. Although he planned to catch the snake, he would not be so stupid as to let the other party bite him. Chinyu heard that the snake had run away, so he picked up some stones and threw them at the grass piles. After waiting for a few seconds, he took the sickle again. Soon Chinyu returned with a pile of grass, and then he and Long Jia each fed a horse. The place where the fight was taking place was still a distance away from the viaduct, about dozens of meters, and those corpses had been bitten by zombies, and they would not come back in a short time. This was also discovered by Chinyu by chance. When zombies eat the corpses of humans who died naturally, they will not eat all of them. They will get up and leave after eating about half of them. Chinyu also guessed that the corpse was affected by the virus, so the zombies would not continue to eat. Even if the head of the corpse was destroyed, the zombies would not eat it to the bone frame. On the contrary, it was difficult for various animals to escape. As time went on, the frequency of animal zombies appeared less and less. After feeding the horses, the two began to take turns to rest. Chinyu said that he would be the first to keep watch. After all, he had slept for a while in the carriage before, although he didn't sleep well because of the bumps. Long Jia didn't refuse, nodded and lay on the cart. Chinyu looked at the two horses and found that they were still sleeping standing up. After being out for a while, Chinyu also observed for a long time and realized that it seemed that they would occasionally choose to sleep, half lying down, when they were in the horse pen of the camp. Early the next morning, Chinyu and Long Jia continued on their journey, preparing to go to the next place. Every day, Chinyu would draw a stroke with a dagger next to the cart, and use the word zheng to calculate how many days had passed. In this way, the two began to live in the open air in order to find allies. Almost a month later, after being clearly rejected by two camps, Chinyu and Long Jia finally walked through all the marked places. However, something went wrong in the next few days. Both horses were a little too tired, and the speed of pulling the cart was getting slower and slower, so Long Jia found a place to tie them up and asked Chinyu to stay and take care of the two horses. Then Long Jia embarked on the journey alone. Of course, he first spent half a day looking for an abandoned car. Although it was dirty, it was better than walking because it had some gasoline. And during the time he followed Chinyu to deal with other forces, Long Jia also learned some useful things. Chapter 908. Inside the abandoned house. At this time, Long Jia was eating dried meat, while telling his experiences of the past few days. Chinyu stood in front of the window, turned around after listening, and nodded. It seems that these forces have also been vaccinated, so that they can't easily agree to cooperate. Yes, that guy, before I even approached, a group of people said they would never agree. I said I wanted to go in and talk, but they desperately shot arrows at the empty space in front of me, as if they were afraid that I would take 2 more steps. Long Jia was still a little unhappy when he said this. You didn't attack those people, did you? Chinyu suddenly thought of something and asked casually. Long Jia waved his hand and said, of course not, they didn't shoot arrows at us, this should be regarded as a warning, which is understandable in the doomsday, I'm not that petty. Well, let's wait for 2 days, and then visit the last 2 camps. What do you mean? Long Jia was stunned. He finished the last bit of jerky, then picked up the water cup, and was about to drink, but found that it was already empty. Seeing this, Chinyu explained, the weather has been too hot recently, and there was no clean water source nearby a few days ago, so I gave some water to the horses. I didn't expect them to drink so much water. Hearing this, Long Jia smiled bitterly and said, I forgot about this. It's not convenient to find water sources in the doomsday, and horses drink a lot. Then Chinyu looked at the 2 horses standing in the corner and whispered, but, I recently found a place with clean water. Oh! Where is it? Long Jia's eyes lit up, and he was ready to stand up. Seeing this, Chinyu shook his head slightly and said, don't get excited. I locked the abandoned house here 3 days ago, and then went to check it out, but things are not simple. Then, he slowly told the story. 3 days ago, Chinyu found that the water was almost finished, so he started planning how to find water. Having survived outside for so long, it was basically not difficult for Chinyu to just talk about how to survive. At first, Chinyu and Long Jia chose to hide the 2 horses in a resort, which was of course abandoned. Most of the zombies were concentrated in the periphery, and they were all at the back door. There were not many zombies inside, and there were many abandoned rooms. At first, Chinyu only stayed in one of the rooms and did not go deep. But after staying there for several days, he found that there was not enough water, so he tried to search for it. At first, Chinyu thought that he should be able to find some mineral water here, and he might be able to drink it after boiling it and cooling it. After searching the house, there were only empty plastic bottles on the floor, and even many water bottles had been dumped, leaving only a few empty buckets. At this time, Chinyu didn't think much about it. He just hid the horses, and repeatedly told them not to bark, saying that he was only going out for a few hours. Although Chinyu didn't know whether the horses understood, he felt that the two horses were quite smart. In order to survive, they had to leave the resort late at night. And this time Chinyu was also smart. His left hand was not convenient to move, and the splint could not be removed, so he found some black t-shirts and trousers to wear outside, so that it would not be easy to be noticed. After searching for more than an hour along the periphery, Chinyu found the first water source. It was a covered well. He first pushed out a little gap, then found a stick to jam it, but as the stone slab above was moved away, a foul smell came straight to the top of the head. Chinyu walked away without thinking. This familiar smell only came from zombies. Without thinking, he knew that there must be a corpse inside. Then Chinyu walked a few hundred meters, and found the second water source again, which was a few large water tanks. But when he got closer, he found that there were several holes poked by someone, and there was a lot of dirt on the ground. It seemed that someone had relieved himself nearby. In this way, Chinyu's feet were almost blistered for 2 consecutive nights, and he couldn't find any drinkable water. At this time, there was no sign of rain from the sky, as if it was a drought. At that time, Chinyu knew that this was not a solution. Others could endure and drink less water, but the two horses could not drag them. Without them, Chinyu and Long Jia would definitely not be able to go home. It was undoubtedly a daydream to rely on their 2 legs to walk more than 100 kilometers in the doomsday. The most important thing is that although most of these supplies are food, there are also weapons, buckets, cooking utensils and the like. These things should not be lost if they can be saved. Moreover, gasoline is becoming increasingly difficult to find. If things continue like this, I am afraid that I can only find a way to go to the gas station and open the oil tank below. However, in today's environment, humans can no longer complete this step. Apart from other things, it is difficult to find the right tools. Secondly, a large number of abandoned cars left on the road cannot be started. It is no problem for people to get in, but it is basically a dream for cars. So no matter how you look at it, horses are very important, which also makes Chinyu have to find a way to break the situation as soon as possible. On the 3rd night, he brought some food with him, and fed the 2 horses some water and grass. He used the skateboard he found, and set off on the journey. With the skateboard, Chinyu could save a lot of energy, and with a long spear to support the ground, Chinyu walked farther this time. Finally, about 10 kilometers away, Chinyu found a new water source. Even if he didn't get close, he already knew that the water there must be very clean, because Chinyu saw 6 strong men guarding that area. Then he took out a telescope, hid in an attic, observed for a while, and found that these people had food and water next to them, and were also equipped with walkie-talkies. Chinyu was not too surprised about this. After all, the survivors who could survive until now must have more tools. He stayed for half an hour, and did not find any way to get in. The area around the water source was very open, and one of them stood around the water source, and the other 5 people held bows and arrows, and patrolled back and forth without blind spots. Just as Chinyu was about to retreat, he saw someone riding a bicycle. He was too far away to hear anything, let alone see the shape of their mouths. However, Chinyu saw one of the women carrying a bag on her back, and her steps were a little strange when she walked through a certain path. She first walked a few steps to the left, then 3 steps to the right, and finally stood there looking to the left front, then changed her body angle again, and then walked over. Chinyu remembered this scene instantly, and he frowned slightly, guessing that there should be a trap buried nearby. All signs indicate that these people are not easy to mess with, and secondly, this place is beyond the area of the map given by Shangguan Jing. Chapter 909. That is to say, Shangguan Jing and his men have never been to such a place. Chinyu had no idea how many equipment these people had, or even their style of doing things. But the water nearby was indeed gone, unless it suddenly rained, so Chinyu would not have to go to such a great length to walk so far. After thinking about it, Chinyu decided to go back and discuss it with Long Jia. After all, according to the agreed time, Long Jia would be back tomorrow. Thinking of this, he carefully recalled the route he had taken, and then memorized it in his mind, and prepared to leave. Just when he returned to the first floor and picked up his skateboard, Chinyu saw several people riding bicycles, and appeared on the road at the foot of the mountain. Chinyu looked through the telescope and found that those people said something, and then two of them rode away on their bicycles. Seeing this, Chinyu hesitated and did not choose to follow them, because the sound of skateboards was still a bit loud at night, unless the road was flat, but the area he was in was obviously not satisfied. Soon Chinyu left there, and not long after he left, he heard the noisy sound of talking from behind. Since Chinyu was walking in a small alley, if both parties were going to the same road, he could really walk in front. Then, in order not to be exposed, Chinyu took his skateboard and hid under the abandoned school bus on the roadside. But what a coincidence, Chinyu did not see a zombie inside the school bus on the roadside in the early morning. After he hid in, the zombie also found him, scratched the car body with his hands, and finally even climbed down and drilled inside. Chinyu lay under the car, his left hand just close to it, and he held the skateboard in his right hand. At this moment, he couldn't even fight back. Moreover, hearing the sound of the bicycle getting closer, it was too late for Chinyu to change his position even if he went out. At the critical moment, Chinyu took a deep breath to calm himself down, then turned his head to the left and looked at the zombie that was getting closer and closer, as if its rotten teeth were about to bite Chinyu. Without hesitation, when the zombie was about to get close, Chinyu seized the opportunity and quickly blocked it with his left arm. Feeling the pain, Chinyu's face was calm. He used the splint to get into the zombie's mouth, then lay on the ground and moved hard inside. Finally, relying on his own strength, Chinyu blocked the zombie inside the wall, but he couldn't control its hands. But fortunately, Chinyu was wearing an extra t-shirt at this time, which was also long-sleeved. As long as the zombie couldn't tear his clothes, it would be fine. All this happened in just a few seconds, and soon the sound of bicycles speeding could be heard on the road, accompanied by voices. What made Chinyu frown was that the two people spoke in dialect throughout the whole process, and he couldn't understand it at all. After carefully distinguishing for a while, Chinyu found that the accent was really difficult to distinguish, just like listening to a book from heaven. As the two men moved away, he quickly moved to the right. Then Chinyu did not leave, but waited quietly beside the abandoned school bus. A few seconds later, the zombie crawled out, with its upper body exposed, raised its head and roared at Chinyu. The next second, Chinyu raised his eyebrows, took the brick he had picked up in his right hand, squatted down and hit it directly. It has never been Chinyu's character to not take revenge, not to mention that he almost died in the hands of this zombie just now. With a snap, the zombie's head split like a watermelon, and it burped instantly. Not satisfied, Chinyu attacked again, and then said, "You don't think about catching prey every day, but hide here to be Lao Lu's ambush?" Then Chinyu threw away the brick, stood up and looked at the route where the two disappeared, turned around and picked up the long gun that he had hidden before from the grass. Then, he put the skateboard on the ground and stepped on it with his foot. Chinyu held the gun in one hand, thought for a while, and decided to follow. He waited for 2 minutes to make sure that the two had gone far before setting off. At this time, this place was downhill, and although it was also a repaired road, in order to avoid accidents, Chinyu would still be more cautious. After all, if the two sides meet, it would be fine if there is no conflict. Once there is a problem, Chinyu can only capture them. But in this way, the two sides will become enemies, which is not conducive to the development of the next thing, so unless it is necessary, Chinyu will not take action right away. Moreover, this road lasts for several kilometers, and there is only one muddy fork. Chinyu is also curious about where they are going. About half an hour later, Chinyu stepped on a skateboard and appeared in an abandoned coal factory. From the bad road outside, Chinyu found that there were many bicycle tire marks on it, and there were more than two. Then Chinyu followed in, and the road was quite difficult to walk. Although it hadn't rained for half a month, there was still a lot of wet mud. He followed for a long time, and finally found that there was only a factory nearby, and it didn't look like there were any signs of human life. But when Chinyu was lying on the gate, he suddenly heard crying and shouting from inside. To be honest, if Chinyu didn't believe in that stuff at all, he would have turned around and ran away at this moment. Late at night, in an abandoned coal factory in a barren mountain, suddenly hearing someone crying was simply terrifying. However, Chinyu knew that the two men were probably inside. Because he had a telescope in his pocket, Chinyu did not rush in. He did not know if there were other people on duty inside. After thinking for a while, he looked at a big tree standing at the door, hesitated for a moment, hid his rifle and skateboard in the weeds outside, and then tried to climb the tree with one hand. But the shoes were a bit slippery, and it was not easy to climb up. Seeing this, Chinyu squatted down and took off his shoes, then tied the shoelaces together, and finally hung them around his neck. After climbing barefoot, Even with one hand, it was much easier. Soon Chinyu sat on a tree trunk, holding a telescope in his left hand, looking into the coal factory. There was a lot of scattered coal piled in the yard, and there was a shed on top to keep out the rain, and there were shovels and carts on the ground. Chinyu estimated that those people should come here regularly to load coal and take it away. After all, this thing is also fuel in the doomsday. Then he moved the telescope to a building, where there was a house made of red bricks. At this time, there was a faint light in one of the windows. A ragged girl was busy in the house, as if she was preparing food. The crying sound came from her, and her face was full of scars. Seeing this, Chinyu felt a little depressed. Without law and order, humans would lose their humanity. Many women who were caught could not avoid such things. For them, they would basically become slaves in the doomsday. Even if Chinyu wanted to manage it, he couldn't manage it. At the same time, there was a shaking sound of the bed inside. Chapter 9:10. At this time, Chinyu thought that this was another temporary camp set up by some beasts. He put down the telescope, and was thinking about how to get more information without exposing himself. It would be better if he could release the survivors inside. There was only one water source nearby, and Chinyu felt that these people had polluted the other water. He basically believed in his intuition. After thinking about it, Chinyu could only use zombies, but in this desolate mountain, he could only attract a few at most. But if that's all, it probably won't pose much of a threat to these people now. If he leads more, it will probably be daybreak by then. If he wants to go in during the day, he will definitely be easily discovered. By then, the people inside will also be prepared in advance, and they might directly mistake him for a companion of the survivors and kill him. Chinyu hid in the tree. Because the leaves were very dense, and it was early in the morning, unless you approached and looked up, you could basically not find his figure. But no one could have imagined that someone would hide in a big tree in the middle of the night. Just as Chinyu was hesitating, he suddenly saw a leaf in a certain direction move. That was exactly where the moonlight was shining. If it was the previous Chinyu, he would not be able to find it so quickly, but after training on the wooden stake for so long, he could quickly find it when the ropes around him moved. Later, Chinyu realized that this was because his dynamic vision had been further enhanced. Today, Chinyu's perception of moving targets is already quite sensitive, so even in a poorly lit environment, he can detect the slightest movement. Then Chinyu picked up the telescope and looked over, and immediately looked puzzled, because he saw 7 people squatting there. Currently, Chinyu was on a tree at the gate of the coal factory, and these 7 people were hiding in an area a few hundred meters away on the left. With the telescope, Chinyu could get closer, but he could only see that the one squatting in front was a girl, and the others were men. And they were still talking to each other. Seeing this, Chinyu thought about it, and planned to see what these people would do. If he could lead the people inside away, he would follow them to see if he could capture one alive, and then maybe he could pry some information out of their mouths. At the same time, in the service area camp, the lights were on, and some people held torches and began to search each house. Hu Yao stood in the open space outside, with an uncertain expression on her face. A few minutes later, 2 men ran quickly to her and whispered, "Sister Yao, we didn't find anyone. A bunch of trash." Hu Yao looked at them coldly, then turned and walked towards the dozen people standing on the right. There were many men holding sharp blades standing around, surrounding those people. Hu Yao first glanced around, then walked towards a younger girl, grabbed her hair and pulled her out. "Sister Yao, I really don't know where Nana went. I really don't know." The girl looked begging, and even wanted to kneel down. Hu Yao didn't say much to her, but just slapped her with his backhand. The girl fell to the ground on the spot, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, which showed how strong the force was. On weekdays, you and Nana are the closest. If she really left here with someone, it would be fine. After all, people with different beliefs cannot work together. But you let her steal the gun and ammunition and leave. I am really disappointed about this. As Hu Yao spoke, she turned and walked towards the brazier next to her. The iron rod inside was burning red. She picked up the welding gloves on the ground and put them on, then took them out and looked at them in front of her eyes. The temperature was so high that even the air around her rose a lot. Then Hu Yao walked in front of the girl, holding the iron rod in her hand, and said lightly, "I ask one last question, where did she go?" The girl covered her face, raised her head, and looked at Hu Yao, gritted her teeth, and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Hu Yao said nothing more and turned around to call 2 people. "Hold her hand." A few seconds later, Hu Yao squatted down and pressed the iron rod directly against the girl's little finger. The girl struggled and screamed desperately, but it was useless. Although Hu Yao's face was indifferent, she gradually couldn't bear it in her heart, but she had no choice. Most of those guns, bullets, and grenades were sent by the Savior sect, and each batch was registered. Even Hu Yao couldn't use them at will, but at this time, 1/3 of them were lost, and what annoyed her most was that the Savior sect's people suddenly came, and they happened to catch Nana and her people stealing things and leaving. At this time, Wave 101 was standing a few meters away, with no less than 20 fully armed men standing behind him, all holding automatic rifles and wearing bulletproof vests. The girl had never suffered such pain before, and soon fainted. Hu Yao threw away the iron rod and stood up, snorting, "Take her down and bandage her. I will continue to interrogate her later." "Yes." The two men nodded in response and dragged the girl away. The others were so scared that they dared not breathe, because Hu Yao had become completely cold-blooded and ruthless. Watching them leave, Hu Yao took off her welding gloves, turned around and walked back. Then she smiled and said, "Huan, you saw it too." She refused to tell me even though I threatened her so much. "Why don't you go back first? I will find the whereabouts of the weapons and ammunition in 3 days." As she spoke, Hu Yao took 2 steps forward and held Wei Huan's arm, as if they were back to their best friend relationship before the end of the world. Hearing this, Wei Huan, who was wearing a black tights, shook her head slightly, took her hand away without leaving a trace, and whispered, "Ah Yao, it's not that I, as your sister, don't want to help you, but the situation is a bit serious recently." Wei Huan hesitated, she sighed and said, "We are in great need of weapons and ammunition at the moment. We have walked hundreds of kilometers to take them away. If I fail to complete the task, it will be uncomfortable to go back. You have to understand me. But I really can't find them in a short time. How about you take the rest away first? Then should I come back to get them, or should you send them to me?" Wei Huan asked back. This, Hu Yao was a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to answer. At present, all camps are short of gasoline, and ordinary forces can't go so far. Although Hu Yao's camp still has this level of consumption, it is of no benefit to her. "One day, I will give you 1 more day at most." Wei Huan was silent for a moment, then looked into Hu Yao's eyes and said, "If you still can't find the ammunition by then, I can't do anything about it." Chapter 911. What will happen if I can't find it? Hu Yao pretended to smile and asked. Hearing this, Wei Huan sighed, turned around and walked to the back, then took out a micro-submachine gun from the box, and then turned on the safety under Hu Yao's gaze. She walked forward a few steps and said calmly, "The end will only be worse than this." As soon as the voice fell, Wei Huan picked up the submachine gun and aimed at the people standing. Hu Yao's eyelids jumped, and he quickly shouted, "Stop!" But as soon as he shouted, Wei Huan pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out of the muzzle like a fire dragon, flying straight towards the dozen people. In a flash, those people were killed by the gun. Wei Huan put away the gun and said in a deep voice, "At present, our Salvation sect has conquered Pawnee Bay, and the number of people in the camp has reached an astonishing level, so there is not much use for keeping these people. Now all we need are weapons and ammunition. We used to be good friends, and I don't want to do anything to the camp you are in. I hope you can take care of yourself." After saying this, Wei Huan wanted to leave. Hu Yao reached out and held her back. He lowered his head and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why? You clearly said that the Salvation sect needed to develop branch camps, and we have always been obedient, so why did you still attack us?" After saying this, Wei Huan glanced at Hu Yao and smiled. "Although that's what you said, the distance is too far after all, and it's not very convenient to transmit information. In addition, we plan to expand our influence to other areas, and this place has been abandoned." Then Wei Huan bent down a little, put her mouth close to Hu Yao's ear and whispered, "And after all, Yao, you have killed as many people as I have. Why are you asking me?" Finally, leaving Hu Yao's hand, Wei Huan asked everyone to lift the boxes and leave the service area camp. At this moment, Wei Huan thought she had done her best, because the order given to her by Brother Chen was not to ask for the ammunition back, but to kill without mercy. Otherwise, she would not have been assigned so many well-equipped men to serve. It is no exaggeration to say that a team of 20 people, all equipped with automatic rifles and bulletproof vests, can easily wipe out those middle and lower-level camps. The gap in weapons cannot be made up by numbers now. Hu Yao looked at the back of her former best friend, and the indifference in her eyes reached its peak. There was indeed a lot of blood on her hands, but Hu Yao believed that she almost never killed innocent people, and at the very least, she would leave the other party with a life. Xiao Yang stood in the crowd and watched all this, and did not speak for a long time. A few minutes later, Hu Yao turned around and nodded slightly to him. Xiao Yang understood and turned away. Now, he has been accepted by Hui Yao as his own. After witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang completely believed what Hui Yao had said. That is, one day in the future, the savior sect might clean them up in order to eliminate future troubles, so Hui Yao has been preparing in secret. In the dim infirmary, the girl's left hand has been bandaged. She lies on the bed, looking at the ceiling with blank eyes, and tears still on her face. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the room, and then someone pushed open the door and walked in. The girl turned her head and looked, her eyes instantly terrified, and then she tried desperately to shrink back. Seeing this, Hui Yao waved her hand, signaling the others in the room to leave. Then she walked to the bed, stood beside the girl's bed, and before she could speak, the girl cried and shook her head again. Sister Yao, even if you kill me, I don't know where Nana went. Why can't you trust me? Hearing this, Hui Yao sighed, took the stool and sat down, and then put the bag next to her on the bed, which scared the girl so much that she rolled off the bed directly, and her left hand fell to the ground, and she immediately gasped in pain. Hui Yao said softly, Nana went to save your sister, am I right? As soon as this was said, the girl in front of him took 2 steps back, her face showing panic. Hui Yao raised his head and said, Xiao Lin, I have emphasized before that this period is very unstable. We need to keep calm, otherwise the knife hanging over our heads may be placed on our necks one day. Did you hear the gunshots downstairs just now? Su Lin hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. Except you, the more than 10 people are all dead, Hui Yao said in a depressed mood. The current environment is like this. It is difficult for us to survive on our own. The Salvation sect said that they needed manpower before, so our camp developed very quickly. But plans cannot keep up with changes. In a blink of an eye, they don't need people. Killing people is like turning the palm over for them. Seeing that Su Lin still didn't continue to speak, Hui Yao said helplessly, I know what Nana did, and I can guess what she was going to do, but if I agree, then I will be the one who died just now. Then Hui Yao opened the bag on the bed, which contained some fruits, food, and drinking water. Take these supplies with you, and I will declare that you refuse to reveal them, and I will execute you personally in the end, so that Huan and her people will not be suspicious. After all, she still trusts me at present. Hearing this, Su Lin hesitated and took a step forward, asking, What are you going to do? Hearing this, Hui Yao closed her eyes, opened them after a few seconds, and exuded a cold aura. She said in a deep voice, Tell Nana not to come back after saving those people. I will send some people to meet them. Hui Yao continued to talk for a few minutes, and then left the infirmary. Qin Yu hid in the tree for about 20 minutes, and the others gradually approached the wall. But what was strange was that the girl walking in front seemed to have a problem with her feet, and her posture was a bit strange, and it seemed that she was injured. Seeing this, Qin Yu ignored it, and continued to watch the show. Soon, the 3 people took out the thick clothes they had prepared in advance, put them on the broken glass on the wall, and then climbed in. But as soon as he landed, he heard the sound of a plastic bottle being banged under his feet, and also heard a very piercing cry. Qin Yu thought carefully and recognized that it seemed to be a toy like a screaming chicken. At the same time, the window of the room was opened, and someone shot down with a shotgun, hitting one person almost instantly. The other 2 sat on the wall and quickly jumped out. Then Qin Yu saw some people holding flashlights and quickly going downstairs. It seems that there are really more than 2 people. Qin Yu muttered to himself for a few words, hiding in the tree, and still did not move. Soon a group of people chased out with various weapons, but the girl hid under the corpse. Chapter 9:12. After the people in the coal factory left, the girl also crawled out from under the corpse. She first looked around and confirmed that there was no one, then walked directly to the gate. Then, sticking to the crack of the door, the girl carefully observed the inside. At the same time, she suddenly walked back a dozen steps, then squatted on the ground, as if she picked up a rope and pulled it twice. Then, intermittent gunshots were heard in the woods. Although Qin Yu couldn't tell what type of gun it was, he was sure it was definitely not a hunting rifle or something like that. The girl stood in front of the door, took something out of her hair, and then fiddled with the keyhole. At this moment, Qin Yu moved the telescope behind the girl in the direction where she had pulled the rope just now, and found that zombies began to walk towards this side. Then he looked at the ground and found some liquid there. Is it blood? Qin Yu was a little confused. Although he was not far from the girl below, she did not notice his presence at this time. Soon after a while, the girl opened the door, then reached in and pushed it, and the people in the coal factory quickly opened fire again. Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled. The zombies had lost their direction, and were distracted by the blood. The gunshots attracted them again. In the next few minutes, the zombies entered one by one. Their rotting bodies instantly brought a lot of stench. Fortunately, Chinyu was used to it. Then the people in the yard took bows and arrows, and killed the zombies one by one in an orderly manner. But soon, a scene that surprised Chinyu appeared. He saw that the girl actually dragged the body out of the door, hid under the wall, and cut the body with a knife. Then she smeared the flesh and blood on her body, and then hid in the dark. Soon the second batch of zombies arrived, and the girl found the right time to blend into the group of zombies, and staggered inside. Seeing this, Chinyu hesitated. If she continued like this, the girl would definitely be discovered, because from his angle, he saw someone seem to push a lamp to the corridor. If the lamp could be lit, the girl would basically have no way to escape. Sure enough, when the girl walked in, the door slowly closed. At this time, Chinyu looked down and found that the door had a spring, and would automatically close slowly. Although it was not locked, it looked like the door could only be opened from the inside. If the girl tried to escape, she would not be able to run fast with her injured foot. Even if it was just a few seconds of delay in opening the door, she would probably die here. Then something happened that made Chinyu worried. The headlights lit up with a bang, and then the light shone on the zombies below. Almost instantly, the girl noticed something was wrong. Because the flesh and blood were smeared on the surface, it was really obvious compared to the other zombies around. Just when Chinyu thought she was doomed, an arrow suddenly flew out from the right corner and instantly hit the bulb of the headlight. Chinyu looked over with a telescope and frowned on the spot. The person who appeared there was actually Yongyu. Looking at his agile skills, Chinyu understood that he had probably recovered from his injury. After more than a month, Chinyu's arm was only almost healed. He even felt pain for a while, when he hid under the school bus before. This was also because the injuries Chinyu caused to Yongyu were basically caused by a machete, which looked quite serious but not fatal, while he was hit by an iron rod, which caused bone injury. Although he said that he would not let Yongyu go, Chinyu did not aim at the vital parts. Just as he was wondering why Yongyu appeared at this time, he heard shouting again outside the woods. Just like what he heard before, it was still in dialect, and Chinyu could not understand it at all. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly discovered that this coal factory actually had a back door. He saw 3 people carrying bicycles and then running towards a small road. Seeing that they were about to escape, Chinyu was very conflicted about whether to take action. Finally, Chinyu looked at Yongyu and found that he was running towards the red brick house with the girl. Forget it. Just consider it as helping Zhang Yin again. Chinyu gritted his teeth, put on his shoes quickly, then slid down to the tree trunk, jumped directly on the ground and rolled forward. Then he rushed to the place where the 3 people escaped. The reason why Chinyu chose to gamble was that he believed in Zhang Yin's character. The two had known each other since the outbreak of the Doomsday. If Zhang Yin had any bad intentions, it would be difficult to hide it from Chinyu. But in this case, Zhang Yin only wanted to protect his daughter and keep her alive, and he never took the initiative to tell others the details. Even now, many people in the villa camp don't know that Zhang Yin was a soldier, and they just think he is really powerful. If Zhang Yin let Yongyu go even though he knew he had killed someone, it can only mean that there was something hidden at that time. And if you really look into it, Ning Li's classmates also killed innocent survivors in front of Chinyu and others, and even caused trouble to their camp later. Including the woman who committed suicide at the gate, Chinyu also blamed Ning Li for this. So for such people, if they died in the apocalypse, he would not bother to care. Of course, the main reason is the current environment, where everyone can hardly protect themselves. Inside the coal factory, Yongyu broke the door lock with an axe, and then kicked it open, frightening the girls inside and hugging each other. Nana walked out from behind him, looked at the injured girls in front of her, and suddenly felt a pain in her heart and asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing the familiar voice, one of them took 2 steps forward, then rushed forward crying, and threw herself into the other's arms and sobbed, "Sister Nana. Woo! You are finally here." Nana hugged her, looked at her exposed lower body, and the scars on her thighs, and tears immediately flowed down. Yongyu picked up clothes from the corner and handed them to them, saying, "Put on your clothes, we have to leave here quickly." "Yes, you hurry up. You can't stay here for long. Shao Si and the others have guns, but they can't delay for too long." The girls in the house moved quickly. Although they were all injured, they endured it. Just as they put on their clothes and prepared to leave, Yongyu suddenly frowned and asked, "I saw someone shooting in the yard before. How come they disappeared when they came up?" Hearing this, a girl thought for a moment and then replied, "Just now, after someone locked the door, I heard a creaking sound from below, a bit like something." As soon as the voice fell, another older woman hurriedly said, "It was the sound of a bicycle tripod." Chapter 913. Hearing this, Yang Yu looked around, picked up a shovel with his left hand again and said, "You take them out first, I will chase those people, and we must not leave them alive." Hearing this, Nana bit her lip and said, "If we kill people, this matter will be difficult to end. I don't want Sister Yao to be implicated." Yang Yu pointed to her sisters and said in a deep voice, "Look at the suffering they have suffered. To deal with these people, we must let them suffer enough at once." As soon as the voice fell, Yang Yu quickly ran down, then picked up the flashlight on the table and turned it on to confirm that it was still bright, and then immediately looked for the back door. In less than half a minute, Yang Yu found the place where they were going. Just as he rushed out and chased for dozens of meters, he saw 3 people walking towards him. Seeing this, Yang Yu didn't think much and picked up the axe and prepared to throw it. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the darkness next to him, holding a spear and knocking the axe down in the air, and a voice sounded at the same time. "These 3 people cannot be killed for the time being." After saying this, Yang Yu took a half step back and gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Chen, you are really endless, right? I've run so far, why are you still chasing me?" The next second, Chen Yu moved a little to the left, the moonlight shone on him, and his angular face appeared in front of Yang Yu. "Those people are not easy to deal with. Killing them will not be easy to deal with later." When Chen Yu said this, he had selfish motives, because he needed to replenish water, and he needed a lot of it. According to the amount of water that the 2 horses drink every day, Chen Yu needs to fill all the buckets. Although there is some water in this coal plant, it is only enough for people to drink. "Boy, you know you're a bad guy, why don't you let us go, tell you." At this moment, someone next to Chen Yu suddenly shouted loudly. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yu turned around and kicked him, and the man rolled several meters on the spot. Because his hands were tied behind his back, his face rubbed against the ground for several circles, and his mouth was full of mud. Chen Yu said coldly, "If you say another word of nonsense, I will cut off your tongue." After this, the other 2 trembled and dared not say a word. At the same time, Yang Yu also saw the splint on Chen Yu's left hand. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled. "Tisk, it's been more than a month, right? You're still not well." "I'm fine now." Chen Yu said lightly, "Don't bother with that. I'm going to take these 3 away. Whatever you want." Yang Yu curled his lips. If he could pin this on Chen Yu, he would certainly agree with both hands. Then Nana also ran over with her people. She limped forward and whispered a few words in Yang Yu's ear. The latter nodded and said, "Then go this way. I go to meet them." As he said that, Yang Yu shouted, "Mr. Chen, how about we make peace? You fired 2 shots at me before. If I hadn't been agile, my body would be covered with maggots. How dare you say that to me?" Yang Yu scratched his head and said, "I said I didn't recognize it was you before. Do you believe me?" Chen Yu snorted coldly and turned around to take the 3 people away. He knew that he had indeed changed a little, but he didn't really want to deal with Yang Yu. Even if this person didn't recognize him, he could still shoot at people without any scruples. Soon Chen Yu led his men away. Nana took off her dirty clothes and asked curiously, "Who is this man? Why does he seem to have a grudge against you?" Hearing this, Yang Yu took a few steps forward and found the axe that fell on the ground, and said softly, "I accidentally offended him last time, which makes it a little difficult to ease the situation now, but he will understand in the future." In the abandoned room, Long Jia roughly understood what Chen Yu said. He looked around and asked in confusion, "Did you bring those 3 people back too?" "Of course not." Chen Yu shook his head. "It's a distance of more than 10 kilometers. It's too tiring to walk. I locked the 3 of them in a roadside house, and put a lot of zombies in the yard. I don't think they can escape. But I didn't bring a container, so I can't bring water back. It's been almost a few hours now. I want to use those 3 people to exchange for some water." After the voice fell, Long Jia pondered for a while, raised his head and asked, "How confident are you? With only 3 people, it feels a bit uncertain." At this moment, there was a knock on the door on the left, and then a man walked in. "What about these 7? Chen Yu turned around and looked at him, his expression calm, as if he had expected Yang Yu to follow. Seeing this, Yang Yu held a rope in his left hand, and the 7 people outside were tied up and stood in a line. He casually said, "Why don't you seem surprised at all?" Hearing this, Chen Yu pointed to the corner with his right hand and said, "The tracking ability of those girls can be described as kindergarten level. If I can't even find this, how can I have the confidence to provoke those people?" At this moment, Yang Yu took out a bottle of mineral water from his pocket, first unscrewed it, and drank 2 sips, then tightened it, and threw it to Chen Yu. Chen Yu caught the water, and frowned slightly. "I don't want to be your enemy. Zhang Yin used to take good care of me in the army. I know I did some wrong things, but if I ask myself, those bastards will be killed sooner or later. I was just a little cruel. Qin Yu listened quietly, and then glanced at Long Jia next to him, and found that he seemed to be planning something. After hesitating for a few seconds, Qin Yu opened the water bottle and took a sip, then continued to pass it to Long Jia. Although he was not very thirsty now, Long Jia had been running around outside for a long time, and his physical strength was probably almost at its limit. And Yang Yu had already drunk the water in front of the two of them, so Qin Yu had to consider Long Jia at this time. Sure enough, Long Jia took the water and drank half of the bottle directly, then wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth and said, "How many people are there? It depends on whether you cooperate with us." "What do you mean?" "Someone will come tomorrow, and we talk about it then." At the same time, Nana also brought a few girls into the house, but they looked a little embarrassed. After all, they were following someone, but they were discovered a long time ago, which was really embarrassing. "The other 3 people should have been brought here by you, right?" Qin Yu suddenly said. Hearing this, Yang Yu laughed and snapped his fingers. Then several men appeared outside the window, and they were holding the 3 men. Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded slightly, walked to the corner and turned back and said, "I still want some water as compensation for your second shot. After all, even now I can't let it go. If the bullet had hit me at that time, I would basically not have survived." Chapter 914. Hearing this, Yang Yu waved to Nana, and the two whispered a few words, and then walked out. Their supplies were placed in an area a few dozen meters away. Fortunately, the resort was large, and it was very convenient to hide people or things. With sufficient water, the 2 horses could also be replenished. Long Jia stood beside them, and reached out to touch the face of one of them. "Drink slowly, don't worry, I won't take you so far in the future." The next day, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Long Jia was lying by the window, chatting with a girl called Nana. Just then, after Yang Yu had settled those people, he pushed the door open again and walked in. Qin Yu was thinking about the next plan, then raised his head and frowned. "Anything else?" "I've always wanted to confirm one thing." Yang Yu walked to the center of the room, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "Have you heard of the organization called the Salvation Sect?" Qin Yu's expression was calm, so Yang Yu couldn't guess what he was thinking. After thinking for a while, Yang Yu continued, "I heard that they have developed an antidote." After saying this, Qin Yu stopped moving his hands, put his spear aside, stood up and said, "Who told you that?" "I don't know who it is, but it's been a long time." Qin Yu was silent for more than 10 seconds. He turned and looked out the window and said, "The Salvation Sect has a feud with us, and it's not clear when they will come, but I should be considered to know this organization. I have basically figured out their style of doing things. If there is an antidote, they will definitely not just release the news, but directly take the antidote to each camp. But what if it's true?" Yang Yu walked to the right side of him and whispered, "There is another possibility that the antidote production speed is not fast. After all, the resources and conditions are very different from before, but there are so many people, and no one knows whether it will be their turn." As soon as these words came out, Qin Yu grasped the key point. He frowned and said, "Does this antidote kill zombies directly, or make humans immune to the virus?" Hearing this, Yang Yu touched the tip of his nose and said awkwardly, "To be honest, I don't know." Qin Yu pondered for a while, and said, "The news is probably fake." After he finished speaking, a female voice sounded in the room. "Of course it's fake." Qin Yu turned his head to the right and froze in his place. He blinked and felt that the person who appeared here was a little familiar. At the same time, Hui Yao was also stunned. She widened her eyes and said, "Qin Yu, it's you?" Long Jia turned around and smacked his lips. "No way, another acquaintance. The world is really small." Nana stood outside the window and shrank her head, whispering, "Yes, how come we met so easily?" At this moment, Hui Yao shouted loudly, "Nana, come out quickly, don't think I don't know you are here." Seeing this, Nana muttered a few words, and walked towards the door on the left reluctantly. Seeing her appear, Hui Yao immediately walked over, then grabbed her arm, and slapped Nana's, but with his right hand. "It hurts." Nana covered the place where she was slapped, and tears were about to come out. Hui Yao said coldly, "You still feel pain? You are so arrogant that you dare to steal so many weapons and ammunition. Do you really think you are too old?" Nana pouted and said, "I didn't steal it." Still being stubborn? Hui Yao pulled out a dagger, furious. Because of this incident, more than a dozen people died for no reason. Although Hui Yao would definitely avenge this, she was also annoyed that Nana acted without consulting her. Seeing that Sister Yao was about to use the knife, the others rushed in to plead for mercy. At this moment, Yang Yu coughed and forced a smile and said, "Well, it was indeed not stolen by her. I took advantage of her." Then, Yang Yu quickly told what happened some time ago. 10 minutes later, Hui Yao put the knife in place and released Nana's arm. At this time, the latter's hand was a little painful because it had been pulled. "You told her that there was an antidote. Where is the evidence? I heard that you are a branch of the Salvation sect, so you are going to find an opportunity to verify it." Then Hui Yao glared at Nana, who was crying beside him. "You are really a troublemaker. Haven't you learned enough lessons? Seeing that he is so powerful that he can deal with more than a dozen zombies, you believe what he said?" Nana lowered her head and sobbed, "My good sisters have been captured. If I don't take care of them, no one will. How do you know I won't save them?" Speaking of this, Hui Yao was even more annoyed. After this, the others looked calm, only Nana raised her head instantly, with a look of astonishment. Hui Yao said in a deep voice, "I have already asked Xiao Yang to investigate the forces more than 10 kilometers away. There are about 140 of them. They are well equipped and ruthless. They have killed all the survivors within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Who can feel at ease with such a camp as our neighbor in the Doomsday? Besides, the distance between the two sides is less than 100 kilometers, and they may fight one day in the future. Secondly, they are targeting the women in our camp, but I also need their weapons and equipment." Speaking of this, Hui Yao turned and looked at the girls, and said seriously, "I'm sorry, I used you before, but there is no way, everything has a price. I protect your family very well." After the voice fell, the girls shook their heads and said, "It doesn't matter, anyway. Before the Doomsday, we were often mistresses for those rich men, and it was already like this." Xinyu suddenly asked, "Why is she crying while cooking?" Hearing this, the girl touched the wound on her face and smiled bitterly. "Even if I was a prostitute before, I was not beaten so badly. Of course I cried because it hurt too much." Hearing this, Xinyu was speechless. Yes, even before the end of the world, some people would do this kind of work privately. In the past, this situation was illegal, but now the world is in chaos. Who would care about these things? "What do you need weapons for?" Xinyu looked at Hui Yao again and asked. "The Savior sect is too bullying. I want to let them know that debts must be repaid and murder must be paid with one's life." When Hui Yao said this, there was uncontrollable anger in his eyes. Hearing this, Xinyu smiled. "It seems that the Savior sect is really notorious and has offended many forces. They are too powerful. Ordinary people can't compete with them at all." Hui Yao said softly, "I secretly supported a small force with a lot of people, but they are short of weapons." Speaking of this, she flashed a cold look in her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "It would be great if we could eat up that team." Chapter 9:15. What team? Xinyu was curious. Hui Yao explained a few words casually, and was unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Xinyu did not ask any more questions. He and Hui Yao had not seen each other for a long time. Although their relationship was not particularly good, at least there was no conflict between the two sides on the surface, and Xinyu was not going to make it too stiff. After all, if he guessed correctly, Hui Yao also built a camp. Hearing that she could support a small force, at least it meant that she was not doing badly. Thinking of this, Xinyu looked at Hui Yao and nodded slightly, then pointed to the area outside. "Let's go out and talk." Hui Yao thought for a moment, turned his head, and signaled to the people standing behind him, and then asked them to be alert to the surroundings to prevent people and zombies from approaching. The bicycles from the coal factory had also been brought over by Hui Yao and others. Then she followed Xinyu out of the house. Soon the two came to an abandoned pond, and the water in the pond was quite green. "How did you follow me?" Xinyu stood at the fence, with his right hand on it, and said, "It's not that easy to find your own people in the Doomsday." Hearing this, Hui Yao first turned his head to look at Xinyu, then whispered, "Since I am ready to take action against the people of that force, I must have already investigated the surrounding environment clearly. I still know which places are suitable for temporary survival. There should be a walkie-talkie to help secretly." Hui Yao did not deny it, but nodded, and she continued, "You have changed a lot. Haha, you too. You have become darker, and your body has become much stronger. We haven't seen each other for so long, and you're talking about this?" Xinyu smiled and turned his head to look at the splint on his left side. Although he was not used to it after wearing it for more than a month, it was much more convenient compared to the last time his right hand was injured. Last night, the zombie bit the wooden board, which was very dirty. Seeing this, Xinyu took off the splint and put it on the ground. He moved his left arm gently, and it didn't hurt much. As long as he didn't force his arm up and use force like yesterday, it should be fine. Thinking of this, Chinyu was not going to continue with the splint, and then he took off the black long-sleeved t-shirt outside. Hu Yao turned his head, looked at the scar on his right arm, and sighed. Time flies so fast. As he said that, Hu Yao stretched out his hand and placed it on the left side of his chest, stroking the scar there. Chinyu just glanced and looked away. He slowly said, I just wanted to lead those who care about me to live, and I didn't want to cause trouble, but it was hard to settle down after all. How did you get involved with the Jayashiman? Hu Yao was silent for a long time, and suddenly said this. Chinyu was mentally prepared for this, and his face was calm. Seeing this, Hu Yao asked in confusion, Aren't you curious about how I know? Hearing this, Chinyu said indifferently, Last night, a girl hid in the corner of the wall for a long time. Normal people don't need to run so far to go to the toilet, don't you think? Hu Yao nodded and said, Do you believe me? What do you mean? Chinyu didn't quite understand. It means, if a crisis comes one day, do you believe I can bring people to help you? Chinyu was silent for a long time, and then he said, You should know that this cannot depend on my judgment, but on what you will do in the future. Then can I trust you? After hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while, then turned sideways to look at Hu Yao, staring into her eyes, and said seriously, This can't just be said by me, but I can be sure that no matter what the future holds, as long as we don't have a conflict, I will not lead people to attack your camp. Then Chinyu stretched out his right hand and said, For other camps or survivors, as long as they don't threaten our safety, I won't take the initiative to fire the first shot. Hu Yao turned around and looked at him, then stretched out his hand, and the two held together, saying, I hope you can do what you say. Hu Yao then began to speak. Initially, I was able to develop thanks to the help of a certain force. At that time, I had come a long way, and they asked me to bring people here to gain a foothold. I personally don't mind living anywhere. There are zombies everywhere anyway. Just like that, Hu Yao stood by the abandoned pond and slowly told Chinyu about her experiences during this period. And Chinyu was also a qualified listener, and he kept listening to her. About 2 hours later, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was ruthlessly scorching the abandoned resort. It was just that the pond was in the shade, so the two did not move. That's about it. The Savior sect now treats human life as worthless and deprives others of their lives at will, so I'm ready to resist. Chinyu leaned on the railing with both hands and said, It seems that we have the same idea. But we only have 2 camps at present, and the equipment is not very good, so he and I came out to discuss cooperation with various forces, but unfortunately someone is secretly interfering. As he said, Chinyu turned around and looked at Long Jie, who was helping to make a fire and cook in the distance. His personality is indeed better than a lay, and it seems that he can get along with anyone. After the voice fell, Hu Yao fell silent, and did not say anything for a long time. Seeing this, Chinyu frowned and said, Could it be you who is behind the group of black-clad men? Hearing this, Hu Yao whispered, At that time, it was an order from the Salvation sect. They asked me to cut off the connection between the camps to ensure that those people would not form an alliance. I didn't know you were out. Sorry. Chinyu waved his hand and said, How should I put it? If it were someone else, this matter would definitely not be so easy to solve. After all, 2 of us have broken hands. I suggest you keep this matter to yourself and don't tell anyone. But in the end, you didn't know, and you probably didn't intend to completely break up with the Savior sect at that time. It's not reasonable for me to put the blame on you. Chinyu was really angry before, but after what Hu Yao said just now, he gradually figured it out. If from the perspective of the Savior sect, Chinyu and his men are also enemies. If Hu Yao got the protagonist's script, then wouldn't he, Chinyu, be the villain? After all, for Hu Yao, those people from the Savior sect had saved her. I'm grateful that you think this way. Hu Yao stretched out his hand and placed it on Chinyu's right hand, and then the latter immediately retracted his hand. Seeing this, Hu Yao was stunned and whispered, Little brother, you are not still a novice, right? Chinyu smiled and whispered, Let's talk about business, first determine what to do next. Chapter 916. According to the original plan, I was going to attract a large number of zombies, surround those people, and then blow up their water source. Before he finished speaking, Hu Yao saw that Chinyu's expression became serious and then asked, Why? Do you have any concerns? In this area of more than 10 kilometers, there is only one place with clean water. If it blows up like this, our 2 horses will be in danger. Can we try another way? Hearing this, Hu Yao frowned and said, There are more than 100 of them, and I can only command more than 70 young and strong men. Although the difference in numbers is not that big, it is difficult to make up for the difference in equipment. In this way, there will inevitably be casualties in the battle between the 2 sides. Because we still have to deal with the Salvation sect later, I don't want anyone to die in this battle. From the beginning, I planned to trap those people, cut off their water supply, and then try to take them down without any effort. But, after the words fell, Chinyu said, but your best friend killed more than 10 of your people with just a wave of her hand, which made you struggle with what to do, right? Well, I plan to kill her and the 20 people first. After I get their weapons, I can take people to a place. Ah, didn't you say she saved your life? How can you kill her just like that? Hui Yao glanced at Chinyu and said earnestly, yes, I saved her, but during this period of time, I have never neglected the information I sent to the Salvation sect, and even went against my conscience and sent them a car of survivors, even though I knew it would be difficult for these people to survive. But you are right, I can't just do it to Huan Huan, so I hope you can do it for me. After saying this, Chinyu said seriously, do you want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? No. Hui Yao clenched his fists and said fiercely, this is called eliminating harm for the people. Do you really think they are here to ask for weapons? As he said that, Hui Yao turned and shouted to the distance, Xiao Yang, bring me the mobile phone with power. Half a minute later, a young man with long hair ran over and handed her a white mobile phone. Hui Yao pressed the switch, and soon the phone lit up successfully. Chinyu was not surprised by this. Their camp had also restored power supply. If they just wanted to charge their phones, they could have done it with solar energy before. Moreover, after staying in the apocalypse for so long, everyone's original phones had disappeared, and the beautiful memories in the albums could not be reproduced at this moment, so everyone basically didn't want to use their phones. Of course, if Chinyu could pick up his old phone, he still wanted to charge it, and then see the faces of his adoptive parents. 10 seconds later, Hui Yao unlocked his phone and entered the desktop, clicked on a video, and then turned to Chinyu. Chinyu glanced at Hui Yao, who pointed at his phone and said, you know what's going on if you take a look. The phone was not very big, about 6 inches. The content of the video was a little blurry and shaky, and it seemed that it was recorded at a closer distance. The scene was in an open space, it seemed to be evening, there were 7 people kneeling there, 5 men and 2 women. There were also several men standing next to them with automatic rifles, all of them pointed their guns at their heads. Soon more people appeared, led by a woman in a tight black outfit. Seeing this, Hui Yao said expressionlessly, this person is my former best friend, Wei Huanhuan. Chinyu nodded and continued to look at the phone. In the video, the woman shouted a few words loudly, but the surrounding insects were too noisy, and they were too far away to record it. The next second, 4 men appeared and dragged the 2 girls to the open space on the other side. Then, they were divided into 2 groups, one holding their hands, and the other began to strip their clothes. At first, the girls desperately grabbed their pants to prevent them from succeeding, but in return, they were just punched by the big sandbags. Chinyu even saw that a girl's tooth was blown away. The next scene was too miserable, so Chinyu simply looked away. His face was calm, but his fists were clenched into a ball. Hui Yao's eyes were cold. She had already watched the video several times. Then she moved the progress bar a little and said again, keep watching. Hearing this, Chinyu looked over again. In the mobile phone video, the 2 girls were hugging each other and crying, and the other 4 men were standing by smoking and spitting at them from time to time. Wei Huanhuan walked over and squatted, as if asking them something again, but Chinyu saw that the 2 girls shook their heads like rattles. Then Wei Huanhuan seemed to be angry and kicked the girl on the left, then turned around and pulled out a machete from his waist, and then had someone hold the girl down. Then Wei Huanhuan took the knife and cut off the other person's ear. As if cutting off one ear was not enough, she stabbed the knife into the girl's right ear, and the ground was instantly covered with blood. At the same time, others walked behind the men with knives and cut their throats directly. Even though Chinyu was used to seeing bloody scenes in the Doomsday, he felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. Hui Yao turned off the video and said in a deep voice, the video was a month ago. At that time, there was a child who was so hungry that he had no strength, but he had solar panels and a power bank, and he usually hid in an abandoned water tower to survive. By chance, he recorded this scene. The day before yesterday, he fainted from hunger on the roadside. I happened to bring people to find Nana and rescue him. As a result, I found that he actually had a mobile phone on him. At the same time, the mobile phone in front of him also received a message of low battery and shut down. Seeing this, Hui Yao pressed the switch and continued, according to the child, these people have done this more than once. Okay, I have no objection. For such cruel survivors, Chinyu usually would not take the initiative to provoke them. As long as the 2 sides did not have a feud, he would ignore him even if he saw him passing by. Unless he happened to encounter the enemy killing the survivors when he was attacking a certain camp, Qin Yu would choose to save them. But at this time, Hui Yao had already formed an alliance with him, so Qin Yu could not sit idly by. By the way, you said before that you would go to a place after the incident. Where is it? As soon as the voice fell, someone shouted in the distance. Come and eat. Hearing this, Hui Yao explained, I will tell you after the matter is done. Anyway, what you need to know is that we must eat that force to have a chance to go there. Otherwise we can't even open the door. Hearing this, Chun Yu became more and more confused. But Hui Yao refused to say more, so he had to give up. The two turned around and walked towards the prepared food. Chapter 9:17. After resting for an afternoon, the temperature gradually became less hot in the evening. This is the most suitable time for action, because the slightest movement will not cause sweat all over the body. After almost a month and a half without a shower, Qin Yu and Long Jia have no way to get rid of the sweat odor on their bodies. But fortunately, everyone is stinky now, and no one dislikes each other. According to the plan, Qin Yu will use the 10 captives to exchange for some water. Of course, this is a loss no matter how you look at it, because water resources are not very important to those people, and most people will not be suspicious. After all, there is no water in other places. But Qin Yu is struggling with how to send the people over. If the other party opened fire without saying anything, then it would be the end of the matter. So Qin Yu spent the whole afternoon discussing countermeasures with Long Jia, and later Hui Yao, who had nothing to do, ran over to the side and gave suggestions from time to time. Finally, when it was dark, everyone decided on a method, which was to deliberately let 2 people run away first, so that they would think they had escaped. And it couldn't be too obvious, at least they had to have the courage to report the news. In this way, the other party had to bring people to rescue, because for any camp, the disappearance of 10 people at a time was not a trivial matter. Finally, Hui Yao and Yang Yu's people held them back, and Qin Yu took Long Jia to steal water from the water source. Qin Yu was still confident that this plan could be successfully completed. After all, if someone was captured, but the camp did not choose to rescue them, then someone would definitely think too much. This time they were captured, so what will happen to us next time? Should we save them or not? This thought will fill the minds of others. Once the team loses its cohesion, it will only be a matter of time before they disperse. And the means Qin Yu has always used have never relied on force to conquer people's hearts. When discussing these things, several people avoided the captives. They were guarded by Yang Yu himself, and even had to poop in that room. When thinking about who would take care of them, Qin Yu set his sights on the girls. A few minutes later, a girl pinched her collar and asked weakly, Are we in danger? Hearing this, Long Jia held a cigarette in his left hand, then blew out a smoke ring and said lightly, With me here, if you lose a hair, I will have lived in vain for more than 20 years. Qin Yu said in a deep voice, There can't be any trouble in this matter, you have to make sure it's done. After the voice fell, Long Jia pressed the cigarette against the wall to extinguish it, then put it in his pocket, and said to Hui Yao, Do you have an extra gun? Lend me one? Hearing this, Hui Yao hesitated for a moment, reached out from his waist and took out a pistol and handed it to him. Is this enough? Long Jia took off the magazine, quickly pulled the barrel and held the gun with both hands, made another aiming action, and then nodded and said, Enough, unless those people suddenly mutate, I guarantee that your people will not be harmed. Then please, Hui Yao said. While everyone was talking, only Nana stood aside with a depressed look and did not move. Qin Yu glanced at her and could probably guess what she was thinking, walked over and whispered, Your name is Nana, right? What's your relationship with the man who died earlier? As soon as these words came out, Nana raised her head instantly and asked with a puzzled look, How do you know that we sacrificed one person? Qin Yu said, There is a big tree in front of the coal factory, remember? Nana nodded. I was hiding under it at the time. Hearing this, Nana also understood. She squatted on the ground, hugged her knees with both hands and murmured, This matter is my fault. I didn't investigate it clearly at the beginning, which led to his death under the other party's gun. He didn't want to leave the house, but he followed me out because I was leaving. It's all my fault that I killed him. After she finished speaking, Nana's eyes turned red. Qin Yu looked at his watch and continued, Please accept my condolences. I will be able to take revenge in a while. But can't these people be killed? Nana raised her head and wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand and asked, Just don't touch them now. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and left. When it was completely dark, it was already past 8 in the evening. Everyone left the area, leaving only 4 girls sitting outside. After Yang Yu walked out of the house, the 10 men still did not move, all huddled in the corner. But they were very hungry, and each of them only drank about 300 milliliters of water in 2 days, and now everyone's lips were dry and cracked. The night in the doomsday was extremely unbearable, as if the air was hot, and the house was smelly, so gradually some people looked at the window over there. Although his hands and feet were tied, his knees were still movable, and he could still move slowly by kneeling on the ground. Soon someone came to the window, and he held onto the windowsill with both hands, and stood up carefully, daring to stick out only half of his head to look outside. Looking around, the man didn't see anyone else, only 4 girls who seemed to be boiling water. Hesitating for a moment, the man didn't think much and continued to shrink back. But as soon as he turned around while kneeling on the ground, his knees suddenly hit a hard object, like a nail or something. The man was afraid of rust, so he quickly reached out and dug it out from the garbage. He picked it up and looked at it in the moonlight. It was a nail clipper. It looked like it had been there for a long time, and was particularly dirty. He hesitated for a moment, then returned to the crowd and handed the thing in his hand out. "I just picked up this thing." Hearing this, someone was so hungry that he lay on the ground and muttered, "It would be great if you could pick up a piece of meat. Show it to me." The speaker was a man in his 30s, with a scar on his right cheek. Everyone usually called him Scar Brother. The guy who got kicked by Chinyu last time was this guy. He was usually very powerful and arrogant. He would basically avoid men who were alone, but once a woman fell into his hands, she would be beaten up. As a result, when the two met, he was knocked down by Chinyu with a punch. The strength of the two was completely on a different level. Scar Brother took the gun in his hand and looked at it for a long time, his eyes rolling. He turned his head and asked, "Where did the man die?" "I didn't see him. There were only 4 women burning fire outside." "Where are the others?" "Not sure." The man shook his head and replied, "Scar Brother, why don't we try to escape? What if this is the opportunity?" Hearing this, Scar Brother hesitated for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, "There are too many of us, let's go in batches." Chapter 9:18. After he finished speaking, he pressed the top of the nail clipper, then disassembled it, and then inserted the back part into the gap to widen the blade. After trying it, he couldn't cut the rope on his feet at all, so Scar Brother took the nail clippers, turned around, and rubbed them quickly on the ground. Time passed by, and the girls outside were about to fall asleep, and there was no movement in the house behind. It was about 10 o'clock in the evening, and in the quiet night, a click sound suddenly rang out. At this time, the fire was getting smaller and smaller, and only 2 girls were left with their shoulders close together. Although they were facing the back room, their eyes were wide open, holding each other's hands, and even trembling a little. Brother Scar was worried that this was a trap. What if the other party deliberately let them out, and then shot them? That's it, so he didn't dare to believe it at all. The man who slipped out at this time was the man who picked up the nail clippers before, named Ding Desheng. He first watched furtively at the door for more than a minute, until Brother Scar urged him from behind. Ding Desheng walked out carefully. The backs of the 2 girls appeared in front of him, and Ding Desheng licked his lips, and even swallowed his saliva. On weekdays, his status was very low. If he hadn't just picked up the nail clippers, and made a contribution, Scar Brother would not have looked at him straight in the eye. Although those girls had been caught for several days, Ding Desheng could only enjoy his eyes, and at most extend his hands to touch them. On weekdays, he was not allowed to even touch them. This was also because Ding Desheng had no ability. Although he was not beaten, he really couldn't say anything. Seeing that Ding Desheng was moving very slowly against the wall, Scar Brother frowned slightly, picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at his feet. Ding Desheng looked back to the left and found Scar Brother waving at him. After thinking for a while, he moved closer. As soon as he got closer, Ding Desheng's collar was grabbed by someone, and then Scar Brother lowered his voice and said, "Put away your broken thoughts, and when we go back, I will let you have enough fun at once." Thank you, Brother Dao." Ding Desheng was very surprised and thanked him immediately. Then Scar Brother let him go, and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and see where those bastards are. I don't believe they will relax their vigilance like this." "Humph, you want to trick me? No way." After he finished speaking, he touched his head. Little did he know that Chinyu had already predicted all this. Soon Ding Desheng quietly slipped away, and came back in about 5 or 6 minutes. At this time, the 2 girls were already sleeping on the ground. Seeing him bending over and touching the 2 girls, Scar Brother saw it with his eyes, and was anxious in his heart. He picked up the stone again, and threw it over, hitting Ding Desheng's body with a snap. Then Scar Brother raised his thumb towards the house, and stared at him fiercely. Seeing this, Ding Desheng turned around reluctantly, and quickly returned to the house. As soon as he entered, the others quickly closed the door, and someone hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Why? Where did they go?" Hearing this, Ding Dashang rubbed his hands and said happily, "Now I really believe that good people don't live long, and evil people will be around for thousands of years. We are so lucky." Before he finished speaking, Scar Brother slapped him on the back of his head and gritted his teeth and said, "I think you are really an evil. It's time to still think about those two girls. Aren't you afraid that someone is watching you in secret?" Hearing this, Ding Dashang looked aggrieved. "Brother, you are well fed, but I haven't even touched a woman's hand for half a year." At this moment, Ding Dashang seemed to be about to cry, but as a grown man, his expression now made people feel a little nauseous. Scar Brother waved his hand and whispered, "Hurry up and tell me, what are those bastards doing?" Ding Dashang said, "When I went out earlier, I walked 20 to 30 meters to the right and found a big gap nearby. Those people were trying to stop it, but there were too many zombies. Half of them were killing them, and the other half were carrying stones to block the zombies." "Really?" Scar Brother didn't quite believe it. "I was also suspicious at first, so I watched for about a minute and found that someone was dragging a corpse to block the zombies." Ding Dashang answered truthfully. "Strange." Someone didn't understand and wondered. This abandoned resort in the wilderness is full of zombies. Even if they sneak in, the worst case scenario is that they can just run away. Why waste energy to kill them? Scar Brother pondered for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, "It's night now, the middle of the night. Would you rush with all the supplies? What's more, I seem to have seen these people with 2 horses before." Hearing that there was a horse, everyone's eyes lit up, and some people even said excitedly, "How about we let them steal it?" "Pa!" The person who said that was immediately slapped. "You are so timid. These people are obviously better than us. How can we beat them if we don't go back and call for help? That guy almost sent me to see the master with 1 punch." The scarred face roared in a low voice, and then he stretched out his hand to cover the part where he was injured last time, which happened to be on the shoulder, and it still hurts a little now. "Did you see where the bicycle was placed just now?" Scarface suddenly remembered something and continued to look at Ding Dashang and asked. "It fell on the ground." Hearing this, Scarface thought for a while and said, "Let's do this, 2 people in a group. If they don't come back in 20 minutes, we will escape one by one. Remember to scatter after climbing over the wall, and don't run in the same direction." "But where can we run if not home?" Someone was stunned. Hearing this, Scarface suppressed his anger and whispered, "Wouldn't it be fine to change direction after running 1 or 2 kilometers? But we can't tell the direction in the middle of the night." Ding Dashang scratched his head and said reluctantly. At this moment, Scarface was about to suffer from stupidity. If it was anywhere else, he would have slapped him twice. But now, he needed to escape from here. Time was life, so he couldn't waste time anymore. Scarface walked to the window, looked up at the night sky, and then waved his left hand, signaling others to come closer. Today is a crescent moon, and it's not past midnight yet, so it's a waxing moon. Cover the 2 corners with 1 finger and point to the ground at the same time, which is south. Our coal plant is just to the west, and the base camp is the same. Seeing the others' puzzled faces, Scarface gritted his teeth and said, "Have you forgotten the knowledge we taught in junior high school so quickly? Brother Dao, who could have thought that the end of the world would come now? I thought I would never be able to live without navigation in my life." Scarface heard this and eased a little, saying, "Remember, if you really can't find the direction, wait for the sun to rise." Chapter 919. After a few simple instructions, Ding Dashang and another person left the abandoned house again. Although Scarface wanted to leave, he was too suspicious and missed the only chance to leave because of his fear of this and that. At this time, Long Jia had already climbed from the electric pole behind the house to the rooftop, and was lying on it with his legs crossed. He held a dogtail grass in his mouth and swung his right foot, taking in everything the people below said. Although the zombies in the distance came in waves, Long Jia believed that Qin Yu and his team would definitely be able to handle it. After hearing that 2 of them had left, Long Jia lazily took out the low-battery walkie-talkie from his pocket, and then turned on the switch. "You can stop now." Abandoned resort area. Qin Yu took a spear and stabbed the nearest zombie's eyeball, piercing its head directly. Then he pulled it out casually, and the smelly blood sprayed in the air. Fortunately, Qin Yu was experienced and quickly stepped back half a step, but there were still blood stains on the open ground. Hui Yao was chopping zombies with an axe, swinging it for too long, and some zombies' skulls would get stuck on the axe blade, and it was difficult to pull it out, so she even felt that her hand seemed to be a little loose. At this time, everyone was blocking the 3-meter wide gap, only blocked by 2 wooden sticks as thick as arms. When will it end? Hui Yao tried to use one hand, but it was stuck on the corpse, and could not move at all. Seeing this, she pulled out both hands, then wiped the sweat with the back of her hand and said, "If this continues, these zombies will attract more." Hearing this, Qin Yu looked around and said, "It should be about time. Just block it. I will take people to the back of the zombies to lead them away." As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he was about to leave with his rifle when Long Jia's voice rang out from the intercom in his pocket. After listening, he nodded, turned around and shouted, "No need to continue killing zombies. Find a way to block it. You two follow me." Qin Yu called 2 people and then left. A few minutes later, the zombies slowly walked in another direction. Scarface and the remaining 7 people waited for 20 minutes and saw that the 2 had not returned, so they were ready to leave. However, when they opened the door, they found that there was a dark shadow outside. Looking carefully, a strange young man with a crew cut was lying on the ground with his hands behind his head. Seeing this, Scarface thought for a while, then held a sharpened nail clipper in his hand and approached on tiptoe. But as soon as he squatted down and was about to extend the nail clipper towards the young man's neck artery, his right wrist was grabbed on the spot. Scarface tried to retract his hand, but the opponent was so strong that he was like a clamp, making him unable to move at all. Long Jia opened his eyes and said with a faint smile on his face, "How about I practice with you? I'm pretending." Scarface was furious and punched Long Jia in the eye with his left hand. The next second, he was thrown out by Long Jia. Half a minute later, in the abandoned room, 8 people with bruised faces squatted in the corner, tying up each other with ropes. Long Jia sat by the door, curled his lips and said, "Tie it tighter, otherwise I don't mind coming to help you tie it myself." When these words came out, those people shuddered twice, and a trace of resentment flashed in their eyes. Just then, someone raised his hand and said, "The rope has been cut, and the remaining ones are not easy to tie." Before he finished speaking, half a brick flew in from the door, and hit the man on the forehead with a bang, and he covered his head and howled on the spot. "Look at how powerful you are. Since you cut the rope with nail clippers, why can't you use clothes as ropes?" Several people gritted their teeth and did not dare to refute. After all, 8 people together could not beat the guy. Soon, time passed by minute. Yang Yu and others carried the stolen weapons and ammunition and distributed them to everyone one by one. Hui Yao only brought about 10 people with her this time. In her words, it was for self-defense. Although Wei Huanhuan said that she would only give 1 day, she didn't know why she suddenly disappeared, so Hui Yao hesitated and chose to leave the camp. After Qin Yu led the zombies away, he returned to the open space again. When he saw a few grenades in the box, he suddenly remembered something and walked straight over. "Give me 3 grenades." Hearing this, Yang Yu smiled, bent down and took them out of the box, and handed them to him. "What are you going to do?" Qin Yu said softly, "We have to make those people suffer a little." After that, he turned and walked towards the entrance behind the resort. Some zombies were killed by them, and most of the remaining ones were led to other areas by noise. At this time, the one named Xiao Yang was still leading the zombies away. The reason why they came to the back door was that Qin Yu guessed that those people must have been here. Since they knew that the water source of the resort was destroyed, they must know more than one entrance. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu stood in the open space outside the door, walked to the steps next to him, then he held the handle and pulled out the whistle, and then pressed it with a stone. Just as he was about to take the next step, he found that he had forgotten to bring the thin rope, and he searched his body, but couldn't find any replacement items. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from Qin Yu's left side, and there happened to be a ball of line in it. Qin Yu turned his head and saw that it was Yang Yu, and then took it and said, "Thank you." "No big deal." Yang Yu stood beside him and smiled. "This is what I used to fish with. It should be enough to set up booby traps. By the way, which unit did you serve in before?" "I've never been a soldier." Qin Yu tied the fishing line to the street lamp on the other side of the road, then picked up the stick again and tied it, about the length of the index finger, then straightened it to make the fishing line float in the air, and then pressed the stone stick with it, so that half of it was suspended in the air. "Oh!" Yang Yu was a little curious, but seeing that Qin Yu was busy, he said, "Why don't I help you? I'm familiar with this thing before." "It's okay. Let me practice and see how many people I can kill." Qin Yu shook his head slightly, took the other 2 grenades, and walked 2 steps to the left and back. He just stood on the road and looked at it. If the grenade was triggered, the enemy might subconsciously rush to the side, so Qin Yu prepared to set 2 more trap mines on the grass. The second time Chinyu prepared a complete set of tools. A pin appeared in his hand. Although there was a lot of rust on it, it did not hinder its use. According to the steps that Sloth had said before, Chinyu carefully squeezed the handle, then pulled out the whistle again, and poked the pin into the previous position. Then Chinyu looked solemn, and he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, and slowly released the handle. After digging a small hole in the ground, Chinyu put the grenade in it, and the other end of the fishing line continued to be tied to the door. Chapter 920. Because the two grenades were placed at a distance, the explosion on the right side would not detonate the one on the left side. If someone rushed over, the fuse would definitely be triggered. At the same time, the other party would definitely get up quickly and roll to the side. Thinking of this, Chinyu placed the third grenade there. Because the weapons and ammunition stolen by Yang Yu had not been used, even if the two people went back to report the news, they would definitely not realize that they had such a thing as grenades. After all, most people touched guns for the first time in the Doomsday. Even if these people are lucky and just cross that line, as long as they push the door to enter, the grenade will still explode, and at least the people inside will be notified. It's a pity that the power should not be enough to hurt the people at the door. Chinyu stood in the open space, looking thoughtful. At this moment, Yang Yu, who had just disappeared, appeared again. He walked towards Chinyu with a bag and said, "Sprinkle these iron nails around the grenade. It will be enough to make those people drink a pot after the explosion." Hearing this, Chinyu looked at it and chose to do it. After all, Yang Yu also told some of his stories these 2 days. If this guy didn't lie, then Yang Yu is indeed more experienced than Chinyu. When they finished here, Chinyu and Yang Yu walked towards the previous gap. After briefly communicating with others and explaining the details, he and Long Jia led 2 horses away. The empty barrels on the cart were tied together, and the two sat on it and rushed towards the coal factory. Long Jia looked back at the resort and whispered, "Chinyu, what do you think?" "Well, what's wrong?" Chinyu was puzzled. Seeing this, Long Jia pondered for a few seconds and said softly, "We have a grudge against the Salvation Sect, and so do they. But after all, we used to follow the Salvation Sect. Aren't you afraid that the woman will lie to us?" Hearing this, Chinyu suddenly realized that he seemed to understand what Long Jia was worried about, and then smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you in advance that Hu Yao and I have known each other for a long time, and have dealt with each other before." Then, he slowly started talking. Anyway, there was nothing to do now, so it was just right to chat in the middle of the night to kill time. A few minutes later, Long Jia nodded and said, "If that's the case, maybe we can give it a try." Chinyu looked at the zombies that appeared on the side of the road, thought for a while, and said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, not to mention that it is definitely a good thing for us to shake hands and cooperate with Hu Yao. We must learn to find allies, and let them help us contain the enemy, otherwise we will be destroyed before we grow up." Long Jia glanced at the small box next to him, which contained 2 guns, and then he smiled and said, "You are still thoughtful. I take a nap, and call me when you are almost there." The relationship between the two is now a little better than when they were in the manor camp, so there is no need to say those polite words. Anyway, whoever is tired will rest first. "Okay." Chinyu nodded and continued to concentrate on holding the reins. After walking for about 40 minutes, they have almost reached half the distance. Chinyu and Long Jia left the resort about half an hour after the 2 people escaped. He estimated the speed. If the 2 ran at full speed, it would take at least an hour and a half to travel more than 10 kilometers. This is assuming they don't get lost, and there are occasional uphill roads, so Chinyu determined that it would take them 2 hours to get back to the base camp. But the abandoned coal plant was not far from their base camp, which means that if Chinyu didn't meet anyone when he arrived at the coal plant, he couldn't go any further. Otherwise, the 2 sides would probably meet on the road. After thinking it through, Chinyu stopped the horse at the fork in the road, then he walked forward and pulled the horse to lead them to the small road. The path was very bad, and the carriage was very bumpy when it was pushed on. Long Jia woke up almost immediately. He sat up and looked at Chinyu, then opened the box, took out a gun, jumped off the carriage, and said, "I will go to the mountain next to me to be on guard. If there is any news, practice the walkie-talkie." Chinyu nodded, indicating that he understood. After walking about 100 meters in, Chinyu parked the carriage at a turning intersection. There were a lot of weeds around to cover it, and the horse could eat some grass. To prevent the zombies from approaching suddenly at night, Chinyu took a knife and walked to the roadside, cut down some small trees as thick as thumbs, then removed the branches, sharpened the bottom, and then stuck them in the soil on the roadside. Each stick was 3 meters apart. Then Chinyu arranged the cans, picked up the telescope, and walked towards the slope next to him. He slapped the weed several times with a long gun in his hand to prevent the spicy strips from being coiled inside. Time passed by minute by minute. Chin Yu and Long Jia waited for almost half an hour, and did not see any figures on the road outside, except for the occasional wandering zombies. But Chin Yu knew that this waiting was necessary, because it would be fine if the two sides did not meet, but once they met, the next plan would be affected. Hui Yao wanted to kill this group of people, but she didn't want to sacrifice her own people, so she had to fight them in 2 battles. After Chin Yu and Long Jia got the water, they had to destroy the water source as much as possible. Then Hui Yao would lead people to drive those outside back, and use the gunshots to attract the attention of a large number of zombies. Finally, they would find a way to break open the opponent's door, and use a stick to hold up the speaker, so that the zombies would quickly gather together. In this way, the destruction of these people would only be a matter of time. Only a few people would be left to watch the zombies, and Hui Yao could spare some time to follow Chin Yu to deal with Wave 11 and others again. As the situation became more and more tense, Hui Yao felt that she couldn't waste time like this any longer, because she knew one thing very well. That is, whether it is herself, Chin Yu, or other forces, if their development speed cannot be compared with that of the Savior sect, they will be slaughtered by them sooner or later in the future. If you want others not to invade your camp, you must have a strong military force, but now they are just in the dark. In the Doomsday, there is no way to use satellites, nor can you arrange spies, and even if you arrange them, it is difficult to send back information in time, which leads to both sides having to rely on guessing about their own situation. Since even they know how to nip danger in the bud, how can such a huge force as the Salvation sect not realize it? So during this period of time, Chin Yu was almost certain of one thing, that the Salvation sect was definitely dragged down by something, making it impossible to devote their minds to dealing with other people. After Hui Yao came, she also mentioned what Wei Huan said. It seemed that the Salvation sect had already conquered a certain force, and they no longer needed survivors. After this, Hui Yao guessed that the mission of her former best friend might not just be to retrieve the weapons. Chapter 921. After all, if that was the case, why were all the 20-man team fully armed? Hui Yao even felt that even zombies couldn't bite through those people's armor. So even though she didn't know much about Chin Yu now, Hui Yao knew one thing better, that is, the 2 people she pretended to send out before, actually failed to assassinate Chin Yu. Although Hui Yao herself didn't expect the mission to succeed, and the people she sent out were not the most powerful, but according to the description of the last survivor at that time, Chin Yu's reaction ability was indeed very strong. In addition, Hui Yao was very sure that Chin Yu was the person at that time because of his ease in killing zombies at the resort. There are not many people alive nowadays, and it is not easy to find 2 people with similar height and appearance. In this case, Hui Yao naturally did not want to be an enemy of Chin Yu, not to mention that Chin Yu had saved her. Even if Hui Yao became cold and ruthless later, she would not easily point the knife at the person who had helped her. Just when Long Jia was about to fall asleep on the stone, a rustling sound suddenly came from the side. In an instant, Long Jia pulled out his dagger, then turned on the flashlight, and immediately a snake 3 meters away on the right came into view. The next second, he was about to kill the snake directly for a snack, but he found that the pattern was a little unusual, showing yellow patterns, and there was also a smell. Long Jia muttered, "Cauliflower snake?" Thinking of this, Long Jia took back the dagger, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it over, scaring the snake away. If it was another snake, Long Jia would definitely kill it, but the rat snake is different. This thing will eat poisonous snakes. The reason why he knew it so clearly was that Shang Wenjing had released this kind of snake in the woods near the camp to drive away other snakes, so that they would not sneak into the camp. Before the apocalypse, as a professional killer who often performs missions in various extreme environments, Long Jia is quite familiar with many creatures on Earth. Even if many people have never seen them, Long Jia still remembers their characteristics and habits in his mind. After all, if you are not careful and get bitten by some poisonous creatures, you may die without knowing how you died. For some highly poisonous creatures, even if you can call a helicopter, it may not be possible to save them. So although Long Jia is brave, he is not stupid. Just after the rat snake left, Long Jia's flashlight also flashed a few times, and then it ran out of power. He pressed the switch and found no response, then continued to carry it with him. Although he had been out for so long, he used the flashlight sparingly. When he could use a torch, the flashlight would never come in handy. When he turned his head to look at the road on the left, he found that a light suddenly appeared on the uphill position ahead, and then Long Jia took out the walkie-talkie and pressed, "They are coming." Got it. Chin Yu picked up the telescope again and stared at the road outside carefully. 10 seconds later, a car with sharp sticks stuck in the body appeared in front of us, moving very fast. Following behind was a dump truck that often pulled cement before the end of the world, and there were people standing behind it. 1, 2. 4 dump trucks drove straight to the resort. Seeing this, Chinyu frowned slightly and said, "They actually sent no less than 40 people at a time. It seems that we have to fight quickly, otherwise they may not be able to cope with it. Let's go!" Long Jia responded with the intercom, then stood up and ran down the mountain. Then Chinyu quickly packed up the cans and put them in the car and led the horse out. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. If it was daylight, it would be even harder to get water, so Long Jia whipped the horse with a whip, making it go faster. Just as the two climbed over the slope, they instantly met eyes with 4 people on the side of the road. They squatted on the side of the road, 3 of them were smoking, and 1 was changing a tire. Like the car Chinyu saw before, this somewhat dirty car was still full of sticks, and there was blood on it. The next second, one of them pulled out a gun and was ready to shoot. Long Jia's eyes condensed, and he threw out the dagger in his right hand instantly, piercing his throat on the spot. At the same time, Chinyu took out the pistol from his waist, loaded it, and quickly pulled the trigger. 3 gunshots were heard, and bullet holes appeared on the foreheads of the 3 people, killing them on the spot. Chinyu looked at the corpse a few meters away and said in a deep voice, "Fortunately, the gun provided by the Salvation Sect to Hu Yao had a silencer, and it happened to be stolen by Yang Yu, otherwise it would have been really bad just now." After the voice fell, Long Jia touched the 2 horses to signal them to stop, then walked over, drew out the knife, and stabbed it into the head of the corpse again, whispering, "It's scary to change tires here in the middle of the night." Cursing bitterly, Long Jia put the knife in his pocket, and then dragged the body to the roadside with Chinyu and threw it away. After finishing, Long Jia was ready to put the car in neutral and push it down the slope, but Chinyu called him to stop. "If you have a car delivered to your door, you should drive it. What about these 2 horses?" Long Jia looked puzzled and said, "I won't leave them in the wild." "Of course I won't." Chinyu shook his head, thought for a while, and then said, "There is an abandoned house on the roadside ahead. I will park the car in the yard and drive away later." After saying that, he sat in the driver's seat and looked at the dashboard. He found that although the oil was not full, it was half full. After parking the car, Chinyu took the plastic film that the family had used to block the rain and put it on the car. Of course, the wooden sticks on the door and glass were still there, and the film covered it, and it was completely unrecognizable as a car. After a delay, the 2 continued to rush over there. The rest of the journey was smooth, and no one was encountered, and even zombies were rare. Near the water source, Chinyu was struggling with how to lure the 6 people out. There were traps buried nearby, but it was not known whether they were explosives. This place was about 100 to 200 meters away from the camp of the group of people. The surrounding walls were also expanded, which meant that if a fight broke out here, those people would be able to rush over to support within a few minutes. "How about I attract their attention?" Long Jia squatted beside the flower bed and whispered, "Can it work?" According to what Hu Yao said, there are more than 140 people in this camp. Counting the 40 people who just went to the resort, there are still many people left here. Chinyu was a little worried. Hearing this, Long Jia said, "It would be difficult for me to fight them, but it shouldn't be a problem to hold them off for 10 minutes. Seeing that Chinyu still didn't speak, Long Jia smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "Brother, I'm not only good at fighting, but I'm also good at escaping." After saying this, Long Jia hung the rifle around his neck, put away the only 2 magazines, and turned to walk in another direction. Chapter 922. Chinyu's current level of using firearms is not bad, but it depends on who he is compared with. If he is only compared with Dong Jun and others, Chinyu's shooting skills are of course good. But it is definitely not good enough in front of Long Jia, so handing all the spare magazines to him can also play a greater role. After he left, Chinyu also took the gun and ran to the alley on the left. Currently, Chinyu only has an automatic rifle and a silenced pistol. The rifle has only 1 magazine and about 30 bullets. Including the pistol, Chinyu had a total of 36 bullets available, which was indeed a lot, but he didn't plan to use them all. In other words, these people had no grudge against Chinyu. Even if they had a lot of equipment, it belonged to others, and Chinyu had no interest in competing for it. What he cared about was how to replenish the water source on the way back and condense the last 2 camps. But Hu Yao said that she already knew about this matter at this time. After destroying this group of people and Wei Huanhuan's team, she would personally come forward to negotiate with the 2 forces. At least on the surface, Hu Yao still has a lot of say. Although Chinyu did not express anything on the surface, He did not want to stay outside for too long. He knew very well that Hui Yao did not want him to leave like this, and this would inevitably take a lot of time. In the current environment, Qin Yu did not care much whether he was in the wild or not. What he cared about was that Long Jia was Shang Wenjing's man, and he was always taking him to do things like this, and it would be bad if he got hurt. The people in the manor camp took good care of Chen Yu and Lin Yi, so no matter what, Qin Yu could not let Long Jia get into danger, even if Long Jia's skills were a little better than his. After all, this is a matter of attitude. This made Chen Yu very entangled. At the same time, there was another thing, which was a certain place mentioned by Hui Yao. Although Chen Yu refused to tell her no matter how he asked, it must be an area where some supplies were piled up. While thinking about these things, Chen Yu got closer and closer to the 6 people guarding the water source. He shook his head and stopped thinking. He planned to solve the problem in front of him first. It was 3 o'clock in the night. Chen Yu looked around and found a pile of garbage on the side of the road, which looked like many books. This water source flows down from the mountain, not far from the city below. Before the end of the world, it should have been a high-end community built halfway up the mountain. There is a basketball court nearby, as well as various convenience stores and facilities. Of course, they are now abandoned. Chen Yu picked up a broom from the ground and shoveled a pile of books. Although the ones outside were severely rotten, some of the books below were still intact. Picking up a book casually, Chen Yu wiped the dust with his hand and found that it was a fashion magazine, which seemed to be a photo album. The beauty on the cover was wearing a bikini, with a hot body and very charming movements. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu thought of a good idea. He picked up all the similar magazines in the pile of garbage, and then walked down the mountain. The carriage had stopped in the backyard of a restaurant before. Soon Chen Yu found the can of hydrogen sulfide that Long Jia had picked up before. This stuff is extremely toxic. When it is in high concentration, it will instantly paralyze people's nerves and cause them to faint without knowing it. Just as he was about to process it, Chen Yu thought about it, and got up to look for it in the back kitchen of the restaurant. It was a little dark and not very convenient, but he couldn't get a torch. It would be bad if he was seen by people on the mountain. About 2 minutes later, Chen Yu found a pair of rubber gloves behind the door, which seemed to be the kind that dishwashers often used in the past. After putting on gloves, Chen Yu found a large paper box. This thing can be found everywhere, and no one will sell it in the doomsday. He put plastic paper inside to ensure that it was tight and seamless. Somewhat worried, Chen Yu went to search in several abandoned houses around again. Although he encountered 2 or 3 zombies, they did not pose any threat to him. Soon he found a roll of transparent tape. Chen Yu took it and walked back to the backyard of the restaurant, muttering, "Except for food and drink, other resources are really everywhere." He even found a lot of cash in the restaurant drawer. Since hydrogen sulfide is highly corrosive, Chen Yu had to make sure that the carton would not leak before opening it. Wearing plastic gloves, Chen Yu untied the plastic bag outside the can, took out the cloth, and quickly threw it into the carton, and then quickly sealed it with tape. During this process, Chen Yu was holding his breath all the time. He would not gamble with his health. As the tape was wrapped several times, the carton was also sealed tightly, looking like a courier box. Due to the sound of tearing tape, a zombie walked into the abandoned restaurant and was standing by the door, banging on the glass. Chen Yu looked up and found that the zombie happened to be carrying a bag on his back. He estimated that it seemed that it could fit into the paper box. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu walked over and pushed the door open, and the zombie immediately walked towards him. Unfortunately, it had no intelligence and stumbled subconsciously on the threshold. Then Chen Yu grabbed its hair and pulled it forward, with its right leg across the front, and the zombie fell forward directly. Without thinking, Chen Yu quickly stepped forward and stepped on its neck with his left foot, making it unable to move. Although the zombie struggled hard, Chen Yu had changed a lot now. Picking up the cardboard box on the ground and putting it into the bag, Chen Yu threw the photo albums into it, and then zipped up the backpack a little. This can explain why the things in the backpack still did not fall out when this zombie walked in the apocalypse. Of course, before that, Chen Yu sprinkled a lot of dust on the cardboard box to make it look dirtier. And Chen Yu used expired shampoo he found to smear it on the bottom, which could barely dilute some of the odor, but it would not reduce the lethality. These things may have been useless in the past, but they are still attractive to men in the doomsday. Chen Yu knew very well how much curiosity people have. When he saw these magazines in the open, he didn't believe that anyone could resist opening this package. Late at night, a skinny zombie walked on a deserted road. Every once in a while, a small stone would appear on the road ahead, as if guiding it on its way. Chen Yu hid in the dark, making sure that the zombie could walk towards the people on guard. At the same time, Chinyu saw that there seemed to be movement in the distance, and various lights appeared. Because it was night, and there was no electricity in the city, he could see it from a long distance. It seems that Long Jia has taken action. Chinyu whispered to himself, and sped up his movements again. Then he saw someone talking on a walkie-talkie, and then walked out, which happened to attract the attention of the zombie outside. Chapter 923. Most of the survivors now have experience in killing zombies. Even if they have guns, no one is stupid enough to use them when facing a zombie. So as expected, the man came up with a knife. Chinyu hid in the bushes, staring at him intently. Soon the zombie was killed, and the body fell to the ground. Chinyu saw the man stop, and then he was happy. Sure enough, the man squatted down, cut the straps with a knife, and walked towards the water source with the bag. Seeing this, Chinyu frowned slightly. He was now worried that this person would be too close to the well. If he accidentally dropped the paper box into the well when he fainted, it would be a waste of effort. But it was obvious that Chinyu was overthinking, because he saw the other 3 people gathered around, flipping through the photo albums with flashlights. One of them even stretched out his tongue to lick the pictures, and laughed obscenely from time to time. Seeing this, Chinyu felt nauseous, because he knew how dirty the place where these things were originally stored was. Soon, someone was curious about the package, and cut it open with a knife. Then, someone came closer to take a look. In order to prevent these people from throwing it away after opening it, Chinyu also put 2 women's underwear in it. The reason for such trouble is to ensure that all the people nearby can be trapped. It took only about 10 seconds, and the 4 people fell to the ground one by one. Soon, the remaining 2 people were startled and ran over to check. Chinyu held his breath and followed the steps he had memorized before, quickly walked through the trap area, and touched the back of the last 2 people. One of them took out the intercom of the fainted man, and was about to report the news when he was knocked unconscious by Chinyu. The other one was startled and wanted to shoot, but he didn't have time. Then Chinyu took out the belts and shoelaces of these people, and asked them to lie on the ground in groups of 2 and tie their hands and feet together. Somewhat worried, Chinyu took off their shoes and stuffed the sour socks into their mouths to block them. After finishing his work, Chinyu collected the weapons carried by the 6 people, a total of 3 shotguns and 2 pistols. It seems that Hu Yao's intelligence was not wrong. These people were indeed well armed, and their guns were fully loaded with ammunition. Then Chinyu picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and walked towards the open space. He stood a few meters away and threw the stone directly. There was no other way, because if he wanted to get water, Chinyu needed to bring the carriage to the water source, but the only passage here was obviously trapped. Even if there were really explosives buried, Chinyu could only let them explode, then directly destroy the water source here, and then drive the car to Hu Yao's camp to get water for the 2 horses. As the stone was thrown, Chinyu also quickly stepped back. But there was only a click, and no movement. Seeing this, Chinyu went forward to check and found that it was a trap made of some wooden boards, with many spikes underneath, all smeared with zombie blood. Seeing this, Chinyu was relieved. He picked up the surrounding stones, and quickly smashed the wooden sticks in the trap. Fortunately, this place was on the mountain, and there was nothing missing except stones. About 10 minutes later, Chinyu had filled half of the several buckets in the carriage. Previously, he saw someone holding a scoop to catch the flowing water and drink it directly, so Chinyu knew that the water must be very clean. Before filling the water, he drank it himself. This mountain spring water really tastes sweet. Chinyu wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth, holding the scoop, and muttered contentedly. Even Chinyu was reluctant to destroy it. After the water flows down from the mountain, it will gather in the well, and then be led to the camp of these people by a long pipe. This area has also been rebuilt. No wonder 6 people were sent to guard it. When the water bucket of the carriage was full, Chinyu found the basins used by these people to wash their faces, and filled them with water, and placed them on the ground to feed the 2 horses. At this time, some people began to wake up, but their hands and feet were tied, and their mouths were stuffed with smelly socks, so they could only struggle. Seeing this, Chinyu raised his eyebrows, and walked over with a brick. Who woke you up? Pa! A brick went down, and the man fainted again. Chinyu was about to leave, when he noticed someone moving his fingers. Without thinking, he hit the person with another brick. It was past 4 in the morning, and the sky was about to get light. Every minute was crucial. After the 2 horses had enough water, Chinyu led them down the mountain quickly. After locking them in the yard of the abandoned restaurant, he ran up the mountain again. Suddenly, Long Jia's voice appeared on Chinyu's intercom, and it sounded quite urgent. "Chinyu, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. Before he finished speaking, another roar came from the intercom. These bastards actually have C4 explosives? As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu suddenly turned around and looked at the camp over there, quickly picking up the telescope on his neck and looking over. At the same time, within the field of vision, a fierce explosion sounded, and then the three-story building collapsed with a loud bang, and a lot of dust rose from the ground. Chinyu's eyes instantly turned red. He turned around and threw the cardboard box on the ground into the well, then rushed to the top of the mountain, but when he reached the spring, he was in trouble because he couldn't stop the water from flowing here. At the critical moment, Chinyu looked at the watch on his hand. If he remembered correctly, his watch used a button battery. Once the button battery comes into contact with water, it will cause permanent pollution. The damage can affect hundreds of thousands of liters of water. The reason why Chinyu knew so clearly was because he had learned a lot from Shang Wenjing's people during this period. Leander looked gentle, but he knew a lot. Thinking of this, Chinyu took off his watch, took out a small flashlight from his trouser pocket, and placed it on the stone, then carefully inserted the tip of the dagger into the groove of the watch backpack. Because he had killed zombies with a knife, Chinyu was very cautious, and even sweat flowed down his forehead. At this time, he had to quickly complete the task here, and then rush over to support Long Jia. After trying almost a dozen places, Chinyu finally pried open the watch, took out the button battery, and squatted near the spring with it. Using the dagger to dig a little hole, Chinyu buried the battery in it, and then put the flashlight in his pocket, and left here without looking back. Down the mountain, on a dilapidated street, there were only a few zombies wandering around. At this moment, a dusty figure suddenly jumped out from the balcony of the second floor of an abandoned house on the roadside. It was Long Jia. He quickly jumped to the abandoned car below. The moment he landed, he rolled towards the ground. His movements were very standard, relieving most of the force, and then he ran desperately. Chapter 924. You play with eagles every day, and now you're going to get blinded by an eagle. Long Jia dodged the arrows shot by the people behind him, turned his head, and spit on the ground. Previously, he led more than 30 people around in circles, and was finally forced to the rooftop of a 3-story building. He originally planned to jump to the next building, but what Long Jia didn't expect was that those people suddenly threw out something very familiar. Although Chinyu didn't expose himself when he dealt with those people, and even failed to let them report the news successfully, Long Jia's trip was not in vain. Because if he hadn't appeared, when Chinyu went over to knock someone out, another group of people were just about to change shifts. If the two of them went to get water at the same time, they would definitely be discovered. Due to the terrifying power of C4 explosives, those people just happened to explode the load-bearing wall, and there were more than one, causing the building to collapse directly. If Long Jia hadn't reacted quickly, and jumped up with his rifle to hook the wire, he would have been buried alive. Unfortunately, the rifle couldn't be hooked steadily, so Long Jia could only buffer for a while, and then landed on a roof. Thanks to the secondary buffer, and the pile of cardboard below, he didn't die on the spot. It's said that Long Jia is lucky. The first floor of the building he hid in happened to be a waste collection place before the end of the world. If there were iron tools outside, they would be pierced like hedgehogs. After escaping with great difficulty, the people behind him kept chasing him. Long Jia tried to press the intercom to ask for help, but found that it was out of power. He ran into a dead end, leaned against the wall, panting, and stared at those people. A few seconds later, a burly man appeared, holding a shotgun and a cigar in his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "A young bastard dared to come to my camp and make trouble, and you killed more than 10 people." As soon as he finished speaking, almost 50 people surrounded the alley. Long Jia looked at his scratched arm and sneered, "If the building hadn't collapsed and the magazine hadn't fallen, I could have killed another 20 of you." The burly man held the cigar in his hand, then pulled the bolt and taunted, "I don't talk much, don't expect anyone to save you, die." After saying that, the sturdy man pulled the trigger directly. At the same time, Long Jia burst out with terrifying power, kicked the wall to the left, then jumped to the right, grabbed the wall behind him and prepared to climb over, but it was full of glass fragments. The next second, Long Jia instantly saw someone holding a gun on the other side of the alley. Without thinking, he leaned back and barely avoided the pistol bullet, and his back fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the sturdy man instantly frowned, squinted his eyes, and said, "Such abnormal skills? Humph, I want to see how you can dodge this second wave of bullets." Then he waved his hand, and 5 people took a few steps forward with their hunting rifles, ready to pull the trigger again. Long Jia lay on the ground, looking at the gradually brightening sky, with a hint of fascination and reluctance in his eyes. At the moment the gun went off, a figure suddenly appeared on the roof next to Long Jia's eyes, and threw down a dozens of kilograms of iron plate vertically. The bullets fired by the 5 people were actually all blocked, and because they were shotguns, and because of the range, they could not shoot through the iron plate. Then, a rifle with a new magazine fell on Long Jia's stomach, and Chen Yu even slid down from the 3-meter-high roof by grabbing the wire. He quickly supported the iron plate that was about to fall, holding the automatic rifle in his right hand, and instantly knocked down several people, while turning back and saying in a deep voice, "Are you okay?" Long Jia's murderous intent was fully revealed at this moment. He turned over and joined the battle with a gun, saying seriously, "I owe you a life." The sturdy man quickly retreated to avoid the bullets, and he shouted angrily, "Where's the explosives? Throw them in." Halfway through his words, a bullet flew from behind the sturdy man, instantly piercing his temple, and then his head fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, someone looked back and shouted in panic, "Get out of the way!" As soon as he finished speaking, an RPG shell flew in with a whistling sound, instantly hitting the wall, and dozens of people were torn into pieces on the spot. About 300 meters away, a Lei stood on the roof of an SUV with a cannon on his shoulder. Then he held a walkie-talkie and said expressionlessly, "Zhang Yin, my mission has been completed, and the next step is up to you." "Got it." Zhang Yin, wearing a camouflage uniform, rushed into the street quickly with a rifle at an angle, and Hui Yao followed him. In the distance, Yang Yu was lying on the roof, holding a sniper rifle and calling out the names of those people one by one. With the intermittent gunshots outside and the previous explosion, Chen Yu and Long Jia were both confused. "Who is helping us?" Long Jia asked in a low voice, pressing his left foot. "I don't know, I don't see anyone else." Chen Yu didn't know either. Just then, a man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. It was already dawn, and the light was much better. Chen Yu looked at the familiar face, stood up suddenly, and blurted out in surprise, "Zhang Yin, why are you here?" Then Hui Yao took the pistol and shot at other places. She shouted, "I explain it to you slowly later, hurry up." Hearing this, Chen Yu looked back at Long Jia and found that his ankle seemed to be injured. He then squatted down and patted his shoulder, saying, "Come up." Seeing this, Long Jia did not refuse and lay down directly. He was injured when he fell from the roof before, and the pressure on his ankle was indeed serious due to the rapid running. Long Jia has a strong physical fitness, but he also knows his limits. Although he can still run for at least 10 more minutes, if he does so, it is likely that he will suffer irreversible damage. The medical environment in the Doomsday is not as good as before. There is no point in being brave at this time. Chen Yu ran out of the alley with Long Jia on his back. Zhang Yin held a rifle in both hands and suppressed the fire. He turned his head and looked at Chen Yu. The two looked at each other and nodded. There was no need to say more about the Brotherhood. Both sides knew that this was not the place to talk. At this time, Chen Yu followed Zhang Yin and Hui Yao with his back on his back. He also remembered the letter he had sent to his family before. The content at that time was to let the pigeons be brought over after training. If the pigeons are hatched and trained, it will take more than a month. With the addition of Zhang Yin and a Lei, Hui Yao is even more confident, shooting as if he is not afraid of bullets. Soon, those people crawled back to the camp, and Chen Yu carried Long Jia to a safe place. Chapter 925. In the abandoned yard, Chen Yu put Long Jia on the cart. It was already daybreak, but gunshots could still be heard occasionally in the distance. Zhang Yin searched around with a gun, and then returned to the yard. Chen Yu stood beside the carriage, and when he saw him come back, he walked over and hugged Zhang Yin. "How is your family? Is everything okay?" After saying this, Chen Yu noticed that Zhang Yin's eyes dodged for a moment, and then he smiled and said, "Everyone misses you in Shaolin, and everything is fine." Hearing this, Chen Yu frowned slightly, but did not say it directly, but nodded. "Are you alone? Has a Lei come?" Hearing the name of the eldest brother, Long Jia looked around, trying to find his figure. After not seeing each other for more than 7 months, Zhang Yin has changed a lot. The most obvious thing is that his beard has grown a lot. He whispered, "A Lei is here too, and he was the one who fired the rocket launcher before." After the voice fell, Chen Yu turned his head to look at Hui Yao, wondering, where did this thing come from? The reason for asking this is that Chen Yu knew that the camp in the villa area had no stock left, and it was most likely provided by Hui Yao. The Savior sect once provided us with 2 shells for self-protection, and we took one with us this time. Hui Yao was wiping the dust off his body with a towel, and he answered casually, "Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear." A Lei climbed over a wall with the barrel in one hand. But his change was no less than Zhang Yin's. At this moment, Chinyu was stunned, and even Long Jia got up from the cart excitedly. He looked over with disbelief. Brother, what's wrong with your hand? Ali now has a long scar from his left shoulder to his wrist. Although it looks like the wound is healed, it still looks quite shocking. Hearing this, Ali reached out and touched his face, only to find that the face towel seemed to have fallen off. He turned back to the fence, picked up the piece of cloth on the ground and put it in his pocket, then walked towards Long Jia, shook his head slightly, and said, I encountered something before, nothing. Chunyu looked at Zhang Yin again, frowning. Zhang Yin's eyes were somewhat evasive, not daring to look directly at Chinyu. At this moment, Chinyu was finally sure that something big must have happened, because Zhang Yin never had this attitude. Suddenly thinking of something, Chinyu stood in front of Zhang Yin and asked, Why didn't Rui come with you? Don't lie to me. Tell the truth. But what Chinyu and Long Jia didn't expect was that the moment Zhang Yin heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red and his fists clenched into a ball. Alei walked over and patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder, saying, Let me tell you. Zhang Yin nodded, turned around with his gun, and left. I drive the car over. After he left, Alei turned around and looked at Chinyu, whispering, Do you still remember the two organizations called Wanderers and Scavengers? Of course. Chinyu nodded and said, Didn't I help them severely injure the Scavengers before I left? Logically, they shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Under normal circumstances, they are really useless. At this point, R's eyes dimmed, and he continued, But for some reason, the two organizations actually shook hands and made peace. Secondly, R recalled the bloody scene before, and murmured, Secondly, they were later supported by a certain force, and received a large amount of weapons, ammunition, manpower, and even tanks. I haven't heard of any forces around that have such strength. Chinyu thought carefully, and said with a puzzled look on his face, Our camp is hundreds of miles away. If there is a camp like this, it should have been discovered long ago, right? At first, they split into 3 camps to confuse others. Alei's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness, and he said softly, The Wanderers and the Scavengers were originally one family, but as time went on, conflicts of varying sizes broke out between the two sides. Xiao Jiao and I tried our best to catch one alive, and after torture, we got a lot of clues. Alei glanced at Chinyu, and then said with a cold look, After a year of development, the scale of those 3 forces has not weakened at all. 2 of them are the Wanderers and the Scavengers. Because they don't know each other's details, they hate each other very much. But about 4 months ago, the 3rd camp appeared as if it had fallen from the sky, carrying a large amount of weapons and ammunition, and almost swallowed up the other 2 camps like a tornado. At this point, R paused for a moment, and then whispered, And the organization behind the 3rd camp is said to be called Pan Yuan. As soon as these words came out, Chinyu instantly looked at Hui Yao. She frowned and said nothing. Why? Have you heard of it, or have you come into contact with it? R caught this detail and asked immediately. Chinyu shook his head, but soon nodded and said, I only heard her mention this name in the past 2 days. 10 seconds later, Hui Yao frowned and said, I haven't come into contact with it, but Wei Huan mentioned it twice. The first time she said that Pani Bay is the neighbor of the Savior Gate, but it is far away from us. Even the Savior Gate can't get involved too much here. How did its neighbor do it? Hearing this, R turned around and looked in a certain direction, and continued, According to the information we tortured out, that person once said that Pani Bay is not weaker than the Savior Gate. Some time ago, civil unrest broke out in Pani Bay. But I heard that those people were too well planned. The only entrance and exit were locked. A large number of people were sent out to recruit various forces, and planned to gather the survivors in the north in one go. When saying this, even Alei felt a little heavy. I don't know who has such a big ambition, but maybe some zombies can be eliminated, so that humans can rebuild civilization. Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a few seconds and said, In this way, many places will be destroyed. In the current world situation, some lands are already of little use to humans. Long Jia said with a wry smile. Alei looked at him and said, You have regressed. These rookies can actually hurt you. Long Jia muttered, You don't know how dangerous I was before. Who would have thought that those guys could actually make C4? I once warned you that unless you see your enemy die with your own eyes, you can't underestimate anyone. Even if there is only one person left, you should do your best. I know. Long Jia lowered his head and muttered, not daring to look up and look at Alei. Although Long Jia can be better than Alei in close combat, if it comes to comprehensive combat power, Alei can press him to the ground with one hand. Chapter 926. Brother, I still want to ask, what happened to your hand? Long Jia couldn't help asking. After the three camps merged, they came to attack us. In order to protect Xiaoyi and the other children's retreat, I could only lead some of the enemies to a jungle. How many people? Xinyu asked. About 100. Alay's face was calm, as if it was not a big deal. This is just one of the teams. Hearing this, Xinyu felt heavy-hearted. He could actually guess that it must have been very dangerous at the time. Alay's arm was so seriously injured that the situation must have been difficult to deal with. Why didn't you notify me? Xinyu said this subconsciously, but soon realized that something was wrong. He whispered, I forgot that our two camps haven't established communication capabilities yet. I should have trained Shang Wenjing's pigeons first. Hearing this, Alay shook his head and said, It's useless. Those people blew up the 2 roads near our camp. Huh? Xinyu was surprised. Blow up the road? How can they do such a vicious thing? It's hard to repair it now. R said. Those people seem to know the instructor. Before he finished speaking, he paused and changed his address. They also know where Shang Wenjing's camp is. They may be worried that they can't deal with 2 forces at once, so they cut off the support first. How many people are there in those 3 camps now? Xinyu thought quickly in his mind and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, R raised his right hand and opened it, saying, About 500, but we killed 127 of them. Doesn't that mean there are still more than 300 people left? Long Jia was stunned. It might sound like a small number, but if we only consider the number of people in the camp, it is actually quite a lot. After all, whether it is the camp where Xinyu or Shang Wenjing is located, there are less than half of these people. And there are even fewer people in Xinyu's villa area. Xinyu glanced at Alay's left hand and whispered, How many have we sacrificed? After saying this, Alay fell into a rare silence. Just then, the sound of a car engine sounded outside the yard. It should be Zhang Yin driving the car over. R put the rocket launcher on the cart and said with a heavy heart, After you left, we also received a lot of survivors, and the number of people also increased, so we managed to survive later. But there were still heavy casualties. Among them, Lao Cheng and Fu Qian died of 7 bullets in order to save Chen Shi and the 3 babies in the camp. Hong Wu was blinded by glass fragments in both eyes in order to save the doctors. Most of the people brought by Song Cheng died. The one named Qin Min accidentally saw Zhang Yin's pocket watch and finally blocked the bullet for Zhang Rui. But a stray bullet still hit her, and she fell down, causing craniocerebral injury. Fortunately, our hospital has been completed in advance, and there are 2 more doctors later. It was because of these conditions that Zhang Rui's life was saved, but she has been in a deep sleep and has not woken up yet. The reason why Zhang Yin followed you was because he believed that you would not be able to swallow this breath. It was also because of your suggestion, Xiaoyu, that we hid the zombies attracted by the last corpse shepherd, and relied on the zombie tide to repel the group of people. After the voice fell, Xinyu kicked the plastic bucket next to him. Although he was very angry, he still said calmly, I'm sorry, I made you suffer during this period. If I hadn't left, maybe it would have been better. But don't worry, this matter will never be over so easily. Zhang Yin stood by the door and said calmly, If it was just you 7 months ago, it wouldn't be of much use even if it was you now. At least we survived, and you have become much stronger. Xinyu looked at Zhang Yin, but found that he seemed to have suddenly become a stranger, and there seemed to be no smile on his face anymore. The changes in Alay and Zhang Yin made Xinyu very sad. He really didn't expect that so many things had happened when the 2 camps were only less than 200 kilometers apart. And even if he wanted to seek support, he couldn't do it. Now Xinyu finally understood why the wanderers were so kind to send them pigeons. Because in this situation, Xinyu only thought that he could communicate by pigeons, and then ignored the importance of information transmission. In other words, as long as Xinyu didn't receive any news, he would subconsciously think that his home was safe. After all, the current villa camp has Alay and Xiaojiu, Zhang Yin and De Zhuang, as well as Uncle Hua and Qi Hao sitting in charge, and ordinary forces have no means to come and provoke. Another point is that Xinyu had a basic understanding of the nearby forces, and he knew how many people there were, but he didn't expect that there would be several camps that developed separately. Besides these people, how many casualties were there? Xinyu took a deep breath and was mentally prepared. Tell me everything, rest assured I can bear it. Hearing this, Alay glanced at Zhang Yin, who nodded, and then he continued to add, Zhang Cixi Xiuhu, Teacher Lily and Wang Tianhai. Hearing these names, Xinyu even exuded a bloody aura all over his body. He gritted his teeth and said, Did they all sacrifice? Alay shook his head slightly and said, Wang Tianhai's only left hand was amputated to save Yufeng. The other 3 died. These are just the names we used to be familiar with. There are still 20 people you don't know. Fortunately, the villa area is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although the enemy has a tank, Brother Xiao Jiu relied on his strong military qualities to break out of the encirclement alone and blew off the tank's tracks. In the end, Uncle Wei used his anti-material sniper rifle to shoot through the heads of 3 people at the same time, intimidating them. However, due to the high intensity of his use of firearms, his right hand is shaking uncontrollably. Qin stood there in silence for a few seconds, then turned his head to the right and said, "Sorry, Hui Yao, I may have to break the contract temporarily." Hui Yao had been listening quietly for so long, and she suddenly said seriously, "In fact, I should have realized it from the beginning. Since the Salvation Sect can arrange a branch force, why can't their neighbors?" And according to what Wei Huanhuan said at the end, what she mentioned at the time was, the Savior Sect conquered Pawnee Bay, not took it down. When these words came out, a gleam of light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, and he squinted slightly and said, "Could it be that these two are similar to those who attacked our camp and developed separately? Do you want to hear the truth?" Hui Yao looked into Qin Yu's eyes, his expression fluctuating. "Yes. You have to hit the snake at its weakest point. Since the Savior Sect has conquered Pawnee Bay, let's just pretend to be the Savior Sect and let the forces that attack you think they are going to be wiped out." Chapter 927. Qin Yu thought carefully about what Hui Yao said and found that it was indeed feasible. Because according to Hui Yao's description, the team brought by her former best friend wore special clothes that only the Savior Sect had. Although it was just a set of armor, it was difficult to imitate it now. And according to the information that Alay said before, they captured a person and got a lot of information. The other party said that they came here after the rebellion in Pawnee Bay. That is to say, before that, those people must have dealt with the people of the Savior Sect. Maybe he would recognize such clothes. Just then, the 2 horses in the yard suddenly cried, instantly pulling Qin Yu back to his thoughts. Seeing this, he said, "Let's go first, it's not safe here." Then Qin Yu said to Hui Yao, "Did you drive back the 40 people who went to the resort earlier?" "Of course." Hui Yao nodded. "We killed almost 5 of them, and 3 were crippled by your grenade. The rest ran as fast as rabbits. We drove behind them." Qin Yu continued, "In that case, I leave this to you. The zombies shouldn't need our help, right? No, you guys go back to the resort first. I'd probably be back after dark. I'm very experienced in trapping these people to death." "Okay." Qin Yu turned around and walked over to open the chain hanging on the iron gate, and then prepared to lead the horse away. He didn't ask Hui Yao how he met Alay and Zhang Yin. Anyway, he would have plenty of time to ask after he returned. At this moment, the first thing to do is to leave. Alay returned to Zhang Yin's car, and the 2 drove straight out of the city. Qin Yu continued to drive the carriage, and Long Jia sat next to him. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qin Yu suddenly asked softly, "Is your foot injury serious? How about I take you to Dong Jun and Ez, and let them take you back first?" After the voice fell, Long Jia looked at his ankle and said, "I just need to rest for 3 days, it's okay." Then, without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, he added again, "Let me follow you to take revenge. It sounds like your losses this time are a bit serious." Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at the weed-covered streets and the rotting corpses on the ground and slowly said, "I originally thought that after this training, I could lead everyone to live a better life. To be honest, I have even made plans to integrate all nearby forces, expand the camp, develop industrial areas and large-scale planting bases, etc. But I didn't expect that things have changed. Time waits for no one, and no one can guarantee what will happen the next day." Long Jia wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. He was silent for a few minutes, then whispered, "The greatest powerlessness of a person is to watch his relatives and friends die one by one. All beings are equal. But they shouldn't have died." When Qin Yu said this, his voice revealed a little chill. "But what you said makes sense. Things in the world are unpredictable. No one dares to be sure that their life will be beautiful. Most people will live with more or less regrets. As long as you still remember them, they have never died. When you think of a certain name one day, they will live in your world." Long Jia patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and said from the bottom of his heart. Qin Yu looked at the taillights of Zhang Yin's car in front of him and fell into deep thought. Yes, as long as these people still remember those names, then in a sense, they are still alive. Everyone's death made Qin Yu feel a little sad, because he didn't want to experience the separation of life and death. Therefore, Qin Yu has always tried not to make enemies with other survivors. He believes that he will negotiate if he can, and he will definitely root out the enemies if he can't avoid it. In this way, Qin Yu doesn't want to hurt the people around him one day. Soon the 4 of them returned to the resort, and the girls were making a fire and preparing food. Seeing Chen Yu coming back, they greeted him warmly. Chen Yu nodded slightly in response, and then led the horse to the shaded area and tied it up. Long Jie's left foot was hanging in the air, and he was about to jump into the house, but suddenly found Lei coming over, and then supported him. Are you injured? Although Lei is not good at speaking, that is only for other people. For people like Long Jie and Long Dai, Lei is still willing to care about them. No. Long Jie shook his head and laughed. Hearing this, Lei said nothing more, and helped him to sit on the steps. Then Zhang Yin also took some food from the car, and walked towards Chen Yu. This is the wheat we planted ourselves. It was harvested 2 months ago. Feng Yi said that we must bring it to you and Shaolin to taste. Chen Yu turned around and looked at the dark bread in his hand. After taking it, he smelled it and found a faint smell of wheat. How do you process wheat into flour? Because Chen Yu had been wearing gloves before and washed his hands with spring water, he just tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth. The taste was different from the bread bought before the doomsday. It tasted a little rougher, but the taste was also very good. Zhang Yin said, a group of people saw that we had built a small hydropower station, and then they got a flour mill from somewhere as a ticket to join us. After it was powered on, it could be used normally. Chen Yu nodded slightly, looked at Long Jie who was sitting far away, and then prepared to walk over with the bread, intending to give him some. Seeing this, Zhang Yin stretched out his hand to stop him, lifted the bag in his hand, and said, I give it to him, you can eat it yourself, there is still some in the car, and there is a lot of food in the camp now, because there are few people. After saying this, Zhang Yin's eyes became a little dim again. Life is getting better and better, but so many familiar people died last time. Zhang Yin and the others actually felt a little guilty about this. He and Xiao Jiao had served in the military, and Uncle Hua and Lei were also very skilled, but in the chaos, they simply could not save everyone. Saving one person might cause the other to miss the opportunity. Since Qin Yu and Lin Yi left, Xiao Jiao has been training everyone, but after all, they have received too little training time, and unless the difficulty is increased, the progress will be slow. The camp is in a stage of vigorous development, and everyone is full of expectations for the future life. Until now, Zhang Yin still can't forget what Lao Cheng said to him at that time. At that time, Lao Cheng was already with Chen Shi. One afternoon, Lao Cheng squatted beside Chen Shi, stroking her slightly bulging belly with his left hand, and turned his head with gentle eyes to tell Zhang Yin that he must learn more skills and protect Xiaoxi and Ling Ling. Chapter 928. At that time, Zhang Yin also smiled and nodded, saying that he would definitely help him with all his strength. But Lao Cheng was already 30 years old after all, and he had never been exposed to similar training before, so he couldn't handle a little more intensity. In addition, there were more and more people in the camp, and it was no longer the small force that was at the mercy of others before, so Zhang Yin didn't force him to practice, as long as he was familiar with the guns. But that morning, something that no one expected happened, that is, the enemy actually opened fire at full power right away. Hundreds of people attacked from all directions, and Zhang Yin's bullets had long been used up. He held a dagger and killed dozens of people by himself. When he rushed to support, he only saw Lao Cheng desperately pushing Chen Shi into the secret passage. Then, Lao Cheng was about to get into the secret passage, but a child suddenly sprained his ankle out of fear and fell to the ground. Lao Cheng couldn't bear to watch him die, so he turned around and helped him. At this moment, a bullet hit him. In the past, Lao Cheng would probably not care about the survivors who had just joined the camp. He would prioritize self-protection at the critical moment of life and death. But after being with Chen Shi, his personality was gradually affected, and Chen Shi became pregnant after saving her life, so Lao Cheng completed the transformation of his identity early. Because he was a father, he did not stand by and watch him die. But he also lost his life because of it. Chen Shi could not bear this stimulation and wanted to crawl out to save him, but Lao Cheng desperately blocked the gap in the secret passage before he died. Then the enemy rushed forward and shot Lao Cheng in the chest and head again. The shooting method of 2 shots in the chest and 1 shot in the head almost killed Lao Cheng instantly, and no matter how fast Zhang Yin reacted, it was useless. Finally, Zhang Yin picked up the gun next to the enemy's body and killed all the remaining dozen people, but he was also shot. This is also the point that Zhang Yin and Xiao Jiao find it difficult to change. No matter how much the people in the camp receive training, once they encounter an enemy with a large number of people, they are basically unable to resist. Even if Qin Yu appears here, facing the attack of 30 people, he is still powerless. The last time Qin Yu was able to kill so many people, it was not because of his skills and force, but because of his brain. He used the flower bomb very calmly to complete the counterattack. But every time at a critical moment, you will not have such good luck and have all the conditions at the same time, such as prepared flour and a sealed room. It can be said that if Chin Yu had not been quick-witted, Zhang Yin would have been able to collect his body even if he rushed over to the abandoned examination room. This is also why Chin Yu regretted it when he faced Hu Li later. He once said that if he had known that Lei would be injured like that in the end, he would rather not save Wang Tianhai. Although it is selfish to say this, after all, Wang Tianhai and Chin Yu and others did not have a good relationship at the time. He had no obligation to save him. The reason he went was that he was worried that Wang Tianhai would betray the community. When he found out that he was captured alive, Chin Yu did not turn around and leave. This is his personal charm. After all, with the personalities of Lei and Zhang Yin, they would never do such a thing. Although Zhang Yin might have been able to save him in the past, he never trusted anyone else after being deceived that time. Because of these things, everyone else was convinced by Chin Yu. He did not worry about whether he would die. What he regretted was not this, but he did not want to see Lei seriously injured. He even thought that even if he had shot Wang Tianhai with a sniper rifle, it would have been better than rushing in like this. Will he correct himself after going to the gambling king Tianhai, and then put himself and the people around him in danger? In the end, any leader of any camp in the Doomsday would hardly do this. Zhang Yin took a piece of bread for Long Jie, and when he turned around, he found several girls looking at him eagerly. Seeing this, Zhang Yin thought about it, and took out 4 more from the bag. Nana limped forward, stretched out her hand and took only 2, and then said gratefully, "Thank you, but I don't need that much." After she finished speaking, Nana broke the bread in half, and gave it to the other 3 people. Zhang Yin nodded slightly without saying anything, and put the bag in the car. This time they drove a sedan. Nowadays, people rarely drive SUVs, after all, they rarely go to some bad roads. Everyone ate something simple to replenish their energy. Chin Yu took some grass from the cart and put it on the stairs, and the 2 horses ate the grass quietly. Soon Zhang Yin continued to walk over and whispered, "Xiao Jiu has been making various bombs in the room because of Shu's death. He is preparing." At this moment, Zhang Yin suddenly stopped. "What are you preparing for?" Chin Yu touched the horse's head and asked. "Brother Xiao Jiu wants to start a war against those people. I feel that he wants to slaughter all the remaining enemies, but he is too short of resources. Last time he accidentally caused an explosion. If he continues like this, it will be very dangerous. So I told him to slow down and discuss the next step after finding you. He can't force the materials to be refined like this. It is very likely that he will be killed before the smokeless gunpowder is made. What do you think?" Chin Yu pointed to the eaves and asked him to sit down and talk. Zhang Yin thought for a moment and said, "It's not a pity for those people to die." "I understand." Chin Yu nodded slightly, put his hands on his knees, and said calmly, "It's very stressful for anyone to get rid of so many enemies at once. Large-scale killing will only lead to a situation where both sides will fight to the death." Zhang Yin fell silent after he finished speaking. He knew very well that Chin Yu would never let these people go. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Chin Yu whispered again, "Either we don't interfere with each other's development, or we will fight the enemy so hard that they will never be able to turn over. The war has begun. Since they are backed by that ghost Pani Bei, and we are planning to deal with the Savior sect, we can just use these people to attract some attention for us." Hearing this, Zhang Yin was obviously stunned, and then he felt a little hot inside. "You have been outside recently just for this?" "Yeah." Chin Yu nodded, and waved to Lei. After he came over and sat down, Chin Yu explained softly, and told him all the plans. After all, they are his own people, there is nothing to hide. A few minutes later, Zhang Yin nodded and said, "In this case, it is indeed better than facing the Savior Gate alone. After all, there is strength in numbers." Chin Yu turned his head to look at Lei, who said expressionlessly, "I have no objection, but before that, we must destroy the group that attacked us." Chapter 929. Hearing this, Chin Yu said seriously, "Of course, it's not my character to not take revenge. Don't leave for the next 2 days. I have a task for you." The 2 nodded without asking what it was. Chin Yu habitually looked at his watch, but found that his left hand was empty. Then he remembered that he had taken the watch apart. At this moment, Nana came over, took off her watch and handed it to Chin Yu, saying, "This is for you." "I don't need it." Seeing that Chin Yu didn't reach out to take it, and was a little confused, Nana pointed to her feet, and said with a smile, "It's not convenient for me to move around outside, and I basically don't go out alone. The watch is dispensable to me now. After all, I can live one day at a time." Hearing this, Chin Yu thought about it, stood up and took it. Thank you. You're welcome. Nana smiled slightly and turned away. After Chinyu put on the watch, he felt that the time was not right, and checked the time with Zhang Yin's watch. It seems that Nana did not lie to Chinyu. She really didn't look at her watch very often, otherwise she would definitely find something wrong. It was past 7 in the morning. Chinyu looked at the word Zheng engraved on the carriage and estimated that it had been almost a month. Then he looked at Zhang Yin and Alei and said, I have to go out to do something. Which way is it to get back to our camp now? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin took out a homemade map from his trouser pocket. Chinyu took it in his hand and looked at it, then closed it and gave it to him and continued, a month ago, I had some interactions with people from a certain camp. At that time, I promised to take them away when the time came. I want to know what the conditions are for my family to accept survivors now. Hearing this, Zhang Yin put the map in his pocket and said softly, You can arrange it, we will have no objection, and home is not just our home. You have been away for a while, but you are not expelled. Everyone still recognizes you as the leader of the camp. Hearing this, Chinyu did not say anything polite, and nodded slightly. In this case, let me see if they are willing to go. These people have strong survival ability, but it's a pity that many people died because of their trust. After a few simple words, Chinyu turned and walked towards the car that was stuck like a hedgehog before, and sat directly in. When he followed back earlier, he asked Long Jia to drive the carriage, and Chinyu drove the car back himself. Sitting in the car and nodding to Alei, Chinyu drove the car away from the resort. Time passed by, and Chinyu did not stop on the road and drove directly to Xiaoyun's camp. Parking the car on the side of the road, Chinyu checked the pistol, and then continued to walk up the mountain with it on his waist. The weapons and equipment of the 6 people were still in the car, and one of the walkie-talkies was also in it, but he estimated that those people should have discovered this. Because Chinyu never heard anyone talking on the intercom afterwards, the frequency must have been changed. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Chinyu found that the road seemed a little different from before. He did not go up rashly, but waited where he was. Chinyu knew very well that he must have been discovered when he arrived near the 2 trucks. After all, their telescopes were not damaged and were still on it. Since Dong Jun returned here after being injured, Chinyu and Long Jia also unloaded the millstone and hid it directly in the haystack on the side of the road. After some estimation, the car should be able to be towed away. Although Zhang Yin said that his family already has a flour mill, it still needs electricity. With a stone mill, it can be used normally even if there is a problem with the electricity in the future. After all, the environment in the Doomsday is not as good as before, and it is likely that the hydropower station will not be stable for long. About 2 minutes later, a girl ran down the mountain. Sorry, we just destroyed the road here and didn't have time to notify you. It's okay. Chinyu shook his head and followed Xiaoyun to another direction. Before Chinyu mentioned it, Xiaoyun took the initiative to explain. They both recovered well, and the situation has improved a lot. Thank you. I'm sorry for bothering you during this time. It's nothing. Without your help before, our camp here would have been destroyed, and even everyone would have died. The 2 of them walked and talked, and soon reached the halfway point of the mountain. Xin Meng was practicing archery. When she saw Chinyu following Xiaoyun, she quickly ran over with a bow. You're finally here. I thought you would just ignore us. Chinyu smiled and changed the subject. Pack up your things and follow me. Okay. Xin Meng was very happy, and turned around and ran into the room. After staying here for a month, Xin Meng was almost going crazy. Although there was food and drink, the environment was not very good. Even the toilets of these people were just a pit dug, and then 2 wooden boards were laid on it, leaving a gap. Every time she squatted on it, Xin Meng was afraid that she would fall down, especially because there was an extremely stinky smell that lingered, but she couldn't show too much disdain. After all, if they hadn't been able to rest here, Jun and Dong Jun would definitely not be able to hold on until they could return to her community. Of course, even though this community was where Chinyu and others had lived, he had no other opinions. At that time, Chinyu went back to the community with Han Liyuan and Xiao Hu and checked it carefully. Even if the corpse tide was led away, it would be quite difficult to clean up later, so they put it aside. At this time, thinking of Xiao Hu, the familiar face seemed to appear in front of him again. Chinyu was a little absent-minded, and his fists clenched subconsciously. Xiao Hu accidentally took the wrong road before, and Chinyu took great pains to pull him back. After getting the prosthesis, Xiao Hu was originally thought to be able to continue to learn archery with Dazhuang and grow up slowly, but suddenly heard the bad news. When listening to Lei's story, Chinyu was actually very nervous. He didn't want to hear those familiar names, and was worried about hearing that something happened to Dajwang's brother and sister. If possible, Chinyu hopes that everyone in the camp can live well. But he knew very well that this was unrealistic. After all, it was the end of the world, and it was impossible to turn danger into safety every time. Thinking of this, Chinyu became more determined to upgrade the weapons in the camp. Within the range of the artillery, all enemies would be quiet. But without channels, even Xiao Jiao couldn't find where to get missiles, let alone Chinyu, but for some reason, Chinyu felt that Hu Yao might bring him a surprise this time. A few minutes later, Shen Ming and Yi Jishu had packed their luggage, and Dong Jun also appeared in front of them. Chinyu walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, "When I have time, I will help you find a pair of prostheses." Hearing this, Yi Jishu lifted the bangs in front of his forehead and smiled. "Don't worry, the instructor has found this thing before, and there are 3 pairs at home." Chapter 930. Chinyu nodded. "If that's the case, then you should go back as soon as possible, otherwise it's unsafe outside." Dong Jun looked at his bare left hand and smiled bitterly. "Fortunately it's not my right hand, otherwise I think it would be difficult to kill even a zombie." "It's okay, everyone will help you in the future, it's the same." Yi Jishu picked up the bag on the ground and said happily. Although Dong Jun lost one hand due to the last injury, he was lucky to survive, so Yi Jishu didn't want to show too sad. Secondly, before the end of the world, amputation is a very painful thing for any family, and it is basically difficult to accept. But if it is a choice between amputation and survival, everyone will automatically jump out of the answer in their hearts. At this time, Yi Jishu looked behind Chinyu and asked curiously, "Where is brother Jia? Why didn't he come?" Hearing this, Chinyu said, "Long Jia was injured, so wait until you check him, then you can go back to the camp." Hearing this, Yi Jishu was a little anxious and said quickly, "What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." Chinyu waved his hand and said softly, "It's okay, the situation is not serious, wait 2 minutes." After the voice fell, he looked at the people standing by and continued to ask, "Have you thought about it?" After this, Yi Jishu and Dong Jun remembered what Chinyu had said before. Although they were a little far away at the time and didn't hear it clearly, they could basically guess it. But the two did not have any other opinions, because they knew in their hearts that Chinyu would definitely not do such a thing as bringing strangers to Shangguan Jing's camp. Xiaoyun saw Chinyu staring at her. She hesitated for a while, then took a step forward and said firmly, "In the past month, we have not had as many people as before, and many facilities have been damaged. Now the development speed is getting slower and slower. After careful consideration, we decided to leave here. In addition, we believe that you are definitely not that kind of person. For such a person, the forces behind him must not be very bad." Chinyu nodded slightly and said, "Do you have a map?" "Yes." Xiaoyun responded, turning around and running towards a room. Chinyu was not surprised by this. After all, the camps that have survived to this day have basically looted the map. Moreover, the two camps like Chinyu and Shangguan Jing have long learned the ability to draw simple maps. Now the conditions are not so good. If you can't even draw a map, something will happen sooner or later. About half a minute later, Xiaoyun appeared with a wrinkled piece of paper. Then she squatted on the ground and spread out the big map. Chinyu walked over and squatted. Before he asked, Xiaoyun had already pointed out the location of their camp. "We are here." Seeing this, Chinyu felt a little more satisfied. Dealing with smart people can indeed save a lot of time. He took the pencil handed by Xiaoyun, and then slid it gently along a certain line. Since he didn't use much force, he could erase it directly afterwards, so that the map would not be damaged. Halfway through the drawing, Chinyu stopped and began to search for the approximate location of the camp in the villa area on the map. But in the end, the exact area was not found. After all, if the map is very detailed, it is impossible to mark too many areas. Thinking of this, Chinyu closed his eyes and began to simulate the road from the villa area to Shangguan Jing's camp in his mind. Fortunately, his memory has always been very good. Even after 7 months, Chinyu can remember it very clearly. This is mainly thanks to the relationship with Lei, so Chinyu carefully read the route map given by Han Liyuan several times. About a minute later, Chinyu opened his eyes, drew a circle on a road on the edge of the map, and then looked at Xiaoyun and said, "Go this way, the first fork goes right, the second one goes left, and the third one continues to go left across the bridge." After walking a few hundred meters, you may see a section of the road being blown up. At this point, Chinyu paused and continued, "We need to go back a little, and take the road down the mountain. If we go straight for more than 10 kilometers, we will see a river. If we go upstream along the river, we will find a camp." Xiaoyun carefully remembered what Chinyu said, and then nodded, "Okay." After the voice fell, Chin-Yu thought for a moment. In this case, he had to get her a token, but what should he use? Write a letter? As soon as these two words appeared in his mind, Chin-Yu directly denied it. Not to mention that Chin-Yu rarely wrote in the camp, and everyone had hardly seen him. Although he had sent a letter home last time, it was difficult for Chin-Yu to guarantee that the handwriting would be exactly the same both times. If the handwriting was not exactly the same twice, Xiao Jiao and his men would probably die instantly, considering that they had just been attacked. After all, he rarely wrote with a pen. If he just said a word, Chin-Yu could type it out on his phone quickly, but if he was asked to write suddenly, it would be a bit difficult. The reason why he was able to finish the previous letter was also thanks to Lin Yi, who often asked him to take notes. Chin-Yu would not do such a risky thing. Otherwise, it would cause Xiaoyun and others to get hurt, which would be a bit bad. After hesitating for a while, Chin-Yu waved to Xiaoyun, "Come closer." After she came closer, Chin-Yu bent down slightly and whispered in her ear, "If you meet the first person, just tell him directly, is the dog meat that was killed by the hail last time delicious?" After listening, Xiaoyun was stunned and said, "That's it?" "Yes." Chin-Yu nodded. "If he doesn't believe it, just keep talking, let them call out the man with the best archery in the camp, and then repeat the previous sentence." Chin-Yu didn't have much to do about this. After all, he had been out for a long time, and now, he didn't have anything he brought from the camp. Then, he reminded Xiaoyun of some precautions. At this moment, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Seeing this, Chin-Yu turned his head to the left and found that it was Shen Meng. But she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Chin-Yu frowned slightly and said, "Is there something wrong? You are discussing cooperation with other camps. Can you take us with you?" Without waiting for Chin-Yu to answer, Shen Meng added, "After the matter is done, let us live in your camp. But your place is a bit far from where we are now. Even if we drive for a day, we can't get there." Hearing this, Shen Meng was silent for a moment, then raised her head. Her eyes were slightly red, and she murmured, "We have a large number of people, but few are powerful. You have seen the current situation. If it weren't for you and that handsome brother, Jun and I would have died there." Chapter 931. Chin-Yu pondered for a while, then nodded. "Okay, but you have to think clearly. This time, the situation will be very dangerous. But similarly, if the final victory belongs to us, then the living environment will definitely be improved." At this moment, Shen Meng was hesitant. She didn't know if this was just a pie in the sky, but at least she had seen Chin-Yu and Long Jia's skills with her own eyes. If nothing else, ordinary people would find it difficult to catch up. When everyone gathered in the open space outside, suddenly another man appeared. Shen Meng turned his head, and saw that it was the army holding a knife in his left hand. Now his right wrist was cut off, and now he could only practice killing zombies with his left hand. Seeing this, Shen Meng gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. "Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, I will accompany you this time." Hearing this, Chin-Yu nodded slightly and said, "Calculated, the day after tomorrow is the day for the meeting of the surrounding camps. You can bring your people here at that time." After the voice fell, Chin-Yu continued to point to a certain area on the map. Shen Meng looked at the route, memorized it carefully, and nodded again. "Okay, I understand." Then Xiaoyun pulled Chin-Yu's sleeve and whispered, "What about us?" After saying this, Chin-Yu glanced at her and the rest of the people and said softly, "You were just attacked, and most of you have just recovered from your injuries. If you are asked to help, you can only go to the front to block bullets, forget it." Hearing this, some people thought they were being disliked, so they raised their hands and said, "We are not afraid of fighting, how about letting a few of us join in?" Chin-Yu looked over in the direction of the voice, and found that it was the man who helped lift the millstone last time. It seemed that his left hand had not yet recovered from the injury. Seeing this, Chin-Yu smiled and said, "It's really not that I'm shirking responsibility, but I have already decided on the person who will block the bullet." Having said this, it was difficult for others to continue talking. Soon Xiaoyun asked people to start packing up. After Chin-Yu and Dong Jun and others said goodbye, they went down the mountain first. Anyway, the route has been marked, and Chin-Yu believes that they should be able to walk through it. Chin-Yu and Long Jia have visited almost all the nearby forces. They probably don't dare to attack the survivors passing by. Secondly, some small forces have fewer people, and those people basically don't deal with outsiders. Down the mountain, Chin-Yu, Dong Jun and Jun worked together to move the millstone into the trunk. Because it was too big, they couldn't cover it in the end. But it didn't matter. Chin-Yu took a look and thought it would be fine as long as it didn't fall out. Yi Jishu looked at the car in front of him that was full of wooden sticks, and he was very curious. But after hearing Chinyu say that there was zombie blood on it, she took a half step back with a pale face, not daring to touch it. Soon the 5 people got into the car. Chinyu started the car and left the area. When they reached a fork in the road, Shinming sat in the back and said, "Just stop in front, Dejun and I can walk back." "It's so far, is it possible?" Chinyu glanced at the dashboard. "Fortunately, this car is more fuel efficient, and there is about 1/3 left. It's okay, I'm not only good at chasing people, but I'm also good at avoiding people." Hearing this, Chinyu stopped insisting and stopped the car on the side of the road. Then Shinming and Dejun left the car one by one. When they were about to close the door, Chinyu said softly, "There are some shotguns under the back seat. You can pick one for self-defense." As soon as these words came out, Shinming was stunned. She was moved and said, "Thank you so much." As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out and took out a shotgun, and then the voice sounded again in the car. "There are bullets in the front seat storage bag. Take 4 more." If Shinming had not proposed to join the cooperation, Chinyu would not have done so at this time. After all, they were about to launch a general attack on the Savior sect, and the more ammunition the better. But since Shinming had taken the initiative to show her goodwill, Chinyu naturally could not watch her and the army get into trouble on the way back. When she took the bullets, Chinyu nodded slightly and continued to start the car and drove away. Soon Chinyu drove back to the resort. As soon as he got off the car, Yishisha ran inside with a small box, and because he was too anxious, he even fell down. But she just patted the dust off her body and didn't stop at all. Chinyu checked the remaining guns and ammunition, and then gave Dong Jun a pistol for self-defense. After all, he and Yishishu needed to take the carriage back to the camp, and they couldn't do it without a gun on the road. With a pistol on them, there would be basically no danger. Now that the doomsday has been going on for almost 20 months, most people don't have a pistol, let alone bullets. If you want to provoke Dong Jun and the others, you have to think twice. In one afternoon, Chinyu also found out how Zhang Yin met Hui Yao. This was all thanks to Yang Yu. Because the road was blown up and could not be repaired, Zhang Yin and Alei took a detour to Shang Wenjing's camp. But the route was hand-drawn, so in order to avoid going wrong, they walked a little more according to the big map, and suddenly heard gunshots. Originally, the two did not intend to care, but Zhang Yin had better eyesight, and found a few stones on the ground. The red one was in front, and the 2 small stones were behind. At this moment, Zhang Yin fell into memories, and then subconsciously stopped the car. Alei was puzzled, so Zhang Yin explained that this was the marking method he and his comrades had used before. Put a wooden stick against the edge of the stone, and a small triangle will appear. At this time, put a stick on the left side of the red stone, and the position it points to is the route. Generally speaking, no one on the road will stop because of these stones. Secondly, even if they find something wrong, they will only mistakenly think that the direction pointed by the red stone is correct. After listening, Alei said that he could go and have a look. Seeing this, Zhang Yin hesitated. He originally planned not to contact Yang Yu in this life, but the camp was attacked. And Yang Yu is a very professional top sniper. In addition, Uncle Wa was injured. If Yang Yu could be brought back to the camp, it would definitely be a tiger with wings. At least long-distance combat would be guaranteed. Although the sniper bullets in the camp are now all used up, this thing is at least easier to find than a sniper, right? So Zhang Yin gritted his teeth and chose to drive the car over. They happened to encounter a melee, and the two did not intend to fight, but Alei suddenly found a familiar figure, and he also recognized Hui Yao. At the same time, there were 2 people, he and Zhang Yin knew each other, and this coincidence appeared in front of them, so they showed up. Later, they took advantage of the situation to find out more, and heard that Chinyu and Long Jia were out, and they were worried that they would have an accident, so Zhang Yin and Alei chose to help. After all, they were idle anyway, and they were still a little lost at this time. If they could meet Chinyu, they would not need a map. Chapter 932. Later, there were basically no surprises. Yang Yu had weapons stolen from Hui Yao, who also brought some of his own, and Zhang Yin and Alei were short of guns. With their help, those people were beaten and fled. After listening to Zhang Yin, Chinyu didn't have any other comments. After all, this was good news that came by accident. But Chinyu was thinking at this moment how Hui Yao was going to eat up the Savior Sect's team. According to her description, these people wore armor, equipped with bulletproof vests, and automatic rifles and submachine guns. Under normal circumstances, it is simply difficult to resist this kind of firepower. But the only thing that Chinyu was more relieved about was that the people around him were all quite extraordinary. Until dark, Hui Yao and his party returned to the resort in a mighty manner. Qin went over to take a look and found that there were a lot of supplies, mostly knives and the like. At this moment, Qin saw a bag in the corner of the ground, and then opened it, and there was actually a pile of shoes inside. Suddenly a foul smell hit him in the face. But fortunately, it was not as smelly as when a corpse rotted, so Chen could still bear it. Hui Yao jumped off a truck and said with a smile, "These are all taken from corpses." Hearing this, Qin frowned slightly and said, "Aren't you afraid of athlete's foot? People nowadays don't pay much attention to hygiene." Hearing this, Hui Yao waved her hand, picked up a stick from the ground and inserted it into a crack in a stone, then took out a shoe and hung it on it. Then, under Qin gaze, she took out a lighter and lit the shoe in an instant. Well, some people have smelly feet. After wearing them for a long time, they are easy to catch fire. You can use them as torches in well-ventilated places outdoors, and occasionally you can use them as fireballs to bounce into a crowd of people. Qin nodded slightly and changed the subject. Are those people surrounded? Of course. Hui Yao directed his men to bring the looted guns into the room, then thought of something and turned his head to ask, "By the way, how did you destroy their water source? Why don't I see any zombies in the pit?" After this, Qin asked nervously, "You shouldn't have touched the water?" Hui Yao replied, "No, we are not stupid. The hydrogen sulfide I used has the same effect as throwing a corpse in. Anyway, the water has been polluted, and I have also destroyed the spring above." That's good. Hui Yao had heard of this thing before, so there was no need to explain it, but she was more curious about where Qin got it from. But after all, everyone has their own secrets, and Hui Yao herself would not ask too much. About half an hour later, everyone sat cross-legged in the open space and began to discuss the next plan. Others were busy preparing food in the distance, and they should have meat soup tonight. Hui Yao was about to send his men away, but after thinking about it, he still called Xiao Yang. Although he and Nana have broken up, Hui Yao also admires Xiao Yang. Before starting the conversation, Hui Yao and Qin looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then she coughed and said, "My plan is to let Nana and the others fight back with weapons, and I and others try to grab them, but the gap is too big, resulting in no ability to fight back, so I can only ask them to help." After the voice fell, no one said anything. Qin pretended to think for a while, and said, "It's best to make sure those people lose the ability to resist." Why? Hui Yao was puzzled. The clothes they wear cannot be damaged. Hearing this, Hui Yao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Qin is right, we should try not to conflict with Wei Huanhuan and others, and at the same time subdue them." Zhang Yin said, "But if these people can be sent out to such a far place to perform tasks, at least it shows that their vigilance and reaction ability are not weak. Can poisoning work?" Hui Yao snapped his fingers and said, "Just use the thing that Qin used to destroy the water source. I heard it's highly toxic." Hearing this, Qin stared at the ground and pondered for a while, then shook his head slightly and said, "In the current environment, the production of hydrogen sulfide requires the body to rot in a closed space and collect the gas at the same time, but we don't have such conditions now." At this time, Alei reached out to take off the mask and whispered, "There is another point, that is, except in low temperature weather, people will have corpse odor about a few hours after death, but this degree is far from enough." "How long will it take?" Qin asked. Alei was thinking. Long Jie yawned and said lazily, "About 2 days, or maybe 3 days." After saying this, Qin looked at Hui Yao, who shook his head and said, "If it takes too long, accidents are likely to happen. Wei Huanhuan is not as stupid as you think." Qin fell into deep thought. He raised his head and looked at the busy figures of several girls in the distance. A few seconds later, Qin eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Nowadays, there are many things that can make people faint." Hui Yao turned his head and followed his gaze, then suddenly realized, "You want to use coal?" "Yes." Qin nodded and said, "When coal is burned, it will produce carbon monoxide gas. This thing is colorless and odorless. As long as there is no ventilation and a certain proportion in the air, people will experience dizziness and weakness in the limbs. And there is an abandoned coal plant over there, which is full of this stuff." Long Jie followed up and said, "If you burn coal without ventilation, the harm is indeed very serious. I heard Leander say that it seems that this thing can also produce gases such as hydrogen sulfide." Chen thought for a moment and said, "Both hydrogen sulfide and carbon monoxide can cause people to become unconscious. The difference is that the former is more lethal at high concentrations." "Yeah." Long Jie moved his nose and smelled the aroma of meat in the air. Then he stood up and said, "Let's eat first. I'm starving." "You go first," Qin said softly, and then continued to sit on the ground and ponder. He was recalling the knowledge points that Leander had talked about before. At this moment, Chinyu looked at the car in the distance. If he remembered correctly, gasoline seemed to produce a large amount of carbon dioxide and a small amount of carbon monoxide when it burned. Although the two seemed to be only different in name, Chinyu knew very well where the harm of the two was. For example, carbon monoxide can cause dizziness if inhaled, and people may die slowly at first, and they are almost powerless by the time they react. The reason why I remember it so clearly is that a long time ago, when Chinyu was still wandering, a few of his friends stole some coal in the winter, and built a fire in the bridge hole to keep warm at night. But because they were afraid of the cold, they blocked both sides. Chinyu went out to find food and just escaped. When he came back, he only saw a few corpses in the hole. Chapter 933. The scene at that time had a great impact on him. Later, when he had the opportunity to go to school, he even asked the teacher for advice. It can be said that Chinyu had seen life and death when he was a child, but he still did not become cold-blooded and ruthless, mainly because he was rescued by many kind-hearted people later. It took a lot of effort for Chinyu to survive. However, he seemed to gradually find that there were no more children wandering on the street, and at least they would be sent to welfare homes. Because of these experiences, Chinyu had a deep memory of these two gases, and Leander had mentioned them recently, so now he couldn't forget them even if he wanted to. If we say that carbon dioxide is no less lethal than carbon monoxide under certain conditions. Because once the concentration is too high, people who enter rashly may faint instantly and lose their reaction. After thinking clearly about what to do next, Chinyu also got up to eat. After all, he is not an Iron Man, and still needs to replenish his physical strength. About 10 minutes later, everyone was full and took advantage of the cool night to get busy. Huiyao took people to pull coal, but did not drive. Instead, they planned to use bicycles to carry the zombies. In this way, they could get a lot of zombies in 2 or 3 trips. Those people were surrounded by many zombies before, and now they can't get out. In addition, without water, they will be trapped to death in a week at most. Unless someone shoots outside to lead the zombies away. But Huiyao left 4 people to watch over there, and there were guns on them, so generally no one would go there to cause trouble. Secondly, Huiyao had a clear investigation of the people in that force, because they usually did a lot of evil, and many water sources around them were destroyed. Secondly, there were no other survivors. It can be said that as long as there is no accident, their death is inevitable. In this way, Huiyao has more time to seek revenge on Wei Huanhuan. Although the two used to be good girlfriends, who talked about everything, and although Wei Huanhuan had saved Huiyao before, she thought she had helped a lot. When the Salvation sect asked for the occasional delivery of living people, Huiyao also tried her best to find those survivors, who did all kinds of evil. It can be said that what Huiyao did for the Salvation sect later was not little at all. In the end, Wei Huanhuan even brutally killed more than a dozen people in Huiyao's camp in front of her. This undoubtedly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Huiyao never thought of taking action against Wei Huanhuan, and even her secret development of other forces was just to protect herself in the future. But what she didn't expect was that the Savior sect actually sent Wei Huanhuan to kill and silence her. In this case, Huiyao naturally no longer has any psychological burden, but in order to prevent wrongful killing, Huiyao plans to give her former best friend a final test. As long as the other party can turn back, Huiyao will not make the final killing. When Huiyao led people to transport coal, Chinyu also called Zhang Yin to leave the resort. But in the end, Yang Yu also expressed his desire to follow. Seeing this, Chinyu thought about it, and did not refuse. Because he could feel that Zhang Yin was actually a little conflicted. Chinyu was fine with this. The 2 people Yang Yu killed before were only guilty of their own fault, although they did not seem to deserve death. But Chinyu later imagined that with their character, they would deliberately capture innocent survivors, and kill them just to join Chinyu's camp, and then use them as tickets. Even if such people moved in, they would be cleared out by Chinyu sooner or later. So for this reason, Chinyu was not very repulsive to Yang Yu. At least this guy was quite comfortable to get along with, and he didn't mind Chinyu's fight with him last time. He didn't even mention that to Zhang Yin. The 3 of them wandered around for a long time in the night. According to his memory, Chinyu returned to a place he had been to before, a tunnel. This tunnel was not long, but quite short, only about 200 or 300 meters. Secondly, there was a pit at both ends, blocked by weeds at the edge. Chinyu stood in front of the tunnel, holding a torch and looking at the dark passage inside, and said, "I haven't checked it yet, but there should be zombies." Hearing this, Yang Yu stood on his left and drew out a dagger, saying, "It's not easy to trick Huiyao's best friend." "I know. Chin nodded slightly and said softly, "So Hui Yao and I discussed in advance that she would betray Wei Huanhuan at the critical moment." Hearing this, Zhang Yin also understood, when angry, people are likely to lose their minds. For example, if Hui Yao attacked her and she was alone, then Wei Huanhuan would probably ignore the dangers of the surrounding environment. That's what I mean. Qin Yu squatted down, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it into the tunnel with force. Pa! The stone flew out for a distance, and then fell to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly. It seems that the zombies are still further inside. Then he turned his head to look to the left, and Yang Yu immediately made an okay gesture. "I go to the opposite exit, and we will go in at the same time to lead the zombies out? There is also a pit on the right side over there. Lead the zombies in." Yang Yu was puzzled. "What do you keep this thing for?" "Don't worry about it, I find a way." "Okay." Seeing that Qin Yu was unwilling to say more, Yang Yu could only walk towards the mountain next to him, and prepare to go around to the other side of the tunnel. At this moment, Zhang Yin hesitated for 2 seconds and suddenly whispered, "If there is any accident, just shoot." After these words came out, Yang Yu's climbing figure was slightly startled, and his eyes were slightly hot. He turned his head and looked behind him, and replied with a smile, "Oh, I know, squad leader." Qin Yu patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder, said nothing, held a torch in his left hand, held a knife in his right hand, and walked into the tunnel. Time passed by minute, and the three of them were busy here for half an hour, and they almost figured out the situation inside. There were about 50 zombies, and 30 of them were led by Qin Yu to the pit at the entrance. And Zhang Yin had already cut down some small trees in advance, peeled off the bark, and blocked the surroundings. After the zombies went in, he carefully surrounded the pit to prevent the zombies from wandering out. When they were done here, the two went to help Yang Yu on the other side. Until the zombies nearby were dealt with, the three cut some leaves and blocked the two sides of the cave to prevent the zombies from wandering in again. About an hour later, Qin Yu clapped his hands, looked at the scene in front of him and said, "Next, set up some traps inside, so that as long as we delay Wei Huanhuan's team for part of the time, let Hui Yao run out first." "Then what?" Yang Yu touched his nose and asked curiously, "Although this tunnel is not long, it also meets the condition of poor ventilation, but how are you going to transport the burning coal in?" Chapter 934. After this, even Zhang Yi nodded and said, "I want to know too." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned and pointed to the pit next to him. "Wouldn't there be ready-made helpers there?" Then Qin Yu explained, "In order not to arouse their suspicion, the surroundings cannot be too obvious. At least the coal cannot be lit before these people enter. After all, nowadays, everyone is not so stupid and will not rashly enter the location area. It is best for us to act at night, that is, tomorrow." After saying this, Qin Yu glanced at his watch and said softly, "It's getting late. Let's go back and rest, and conserve our energy. There are a lot of things to do during the day." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the resort. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, everyone woke up one after another. Qin Yu wiped the sweat off his body, and even felt a little irritated. It was very hot last night, and he almost fell asleep in the second half of the night. Everyone just laid some wallpaper on the ground, and later even slept outside to keep cool. Fortunately, besides the garbage, this abandoned resort also has a lot of advertising papers. Although it is very dirty, the back is still clean. After a simple meal in the morning, Qin Yu talked with Hui Yao and others for a few words, and then continued to work. In this way, half a day passed quickly, and Hui Yao also left the resort and prepared to go to find Wei Huanhuan and others. If nothing unexpected happens, those people should be waiting at Hui Yao's camp now. Qin Yu looked at the materials on the ground, and then said to the two, "These coals have been tied with wire. After you put on the zombie skins on your bodies, you can mix into the zombies, and hang the coals on the zombies one by one." The two had been following Hui Yao for a long time, and they would not be a drag on things on weekdays. They had no opinions at this time. They just asked how to hang it, and then went back to the car to get the zombie suit. Because although the coals burn very strongly, they are not easy to ignite at the beginning, so Qin Yu simply prepared to add some gasoline on them. Of course, in order to prevent evaporation too quickly, Qin Yu planned to wait until they entered the tunnel before pouring it on. At this time, Yi Shishu had packed all the luggage, and Dong Jun was sitting in the carriage. Although he lost his left hand, it was still not difficult for him to drive the carriage. However, the only thing Dong Jun was worried about was how to explain to his woman when he returned. Qin Yu stood beside the carriage, looked at the two of them, and nodded solemnly, saying, "Take care on the way. Don't be reluctant to give away the ammunition when you meet someone. Just empty the magazine." I know, I'm not that stupid. Yi Jishu patted his chest, glanced at Long Jia again, and then sat on it reluctantly. Dong Jun shouted and drove the carriage away. After the two of them left, Chen Yu closed the resort gate again, and then got busy with the others. In the evening, at the entrance of the tunnel, except for Nana and the three girls, almost everyone was lying in ambush nearby. Long Jia had rested for a day and a night, and his left foot was almost a little better. As long as he didn't run continuously, it would be fine. Although Chen Yu asked him to continue to rest, Long Jia couldn't stay idle, so he had to agree to let him follow. Of course, the most important thing was that Alay said he would help keep an eye on it, so that Chen Yu didn't have to worry too much. But at present, Chen Yu and Long Jia's walkie-talkies have run out of power. Fortunately, the 6 people who attacked last time got one, and after adjusting the frequency with Huiyao, it can still be used. The positions of the tunnel entrances on both sides have been fixed with bamboo strips, and they can be easily bent after being roasted by fire. Then some leaves are covered on top to prevent people from seeing it in advance. Time passed slowly, and everyone could only wait for Huiyao to appear at ease. If you just want to kill them, there are actually many ways to use them. But Chen Yu is still preparing for revenge, and that camp may have a connection with the Salvation sect. In order to let them fight each other, you can only spend more time. Except for Chen Yu and his friends, everyone else was a little sleepy. At this moment, 2 shadows appeared in the woods and walked towards them. As they walked, the 2 men took off the zombies' skins on their bodies. Chen Yu waited for them to get closer and asked softly, "Are they all hung up?" "Yeah." One of them answered, "Hang directly behind the neck, 2 pieces of coal for each zombie. Thank you for your hard work. You can rest from now on. Leave this to us." Chen Yu nodded. Hearing this, the 2 of them looked at each other and whispered, "Since we are avenging our own people, we can still hold on." After that, the 2 of them folded the zombie skins and placed them under the tree roots, then walked to the crowd and squatted. Seeing this, Chen Yu nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. For him and Long Jia and others, even in the environment of Doomsday, the death of more than a dozen people at a time is definitely not a small matter. Moreover, for Huiyao and these people, those dead faces are probably once close partners and teammates. The tunnel Chen Yu chose is not a common road tunnel, but the kind used by railways, which is relatively narrower. And there is a road next to it, only 20 to 30 meters away. Now the tunnel is full of traps, of course. This is set up by Huiyao's people, that is, Xiaoyang. After all, they are more familiar with each other, and Huiyao should be able to find something wrong as soon as he enters the tunnel, so that he can lead better. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, a loud noise suddenly appeared in the silent woods. At the same time, everyone instantly looked at the road next to them, as if a car accident had occurred there. Then a figure pushed open the car door and climbed out directly from inside. The next second, a gunshot sounded again behind the car. Bang! The bullet hit the car body, leaving a deep pit. Huiyao covered her left waist with her left hand and fired back with her right hand holding the gun. According to the agreed location, she led Wei Huanhuan and others over. However, due to the huge difference in firepower between the 2 sides, Huiyao went out with 3 people, and now only she is left. As expected, when she shot at Wei Huanhuan in the evening, the latter became furious and wanted to bury her alive. Fortunately, she drove over, at least it could delay for a while. In this way, Huiyao was not caught up by relying on his familiarity with the surrounding roads. There was a click from the pistol, and the bullets were all used up. Huiyao looked at the blood flowing from the gaps between his left fingers, and ran into the woods with a pale face. Seeing this, Chen Yu's expression was uncertain, and he glanced at Xiaoyang squatting next to him. The other 2 people wanted to go out to save people, but Zhang Yin held their shoulders with both hands. Chapter 935. They looked at the man behind them with some doubts, but Zhang Yin said expressionlessly, "Don't act rashly, she won't die for the time being." Hearing this, the 2 had to give up. Huiyao, who was running wildly in the woods, soon reached the entrance of the tunnel, but she didn't see where the others were at this time. Looking at the dark tunnel ahead, Huiyao gritted her teeth, took a few deep breaths, and resolutely ran in. She believed that Chen Yu was a person who could definitely arrange things well. Now Huiyao's only worry is whether Xiaoyang has any problem. On the surface, Huiyao has long regarded Xiaoyang as her own, and she has given him enough trust more than once. But after all, Xiaoyang was left to her by Wei Huanhuan. Although they have been together for more than a year, Huiyao knows how serious the consequences will be if Xiaoyang is not right, so after careful consideration, she chose to get Chen Yu a shot of prevention in advance. After listening, Chen Yu did not say anything, but just quietly said that he knew. Now Hui Yao can only pin all her hopes on him. Inside the tunnel. As soon as she stepped in, the stench hit her nose. Hui Yao looked around and walked forward along the rails. Not long after she walked, it became darker and darker inside. Hui Yao had no choice but to walk by feeling the wall to prevent herself from falling. After walking a few steps, her leg seemed to kick something, as if it was a bucket. Hui Yao squatted down and reached out to feel around, and there was a round object inside. It's a flashlight. She tried to push the switch, but there was no response. Seeing this, Hui Yao opened the battery cover and found that it was empty. Thinking of this, Hui Yao's eyebrows flashed with a hint of coldness, and she continued to stand up and walk forward. At this moment, she stepped on empty air, and her left foot suddenly stepped into the trap, and her whole body tilted and was about to fall. But it seemed a little different. Hui Yao only heard a click, but there was no pain in her feet. She squatted down again and reached out to touch it, then pulled out 2 wooden sticks, and found that the sharp parts on them had been cut off, leaving only the sticks. At the same time, Wei Huanhuan and others had already chased to the entrance of the tunnel. She held a gun and shouted, "Let's see how far you can run." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the submachine gun from her subordinate and fired wildly at the inside, with bullets flying everywhere. Fortunately, Hui Yao was far away from the cave entrance, and it was difficult for the bullets to hit her. Without taking a rest, Hui Yao stood up and continued to run inside, but she fell from time to time. Strange, I obviously walked to the right? Hui Yao climbed up with a puzzled look on her face. Those traps made her fall several times, but without exception, the wooden sticks inside were cut in half. Although the left side seemed to be equipped, Hui Yao did not dare to go there rashly. After all, under normal circumstances, there must be danger there. Outside the tunnel. Wei Huanhuan did not take everyone in, but left 5 people outside to support them to prevent being surrounded. What should we do? Xiaoyang squatted and approached Qingyu, then asked in a low voice, "There are still 5 people who haven't entered." Seeing this, Qingyu also thought about it. Although 5 people were not many, they all had guns. Once Qingyu and his men approached, no matter how fast they reacted, they would definitely be discovered, and at least someone would pull the trigger to report it. In this way, Wei Huanhuan inside would definitely hear it, and then the 2 sides would have to fight. But if this were the case, it would be a waste of so much time. At this moment, Qingyu couldn't help but think, if Long Jie could have caught that silver ring snake, how great it would be. At this moment, Alei suddenly took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and put it on the ground in front of Qingyu. What is this? Qingyu looked at it carefully, reached out, and picked it up, and found that it was filled with some liquid. The poison I prepared. Alei said calmly. I was too busy recently and forgot to take it out. Now I remembered that I brought it with me when I went out. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyang's face changed slightly, and his right hand clenched unconsciously. Damn, did this guy really forget or pretend to forget? This thought flashed through his mind, and he was a little irritated at the same time. But under his nose, Xiaoyang did not dare to do anything. Now he finally gained Hui Yao's trust, and many things were entrusted to him, so Xiaoyang did not dare to break up with him. Secondly, he was betting on one thing, that is, Wei Huanhuan failed this time and was killed by Hui Yao. In this way, Xiaoyang could still stay with Hui Yao, at least he could live safely. And if Hui Yao failed, then Xiaoyang could also go to Wei Huanhuan. No matter how you look at it, he has a trump card to survive. But Xiaoyang underestimated the relationship between Hui Yao and Nana. No one except Hui Yao and Nana knew about the experience before the camp was established. Although Xiaoyang and Wei Huanhuan saw Nana lying on the bed with serious injuries, they didn't know about their previous experience. Since he got tired of playing, he unilaterally chose to break up with Nana, and Hui Yao became suspicious since then. She didn't believe that the scumbag would stay with her safely. But if it goes on like this, it will be backfired sooner or later, and Hui Yao can't leave the savior sect at that time, and she can't tear her face with Wei Huanhuan. After all, Xiaoyang was recommended by her. After thinking it over, Hui Yao ignored Nana and began to use Xiaoyang. This also led to Nana's disheartened heart, and gradually she wanted to escape from the service area camp. Hui Yao saw this completely, but didn't care at all, and let the situation develop. As a woman who developed rapidly with only a pistol, Hui Yao's methods are more cruel than most people imagine. Just as Qingyu was looking at the bottle of poison, Xiaoyang suddenly raised his hand and said, "They are Sister Huan's people and know me. Why don't you let me go? How are you going to do it?" Qingyu turned his head and looked at him. Hearing this, Xiaoyang took off the pin on his torn pants and said, "Use this to dip some poison, it should be fine." Hearing this, Chen Yu pretended to think again, and then handed him the glass bottle. Xiao Yang took it, opened the lid, held the pen in his right hand, and then slowly approached the bottle. But at this moment, his face changed, his brows slightly frowned, and he took a breath. The next second, Xiao Yang turned his left hand over, and a small spider lay on the back of his hand, as if biting him. In an instant, Xiao Yang put the back of his hand under the moonlight, and it began to swell. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, where did the spider come from?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu picked up the empty bottle that fell on the ground and frowned. "It's all spilled." Xiao Yang lowered his head and covered the back of his hand, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 936. But soon, his smile stopped on the spot. Alay smiled slightly, and for some reason, there was another transparent glass bottle in his hand. Then he said lightly, "Well, I seem to have remembered it wrongly. The previous bottle was alcohol. What I have in my hand now is poison." After these words came out, Xiao Yang was stunned. Chen Yu laughed and said nothing. Then he took out a pistol from his waist and pointed the gun at Xiao Yang. This scene made everyone else confused. They wanted to question, but Zhang Yin and Long Jie just took a look and everyone lowered their heads. Just kidding, they are not stupid, of course they know who Xiao Yang belongs to. If Xiao Yang gets into trouble, then it is obvious who is more anxious. Although they all follow Hu Yao to make a living, in fact, everyone is not as united as they seem on the surface. Xiao Yang pretended to be calm, without any fear on his face. He clasped the back of his left hand with his hand and chuckled, "Brother Chen Yu, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Chen Yu calmly loaded his gun and said, "Do you really treat us as brothers?" "What else?" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chen Yu. "We are all smart people. I am too lazy to say anything else to you. Only you know what you are thinking." After he finished speaking, Chen Yu turned his head and glanced at the 5 figures outside the woods, and added again, "Of course, I also want to see whether your skull is harder or my bullet is harder." Haha, brother Chen Yu is really a joker. Xiao Yang is a survivor who has lived since the beginning of the apocalypse. He was not frightened by Chen Yu at all. He even shrugged, "If you don't believe me, I can withdraw from this operation." Xiao Yang once successfully survived the massacre of the Savior Gate with some people, and later he was trained for half a month. It can be said that Xiao Yang is not very worried about his own safety at this time. At worst, he can provoke Hu Yao and Wei Huan at the same time, and then he can run away alone. With the experience of more than 10 months, Xiao Yang was very confident that he could still survive with his skills and live a comfortable life. Little did he know that Xiao Yang didn't know Chen Yu's background, and even Hu Yao didn't know how many opportunities he had later, so how could Xiao Yang realize it? And at the beginning, Xiao Yang didn't have the opportunity to learn from Jiang Chen. On the other hand, Chen Yu was trained face to face with Shang Wenjing, and the gap between them had already been opened up a lot. At this moment, he still thought he had the upper hand, and didn't admit any problems at all. Seeing that he was unmoved, Chen Yu shook his head slightly and said softly, "In this case, I can only explain it to Hu Yao in person afterwards." "What do you want to explain?" Xiao Yang looked at him curiously. Chen Yu did not speak, but stretched out his left hand to the side. Long Jie was stunned and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" But as soon as he said that, Long Jie immediately reacted. He patted his knee and said with sudden realization, "Look at my memory. I forgot that it is not suitable to shoot now." After the voice fell, Long Jie took out the silencer from his pocket and handed it to Chen Yu. Then Chen Yu installed the silencer without any nonsense and aimed directly at Xiao Yang's forehead. At this moment, R quickly reached out and covered his mouth, preventing him from making any sound. Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with fear, and he quickly raised his hands, even struggling desperately. But with his strength, how could he compare with R? When Chen Yu first arrived at the community where Dazhuang was located, he was once held down by R. It is no exaggeration to say that at that time, even if Chen Yu tried his best, he thought he could not break free. Looking at Xiao Yang's expression, Chen Yu thought about it, and released the trigger that was half pulled in his right hand. Then he held the gun and asked expressionlessly, "Are you behaving now?" Then Chen Yu nodded slightly, and Alay loosened his right hand. But then a dagger was pressed against Xiao Yang's artery again, even pressing on the skin. At this time, Xiao Yang wanted to curse. What on earth is this guy behind him? With the knife on his neck, he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and whispered, "I admit defeat this time. Although I tampered with the trap inside, only the left one was smeared with zombie blood. As long as Sister Yao doesn't walk around, she will definitely be fine." Now, Xiao Yang still thought that he could survive by moving Hu Yao out. As soon as this was said, the other people were a little angry, but they did not dare to act rashly. How dare you attack Sister Yao? Some people were so angry that they wanted to punch Xiaoyang, but did not dare to. After all, Zhang Yin and Long Jie next to him were staring at him like two killing gods. Qin Yu shook his head, indicating not to act rashly, and then he said again, "Eat this." After the voice fell, Qin Yu handed him a red pill. Xiaoyang took it and asked with gritted teeth, "Poison? Well, as long as you knock down those 5 people, I will give you the antidote." Qin Yu did not say why he didn't kill him. Then Qin Yu looked at his watch and said in a deep voice, "A few minutes have passed. Don't waste time, hurry up." Seeing this, Xiaoyang took a deep breath, threw the medicine directly into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, fearing that Qin Yu would not believe it, he opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Qin Yu nodded and urged, "I give it to you, but I feel it's difficult for you to knock down 5 people at the same time, so you only need to lead 3 away and leave the remaining 2 to us." Things have come to this point. Xiaoyang will naturally not say anything more. If it comes to saving his life, he will choose to live without hesitation, even if he attacks Wei Huanhuan's people. Xiaoyang has even decided to help Qin Yu and others to catch Wei Huanhuan and others in one fell swoop. In this way, no one knows that he is betrayed. In this way, Xiaoyang soaked the pin in the glass bottle, then held it in his left hand and ran towards the road. He had to come in from the direction of the road to avoid suspicion. About half a minute later, Xiaoyang panted and shouted towards the tunnel entrance with a red face, "Who's over there?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 men aimed their guns at Xiaoyang. But soon someone recognized his voice and asked in surprise, "Brother Yang? How come you are here?" Xiaoyang walked over quickly and said seriously, "This afternoon, I found that Hui Yao had left the camp, and I also heard that she was not going to hand over the weapons. Because I was worried, I followed her out." Then, without waiting for the other party to answer, Xiaoyang asked coldly, "Where is that bitch Hui Yao?" "Inside, Sister Huan has already taken people in." Chapter 937. Xiaoyang nodded after listening, stretched out his hand and pretended to touch his waist, then his face changed slightly and said, "Fuck, I don't know where my gun fell." After saying that, he was ready to turn around and go back to look for it. At the same time, Xiaoyang put his right hand into his trouser pocket without leaving a trace. At the moment he turned around, Qin Yu looked at him from a distance, nodded slightly and said, "This guy is quite smart. It's a pity that he can't keep it." Alei took a look and spoke calmly, "Haha, it depends on what Hui Yao thinks. Qin Yu is okay, this guy at most wants to harm Hui Yao, but it's a pity that Yang Yu is arranged at the exit of the tunnel on the other side." Xiaoyang never thought that Yang Yu and Zhang Yin were comrades in arms. And the relationship between Zhang Yin and Qin Yu is a place he missed even more. This also shows that when the information is not collected, how many mistakes will be made. As Qin Yu was whispering, Xiaoyang also welcomed the development of the situation. Sure enough, when he turned around, someone grabbed Xiaoyang's arm and said, "Why bother, Brother Yang? We have plenty of guns." After that, the man took a pistol from his waist, held the muzzle of the gun with his left hand toward himself, and handed it over. Xiaoyang turned around and looked at him, slightly stunned, but quickly reacted and nodded, "Thanks, buddy, I treat you to a good meal when I get back." Xiaoyang moved his right hand closer, and the next second, their hands touched each other. The man opposite felt something pricked him, frowned slightly, and said, "What is it? Why did it sting me?" Hearing this, Xiaoyang was checking his gun. He lowered his head and said, "Could it be that you have a barb on your hand?" After he finished speaking, the other 2 also came over. Seeing this, Qin Yu patted Alei, and the 2 of them bent down and went around the woods. Continuing to face the other 2, Xiaoyang pretended to help them check their gloves, and then stabbed the second person again. But at this time, the other party instantly noticed and said, "Brother Yang, it should be that you have a barb on your hand." At the same time, Xiaoyang quickly touched the third person. Since he was the one Wei Huanhuan had personally guaranteed, these men did not doubt him, and they were not even angry at being treated like this. The next second, Xiaoyang took 2 steps back and whispered, "Brothers, have a safe journey." The 3 of them looked puzzled. At this moment, 2 thumps came from behind. They looked back and found that the other 2 brothers had fallen down, with 2 dark shadows standing beside them. At the critical moment, the 3 of them did not hesitate at all, and quickly reached out their right hands to the automatic rifles hanging around their necks, and prepared to pull the trigger at the same time. But no matter how hard they tried, they found that the 5 fingers on their right hand seemed to have lost consciousness, and were completely out of control. They wanted to switch to their left hands to shoot, but the two black shadows had already rushed in front of them. Two muffled groans sounded, and the two closest ones were knocked unconscious again. The third person wanted to run, but Xiao Yang hit him in the neck with a pistol, and he fell to the ground immediately. Qinyu glanced at the ground and said softly, "The armor is indeed good, but it's a pity that the neck is not well protected." Although Qinyu was apparently using these armors to complete the task later, he actually had a selfish motive. That is, according to the current contact, the Savior sect is extremely powerful. For such an organization, the armor they arrange for their subordinates must not be fake. Qinyu actually thought about finding some iron sheets to wrap his palms to prevent zombies from biting, but it is not very convenient to move his arms. He tried several times, but he could only wrap the lower arm in muscle position, and the joint position would be exposed. If it is wrapped with iron sheets, it will be inconvenient to move. If it is used as clothes, it will not be very effective. It can only prevent zombies from scratching. After getting used to it, it is likely to ignore this weakness. This is also what Qinyu didn't want to see. So he also wanted to see what these people's armor was like, and if it was good, he would keep it for himself. 20 sets, even if he split it in half with Huiyao, he could still get a lot. Qinyu has changed a lot now, and it is completely unrealistic for Huiyao to take all the spoils like before. At this time, Qinyu squatted down and pinched the armor, quite satisfied, and then called out, intending to tie up these people first. Time has passed for a while, and he has to send the zombies hanging with coal into the tunnel as soon as possible. Qinyu took out the intercom, turned on the switch, and said to Yang Yu on the other side, "It's time to start." 2 seconds later, a response sounded. "Got it." Qinyu winked at Lei, who nodded and walked towards the pit next to him. With Lei leading the zombies over, Qinyu could naturally feel more at ease. He then came to the entrance of the tunnel, and tore off the leaves. Fortunately, since the outbreak of the apocalypse, many places have been abandoned. Like most cities have grown a lot of weeds and plants, not to mention the wild. In addition, it was the middle of the night, so it was impossible for anyone to be suspicious, otherwise Qinyu would definitely suspect that the other party had superpowers. Then Qinyu squatted down and fumbled around for a while, and took out 2 plastic bottles, which were filled with gasoline. He naturally knew that this thing could not be put in a plastic bottle, but it was only for a few hours, and it was not moved, so there should be no problem. As long as the gasoline was not allowed to shake in the bottle, Qinyu felt that it would probably be fine. Then he put the bamboo piece down, and then tied the 2 gasoline bottles tightly in the middle, and turned the bottle body over. Qinyu took out the bottle cap with a small hole pierced in advance and replaced it, and stood up the bamboo piece again. In order to avoid waste, Qinyu laid a thin film underneath to catch the gasoline. At the same time, zombies began to appear on the roadside, staggering towards the tunnel entrance. Qinyu whistled a few times and shouted twice. When the zombies approached, he quickly ran down the slope on the left. The zombies were about to follow him, but Long Jia picked up a glass bottle and threw it at the tunnel entrance. With a snap, the zombies were attracted. Then the air was filled with the smell of blood. This was obtained from the previous corpses. After all, as long as the two forces fight, death is basically inevitable. Soon, all 30 zombies walked into the tunnel, mainly because the smell of blood was too strong inside. Seeing the last figure disappear in the darkness, Zhang Yin stepped forward with a bow and arrow. Qinyu picked up the lighter and lit the arrow. Then Zhang Yin let go, and the arrow flew into the tunnel. In an instant, the last zombie caught fire, and gasoline was stained on his clothes. The fire increased instantly, and the 2 pieces of coal hanging on his back were also roasted by the flames. The zombie had no intelligence, and it didn't realize that it was on fire, and it kept walking in. Then, the first gunshot sounded in the cave. Chapter 938. The one who fired the gun was not Wei Huanhuan's men, but Hui Yao. She was hiding in the safe passage in the tunnel at the moment. After walking a few dozen meters inside, there were a lot of obstacles, which slowed down people's speed. Fortunately, Hui Yao had walked in twice with a torch in advance, so she was relatively familiar with it. After firing a shot, Hui Yao hit the door and directly propped the door with a stick. At this time, the safe passage was pitch black, and Hui Yao seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat. Fortunately, the wound on her waist was not caused by a bullet, otherwise she would not have been able to hold on for so long. Hui Yao slowly sat down next to the door, her right hand casually placed on the ground, but suddenly touched a package. She fumbled to get it to her feet and opened it, and found half a candle and matches inside. At this moment, Hui Yao suddenly remembered that Qinyu seemed to have been asking who had matches during the day. It was obvious that this package must have been put here by Qinyu. But Hui Yao couldn't figure out one thing, How did Yu calculate that she would be injured? But now she was in darkness, and gunshots were heard in the tunnel. Yao didn't want to think about these questions anymore. She just wanted to see the light again. Holding the candle with her feet, Yao held the matchbox in her left hand, took out a match in her right hand, and carefully scratched it. With a crackling sound, the fire lit up, and Yao even cried with joy. As a human being, we naturally don't like darkness. Moreover, there was no light in this safe passage. It was completely dark. Yao held the burning candle in her right hand slightly tilted, causing it to drip some wax onto the ground, and then fixed the candle on the ground. Then she looked at the bag again, and found another package inside. When she opened it, she saw a roll of bandages and half a bottle of water. Yao's eyes suddenly turned red, and at this moment she realized that even in the apocalypse, she could still get the care of her friends. Not everyone was just thinking about plundering supplies. While Yao was seriously treating the wound on her waist, the situation in the tunnel outside became even worse. After all the zombies entered, Yu and Yu began to block the tunnel entrances on both sides. After all, although this tunnel is not long, only less than 300 meters, if it is left unattended, the coal will not be of much use. So it must be sealed, so that the flames will burn oxygen more. When there is insufficient oxygen in the tunnel, the fire will naturally go out. But by then, the people inside will basically not be able to react. Yu is very confident about this because he saw the flashlights held by Wei Huanhuan and others. When Yu and Zhang Yin spread the waterproof plastic sheet all over the edge of the tunnel, several minutes had passed. In order to ensure that it was tight and seamless, Yu took out the remaining bamboo strips to support the waterproof sheet above, making them close to the wall. At the same time, the gunshots in the tunnel basically never stopped. The ammunition carried by Wei Huanhuan's team was sufficient, and each person had at least 2 magazines. If it was just to kill zombies, it would be enough. Unfortunately, because the tunnel was a little dim, even with a flashlight, it was not possible to see too far, which greatly reduced the hit rate. After killing dozens of zombies, Wei Huanhuan noticed something was wrong. She raised her right arm and shouted in a deep voice, "Don't waste ammunition. Wait until they get closer, and try to shoot at their heads." 15 people responded, and then quickly divided into 2 groups, each with 7 people. The first 3 squatted on the ground, and the last 4 held their guns with both hands, carefully aiming at the zombies. They were only about 20 meters away. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed something was wrong, and he turned around and shouted, "Sister Huan, why do I see those zombies are on fire?" After the words fell, Wei Huanhuan stepped forward and took the telescope from a person's neck. After she looked at it for a few times, she said solemnly, "It is probably because of the hot weather that the stray bullet accidentally hit the lighter in the zombie's pocket." After this, even Wei Huanhuan herself was a little unconvinced. As the zombies got closer and closer, everyone could see many zombies on fire with their naked eyes. Because this section of the tunnel was piled with a lot of garbage such as chairs and benches, and even miscellaneous items such as furniture, the light for them was not good. It was not until I got very close that I realized it. At the same time, the zombie in front was suddenly tripped by the debris on the ground and fell to the ground. Then the fire on its body began to roast the table legs next to it. The moment she saw this, Wei Huanhuan's face changed drastically, and she suddenly shouted, "No! This is a trap set by someone." At this moment, she realized why there was so much garbage in an abandoned tunnel. But there is another key problem. These garbage are all flammable items. There were tables and benches, plastic bags, discarded tires, and even some dirty clothes. They all had one thing in common, which was that they were extremely easy to be ignited by fire. At first, Yao thought that this plan was not easy to succeed, but after listening to Yu's arrangement, she no longer had any opinions, and was only prepared to lure Wei Huanhuan and others over. Coal was not the main means of capturing Wei Huanhuan and others, but the garbage inside was. The reason why coal was chosen to be hung behind the zombies was that once they were ignited, there would not be obvious flames, and secondly, it was difficult to extinguish. Yu had already checked the tunnel. Not to mention water, even the wet spots were covered with dirt by him and his men. Under these layers of calculations, the oxygen in the tunnel was being consumed at an alarming rate. Soon, more and more places in the tunnel were on fire. Wei Huanhuan realized the seriousness of the matter. She returned the telescope to her men and shouted, "Don't worry about these zombies, let's retreat quickly." After she finished speaking, she continued to run to the other side of the tunnel with a submachine gun and a flashlight. Although there were no traps on the road here, there were still many debris slowing her down. Little did she know that there were dozens of zombies ahead, slowly approaching them. At the exit, Chinyu even smeared more blood on the wall. Once the zombies went in, it would not be easy for them to come out. If Chinyu could appear here at this moment, he would only applaud with both hands. He and the others basically emptied the resort. Fortunately, there were many shopping carts used in supermarkets, which were just right for transporting things. Outside the tunnel, Chinyu looked at the plastic sheet in front of him. Although the gunshots had stopped, he knew that the people inside must be in dire straits. Jiangyin noticed that Chinyu did not move, and then walked over and asked, "What are you thinking about? I see you have been here alone for almost 2 minutes." Chapter 939. I'm thinking, is this the right thing to do? Chinyu was silent for a few seconds, and said softly, "Actually, now that I think about it carefully, it seems that we haven't had any conflicts with Wei Huanhuan and his group." Jiangyin thought for a while and said, "But they belong to the Savior sect. What if Wei Yao lied to us?" Chinyu turned his head to the left and said calmly. At this time, he started talking to himself again, but it doesn't matter. The video is not fake. Those people are cruel and well-equipped. At the beginning, I did agree directly because I was cooperating with Hui Yao. And I think there is no possibility that Hui Yao is lying. One of the captives she took away before is now following us. As he said this, Chinyu turned around and looked at the woods behind him, where several people were whispering. Hearing this, Jiangyin frowned slightly. He was a little confused by Chinyu. Why did he seem to be explaining it to him? The next second, Chinyu whispered, "This is why I help Hui Yao." Jiangyin raised his right hand to his chest, and took off the pocket watch hanging around his neck. Then he opened the lid, stared at a photo inside, and said slowly, "Actually, I don't care whether you take the initiative to attack others. In my opinion, some people will only harm more survivors if they live. If we let them develop, we may suffer in the end." After saying that, he closed the lid, looked at Chinyu and continued, "For some people, killing them is also a good thing. After all, just because we don't rob others doesn't mean that others won't rob us." At this moment, Chinyu put his hands in his pockets, and he nodded slightly. "Jiangyin, you have really changed a lot. At the beginning, it was because I was soft-hearted that Ruirui was so seriously injured." As soon as he said this, Jiangyin clenched his fists and exuded anger. Chinyu saw this, patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What happened?" Lei didn't say it in detail at the time, but it must have sounded very dangerous. Hearing this, Jiangyin sighed and said, "Among the attackers, there was a child, probably only about 16 years old. He had a gun in his hand, but his movements were very unfamiliar, so I captured him alive. I broke his right hand in an instant, but the child begged for mercy and knelt on the ground, saying that it was just his first time to follow someone to attack the camp, and asked me to let him go." Chinyu frowned slightly and said, "Are you soft-hearted?" Jiangyin was silent, and then gave a vague answer, "He looks a lot like my wife's cousin." "Really?" Chinyu was a little surprised. Could it be such a coincidence? At first, I was skeptical, but when I saw the burned scars on his arm, I realized that he must be Shiyi's brother. Absolutely. Didn't he recognize you? I started to grow a beard at that time, and his brother was a little naughty, and he was a cousin, so we only met once at the wedding. At that time, I only remember that there was a child who was particularly naughty and bumped into a waiter, resulting in being drenched with boiling water. Hearing this, Chinyu widened his eyes and said, "Why haven't you mentioned it before?" This is the first time he has heard Jiangyin talk about his past. He rarely mentioned it before. I never thought that I would meet him more than a year after the Doomsday outbreak. Jiangyin felt a little sad. What happened next? Jiangyin held the pocket watch tightly in his right hand and gritted his teeth and said, "Because he was involved in the attack, I didn't go to recognize him at the first time. Secondly, I felt a little disgusted. I didn't want to keep such a person around. Ruirui is a good kid, sensible and smart, and she works hard to learn from everyone. To be honest, Yufeng is much better than that kid. But what I didn't expect was that this bastard actually hid a gun in the bushes." Chinyu was stunned. He didn't expect Jiangyin to scold his wife's cousin like this. It seems that the matter is more serious than he imagined. Then he said in astonishment, "Could it be?" Jiangyin nodded and said self-deprecatingly, "Haha, I am a pig-brained person, and I actually thought he would correct himself. A few minutes later, when I heard that the person who had let her go shot my daughter, everything was so ridiculous. I once told you that people on the battlefield have no identity, whether they are old, children, or women. As long as they take up arms on the battlefield, they are enemies. You must never be merciful to the enemy, but in the end, because of my soft heart, my child almost died on the spot. If Qin Nen hadn't rushed forward desperately, Ruirui would have died long ago." Hearing this, Chinyu didn't know what to say. His wife's cousin went astray after the outbreak of the doomsday, and in the end, he almost killed his own daughter by mistake. It was really ironic. The most depressing thing was that Zhang Yin let the child go. He finally met his former relatives, but it turned out that his camp was attacked, and the other party was holding a gun. At this time, Alay also came over. He touched his nose, and said with a guilty tone, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that person had this relationship with you at the time. I saw them injured, so I didn't hesitate to take action. It's okay. I don't blame you. Even if you don't take action, I won't let him go later." Zhang Yin looked at Alay, and shook his head slightly. The three stood face to face, feeling a little heavy. Then Zhang Yin smiled and said, "If I could do it again, I wouldn't look at whether the child had a scar on his arm. When he entered our camp with weapons and launched an attack, it didn't matter who he was." After the voice fell, Qinyu also nodded. At first, he thought Zhang Yin would not like this action very much, so he wanted to persuade him. In the end, it turned out that Zhang Yin probably didn't care about these things at all. Thinking of this, Qinyu also ordered others to take their guns and block the tunnel entrances on both sides. Inside the tunnel, Wei Huanhuan ran in the front. In order to prevent being trapped to death in the tunnel, she even lost one of her shoes. But soon, she looked forward angrily. There were also zombies on fire coming from the opposite side, and because the middle road was difficult to walk, by the time she found this, the zombies at the exit had already made the fire very big. At the same time, a scream suddenly came from behind. Wei Huanhuan turned around with a flashlight and found that a zombie was tied up. One of his subordinates unfortunately fell down, and then his throat was bitten through. Chapter 940. The moment he saw this scene, Wei Huanhuan picked up his gun and shot, instantly turning the zombie's head into a hornet's nest. At the same time, the others also realized the seriousness of the matter. Even if they were stupid, they could figure it out. It might be a coincidence that one zombie caught fire, but what if there were dozens of them? And staying in this dark and deserted tunnel, some people's heartbeats gradually accelerated, and their faces turned pale. The next second, Wei Huanhuan looked back, then gritted his teeth and ran forward. She knelt on the ground, pulled out a dagger from her body, and then turned the zombie over. Then another person squatted forward, took out the helmet of the teammate who was bitten to death, and then prepared to stab the head with a knife. At this time, Wei Huanhuan suddenly shouted, "Don't kill, don't move. Sister Yao, if the head is not destroyed, he will become a zombie." The subordinates were puzzled. Hearing this, Wei Huanhuan roared with a gloomy face, "Let him become a zombie, otherwise it will be difficult for us to get out." As soon as she finished speaking, she held a dagger in her hand, looked at the severely rotten zombie body in front of her, took a deep breath, and then stabbed it in the chest. As the knife was pulled out, a foul-smelling blood immediately sprayed out. Wei Huanhuan turned her head to the side in time to prevent the blood from flying into her mouth and nose. After cutting open the body again, Wei Huanhuan held the flesh and blood in both hands and began to smear it on her body. Seeing this scene, the others also reacted. But they were well trained after all, so they didn't panic at this time. Except for the one who accidentally fell and was bitten before, there were still 15 people left in the tunnel. Except for Wei Huanhuan, the 8 of them first divided into 2 groups, each suppressing the zombies on both sides with firepower. The other 6 people began to wait for the other corpse to revive. Time passed by minute, and a few minutes later, Wei Huanhuan was already covered in blood and exuded a foul odor. Seeing that there was still a lot of rotten meat left, one person came forward and prepared to sit down. At this time, Wei Huanhuan glanced at him and said seriously, "Don't take off the armor, just apply it directly on the outside." After saying that, Wei Huanhuan stood up, but suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous. But she didn't think much about it, thinking it was caused by her low blood sugar and close contact with zombies. This step was also calculated by Qinyu. He knew the symptoms before carbon monoxide poisoning very well. It is no exaggeration to say that most people would not think about it unless they realized it in advance. At this time, the coal was hanging behind the zombies, and even if they were killed, they still did not extinguish. Unless the back of the zombie is broken by a gun, the blood will flow out and soak the coal. But that will require a lot of bullets. In the world of Doomsday, no one would be stupid enough to use bullets to shoot zombies into sieves. As others began to apply, there were less than 20 zombies left. Wei Huanhuan turned around and looked behind her, and suddenly noticed something strange. Seeing this, she put her right hand on her chest and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, turn off the flashlight." But for some reason, Wei Huanhuan felt that when she shouted this sentence, she felt particularly tired, as if she couldn't use any strength. Upon hearing this, the subordinates quickly killed the 3 nearest zombies, and then turned off the flashlight. In an instant, the tunnel became darker, with only the faint firelight in the distance on both sides. Wei Huanhuan took the telescope and looked over, and found that there were many red stones on the ground. Whether before or after the apocalypse, Wei Huanhuan had never used coal to make a fire, and the most common one was the honeycomb coal. For stone-like coal, this was her first time to come into contact with burning. She frowned slightly and said, "Look, what's on the ground over there?" One of the men took the telescope and recognized it after just one look. He immediately said in confusion, "Strange, when I came in earlier, I didn't see any coal on the garbage ground?" After saying this, Wei Huanhuan was stunned and said quickly, "Not good, they want to suffocate us to death." As soon as he finished speaking, someone fell to the ground on the spot. Then Wei Huanhuan felt dizzy, and her limbs suddenly felt weak. She held the wall with her hands, turned on the flashlight again, and looked at her feet, gritting her teeth, and said, "Damn it, when did this Ayao become so scheming?" At the same time, Qinyu squatted on the ground outside the tunnel, stretched out his hand to touch the rust on the rails, his face calm without any ripples. If the time was guessed correctly, the people inside should have realized that there was not enough oxygen. Long Jie, Zhang Yin, and others standing behind him also admired Chenyu's brain. Although they all thought that the tunnel was indeed poorly ventilated and suitable for ambush. But they ignored the fact that rails would also rust, and when ironware rusts, it will consume oxygen. In other words, except for the more than 10 meters of the tunnel entrance on both sides, the oxygen content in the area inside will gradually decrease. The further you go inside, the harder it is to circulate the air, and the lower the oxygen content. With the help of these fires and coal, the tunnel is actually more dangerous than a normal closed room. When Wei Huanhuan and others desperately killed the remaining zombies, everyone became dizzy and weak. But at this moment, the coal in the distance was still burning violently. Wei Huanhuan led everyone and moved slowly towards the coal. They dug open the zombies' stomachs and used daggers to get the burning coal in. Time was passing, and when Wei Huanhuan finally extinguished the last piece of coal, he fainted. About half a minute after they fainted, Qinyu turned his head to look at a zombie that was attracted by the gunshot, and then said, "Take down these waterproof sheets." As he said that, Qinyu walked towards the zombie. At the same time, he quickly chopped off a small Y-shaped tree trunk with an axe, and used the fork to hold the zombie's neck. Then Qinyu led the zombie into the tunnel. Of course, he still covered his mouth and nose with his left arm, trying to hold his breath. After walking about a few meters, he waved to the people outside, and then before Long Jie could react, Lei and Zhang Yin had already taken a step forward. No matter who they are, they can guess what Qinyu wants to do most of the time. There is no need to say more about their tacit understanding. The two looked at each other, and Lei nodded slightly, and took a half step back. Seeing this, Zhang Yin walked behind the zombie. After Qinyu quickly retracted the stick, he kicked the zombie in the back. Then Qinyu quickly dodged to the side, and ran out of the tunnel. Then Lei took the bow and arrow, and a bloody frog was tied to it. The arrow flew into the tunnel by brushing the zombie's scalp. The zombie got up from the ground, shook his head, and wanted to turn around and continue to look for Qinyu, but the alarm of the mobile phone rang in the tunnel.